Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. In the previous episode, after the system awakened, my eyes mutated, revealing the evolution paths of all spirit beasts, our protagonist Su Yuan embarked on a 3-month journey of training for self-improvement. During this period, Su Yuan chose to go forward alone and did not reveal his whereabouts to anyone. This made the school leaders very worried. They even went out in person, fearing that Su Yuan might encounter an accident. But just as the mock battle of Tianyang City's course students was about to begin, Su Yuan appeared in front of everyone like a miracle. The mayor and school leaders were overjoyed to see Su Yuan's return, and even invited him to the VIP room to watch the game. However, Su Yuan's appearance this time allowed those who had conflicts with him during the training to discover him. After watching the game for a while, they began to plot and decided to report Su Yuan's talent to higher-level forces. So, what kind of trouble will these people's conspiracy cause to Su Yuan? In this tense and exciting competition, can Su Yuan defeat all the opponents and win the championship? For more exciting plots and suspense, please come to part 2 of After the System Awakened, My Eyes Mutated, revealing the evolution paths of all spirit beasts. On the high platform, Wei Hao crossed his arms and said with a look of arrogance, "Ming, I didn't expect that your Li family actually got you a perfect quality Thunder Ape. Unfortunately, although the quality of your second beast is higher than that of my elephant armor beast, the level is too different." Afterwards, Wei Hao mocked again. "You are no match for me now. Admit defeat quickly if you are smart, or your 2 beasts will suffer physical pain. I will take the championship prize for this mock battle." Facing Wei Hao's ridicule, Ming snorted coldly, his face gloomy. He would never surrender without a fight. That would not only be an insult to himself, but also something he could not explain to his father. "Humph!" Ming snorted coldly with an unpleasant expression in response to Wei Hao's disdainful shout, and had no intention of paying any attention to this guy at all. Want him to surrender without a fight? That's impossible. He can't afford to lose face. And if he just gives in, his father will definitely not forgive him when he returns. "Stubborn!" Wei Hao looked at Ming, who was determined to fight him to the death, and his face turned cold. The fight hadn't even started yet, but the platform was already filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. After both of them were ready in the referee's stand, he shouted, "Second semi-final, start!" Following the referee's order, Ming immediately commanded his beasts to attack with all their might. "Lightning Tiger, use Lightning Arrow! Thunder Ape, rush over, use Thunder King Kong Fist, and beat him up!" The Lightning Tiger instantly burst out with lightning arrows, and the Thunder Ape also rushed towards Wei Hao under the cover of the attack. Wei Hao still had a cold expression on his face. "You don't know your own limitations. Giant elephants, teach them a lesson." The giant elephant armored beast stood directly in front of Wei Hao. Facing the lightning arrows of the Lightning Tiger, it did not dodge or evade, allowing the lightning as thick as its arms to fall on its body. There was a crackling sound, and lightning appeared all over the body of the giant elephant armored beast, but the khaki light on its body flashed, and the thunder could not hurt it at all. Boom! The Thunder Ape rushed to the giant elephant armored beast, and his fist as big as a casserole smashed into the giant elephant armored beast with great force, making a dull sound. Blue lightning surged on the Thunder Ape's fists, exploding like thunder. On! The giant elephant armored beast was enraged, and its thick trunk lashed towards the Thunder Ape like a whip at an astonishing speed. There was a loud bang, and the Thunder Ape was blown away. His chest was torn and bleeding, and he screamed in pain. "Now kill!" Ming's eyes lit up and he shouted. It turned out that the Lightning Tiger took advantage of the gap between the battle between the Thunder Ape and the armored beast, bypassed the armored beast like lightning, and killed Wei Hao. Seeing that the Lightning Tiger's sharp claws were about to touch Wei Hao, even the Lord-level Beast Master referee was ready to rescue him. However, at this critical moment, Lightning Tiger suddenly felt a huge pressure, and his body seemed to be 10 times heavier. He tilted his body and fell heavily to the ground. "Haha, you still want to make a feint to the east and attack in the west? Little do you know that I have been prepared for this move of yours. Since you don't want to surrender, I won't be polite," Wei Hao sneered. It turned out that at Wei Hao's signal, the elephant armored beast raised its hind legs high, ready to step on the Lightning Tiger in the gravity trap. If it was stepped on, the Lightning Tiger would be crippled if not killed. "Stop! I give up!" Ming's face turned pale, and he shouted through gritted teeth. Why not just admit defeat earlier? Why are you wasting time? Wei Hao said proudly, stopping the giant elephant-armored beast. Ming did not respond either. He quickly put away his beast and walked off the stage in a dusty manner. In the VIP seat, Yuan saw all of this and thought to himself. This Ming, I haven't seen him for a few months, he is really a little different. And judging from his behavior and the reactions of the people around him, he doesn't look like someone who hired someone to kill me. Then who hired the 3 people in the voodoo jungle? Brave, resourceful, and extremely talented. Old Wei, congratulations, your Wei family has finally produced a dragon. In the VIP seats, many people congratulated Wei Hao's father, Wei Qin. Wei Qin spoke modestly, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Old Wang, it seems that after the college entrance examination reform, the honor of Tianyang City's first course student will fall on the students of Tianyang No. 2 Middle School. Lu Rin, the principal of Tianyang No. 2 Middle School, stroked his stubble and said to Wang Gang proudly. The 7 high schools in Tianyang City both cooperate and compete, and the competition between Tianyang No. 1 High School and Tianyang No. 2 High School is the most intense. If the honor of the first course student goes to Tianyang No. 2 Middle School, there will be no worries about the source of high-quality students in the future. Wang Gang found Lu Ren's confident look funny. Old Lu, it's not the end yet, don't jump to conclusions so early. Lu Ren paused as he stroked his stubble. Old Wang, we know everything about the little girl from the Shi family. Her second beast is indeed something, but the contract time is pitifully short and the level is not very high. Want to defeat the giant elephant-armored beast that Wei Hao has trained with all his strength? I don't think it's possible. Lu Ren started nagging again. But Wang Gang remained calm. It's hard to say, we'll know the result after the finals. Lu Ren felt very unhappy when he saw Wang Gang's calm look. Suddenly, Lu Ren had an idea and said with a wicked smile, Old Wang, it's already the finals. It's so boring to just watch. How about we add some spice to this competition? Let's bet on whose high school will get the honor of being the top course student in Tianyang City. Do you dare? Wang Gang was shocked when he heard this. He turned to look at Lu Ren and asked in surprise, You want to add some extra spice? Lu Ren's action directly made the people around him change their expressions slightly, and there was an uproar. The 5th level beast resources, that is a treasure that even the Lord level strongmen covet. Lu Ren thought he could scare Wang Gang, but Wang Gang immediately retorted. Who wouldn't dare? Since you want to gamble, I'll accompany you. I heard that you recently got a 5th level beast resource. Coincidentally, I also have one. Let's use these 2 treasures as a prize and see if Principal Lu dares to follow. As soon as these words came out, everyone around was stunned. Lu Ren was also shocked and could hardly believe it. But soon, Lu Ren realized that Wang Gang was bluffing him. Humph, this old guy wants to trick me. He thinks he can scare me off by giving me the 5th level beast resources? The old guy is very scheming. I almost fell into his trap. If I were really scared, I would be laughed at to death in the future. Besides the giant elephant-armored beast, Wei Hao also has that alien beast. Who among the geniuses of the same class in Tianyang City can be his match? The more Lu Ren thought about it, the more he felt that he was right. The surprise on his face instantly turned into a smug smile. Haha, what's there to be afraid of? It's just a mere 5th-rank beast taming resource. I'm in. Lao Wang, now so many old friends have heard it, and the mayor is here to testify, so don't go back on your word. Lu Ren deliberately raised the volume by a few decibels, fearing that others would not know that they had made this bet. You, okay, who's afraid of who? Wang Gang's expression changed at first, and his eyes were a little flustered, but he quickly concealed it and responded without showing any weakness. Then he turned his head to look at the platform below and ignored Lu Ren. Lu Ren saw all of this and was delighted. Haha, this time old Wang has been screwed. 5-level beast resources, this old guy is really willing to give them away, hee hee. But what Lu Ren didn't know was that Zhao Zhongyue and Su Yuan on Wang Gang's left were trying to hold back their laughter. It's great! It's really great! Compared with the principal's acting skills, I'm still too immature. If the principal were on Earth, he would definitely be a movie emperor-level figure. Su Yuan was full of admiration for Wang Gang. Su Yuan thought that he had seen many movie stars in his 2 lifetimes, but he didn't expect that there was a master here. Just as Wang Gang and Lu Ren were bickering, the final battle between Wei Hao and Shi Qianning began on the platform below, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Facing the extremely powerful Wei Hao, who possessed A-level talent, Shi Qianning lost her previous composure and summoned all her beasts as soon as she entered the arena. Su Yuan finally saw Shi Qianning's second beast, which was a flaming lion with 2 heads and red mane, looking very majestic. Purgatory 2-headed lion, lion-type fire, perfect 3-star quality, awakened 2nd level, perfect status, skills include fire claws, blazing power, explosive fireball, blood hell flame armor, evolution times once, next stage evolution materials. TSK, Shi Qianning's second beast is indeed of perfect quality, but its level is a bit low. However, it has been awakened to the 2nd level and is perfect at 3 stars. Combined with the air advantage of the fire-crowned golden eagle, it might be able to compete with the armored giant beast. Su Yuan nodded slightly and turned his gaze to the other side of the platform. At this time, Wei Hao also summoned all his beasts. Obviously, although he was confident that he could win the championship, he did not dare to be careless in front of Shi Qianning. Besides the giant elephant-armored beast, there was also a shield floating in the air beside Wei Hao. Hey, that's right, it was a shield. Su Yuan in the VIP seats and everyone except the Lord-level experts from the Wei family and Tianyang No. 2 Middle School all had their eyes lit up. After a brief shock, there was an exclamation from the VIP seats. The crowd watching the game around the square below the stage was even more excited. Exotic beasts are extremely rare, 1 in a million, as rare as an S-level talent beast master. Moreover, the level of this kind of exotic beast will rise along with the beast master. Even if they are not specially trained, as long as the level of the Beastmaster goes up, their levels will also increase. If most of the spectators around the square had not seen the shield in front of Wei Hao, they would probably never have seen this kind of exotic beast in their lives. Ape Soul Ancient Shield, exotic equipment, excellent 6-star quality, awakening level 6, skills include Crazy Ape Battle Soul and Unbreakable Barrier, evolution times is 0, and there are 6 possible evolution options. Wow, where did this guy get such a rare exotic beast? If I can get a few such exotic beast equipment, my strength will definitely increase. Su Yuan, who was sitting in the VIP seat, looked at the man-high shield in front of Wei Hao below, his eyes shining. It's actually an alien beast controlling equipment. Wang Gang was surprised, his eyes fixed on the shield on the platform, and he exclaimed in a low voice. Zhao Zhongyue, who was sitting on the left seat, was also shocked. The two looked at each other in tacit understanding, with a lot of emotion in their hearts. If it weren't for Su Yuan, this freak, the position of the first core of Tianyang City would really belong to Wei Hao. Ha ha ha, old Wang, what do you think of Wei Hao's exotic beast tamer? Lu Ren looked at Wang Gang's reaction, came over with joy, and laughed in a low voice. You ask even though you already know the answer? Wang Gang suppressed the shock on his face and responded calmly. Just keep pretending. I want to see how Shi Qianning's 2 beasts can win against Wei Hao, who has 2 awakened 6th-level beasts. Lu Ren muttered to himself as he looked at Wang Gang's calm face and tone. Afterwards, Lu Ren said no more and turned his gaze towards the platform below. At this time, the battle between Shi Qianning and Wei Hao had already begun. Purgatory 2-headed lion, fire-crowned golden eagle, it's up to you. The opponent's 2 beast masters have amazing defensive capabilities. Try your best to find ways to threaten the opponent's beast master. Shi Qianning looked at the giant elephant-armored beast and the shield in front of Wei Hao, her eyes full of determination and trust. Shi Qianning only provided the beast masters with suggestions on targets to attack, but did not give them specific instructions on what to do. After this period of practical training, Shi Qianning knew very well that her 2 beasts had their own judgment in battle and their combat instincts were stronger than her as a beast master. Faced with a strong enemy, Shi Qianning simply let go and let the beastmen fight based on his own fighting instincts. Roar, cry! The Purgatory 2-headed lion and the fire-crowned golden eagle let out loud roars and rushed towards Wei Hao, who was opposite the platform. As the 2 beasts charged, they released violent fire energy, and all kinds of fireballs smashed towards Wei Hao. Ha ha, naive! Wei Hao snorted coldly without any fear. The giant elephant-armored beast also let out a loud roar and rushed towards the 2-headed lion of Purgatory. The 2 of them fought each other in an instant, and the infernal two-headed lion, which erupted with all its strength, immediately felt tremendous pressure and could only hold on with great difficulty. Although the quality of the purgatory two-headed lion has reached the perfect 3 stars, its awakening level of the second stage has no advantage against the excellent 9-star, awakening level 6 elephant-armored beast. The elephant-armored beast has thick skin and strong defense, and the flames of the purgatory two-headed lion can hardly cause much damage to it. On the contrary, the elephant-armored beast, which was several times larger than the purgatory two-headed lion, attacked with great force every time, forcing the purgatory two-headed lion to dodge. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the purgatory two-headed lion was defeated. On the other side, Shi Qianying's beast-controlling fire-crowned golden eagle flew over Wei Hao and launched a series of fierce and scorching attacks without hesitation. Buzz! The ape's soul ancient shield flashed and hit Wei Hao's head, instantly unfolding an invisible barrier to protect Wei Hao. Boom, boom, boom! The attacks of the fire-crowned golden eagle followed one after another, landing on the ape's soul ancient shield and the barrier, causing a violent explosion. The flames instantly engulfed the figures of Yuan Hunguduan and Wei Hao, and the rolling heat waves amazed the spectators watching the battle from the outside. With such a fierce attack, contestant Wei Hao, who is in the center of the flames, will be okay. Don't worry, the referee presiding over this battle is a Lord-level expert. If there was any danger, he would have taken action long ago. The crowd watching the battle around the square were talking about it. On the high platform, the fire-crowned golden eagle's round of attack ended, the flames dissipated, and Wei Hao, who was protected by the ape's soul ancient shield, was unharmed, not even a hair was out of place. How is this possible? Shi Qianying looked at Wei Hao, who was unharmed, with an expression of disbelief on her pretty face. The fire-crowned golden eagle's full-strength attack just now was powerful enough to kill most ferocious beasts below the 7th level of awakening, but Wei Hao was unharmed. Obviously, with that shield there, Shi Qianying's beast-man couldn't break through Wei Hao's defense even if he got close to him. This battle couldn't be fought. The fire-crowned golden eagle is indeed a good beast to be tamed. Shi Qianying, I admit that you are very strong and you are the best. It's a pity that you met me. Wei Hao crossed his arms and said arrogantly. Shi Qianying's face flashed with struggle. Looking at the two-headed lion of purgatory falling into a disadvantage under the attack of the elephant-armored beast, she finally sighed and shouted, I give up! Wei Hao stopped the giant elephant-armored beast, and the beast-controlling bracelets of the two men were taken back. The host held up the microphone and loudly announced that Wei Hao had won. It's finally over. I didn't expect that the honor of the first course student of Tianyang City would fall on Tianyang No. 2 Middle School. Yes, his beasts are too strong. All of them have reached the 6th level of awakening. The people in the audience discussed. As the final result of the decisive battle came out, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhao Zhongyue, who was sitting in the main seat of the VIP seats. Under everyone's scorching gazes, Zhao Zhongyue slowly stood up, coughed lightly, and said in a clear voice, 5th place, Tianyang No. 7 Middle School, Jiangqing. As soon as Zhao Zhongyue finished speaking, there was an uproar in the square. As early as when Jiangqing was announced as the 5th place, everyone was confused. After all, even if Jiangqing's results were not as good as Li Ming's, she should have been ranked 4th. After all, she was a genius who made it to the semi-finals. And when Zhao Zhongyue announced that Wei Hao, who won the final victory of the competition, was only the second-ranked course student in Tianyang City, everyone's doubts were completely overwhelmed. What's going on? Why is Wei Hao, who won the final, only the second core of Tianyang City? There is definitely a shady deal. The audience around the square below the stage talked a lot and gradually became indignant. Not only the ordinary audience, but also the principals in the VIP seats, senior leaders of major families, and other Lord-level powerful people looked at Zhao Zhongyue with disbelief. However, they did not speak out, but waited quietly for Zhao Zhongyue to reveal who the final No. 1 core of Tianyang City would be. After Zhao Zhongyue announced that Wei Hao won the 2nd place in Tianyang City, he paused for a moment. Zhao Zhongyue saw everyone's reactions. He listened to the discussion of the audience below, curled his lips, and continued. 1st place, Tianyang No. 1 Middle School, Su Yuan. Wow! This caused another uproar. Upon hearing this, everyone in the VIP seats looked at Su Yuan, who was standing to Zhao Zhongyue's left, and were shocked. Originally, they were curious about why Su Yuan was able to sit in the VIP seat next to Zhao Zhongyue, and suspected that he and Zhao Zhongyue had an unusual relationship. Now that Zhao Zhongyue has designated Su Yuan as the top core of Tianyang City, they have to doubt the relationship between the two and suspect that Zhao Zhongyue deliberately gave the first prize to Su Yuan. If so, it would be a complete shady deal. Among them, the one who reacted most strongly was the principal of No. 2 Middle School, Lu Ren. Mayor Zhao, Su Yuan didn't even participate in the mock battle. How could he have the ability to sit in the position of Tianyang's top core student? Even if Su Yuan has a special status, he still has to follow the rules, right? Otherwise, even if you are the mayor, doing this will damage your prestige. Lu Ren's face was uncertain for a long time, and he finally mustered up the courage to stand up and question Zhao Zhongyue in front of everyone. He didn't want to do this, but he had made a bet with Wang Gang using the 5th-level beast resources. Now that Wei Hao failed to win the honor of being the first core of Tianyang City, Lu Ren suffered a great loss. The most important thing is that Lu Ren recalled the scene of the bet with Wang Gang before, and realized belatedly that he had fallen into Wang Gang's trap from the very beginning. Wang Gang must have known the outcome long ago, and betting with him was just a trap for him. Thinking of this, Lu Ren was furious, and regardless of Zhao Zhongyue's strength and status, he stood up to question him. As soon as Lu Ren said this, everyone in the VIP seats held their breath and focused their eyes on Zhao Zhongyue. They were also curious and needed Zhao Zhongyue to give a reasonable explanation. Mayor Zhao, I don't accept it. I request a fight with Su Yuan. If he can defeat me, the title of Tianyang City's No. 1 core will be his. Just as Zhao Zhongyue was about to explain, Wei Hao on the podium suddenly shouted loudly, with an unwilling look on his face. Mayor, let me play with him. At this time, Su Yuan, who was sitting upright in his seat, showed an indifferent smile on his face and said to Zhao Zhongyue. Su Yuan had guessed this situation a long time ago. He was a person who had not participated in the competition from beginning to end, but in the end he won the title of the first core of Tianyang City. No matter how Zhao Zhongyue explained, it would be difficult to convince everyone. The only way is for Su Yuan to show his absolute strength and defeat Wei Hao, who won the final championship. In this way, no one would dare to question whether Su Yuan's title of Tianyang City's No. 1 core was undeserved. Well, go down and compete with Wei Hao. Zhao Zhongyue smiled and nodded after hearing Su Yuan's words. He also knew that all the explanations were not as convincing as Su Yuan's overwhelming strength in public. Su Yuan, we have reported your situation these 2 days, and Jojo Academy has made an exception and admitted you ahead of schedule. Zhao Zhongyue said in Su Yuan's ear when he stood up and prepared to go on stage for a fight. Then Zhao Zhongyue added, and I received news that the teacher from Jojo Academy set out for Tianyang City yesterday, and now he might be secretly observing your performance. You can rest assured to show your strength and crush the opponent. Then Zhao Zhongyue hinted to Su Yuan. The better you perform, the more attention you will receive. Jojo Academy. Early admission. Although Zhao Zhongyue lowered his voice, who in the VIP seats was not a strong man with lowered-level strength, their senses were so sharp. Hearing Zhao Zhongyue's words, everyone, including Lu Ren, was shocked and their pupils shrank suddenly. Jojo Academy is the highest academy in Daxia. Even among all the Beastmaster colleges in the Federation, it is ranked first among the top academies. Jojo Academy gathers the top talents in all of Daxia. It is a gathering of the best, and has the best training resources. Even Wei Hao, who had just won the final, only barely met the admission threshold for Jojo Academy. And since Su Yuan was admitted to Jojo Academy in advance, it goes without saying that his strength is far superior to Wei Hao. Su Yuan, get on stage and fight! On the high platform, Wei Hao watched Su Yuan stand up and shouted loudly with contempt in his eyes. In Wei Hao's opinion, even though Su Yuan sat next to Mayor Zhao Zhongyue, he was just relying on his connections to get to the top, and he didn't have much strength. Wei Hao, who also had an A-level talent and possessed a beast control system with exotic equipment, didn't think Su Yuan would be his opponent. As you wish. Unlike Wei Hao's excitement, Su Yuan smiled faintly and walked slowly forward under everyone's attention. Su Yuan's steps seemed slow, but his speed was extremely fast. He reached the fighting platform in just a few steps. Something's wrong. This Yuan is so fast. Wei Hao raised his eyebrows and felt a pang in his heart when he saw Yuan going on stage. Judging from the speed at which he went on stage, Yuan was quite strong, which made Wei Hao less contemptuous. Summon your beast. Taking a deep breath, Wei Hao said to Yuan in a deep voice. Yuan didn't waste any words. He waved his hand and a stream of light flew out from the beast-taming bracelet on his right hand. With a flicker of light, a red figure appeared in the air in front of Yuan. It was Xiaoyan. Cry! As soon as Xiaoyan appeared, he let out a loud cry, flapped his wings, and released his extraordinary beast-taming aura. Super! Extraordinary Level 2! Swish! In the VIP seats, except for Wang Gang and Zhao Zhongyue, everyone else stood up with shock on their faces. Old Wang, you have screwed me so badly! Lu Ren, who was beside Wang Gang, exclaimed, then cast his eyes on Wang Gang, shaking his head helplessly and sighing. If Zhao Zhongyue's words to Yuan made Lu Ren feel uneasy, then Xiaoyan summoned by Yuan made him completely give up. Yuan didn't need to summon other beasts. This second-level transcendental bird alone was enough to defeat Wei Hao. The strength of the second-level transcendental and the sixth-level awakening was not at the same level, and Wei Hao was definitely not Yuan's opponent. Blame me? Didn't you want to bet on this yourself? I asked you again and again whether you were sure you wanted to bet. Wang Gang smiled faintly. Lu Ren recalled the scene when Wang Gang repeatedly confirmed the bet with him. He was speechless for a moment, and could only shake his head and stop talking. If he hadn't been so complacent, he wouldn't have lost the precious fifth-level resources. Now he can only swallow his anger. Mayor Zhao, if I'm not mistaken, the beast summoned by Yuan should be a naturally perfect 5-star red sun bird, right? Shi Changxing took a deep look at Xiaoyan in front of Yuan, and cast a questioning look at Zhao Zhongyue. Master sure is worthy of being the one who has made the beast-taming business in Tianyang City the largest. He has a sharp eye. That's right, Yuan's beast is none other than the red sun bird. Zhao Zhongyue replied with a smile. It's really a red sun bird. Hearing Zhao Zhongyue's answer, Shi Changxing was shocked and his face was even more horrified. After hearing the conversation between the two, the others reacted in the same way as Shi Changxing. It's actually the red sun bird. How lucky is this kid to be able to contract such a top-grade beast? A group of Lord-level strongmen in Tianyang City looked at the imposing Xiaoyan on the high platform, their eyes flickering and huge waves rising in their hearts. How is this possible? How can you be a transcendent beast master? This must be an illusion, giant elephant-armored beast, come on! On the high platform, Wei Hao felt the aura release from Xiaoyan, his face suddenly changed, and he kept shaking his head. Then, Wei Hao glared at Yuan hysterically and commanded the giant elephant-armored beast to rush towards Yuan. Obviously, Yuan completely crushed Wei Hao's strength and ruthlessly crushed Wei Hao's arrogance, making it difficult for Wei Hao, who had always believed that he was the most outstanding genius in Tianyang City, to accept it for a while. On! Hearing Wei Hao's order, the giant elephant-armored beast raised its head and roared, rushing towards Yuan with its huge body. The entire platform began to tremble under the beast's mad rush. Xiaoyan, hold back, don't kill the other party. Looking at the elephant-armored beast charging at him, Yuan whispered to Xiaoyan. He and Wei Hao were just sparring, not enemies, so he just needed to defeat the other beast. If Xiaoyan was not allowed to let go, with Xiaoyan's strength, he could kill the awakened 6th-level elephant-armored beast with just one strike. Hearing Yuan's command, Xiaoyan nodded. Screech! Then he looked at the elephant-armored beast that was rushing over without knowing its own strength, and Xiaoyan let out a sharp howl with a cold look in his eyes, turning into a stream of red light and rushing down towards the elephant-armored beast. When Xiaoyan rushed in front of the giant elephant-armored beast, he spread his wings and did not use any skills. Instead, he stretched out his claws like an eagle and grabbed the rushing elephant-armored beast. The two sides collided in an instant, and a flash of blood shot out from the back of the giant elephant-armored beast. The originally indestructible leather armor defense was instantly broken like tofu under Xiaoyan's sharp claws. In a flash, his back was torn into several meters-long gasps by Xiaoyan's sharp claws, with skin and flesh torn and blood dripping. At the same time, the huge impact force knocked the huge body of the elephant-armored beast to the ground, and it hit the platform heavily, slid forward more than 10 meters, and was dizzy. Ouch! A severe pain came from its back, causing the armored beast to let out a miserable roar. But the giant elephant still shook its head, ready to stand up and fight again. Bang! Unexpectedly, at this moment, a figure even larger than the elephant armored beast suddenly appeared in front of it. As the black shadow approached, the giant elephant armored beast was stepped on the head by an elephant's hoof that was bigger than its head. The terrifying weight was so heavy that the elephant armored beast's skull was about to crack. Wow! The entire square was once again filled with a roar of surprise. Everyone stood up involuntarily, looking at the figure that suddenly appeared on the platform with disbelief. Wow, what a big turtle! What kind of beast is that? It's so big! Heated discussions broke out among the crowd standing up around the square, with sounds of exclamations and gasps of surprise coming one after another. The huge figure that appeared on the high platform was Su Yuan's first beast, Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian did not use his camouflage skills, and completely revealed his true form. He stepped on the giant elephant-armored beast, raised his head and roared towards the sky. Compared to the 8-meter-tall elephant-armored beast, Xiao Xian now looked as tall as a 10-story building when he raised his head. In front of the elephant-armored beast, he was as small as a kindergarten child facing a 2-meter-tall adult man. The moment Xiao Xian appeared, a powerful aura was released, and the aura of the extraordinary first level was fully revealed. Because of his huge body, this aura of the extraordinary first level gave people a more terrifying feeling than the extraordinary second level aura released by Xiao Yan. Plop! Looking at the beast in front of him that was as big as a small mountain, Wei Hao, who was originally unconvinced and hysterical, felt his legs go limp and he collapsed to the ground. Wei Hao stared at Xiao Xian's huge body with his eyes wide open, his mouth wide open, unable to speak for a long time. I lost, completely. After a long time, Wei Hao looked ashen. He took a deep breath, sighed, raised his hands in surrender, and faced the reality. If they did not surrender, Wei Hao's giant elephant-armored beast might be trampled to death by Su Yuan's huge beast. Seeing this, Su Yuan signaled Xiao Xian to let go of the giant elephant-armored beast. Wei Hao immediately let the giant elephant-armored beast escape and took back the beast-taming bracelet. Good boy, he actually has an extraordinary level beast. And although this beast is only at the first level of extraordinary, the aura it exudes is no less than that of the second level of extraordinary red sun bird. Obviously, its quality is no lower than that of the red sun bird. What kind of beast is this? Among the turtle-type beasts of perfect quality, there has never been an extraordinary level beast with such a huge body. In the VIP seats, Zhao Zhongyue and Wang Gang, who were originally confident and calm, were no longer calm. Zhao Zhongyue watched Su Yuan put Xiao Xian back into the beast-taming bracelet, his heart filled with confusion and shock. Looking back at Wang Gang beside him, Zhao Zhongyue asked in surprise, "Principal Wang, what did you see about Su Yuan, the beast?" Su Yuan is the top core of Tianyang No. 1 Middle School, which was determined by Wang Gang himself. Compared with Zhao Zhongyue, Wang Gang, the principal of Tianyang No. 1 Middle School, obviously knows Su Yuan better. In Zhao Zhongyue's opinion, Wang Gang should know something about Su Yuan's beast. However, when Zhao Zhongyue looked at Wang Gang, he found that Wang Gang showed a bitter smile. "Mayor Zhao, as far as I know, this is probably Su Yuan's first beast, the water arrow turtle that was first contracted from the Tianyang City Breeding Center." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Rin beside him immediately spoke up. "Impossible, how could I not know the Blastoise? A Blastoise of only rare quality definitely cannot have such momentum." Later Lu Rin added, "I also recognize the tsunami turtle after Blastoise evolved twice. The giant turtle that Su Yuan summoned just now is too different from the tsunami turtle. It can't be the tsunami turtle." After hearing Lu Ren's words, both Zhao Zhongyue and other Lord-level warriors nodded in agreement. Looking at everyone's reactions, Wang Gang smiled and didn't bother with Lu Ren for interrupting him. Instead, he explained patiently. After hearing Wang Gang's explanation, a group of Lord-level warriors began to praise Su Yuan, with shock and deep envy on their faces. Even among the Lord-level warriors like them, few of them have perfect quality beasts. How could they not be extremely envious of Su Yuan, a junior, who has two perfect quality beasts with extraordinary potential? At this moment, even Lu Rin, the principal of Tianyang No. 2 Middle School who was competing with Wang Gang, had to admit that Su Yuan's strength was far ahead of other course students in Tianyang City. Lu Ren now understood why Su Yuan did not participate in the competition, and Zhao Zhongyue would directly list him as the first course student in Tianyang City. With Su Yuan's strength, if he participated in the competition like everyone else, once his beast tamer came out, it would probably beat everyone to a pulp, leaving others with no enthusiasm to give their all to complete the subsequent duel. Ha ha ha, since everyone has no objection, the ranking of Tianyang City's course students this time is determined. Seeing this, Zhao Zhongyue smiled and nodded, saying loudly. The others nodded. At this point, the ranking battle for the course students in Tianyang City was finally over. A mutated Blastus? Judging from the aura emanating from that beast, its quality has definitely reached the perfect 7 stars, or even stronger. At this time, in the crowd around the square, an old man with white hair but vigorous spirit looked at Su Yuan on the podium with a smile and whispered. Are you sure? Su Yuan from Tianyang City is actually a transcendental beast master? Outside Tianyang City, in a corner of the misty forest, a middle-aged man with red hair and a sinister face looked at the 3 people kneeling in front of him and asked in a deep voice. The 3 people kneeling in front of the red-haired middle-aged man were the 3 bald men who left Tianyang City. Faced with Blood Crow's questioning, the bald man kneeling on the ground did not dare to be negligent in the slightest, and told him everything he had seen and heard. Oh? That guy Zhao Zhongyue actually attaches so much importance to that kid, this is quite interesting. If what you said is correct, the talent of that kid named Su Yuan may be more than just the A-level that was revealed. Blood Crow touched his handle and said. Then Blood Crow pondered, in this case, my plan must be changed. If Su Yuan really becomes a superclass beast master, then his value will be higher than Huangfu Yunzhao of Tianyang City. Blood Crow thought for a while and said, I only have one chance to launch a sneak attack. Once I do, everyone will be on high alert and may even attract high-level strongmen. Next time I want to take action, it will basically be impossible to succeed. The original plan was to go to Tianyang City to get rid of Huangfu Yunzhao, a genius with S-level beast taming talent. Now it seems that the primary target has to be changed to Su Yuan in Tianyang City. Shuya showed a thoughtful look on his face and thought to himself. According to the information he had obtained, among the several large cities surrounding the misty forest, the student with the most talent in awakening the talent for beast taming was Huangfu Yunzhao from Tianyang City. His focus is basically on Tianyang City, and he has the most spies and informants planted there. Only a small number of spies were sent out to other surrounding cities, and they were not given too much attention. According to his intelligence, although Huangfu Yunzhao of the Huangfu family in Tianyang City is an S-level genius beast master, his current strength level has only reached the peak of awakening and has not yet broken through to the extraordinary level. Su Yuan from Tianyang City was able to break through to the extraordinary beast master level before him, and was valued by the mayor of Tianyang City. Compared with Huangfu Yunzhao, Su Yuan's talent is probably higher, not lower. When Blood Crow thought of this, he immediately changed his plan to go to Tianyang City to kill Huangfu Yunzhao, and instead set his target on Su Yuan in Tianyang City. Su Yuan is still in Tianyang City, right? After pondering for a while, Blood Crow looked at the 3 people in front of him and asked. He's still there. When we left Tianyang City, he was still watching the competition between other course students in Tianyang City. And the college entrance examination is approaching. In my opinion, Su Yuan should not leave Tianyang City in such a short time. Faced with Blood Crow's inquiry, the bald man did not dare to hesitate at all and answered immediately. As for the yellow monkey and the short-haired young man beside him, they lowered their heads, not daring to make any sound the entire time, let alone look up at the Blood Crow in front of them. Very good, you must return to Tianyang City immediately, and send me a signal as soon as you find the other party. In addition, I will gather the people from other cities back as soon as possible, and enter Tianyang City together to cooperate with your actions. When Blood Crow heard the bald man's answer, a smile appeared on his face and he said lightly. Then Blood Crow added, This time, our plan is to take place in Tianyang City. Our goal is to assassinate Su Yuan. As long as you succeed in killing this genius Su Yuan, the 3 of you will be credited with the first merit. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We will do our best to assist you in completing your plan. Upon hearing Blood Crow's words, the 3 bald men were ecstatic. Their bodies trembled with excitement. They quickly kowtowed to Blood Crow to express their gratitude. Okay, you guys go down and hurry up to complete the mission. Blood Crow turned around and waved his hand and said, Yes, Lord Blood Crow. After Blood Crow waved his hand, the three bald men bowed again, then quickly stood up and retreated, heading towards Tianyang City again. After the three people left, Blood Crow also contacted the personnel deployed in other cities and asked these people to rush to Tianyang City. After arranging everything, Blood Crow glanced at the direction deep in the misty forest, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. There are many Lord-level masters in Tianyang City. It will be difficult for us to kill Su Yuan and other geniuses in Tianyang City alone. Now we can only rely on the huge group of ferocious beasts in this misty forest to support our actions. Blood Crow whispered, and as soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared in an instant, and no trace was left. Time passed quietly, and 1 day had passed since the ranking of Tianyang City's core students was announced. During this time, Su Yuan was cordially invited by Zhao Zhongyue to stay at the city hall. Su Yuan has already demonstrated his strength and talent in front of the public and is now at the center of attention. Zhao Zhongyue let Su Yuan live in Tianyang City Hall in order to better protect Su Yuan and prevent him from being attacked by those people with ulterior motives in secret. In addition, Zhao Zhongyue left Su Yuan in Tianyang City Hall so that he could see Su Yuan as soon as the strong men from Jojo Academy arrived. Baldy, have you guys found out clearly? Is Su Yuan really in the city hall? A group of people gathered in an old building on the outskirts of Tianyang City. One of them spoke and looked at the bald man who was being watched by everyone with a serious face. The bald man who was being stared at by everyone also felt a tremendous pressure, and a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on his smooth head. All the people present were arranged by Blood Crow to cooperate with Blood Crow and kill Su Yuan. Moreover, these dozen people are all captains of a small team. Their strength is all above the extraordinary level, and there are some powerful commanders. He was the weakest among the dozen or so people. Facing the gazes of so many people who were stronger than him, the bald man suddenly felt a huge pressure. Although the pressure was huge, the bald man still reached out and wiped the sweat from his head, and assured everyone, My information is not wrong! And this is not a secret, many people in Tianyang City know it. As soon as the bald man said this, everyone else couldn't help but frown. There are many experts in the city hall, including Zhao Zhongyue, a beast master at the peak of the lord level. If Su Yuan is really in the city hall, it will be difficult for us to successfully kill him. With just the number of us, even if we bring all our team members and rush into the city hall, it would be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth, tantamount to suicide. For a moment, everyone wanted to retreat. Don't worry, since Lord Blood Crow asked us to sneak into Tianyang City and kill Su Yuan, he must have been fully prepared. We just need to wait here for Lord Blood Crow's signal to act. At this time, a charming middle-aged woman spoke. Woo woo woo! Just as she finished her words, a rapid alarm sounded outside. At the same time, the voice of the street manager shouting with a loudspeaker could be heard downstairs. Everyone, please pay attention. There is an emergency. There is a beast tide attacking Tianyang City. Please come out quickly and evacuate to the nearest underground shelter in an orderly manner. Beasts are attacking the city. Hearing the sound downstairs, the eyes of the dozen people in the small house flashed, and they already had some guesses in their hearts. At the same time, the communication device that Blood Crow used to contact them unilaterally also rang at this moment. This is the alarm of the beast tide attacking the city. In the city hall, Zhao Zhongyue, who was originally lying leisurely on a chair, immediately stood up from his seat and rushed out of the building after hearing the alarm sounded throughout the city. Come out! With a loud shout, a handsome black eagle appeared in the open space in front of Zhao Zhongyue. The black eagle's wingspan was nearly 30 meters, and every feather on its body was as black as ink, like a painted mirror, reflecting black metallic luster under the sunlight. Not only that, Black Hawk also exudes an extremely powerful aura, which has reached the Lord level. Mayor Zhao! Just as Zhao Zhongyue was about to step on the back of Black Hawk and head outside the city wall to investigate the situation of the beast tide, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him, causing him to pause. Zhao Zhongyue turned around and saw Su Yuan also running out from the city hall building behind him. In response, Zhao Zhongyue immediately said to Su Yuan, Su Yuan, There is a beast tide attacking the city now. I have to go to the front line to command the battle. Do you remember where the treasure room I took you to before is? The 2 commander-level beast masters guarding the treasure room are both top-notch masters and can give you enough protection. Take my key and go to the treasure room now. The situation is unclear now. Remember not to run around. Your safety is more important than anything else. As he said that, Zhao Xiongyue handed a key that was used to open the treasure room to Su Yuan. This beast tide did not come early or late, but it came on the second day after the core ranking battle in Tianyang City ended. As the mayor of Tianyang City, Zhao Xiongyue was very keenly aware of the strangeness in this matter. He suspected that this was not a simple beast tide attacking the city, but was most likely done intentionally by traitors hiding in the dark, whose goal was to hunt down the geniuses of Tianyang City, especially Su Yuan. But even though the appearance of this beast tide was extremely strange, Zhao Xiongyue, as the mayor of Tianyang City and the city's strongest combat force, had to go to the front line. Therefore, Zhao Xiongyue could only let Su Yuan go to the secret room to avoid possible attacks. The 2 commander-level beast masters guarding the secret room were the 2 most powerful commander-level beast masters in Tianyang City Hall. With those 2 around, no one could hurt Su Yuan unless a lord-level strongman came in person. I understand. Su Yuan heard this, glanced at Zhao Xiongyue, who had a serious expression, took the key, and nodded heavily. Although Su Yuan also wanted to go to the front line to fight against the beast tide, Zhao Xiongyue's words also made him realize that this beast tide outbreak might not be a coincidence. For the sake of his own life, Su Yuan decided to stay in the city hall and not go anywhere. If it was really the beast tide caused by the secret enemies in order to kill this genius, Su Yuan would inevitably be assassinated by those enemies as soon as he left Tianyang City Hall. Even though he is strong and not afraid of enemies below the commander level, once he encounters a strong commander, Su Yuan will find it difficult to guarantee his own safety even if he plays all his cards. Well, be careful. Seeing Su Yuan nodded in agreement, Zhao Xiongyue no longer hesitated. He immediately jumped up and landed on his lord-level black eagle beast. The black hawk flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind that rustled Su Yuan's clothes below. He couldn't help but squint his eyes. It's time for me to go to the treasure room. Watching the black hawk and Zhao Xiongyue turning into black dots in the sky and heading towards the distance in the blink of an eye, Su Yuan tightly grasped the key in his hand, turned around and rushed towards the treasure room. Hurry! Run! The tide of beasts is catching up. Windwolf, run faster, you don't want to be eaten by the tide of beasts behind you. Help save me, I can't run anymore. Outside the city, at the north gate of Tianyang City facing the direction of the misty forest, hundreds of beast masters who were hunting ferocious beasts outside sat on their beasts and ran towards the city gate desperately. Behind these people, a huge cloud of dust was pressing towards them, like a sandstorm in the desert. The reason for the huge smoke and dust was not the weather, but the densely packed ferocious beasts in the smoke and dust. The smoke and dust in the sky were all the dust and sand splashed by the ferocious beasts running wildly and trampling on the ground. Hurry! Hurry, we are going to close the city gate. On the other side, at the north gate of Tianyang City, the city guards looked at the more than 100 people fleeing towards the city gate in the distance, and shouted at the top of their voices. At the same time, the city guards on the city wall had already opened the artillery on the wall, continuously firing one shell after another at the beast tied behind these people. Hundreds of Vulcan machine guns continuously spewed out tongues of flame, and dense bullets fell into the beast tied like raindrops, shooting and killing one after another of the less than extraordinary beasts. Even so, the speed of the beast tied outside the city rushing towards the city wall did not slow down. Among those beast masters who were desperately trying to escape, there were those who were constantly running out of energy due to long-distance running, and their speed gradually fell behind. They were drowned by the beast tide amid their desperate cries for help. In the end, only less than half of the more than 100 beast masters were able to escape back into the city. As the captain of the city guard at the city gate pressed the gate button, tens of thousands of tons of steel gates fell down, completely separating the inside and outside of the city. I was so scared, I almost couldn't come back. The dozens of surviving beast masters who successfully escaped were gasping for breath. Some people even jumped off their beasts and lay on the ground, completely limp, obviously frightened. Everyone, if you still have the strength, please come with us to resist the ferocious beasts and defend our home together. If you are already exhausted, please leave immediately. At this time, the captain of the city guards who closed the city gates said to the dozens of people who had just escaped, his voice cold. Without waiting for these people's response, the team leader led his team to guard the city gate controller that controlled the opening and closing of the city gate. At the same time, the team leader summoned all of his own beasts to block the periphery. The city gate controller is extremely important and cannot afford any mistakes. Otherwise, once the city gate is opened by someone with ulterior motives, the huge number of ferocious beasts outside will surely rush in and directly threaten the city. Let's go, let's get out of here quickly. Seeing the posture of the city guards, the beast masters who had just escaped did not dare to stay here any longer and started to leave. However, one of them was staring at the city gate controller surrounded by a group of city guards and their beasts, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. If Baldy and others were here, they would definitely recognize this person. This person was their immediate superior, Blood Crow. The mayor is here! Just as Blood Crow was about to take action to kill everyone at the door and open the city gate, a cheer suddenly came from the city wall. Hearing these cheers, Blood Crow, who was about to take action, immediately gave up the idea, lowered his head, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Then he mixed in with the crowd that had just escaped and left quickly. Mayor Zhao! On the North City Tower, the highest commander of the Northern City Guards looked at Zhao Zhongyue, who jumped down from the Black Shadow and saluted respectfully. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhongyue nodded lightly and then looked outside the city. When Zhao Zhongyue saw the scale of the beast tide rushing in from outside, even he couldn't help but frown. I saw an endless tide of beasts outside the city, and the dust raised by their running covered the sky. Even facing the suppression of various artillery and firearms and ammunition on the city walls, they were still rapidly approaching the northern wall of Tianyang City. There were also numerous ferocious beasts in the air, and the dense firepower network above the city could not prevent these flying beasts from approaching. In this beast wave attacking the city, not only were there a large number of beasts, but their quality was also incredibly strong. Extraordinary beasts could be seen everywhere, and at a glance, there were more than 100 commander-level beasts. Mayor Zhao, our firepower can only threaten ferocious beasts below the extraordinary level at most. Facing extraordinary beasts, it is difficult for us to hit them with our firepower attacks. The scale and strength of this beast tide are unprecedentedly strong. I am afraid we can't hold on with the strength of our city guards alone, the general defending the city said anxiously. Mayor Zhao, please ask all the beast tamers from all the major families and high schools in the city to come together for assistance. Only then will we have a chance to repel this wave of beasts. When Zhao Zhongyue was looking at the situation of the ferocious beasts outside the city, the general defending the city beside him requested in a hurried tone. The scale of this beast tide is indeed astonishing. Tell the brothers to defend Tianyang City with all their strength. I will ask other beast masters in the city to come to support us as soon as possible. Hearing the request of the general beside him, Zhao Zhongyue nodded solemnly. At the same time, Zhao Zhongyue waved his hand and summoned 4 more beasts. Among these 4 beasts, there are 2 lower-level beasts, and the other 2 beasts have also reached the high-level commander level. Except for the black eagle that Zhao Zhongyue summoned at the beginning, the other 4 beasts are ground beasts. The most powerful beast among them reached the 9th level of Lord. It was a Tyrannosaurus Rex covered in silver-white steel armor. It looked very similar to the Tyrannosaurus Rex on Earth. However, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's front claws were longer and larger than those of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which could provide more powerful combat power. After summoning all his beasts, Zhao Zhongyue moved his mind, and his beasts, led by the armored Tyrannosaurus, jumped down from the 50-meter-high steel wall and rushed towards the tide of beasts rushing in from outside the city. Roar! The armored Tyrannosaurus roared and rushed into the beast tide like a heavy tank. No matter how large the number of the beast tide was and how fiercely the beasts in the tide attacked, they could not leave any injuries on the armored Tyrannosaurus. On the contrary, every attack of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex was a disaster for the beasts that besieged it. No beast could withstand a single attack from the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex. Even the commanding beasts among them were easily killed instantly by the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. The other 3 beast masters also displayed their super combat power. They rushed into the beast tide and killed indiscriminately. Wherever they passed, the ferocious beasts and the beast tide fell down in large numbers. Cry! In the air, Zhao Zhongyue's lord-level black eagle let out a loud eagle cry and rushed towards the sky outside Tianyang City like lightning. The black hawk spread out its pair of iron wings, and the feathers on its wings turned into the sharpest swords. Wherever it passed, the flying beasts in the sky were all ripped open by it, and their blood spilled into the sky. But even so, Zhao Zhongyue's 4 beasts alone were unable to resist the huge tide of beasts. Except for the beast tides in several directions that were blocked by Zhao Zhongyue's beasts, the beast tides in other areas bypassed Zhao Zhongyue's beasts and advanced rapidly under the artillery fire from the city walls. All beast masters of the city guards, listen up! Summon the beasts and kill the enemy with all your might! Seeing that the beast tide below was approaching the city wall, the general defending the city immediately shouted. Under his command, thousands of various beasts suddenly appeared on the city wall. After these beasts appeared, they all landed under the city wall, forming the last line of defense in front of the city wall. Among the 30,000 city guards in the North City, beast masters account for 1/10. Among them, ordinary level beast masters accounted for the majority, while awakening level and extraordinary level beast masters accounted for less than 10%. As for commander level beast masters, including the city defending general, who was a top-level beast master, there were only 13 of them. Even if everyone summoned their own beasts, it would still not be enough when facing the endless tide of beasts. Brothers, behind us is our home and our beloved relatives, we must protect it. Don't let any ferocious beast enter Tianyang City. The general defending the city shouted loudly. Don't worry, platoon leader. These beasts can't break into Tianyang City unless they step over our dead bodies, said a soldier. Hee, we in Tianyang City are not vegetarians. With Mayor Zhao and the lord-level strongmen from various major families and high schools here, it won't be so easy for these beasts to attack us, said another soldier. That's right, once the reinforcements arrive, these beasts will have their days cut short. Ha ha! The scale of this beast tide was unprecedentedly powerful, and many of the soldiers defending the city had a fearless expression on their faces. Since the moment they joined the city guards, they have vowed to protect the safety of Tianyang City, even at the cost of their lives. If the beasts outside the city want to attack the city, they must first step over their corpses. The beasts are coming! Kill them! The beasts at the front of the beast tide crossed the line of fire and rushed to the bottom of the city wall. The battle between the two sides became fierce the moment they came into contact. Roars, shouts, and gunshots rang out continuously. Outside the city wall, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the blood quickly dyed the ground red. Although everyone fought with all their might, the number of ferocious beasts in the beast tide was simply too large. Moreover, the beasts that crossed the line of fire were even more powerful. Not long after the two sides came into contact, some ordinary beast masters in the city guards turned pale and their breath was weak. This was the backlash caused by the death of their beasts in the battle against awakened and extraordinary beasts. But even so, these city guards still held their weapons and continued to fire at the beasts below. Even if the bullets could not kill these strong beasts with thick skin and flesh, at least they could restrict the beasts' movements and support their comrades. On the city wall, Zhao Zhongyue's figure wandered around, constantly concentrating his mental strength to kill the powerful beasts near the city wall. Wherever Zhao Zhongyue passed, powerful soul arrows burst out. These soul arrow attacks easily killed the powerful beasts nearby. But Zhao Zhongyue's face was not relaxed. The targets he killed were all fierce beasts above the 7th level of transcendence, and the fierce beasts below the 7th level were left to the city guards to resist. After all, the number of ferocious beasts attacking this time is huge. Even if he is a beast master at the peak of the lord level, his mental strength is limited. It was impossible for Zhao Zhongyue to be all-round and kill all the beasts with mental attacks. If that were the case, even he would not be able to hold on for more than a few minutes before his mental power was exhausted. There are too many extraordinary and commander-level beasts in this beast tide. If it goes on any longer, the city guards alone can't stop so many beasts. Why haven't Lao Wang and the others come yet? During the fight, Zhao Zhongyue felt the rapid consumption of his mental power and frowned. Mayor Zhao, we are here! A loud voice rang out. Behind everyone, Wan Gang was standing on a flamingo, rushing towards the north of the city. On the back of the flamingo, in addition to Wan Gang, there were 7 or 8 teachers from Tianyang No. 1 Middle School. In addition, there were nearly 100 flying beasts behind the fiery bird, with as few as 3 or 4 people on board, and as many as a dozen. They were all beast masters, and they were the teachers of the 7 major high schools in Tianyang, headed by Tianyang No. 1 High School. Not only that, flying beasts carrying people also appeared from other directions. They were all reinforcements from the major families and adventurer guilds in Tianyang City. Ha ha! Brothers! Our reinforcements are here! Kill these beasts for me! The arrival of the reinforcements immediately boosted the morale of the tens of thousands of city guards on the North Tower. Zhao Zhongyue also smiled. Chapter 86. Beyond the Lord level, isn't that a king-level beast? Old Wang, you are finally here! If you had come a little later, I'm afraid many of these ferocious beasts would have rushed onto the city wall. After Wang Gang and his men landed on the north city wall, Zhao Zhongyue looked at Wang Gang beside him, sighed, and a relieved expression appeared on his face. Wang Gang smiled faintly upon hearing this. After hearing the alarm, I organized a gathering of teachers at school, and we all rode our flying beasts to rush here. Don't worry, even if the beast tide this time is unprecedentedly powerful, we will definitely overcome the difficulties if we work together. While Wang Gang and Zhao Zhongyue were talking, the principals of several other high schools came forward and greeted Zhao Zhongyue. Mayor Zhao, don't worry. Although there are many beasts in the beast tide, there are no Lord-level beasts. We, the Lord-level beast masters, will each guard an area and will definitely be able to repel this beast tide. As Wang Gang finished speaking, Lu Rin, the principal of No. 2 Middle School, also stepped forward and spoke. Well, then I'll trouble you all. Seeing this, Zhao Zhongyue nodded heavily to everyone to express his gratitude. The principals of the 7 high schools are all Lord-level beast masters. All of them came to support this time, including him, the beast master at the peak of the Lord level, that makes 8 Lord-level powerhouses. Though the northern city wall was more than 10 kilometers long, with 8 Lord-level beast masters guarding more than 1 kilometer of the city wall. Without the attack of Lord-level beasts, they would not have any pressure in killing the more powerful beasts in the beast tide. In addition, there were teachers from various high schools, powerful beast masters from various families, and beast masters from the Adventurers Guild who came one after another to assist. They will be able to defend Tianyang City. Roar! However, just as Zhao Zhongyue and other Lord-level beast masters were preparing to divide the work, outside the city, a series of imposing beast roars suddenly came from behind the beast tide. The moment these beast roars appeared, Zhao Zhongyue, Wang Gang and others' faces suddenly changed, and they all looked towards the area behind the beast tide outside the city. In the smoke and dust raised by the raging tide of beasts, 7 or 8 figures quickly rushed out from behind. Charged towards the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus that was staring at the front of the beast tide. Not only that, several loud cries were heard in the distant sky, and several figures flew rapidly from behind, heading straight for the iron-feathered black eagle in the sky. That's the swift shadow cat from the misty forest! When Wang Gang's eyes fell on one of the ferocious beasts besieging the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, his eyes suddenly widened and he shouted in shock. A few months ago, he had fought with Swift Shadow Cat in the misty forest, so he was naturally impressed. The aura of this Swift Shadow Cat immediately confirmed that the other party was the one he had fought with in the misty forest. Moreover, this Swift Shadow Cat is now even stronger than when it was repelled by him and Huangfu Shiba a few months ago. It is obvious that it has made a breakthrough in these days. Not only the Swift Shadow Cat, but also the Black Anaconda, the 3-tailed Demon Wolf, the 6-winged Centipede and the other 7 beasts are all Lord-level. There are 3 Lord-level ferocious birds in the sky. These beasts are at least level 5 lords. This time, 11 Lord-level beasts are attacking. What on earth happened in the misty forest? Wang Gang and others couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when they saw the Lord-level beast suddenly rushing out from behind the beast tide. Everyone, please take action and make sure to stop these Lord-level beasts 1,000 meters away. It was Zhao Zhongyue who reacted first, and immediately shouted to everyone. Hearing his words, everyone was shocked. Not daring to be negligent, they all summoned their own Lord-level beasts. Compared with the Lord-level ferocious beasts and the Commander-level ferocious beasts, they are much more powerful. If they got too close, even with their Lord-level beast masters blocking the way, the aftermath of the battle between the two sides would cause huge damage to the city guards on the city wall and the nearby beastmasters. Therefore, they must intercept these powerful Lord-level beasts thousands of meters away. In an instant, 7 more Lord-level beasts with powerful auras appeared outside Tianyang City. After being summoned, these beasts quickly rushed towards the Lord-level beasts in the distance. 2 of the principals of the 7 high schools possess Lord-level flying beasts, and together with Zhao Zhongyue's iron-feathered black eagle, they are just enough to deal with the 3 flying beasts. As for the remaining 5 Lord-level beasts on the ground, plus Zhao Zhongyue's 2 Lord-level beasts, there are only 7 in total. Compared with the ferocious beasts, there is 1 less. However, the gap in numbers was made up by Zhao Zhongyue's iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was at the peak of the Lord level. The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus alone stopped an 8th-level Lord and a 6th-level Lord beast. Wang Gang's obsidian python once again faced off against the swift shadow cat, and the beastmasters of other people also faced off against equally matched opponents, fighting each other. For a moment, all kinds of violent energy raged, and every collision between the two sides was earth-shaking. The aftermath of the attacks from both sides were more terrifying than the artillery attacks from the city walls. As a result, the ferocious beasts that rushed to the vicinity during the beast tide were killed in the aftermath of the battle between these Lord-level ferocious beasts and the beast masters. But even so, the ferocious beasts behind the beast tide still ran towards Tianyang City fearlessly. The tide of ferocious beasts stretched for more than 10 kilometers, and the beasts on both sides even crossed the northern wall of Tianyang City and rushed towards the east and west walls. This forced the 2 generals defending the city who had originally planned to dispatch personnel to support the North City to give up this move. Make every effort to defend against the ferocious beasts rushing towards you from both sides. The beast tamers from the east and west city districts who were rushing to support the North City also gave up their support, climbed up the east and west city towers, and began to assist in the defense of the 2 city walls. Outside the North City, the fierce battle is still in full swing. Zhao Zhongyue's face became more solemn as he looked at the river of blood outside the city, with corpses of ferocious beasts and broken limbs scattered everywhere. In the past, after suffering such heavy losses, the impact of the beast tide would gradually weaken. Especially the beast tide led by the Lord-level ferocious beasts. After the Lord-level ferocious beasts appear, they will even stop and wait for the final result of the Lord-level battle between the two sides. If a Lord-level beast wins, it will continue to charge. Once the leading Lord-level beast is defeated, the remaining beasts in the beast tide will quickly flee. However, this time, the scale of the beast tide was unprecedentedly large, and the Lord-level beasts that appeared were far more numerous than before. Now, even though all the Lord-level beasts have been intercepted, the remaining beasts are still attacking continuously. Even those Lord-level beasts were attacking desperately as if they were injected with chicken blood. This was obviously unreasonable. Mayor Zhao, these Lord-level beasts are more crazy and desperate than ever before. I feel like there's an even more powerful being behind this beast tide. Only in this way can we drive these Lord-level beasts to fight for a long time without giving up and fearing death. On the side, Wang Gang's face also became serious, and he expressed his own judgment. Being able to drive a Lord-level 8th-level beast to attack a city without regard for its life, even a Lord-level beast at its peak cannot do that. I'm afraid that the mastermind behind this beast tide is already stronger than the Lord level. Hearing this, Zhao Zhongyue took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. Beyond the Lord level! Hearing his words, the other principals couldn't help but tremble in their hearts and look horrified. Above the Lord is the King level. If this beast tide is really driven by a King-level ferocious beast, even if Tianyang City uses all means, it will probably fall this time. Chapter 87, The Devil Bat. Haha, with these Lord-level beasts attracting Lord-level beast masters like Zhao Zhongyue, my actions in Tianyang City will be much more convenient. Tianyang City Hall, we really need to give Baldi a great credit this time. Go, everyone, it would be best if all the Lord-level beast tamers joined the battle. Inside the city, in a tall building, Blood Crow stood on the roof, looking at the battle outside the North City with a smug smile on his face. Afterwards, he took out the communicator from his waist and contacted his subordinates who had been arranged to enter Tianyang City in advance. Zhao Zhongyue and others have been let out. Everyone, go to the city hall immediately and find that kid Su Yuan and kill him. I'll be there soon! After saying that, Blood Crow did not stay any longer. He turned around and left the tall building, heading quickly towards the direction of Tianyang City Hall. At the same time, Baldy and others who received the news also led their respective teams towards the direction of Tianyang City Hall. At that time, outside Tianyang City, in the north of the city, near the direction of the Misty Forest, there is a wilderness area 20 kilometers away. Ferocious beasts continued to rush out from the Misty Forest behind and headed towards Tianyang City. In the smoke and dust caused by the rush of beasts in the wilderness, a black bat with a wingspan of more than 30 meters raised its hands and flapped its pair of fleshy wings to keep its body suspended in the air. At the same time, sound waves invisible to the naked eye continued to spread out in all directions, with the giant black bat as the center. The invisible sound waves enveloped all the ferocious beasts below, causing them to run desperately in one direction with crazy eyes. In the endless smoke and dust, a figure stood tall in the air, standing on the void without any beast by his side. Within half a meter around him, there seemed to be an invisible barrier that blocked all the sand and dust around him and prevented them from getting close to him. This person was none other than the old man who had shown great admiration for Su Yuan in the crowd in the central square of Tianyang City. If Zhao Zhongyue and others saw such a scene, they would certainly be shocked. Standing in the air without the help of any beast is something that even Zhao Zhongyue, who is at the peak of the Lord level, cannot do. The only ones who can do this are the king-level beast masters who are above the Lord beast masters. This old man with white hair and a youthful face can stand in the air, so he must be at least a king-level beast master. It's actually a lord-level bewitching demonic bat. I haven't seen this kind of demonic beast in a long time. It seems that my guess was correct. The beast tide that hit Tianyang City this time was indeed done by those rats from the Demon God Church. Heh, a peak lord-level bewitching demon bat. This rat is quite powerful. If we can capture it alive, we will surely be able to get a lot of important information. The other party actually dared to use the abyss demonic beast, such as the confused sound demon bat, to trigger such a large-scale beast tide to attack Tianyang City. It seems that the target this time must be the genius Su Yuan. In that case, I will let you live a little longer. The old man glanced at the confusing sound bat under his feet calmly, raised the corner of his mouth and chuckled. Then he took a step forward, and his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant like a ghost, and rushed towards the direction of Tianyang City Hall in the air at lightning speed. He came here just for Su Yuan. Therefore, he knew all about Su Yuan staying in the City Hall for the past 2 days. After realizing that the target of the man in the dark was Su Yuan, he had to rush back to the City Hall as soon as possible to provide Su Yuan with foolproof security. As for why the old man didn't execute the confusing sound demon bat on the spot after discovering it, the culprit that caused the beast tide, it was because he was worried that as soon as he killed the confusing sound demon bat, this guy's beast master would immediately notice it and thus give up his plan to attack Su Yuan. In this way, his plan to capture alive a member of the Demon God Church who is at least at the peak of the Lord level would be in vain. The people from the Demon God Church wanted to assassinate Su Yuan, so he also wanted to take advantage of their trick and catch these guys in one fell swoop. The bewitching magic bats below were completely unaware of the old man's departure, and had no idea that they had been exposed. They were still tirelessly releasing bewitching magic sounds, driving a large number of ferocious beasts to rush towards Tianyang City like a tide. Above the battlefield in the northern part of Tianyang City, the old man's figure flashed across the clouds at an extremely fast speed like a phantom, but his aura was completely restrained, not revealing a single bit. The beasts controlled by Zhao Zhongyue, Wang Gang and others, whether in the sky or on the ground, who were fighting fiercely in the north of the city, had no idea about this. At this moment, Zhao Zhongyue, who used his mental power to condense a soul arrow and killed another third-order ferocious beast, looked up at the sky with some confusion. But nothing unusual was found. He just felt a little strange about this, but didn't think much about it. Instead, he continued to fight against the ferocious beasts near the city wall. Although with the participation of these Lord-level beast masters, they were able to block the Lord-level beasts in the beast tide. However, the number of extraordinary and commander-level beasts in this beast tide far exceeds that of the beast masters of the same level in Tianyang City. Therefore, after summoning their own beasts to block the Lord-level beasts in the beast tide, Zhao Zhongyue, Yuan gang and other 8 beast masters still dispersed, each responsible for an area, clearing out those powerful beasts and reducing the pressure on the beast masters defending the city. Even without a beast tamer, the mental power of a lord-level beast tamer can easily kill the soul of a commander-level beast. It was also with the help of Zhao Xiongyu and other lord-level beast masters that the city guards and the extraordinary and commander-level beast masters who came to support from the city were able to barely hold back these ferocious beasts and prevent them from breaking through the defenses of the city walls and entering the city. As for the lord-level beast masters from the major families, they went to the east and west city walls under Zhao Xiongyu's arrangement to help resist the attacks of the ferocious beasts that bypassed the north city from both sides. Fierce battles were taking place on the east, west, and north sides of Tianyang City. Tianyang City Hall was surprisingly quiet. At this time, Baldy and a group of people sneaked up to the city hall. Lord Blood Crow has a good plan. Now most of the Beastmasters in the city hall have gone to the front line. This time it will be much easier for us to kill Su Yuan. He glanced at the city hall building, which was guarded by only a few people, and chuckled. After checking his watch, the bald man took out the masks and asked all his accomplices to wear them. Then he led his men directly to the municipal building. Kill! Not only on his side, but people from other directions of the municipal building also took action at the same time, summoning their beasts and rushing into the municipal building from all directions. Chapter 88 Su Yuan, I would like you to go fishing. Boom, boom, boom. Roar! Ouch! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Everyone, fight! Defend the municipal building! The correspondent should contact Mayor Zhao immediately and tell him about the situation here. In the municipal building, as Baldy and other killers rushed in, violent roars of beasts suddenly rang out all around. The remaining guards immediately sounded the alarm and summoned their own beasts to join the battle. It's just that Baldy and his group are very powerful. In their team of hundreds of people, each person's strength is at least at the high-level awakening level. Among the dozen or so team leaders, the weakest one is also at the extraordinary level. The majority of them were captains at the commander level, and there were even 2 strong men at the peak of the commander level. In addition, Baldy and his men suddenly rushed out and caught the remaining personnel off guard. For a moment, the guards who remained at the municipal building were beaten back step by step. There's something going on outside. Someone's breaking in. This time, when the beast tide attacked the city, the municipal building was attacked. These 2 events are definitely related. Those guys outside are probably targeting Su Yuan. Brother Su Yuan, please take refuge in the treasure room now. Yes, little brother Su Yuan, the treasure room was built by the mayor at great expense. As long as the door is closed, only a lord-level strongman can break in. Outside the treasure room, Su Yuan was not in a hurry to enter the treasure room. At this moment, after hearing the sounds of fighting coming from outside the municipal building, the 2 commander-level beast masters guarding the treasure room immediately spoke to Su Yuan. As Zhao Xiongyu's confidants, the 2 are among the strongest guards in the municipal building. They are well aware of how much Zhao Xiongyu values Su Yuan. Even if they died now, Su Yuan must not allow any accidents to happen. Yeah, I got it. After hearing what the 2 said, Su Yuan no longer hesitated and prepared to enter the treasure room to take refuge. Although Su Yuan has the strength to fight against the 1st and 2nd level ferocious beasts, now even the faces of the 2 high-level powerful commanders beside him are so solemn. One can imagine how powerful the enemy that broke into the municipal building this time is. Moreover, the other party dared to attack the municipal building in a high-profile manner. Su Yuan simply did not believe that there was no lord-level beast master backing them up. If the other party's target is really him, once he shows up, the enemy will definitely kill him as soon as possible. Facing a commander-level beastmaster, Su Yuan might be able to resist a little, but facing a lord-level strongman, he has no room for resistance at all. No need, you guys go out together. Just as Su Yuan was about to open the door of the treasure room and enter, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. The sudden voice immediately made Su Yuan's hair stand on end. He quickly turned around and stared in horror at the old man who suddenly appeared behind him. Who is it? Not only Su Yuan, but even the 2 commander-level beastmasters beside him were all nervous at this moment, staring with horror at the old man who suddenly appeared. The old man's appearance was extremely abrupt. Even though both of them possessed the strength to command an 8th level being, they still had no idea how the other person appeared. In this situation, there is only one possibility, that is, the opponent's strength far exceeds theirs. Haha, don't be nervous, I'm not an enemy. The old man looked at Yuan and the other two, who looked like they were facing a formidable enemy, ready to fight at any moment, and smiled and waved his hand. Seeing that the three people still did not let down their guard, the old man had no choice but to cough and continue. Yuan, I saw your performance in the ring the day before yesterday. Your two beasts are extremely extraordinary, and you are indeed a rare genius to have become an extraordinary beast master in such a short period of time. I am the instructor of Jojo Academy, Song Jinfeng, a king-level beast master. I came here to bring Yuan back to Jojo Academy. What I didn't expect was that those scums of the Demon God Church actually set their sights on you. But don't worry, with me here, those scum of the Demon God Church will never be able to hurt you in the slightest. Song Jinfeng looked at Yuan with a smile on his face. Jojo Academy instructor, king-level beast master. Song Jinfeng's words made Yuan and the other two commander-level guards tremble all over, with horror on their faces and huge waves in their hearts. The three of them never expected that the old man in front of them was actually a king-level beast master. A king-level beast master? That's someone Zhao Zhongyue has to be respectful to whenever he sees him. Yuan meets Senior Song! Taking a deep breath, Yuan took the lead and greeted Song Jinfeng respectfully. Zhao Zhongyue and Wang Gang had already told him the news that Jojo Academy had admitted him in advance, and he also knew that Jojo Academy would send someone to pick him up soon. But what he didn't expect was that the one who came would be a king-level beast master. Any instructor is a king-level beast master. Jojo Academy is indeed the top-notch academy among all beast master colleges. After greeting Song Jinfeng, Yuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After him, the other two also reacted and quickly saluted Song Jinfeng respectfully. They no longer doubted Song Jinfeng's words. After all, the opponent's strength was right in front of them. A king-level beast master could kill the three of them with just a flick of his finger, so there was no need to lie to them. Seeing this, Song Jinfeng also smiled and nodded. After saying hello, Yuan remembered what Song Jinfeng said at the beginning, and then asked curiously. Senior Song, I wonder what you meant by asking us to leave just now. Seeing this, Song Jinfeng did not keep the suspense and immediately told Yuan and the other two what he had found out and the plan he was going to implement. I see. After listening to Song Jinfeng's brief description, Yuan nodded in sudden enlightenment. Then, he said to Song Jinfeng. Senior Song, let's go out and fish out that big fish. Let's go too. After Yuan finished speaking, the two commander-level guards beside him also spoke immediately. Well, go ahead and don't worry. With me here, none of the rats that sneaked into Tianyang City today will be able to escape. Song Jinfeng heard what the three people said and nodded with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared out of thin air in front of Yuan and the other two. He comes and goes without a trace. So strong! This is the strength of a king-level beast master! Watching Song Jinfeng disappear before their eyes, Yuan and the other two were shocked again, marveling at the extraordinariness of the king-level beast master. You two, let's go out together! Good! The three of them looked at each other, immediately left the door of the treasure room and rushed outside. Soon, the three of them rushed to the outside of the municipal building, which had already suffered considerable damage in the battle. Not only that, the guards who stayed behind in the municipal building also suffered casualties. Young friend Yuan, we will help you break out! After the three people came out, the two commander-level strongmen beside Yuan shouted and immediately summoned their own beasts to cover Yuan's breakout. Chapter 89 Yuan is dead. Yuan is there! Quick! Kill him! This roar immediately attracted the attention of everyone nearby. Someone shouted, and all the killers from the Demon God Church turned their attention to Yuan and the other two. After determining Yuan's location, everyone rushed towards him regardless of the consequences. Everyone, protect Yuan! We have already informed the mayor of the situation. Everyone must hold out until the mayor returns. Seeing the people around him rushing towards him frantically, someone next to Yuan immediately shouted. Hearing this, the guards who stayed at the municipal building also began to gather towards the three people. With the addition of 2 8th-level commanders, the remaining guards were also greatly encouraged and tried their best to resist the enemies in front of them who were trying to kill Su Yuan. Su Yuan also summoned 2 beasts, Xiao Xian and Xiao Yan, to join the battle. For a while, the strength of both sides was almost equal, and they fell into a stalemate. This guy really is hiding in the municipal building. Now that he's out, it's time for this good show to end. In a high-rise building hundreds of meters away from the municipal building, Blood Crow, who had been silently following the battle situation, looked through the window at Su Yuan, who appeared not far away, with a sinister smile on his face. At the same time, "Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. This time, the beast tide was caused by someone secretly plotting something bad. Anyone who can mobilize a beast tide of this magnitude must be powerful enough not to be underestimated. If the enemy sneaks into the municipal building and attacks Su Yuan while I am resisting the beast tide, the treasure room may not be able to withstand the enemy's attack." On the north city wall of Tianyang City, Zhao Zhongyue received an urgent message from the guards of the city hall, and his face suddenly changed. Taking a look at the ferocious beasts outside the city that were still rushing towards this side in dense numbers, as well as those powerful lord-level ferocious beasts, Zhao Zhongyue frowned even deeper. On the northern battlefield, he teamed up with the principals of Tianyang City's 7 high schools and was able to maintain a balance in a stalemate with 11 lord-level beasts. Moreover, he has the strongest strength and bears the greatest pressure. If he withdrew from the battle and turned back to rescue, the battle in the north of the city would soon become passive, and there was even a possibility that the ferocious beasts would break through the defense and rush into the city. During this period of time, millions of people in the city had not had time to take refuge in shelters. Once the ferocious beast tears through the defenses in the north of the city, millions of people in Tianyang City will suffer a devastating disaster. What to do? On one side is the genius Su Yuan, and on the other side are millions of people in Tianyang City. At this moment, even Zhao Zhongyue found it difficult to make a decision. Forget it. Su Yuan is more important. Zhao Zhongyue gritted his teeth, looked fierce, and made a decision. At the same time, he immediately shouted loudly to Wang Gang and others. "Principals, the enemy's target is Su Yuan. They have already reached the city hall. I need to rush back to rescue him immediately. I'll leave this place to you. I, Zhao Zhongyue, beg you to do your best to hold back these lord-level beasts as much as possible, rescue Su Yuan and rush back immediately." "What? Su Yuan is in danger." In the distance, Wang Gang heard what Zhao Zhongyue said and his face changed suddenly. But soon, he realized that the situation was urgent and there was no time to waste. He immediately shouted loudly, "Mayor Zhao, please come back for help as soon as possible. Even if I risk my life, I will not let these lord-level beasts set foot in Tianyang City." After saying that, a determined look appeared in Wang Gang's eyes. If it really came to a last resort, even if he had to detonate his own beast, he would drag a few lord-level beasts with him to die together. "Please!" Hearing this, Zhao Zhongyue nodded heavily, and immediately recalled his strongest armored Tyrannosaurus. In addition to the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, the iron-feathered Black Hawk in the sky was also summoned by him, and withdrew from the battle. After taking the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus back into the beast-taming space, Zhao Zhongyue jumped up and landed on the iron-feathered Black Eagle. The iron-feathered Black Hawk flapped its wings and flew rapidly towards the Tianyang City Hall. "Old buddy, I'll help you to catch those 2 guys." After Zhao Zhongyue left, Wang Gang's face became resolute. A set of pitch-black armor appeared on his body, and a black heavy sword almost as tall as him appeared in his hand. After putting on the equipment, Wang Gang flashed and jumped down from the city wall, rushing towards a lord-level beast that appeared in the distance. "Old Wang is going to fight to the death. There is a big gap between the strength of a beastmaster and a beast of the same level. What's more, the beast that Lao Wang picked is 1 level higher than him. Even with the help of equipment, it won't last long. Now I just hope that Mayor Zhao can come back as soon as possible, or that there are other lord-level beastmasters who can come to support us. It's the only way. Old Wang has blocked the beast that was vacant. There are 2 left. Let the 6 of us share the burden. Let's go together. Kill!" Seeing one gang so resolutely attacking the Lord-level beast outside the city, Lu Rin and the other 5 principals all changed their expressions. But they also reacted quickly. The 6 of them joined forces to surround the other 2 ferocious beasts, and kept them at a distance of 1,000 meters north of Tianyang City. Roar! Just as Zhao Zhongyue was desperately rushing towards the city hall, after Su Yuan appeared, the blood crow no longer hid. He stood on a tall building and jumped down. A blood-red crow beast appeared at his feet, caught it, and then flew straight towards Su Yuan, who was hundreds of meters away. After seeing the 2 8th-level beast masters guarding Su Yuan, Blood Crow knew that if he did not take action, he would not be able to kill Su Yuan in a short period of time, relying solely on the people under his command. Now that they have entered Tianyang City, the news of sneaking into the city hall to assassinate Su Yuan must have reached Zhao Zhongyue's ears, and he doesn't have much time left. He has not reached the strength of a king-level beastmaster, but only has 2 beastmasters at the peak of the lord level. Although his overall strength is above Zhao Zhongyue's, he currently has a lord-level peak beast controlling bat, which needs to maintain the beast tide, and he cannot get away for the time being. If he meets Zhao Zhongyue now, there won't be much gap between the 2 sides. Moreover, this is the center of Tianyang City. Once he is held back by Zhao Zhongyue and other lord-level warriors arrive, he will have no chance to escape even if he wants to. Now, only if he takes action personally can he quickly get rid of Su Yuan and escape from here immediately. The bloodthirsty black crow crossed a distance of hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye and appeared above the city hall. That's a beast at the peak of the lord level. Feeling the terrifying oppression brought by the bloodthirsty black crow, Su Yuan immediately turned his head and immediately discovered that the strength of the bloodthirsty black crow was as high as the peak of the Gundam Lord. This is the strongest beast he has ever seen. The bloodthirsty black crow. It's Lord Blood Crow's bloodthirsty black crow. With Lord Blood Crow taking action, Su Yuan is dead. Ha ha! When Baldy and other Blood Crow's men saw Blood Crow take action, they were overjoyed and cheered. Su Yuan, die! The Blood Crows stood on the bloodthirsty black crow, looked fiercely at Su Yuan, who was protected in the middle by everyone, and shouted coldly. The bloodthirsty black crow under his feet flapped its wings, and a violent energy burst out, condensing into a ball of black flame with a diameter of more than 10 meters, which suddenly blasted towards Su Yuan and others. This ball of black flame carried an extremely terrifying aura, causing Su Yuan and others' pupils to shrink suddenly. Under such a terrifying attack, even a top-notch beastmaster would be doomed to die. At this moment, except for Su Yuan and 2 8th-level guards, the other guards of the city hall looked pale and their eyes were full of despair. Chapter 90 King Level, so terrifying. Boom! As the black flames fell, a violent energy was suddenly released, and the terrifying roar was deafening. A powerful shock wave also came, surging in all directions. The municipal building, which had already suffered considerable damage, collapsed under this impact. Even under the powerful aftermath, some beasts of some members of the Demon God Church who did not have time to dodge were sent flying in the violent impact and suffered serious injuries. After being hit by such a powerful attack, Su Yuan and others will definitely not survive. Our mission is completed, let's retreat quickly. Looking at the burning black flames, Baldy and the others smiled and said they were about to retreat. However, they did not notice that the blood crow standing on the bloodthirsty black crow was frowning and staring at the direction covered by the black flames below. Buzz! At this moment, a breath even more powerful than the bloodthirsty black crow suddenly burst out, and the powerful aura directly destroyed all the black flames. When the black flames dissipated, an old man with white hair and a youthful face appeared beneath the black flames. Behind the old man, Su Yuan and others were standing there unharmed. The full-strength attack from the bloodthirsty black crow just now did not hurt Su Yuan and others at all. How is this possible? Faced with Lord Blood Crow's attack, these people were not hurt at all. This must be fake. Am I hallucinating? This scene immediately froze the smiles on Baldy and the others' faces, and everyone stared at everything in front of them with wide eyes in disbelief. Not good! Withdraw! In the sky, Blood Crow stared at the old man who was standing calmly in front of Su Yuan below. His face suddenly changed and an indescribable fear rose in his heart. Without using any beasts, he was able to block all the attacks from the bloodthirsty black crow at the peak of the Lord level, and even prevented the dozens of people and dozens of beasts behind him from suffering any harm. Even a Beastmaster at the top Lord level can't do it. The old man below was obviously much stronger than the Lord's peak Beastmaster. A king-level Beastmaster, definitely a king-level Beastmaster. Damn it, how could there be such a powerful person as a king-level beast tamer here? The blood crow turned and fled without any hesitation, not even daring to look back. But even so, he still doesn't feel safe at all. Because if the other party is really a king-level Beastmaster, then even if he tries his best today, the chance of escape is less than 1 in 10,000. Now that you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? At this moment, a light voice sounded in Blood Crow's ears. The Blood Crow was so frightened when he heard the voice that his soul was scared to death. When he looked forward again, he found that the old man had appeared in front of him out of thin air, with his hands behind his back and his feet on the air. Stepping on the void! He is truly a king-level Beastmaster! Looking at the old man who appeared in front of him, Blood Crow widened his eyes in fear, no longer having the expression he had when he tried to kill Yuan before. Let's fight! Looking at the enemy in front of him, the Blood Crow gritted his teeth and ordered the bloodthirsty black crow under his feet to fly towards the enemy. He summoned another flying beast, jumped onto the flying beast he had just summoned, and flew away. As for the bloodthirsty black crow that rushed towards Song Jinfeng, its whole body began to swell rapidly, and it was obvious that it wanted to use self-destruction to delay Song Jinfeng, the king-level Beastmaster. This was the only way Blood Crow could think of to give himself a chance to escape. With his strength at the peak of the Lord level, he simply had no capital to fight against the king-level Beastmaster. He could only cut his wrist and flesh, and kill his own beast, which was at the peak of the Lord's power, in order to delay Song Jinfeng for a while. Haha, you are decisive. Unfortunately, in front of a king-level Beastmaster, a Beastmaster at the peak of the Lord level can't even self-destruct. Looking at the bloodthirsty black crow whose body was constantly expanding and rushing towards him, Song Jinfeng's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. As soon as Song Jinfeng finished speaking, without any movement, the aura of the bloodthirsty black crow in front of him suddenly dropped drastically. The swollen body also shrank back to its normal size. At the same time, a ferocious beast crystal core the size of a baby's fist directly broke through the head of the bloodthirsty black crow and fell into Song Jinfeng's hands. A sure kill without any suspense. Just as Song Jinfeng said, a Beastmaster at the peak of the Lord level couldn't even self-destruct in front of him. Below, Yuan and others were watching this scene, all with shock on their faces. Without any movement, Senior Song actually killed the bloodthirsty black crow at the peak of the Lord level in an instant. How did he do it? Too terrifying. This is the strength of a king-level Beastmaster. A Beastmaster at the peak of the Lord level is just like a toy in front of him. It's so terrifying. When will I be able to have such strong strength? Below, seeing Song Jinfeng instantly kill the bloodthirsty black crow without even moving a finger, the city hall guards around Yuan were shocked and full of admiration. On the contrary, the other members of the Demon God Church present were watching all this with horror on their faces, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, and they even forgot to run away. Puff! In the air, the blood crow, which was standing on the beast and running away madly, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The bloodthirsty black crow was killed, and he also suffered a great backlash at this moment, and was seriously injured. Just as the blood crow reached out to wipe the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, Song Jinfeng, who had killed the bloodthirsty black crow, suddenly appeared in front of him. It seems that I can't escape today. Looking at Song Jinfeng standing in front of him, Blood Crow gave a helpless smile. I didn't expect that there is a king-level Beastmaster in the small city of Tianyang. Today is my bad luck. I admit defeat. Looking at Song Jinfeng who was standing in front of him leisurely, Blood Crow sighed helplessly. As he said this, a determined look appeared on his face, and he planned to commit suicide here. It's so hard to find a decent live fish. I can't let you die so easily. As soon as Song Jinfeng saw Blood Crow's expression, he knew what he was going to do. Song Jinfeng just snorted lightly, and an extremely powerful invisible mental force suddenly rushed out and landed on the Blood Crow. The Blood Crow's whole body trembled, its eyes suddenly became dull, and finally it fell on its own beast with a bang. Seeing this, Song Jinfeng flashed to the side of the blood crow and captured it immediately. As for the beast under Song Jinfeng's feet, he killed it without mercy. Chapter 91 The Beast Tide Retreats. Lord Blood Crow has been captured. Everyone, run! Run! Run as many as you can! It's over, everything is over. With a king-level beastmaster here, we can't escape at all. In the city hall square, Baldy and others looked at the scene in the air. Each of them was horrified and shouted in horror. Hundreds of people were thrown into chaos in an instant. They didn't dare to stay and began to flee desperately towards the city hall. Brothers, kill them! Avenge our dead brothers! Seeing these people trying to escape, the guards at the city hall reacted immediately and shouted loudly. At the same time, he called on the beasts to kill the fleeing members of the demon god church. Since we are here, we will die. You all should stay with me. In midair, Song Jinfeng held the seriously injured and unconscious blood crow in one hand like a chicken, looked at the followers of the demon god church below, and snorted coldly. When his voice rang out, hundreds of people from the demon god church froze as if they were hit by a spell, and finally fell to the ground. Even their respective beasts were like this. Song Jinfeng subdued hundreds of beast masters with just one sentence, which shocked Su Yuan and others again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just when everyone was dealt with by Song Jinfeng, a black shadow flew rapidly from a distance over the Tianyang City Hall. The black shadow stopped after it reached above the City Hall. Su Yuan looked up and found that the visitor was Zhao Zhongyue's Lord-level iron-feathered black eagle. It's the mayor's iron-feathered black eagle. The mayor is back! When the others saw this, they immediately recognized the iron-feathered black hawk, and everyone showed surprise on their faces. Tianyang Mayor Zhao Zhongyue, nice to meet you, senior! On the back of the iron-feathered black eagle, Zhao Zhongyue no longer cared about the mess in the municipal square. Instead, he looked respectfully at Song Jinfeng, who was standing in the air holding the blood raven in one hand, and said, Zhao Zhongyue himself is a beastmaster at the peak of the lord level. He knows very well that it is impossible for a lord-level beastmaster to stand in the air. Song Jinfeng was able to stand in the air without the help of any beast. Such a strong man could only be in existence beyond the lord level. You've come just in time. I'll leave these guys to you to watch over while I go deal with the beast tied outside. By the way, this guy is a top-level beastmaster who I captured alive. He must know a lot of secrets of the demon god church. I still have use for him. Don't let him die. Seeing Zhao Zhongyue greeting him respectfully, Song Jinfeng nodded, then waved his hand and threw the seriously injured and unconscious blood crow towards Zhao Zhongyue. Zhao Zhongyue looked at the figure thrown towards him and did not dare to delay, so he quickly reached out to catch it. After Zhao Zhongyue took over the seriously injured and unconscious blood crow, before he could open his mouth to respond, Song Jinfeng had already disappeared from the spot. What a fast speed! Even I couldn't see how the other party left. With such speed, this senior is definitely an extremely powerful existence even among the king-level beastmasters. Zhao Zhongyue glanced around and didn't see Song Jinfeng. He was shocked and a look of horror appeared on his face. After whispering a few exclamations, he looked down, looking for Su Yuan. After discovering that Su Yuan was unharmed, Zhao Zhongyue's heart finally settled down. As soon as the thought came to his mind, the iron-feathered black hawk brought Zhao Zhongyue to the municipal square. Su Yuan, I rushed back as soon as I received the news. I'm glad you're okay. Su Yuan, if I'm not mistaken, the king-level beastmaster just now should be the instructor of Jojo Academy, right? After landing, Zhao Zhongyue came directly to Su Yuan, patted Su Yuan's shoulder with a smile, and said, Yes, the other party is Song Jinfeng, the instructor of Jojo Academy. Teacher Song actually came to Tianyang City 2 days ago. He also watched the competition among our core students in Tianyang City. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan nodded and briefly recounted the entire situation of Song Jinfeng's encounter with him outside the treasure room. It seems that Mr. Song has long been aware of the actions of the demon god church. He even thought of using you to lure out this peak lord traitor. He really deserves to be a king-level beastmaster. After listening to Su Yuan's story, Zhao Zhongyue's face was full of emotion. After finding out the general situation from Su Yuan, Zhao Xiongyu directed the surrounding guards to clean up the battlefield. This time, the Demon God Church mobilized the only force called on by Blood Crow, a beast master at the top Lord level. The others were all below the Lord level, and compared to the Blood Crows, the remaining people did not know much information about the Demon God Church. But even so, Song Jinfeng did not kill these people. He only killed their beasts, leaving them seriously injured and unconscious. The reason for leaving so many people alive is to be able to extract useful information about the Demon God Church from them. Under the command of Zhao Zhongyue, the remaining 40 or so guards began to quickly clean up the battlefield. At the same time, outside the northern wall of Tianyang City, Wang Gang was still fighting a desperate battle with the 8th level ferocious beast Iron Armored Giant Lizard opposite him. After only less than 3 minutes of fighting, Wang Gang's armor had already been cracked in several places. His right hand holding the heavy sword was shaking involuntarily, his face was slightly pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth that had not been wiped clean, looking quite embarrassed. With a clang sound, Wang Gang raised his sword and blocked the sharp claws of the 8th level Lord's iron-armored giant lizard in front of him that were slapping towards him. A powerful force was transmitted through the heavy sword he was holding tightly, causing his palms to shake violently and forcing him to take 3 steps back. With every step he took, he left footprints several inches deep on the ground beneath his feet. However, after Wang Gang stabilized his body, he raised his sword again without any hesitation and rushed towards the iron-armored giant lizard that he had stopped again, shouting, "You beast! As long as I'm alive, you can't get through!" Roar! The only response from Wang Gang was the iron-armored monitor lizard's even more angry and loud roar. The next moment, the two fought again. Even though Wang Gang was already at a disadvantage and had suffered serious injuries, he was not afraid at all and fought with a completely reckless attitude. Not far from Wang Gang, Lu Ren and 2 other beastmasters besieged a 6th level Lord Beast, and the 2 sides were barely able to maintain a stalemate. Seeing Wang Gang struggling to resist the 8th level Lord Beast alone, they had no time to spare. "These beasts have gone crazy. Even the Lord level beasts have lost their minds. The people controlling the beasts must be very powerful. They mobilized such a large force to lead the beast tide to attack the city just to kill Su Yuan. This shows how much the enemy behind the scenes values Su Yuan. I hope Mayor Zhao can get rid of the enemies in the city as soon as possible and rush back to guard the northern part of Tianyang City. We won't be able to hold on for much longer." Lu Ren and other high school principals analyzed the current situation, and everyone's heart was cast with a shadow. Roar! Just as several people were thinking this in their hearts, the Lord-level beast that was originally besieged by them suddenly growled. The eyes that were originally filled with violence and madness instantly regained clarity. The next moment, this Lord-level beast turned around and fled without even looking back. Not only Lu Ren and his 2 companions, but also the other 3 people and Wang Gang who were facing Lord-level beasts showed the same behavior, including the Lord-level beasts that their own beast masters were fighting against. Almost in the blink of an eye, a total of 11 Lord-level ferocious beasts in the sky and on the ground retreated without any stopping. Not only these 11 Lord-level beasts, but the millions of beasts in the entire beast tide were shocked, and their violent eyes suddenly regained clarity. Especially the ferocious beasts in front of the beast tide, when they saw the piles of ferocious beast corpses in front of them, and the Tianyang City beast tamers fighting desperately. These ferocious beasts were all terrified, and followed the 11 Lord-level ferocious beasts away. Why did the beast tide retreat so suddenly? Looking at the change in the iron-armored giant lizard's demeanor just now, it seems that the person behind it has released its control and regained consciousness. In the center of the battlefield, Wang Gang held a heavy sword in his hand, staring at the rapidly fleeing herd of beasts, and doubts suddenly arose in his heart. Not only Wang Gang, but everyone else looked at each other in confusion as they watched the fleeing tide of beasts, not knowing the reason. While everyone in the north of the city was still confused, Song Jinfeng was already in the misty forest. At Song Jinfeng's feet, the confusing demon bat that caused the beast tide was lying tightly on the ground, with a big hole on its head. The crystal core of the ferocious beast inside was held in Song Jinfeng's hand and played with it. The source of the beast tide has been resolved. Now that this matter is settled, it's time to take Su Yuan back to the academy. Wang Gang glanced at the confusing demon bat beside him, casually put away the crystal core of the beast in his hand, and disappeared in a flash. Chapter 92, Leaving, This Route is Wrong. After Song Jinfeng eliminated the bewitching demon bat and caused all the ferocious beasts in the beast tide to flee, he returned to Tianyang City. Zhao Zhongyue is extremely efficient in his work. When Song Jinfeng returned to the city hall, all the members of the Demon God Church had been controlled and detained. However, due to the previous war, the damaged municipal building could not be rebuilt in a short period of time, making it difficult to receive guests. After Song Jinfeng returned to Tianyang City, Zhao Zhongyue and Wang Gang invited him to meet at Tianyang No. 1 Middle School, and Su Yuan also went with them. Reception room of Tianyang No. 1 Middle School. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Zhao Zhongyue and Wang Gang, Song Jinfeng looked at Su Yuan and said with a smile, "Su Yuan, Jojo Academy received information about you from Mayor Zhao and has admitted you in advance. It's a long journey to Jojo Academy. If there is nothing else to deal with, let's set off tomorrow. You can go home today and spend time with your family and friends. If nothing unexpected happens, you will probably have to wait until the end of the year before you can come back after going to Jojo Academy." Su Yuan shook his head upon hearing this, and said with a bitter smile, "Teacher Song, my parents were originally members of the city guards. They died in a beast tide when I was a child. Now I am alone, without any worries, and I can set off at any time." Su Yuan's words made Song Jinfeng stunned. He glanced at Wang Gang and Zhao Zhongyue inadvertently, and after seeing their expressions, he knew that what Su Yuan said was true. This also made his voice lower a little, and then he said, "Well, if we set off a day earlier, we can arrive at Kyushu Academy earlier. In that case, let's go to Jojo Academy." After saying this, he looked at Zhao Zhongyue again and said solemnly, "Mayor Zhao, I have informed the people at the Demon Suppression Bureau about the demon god cult followers captured today. They will come tomorrow to take those guys away for questioning. Before the people from the Demon Suppression Bureau come to pick them up, you must make sure they are alive, especially the leader. A Beastmaster at the peak of the Lord level must know a lot of information about the Demon God Church, which will be of great help to us in clearing out the hidden demon god followers." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhongyue immediately bowed and said, "Teacher Song, rest assured, I promise to complete the task." In response, Song Jinfeng nodded slightly and said, Then he looked at Su Yuan again and said, "Su Yuan, let's go." "Okay, Mr. Song." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan nodded, said hello to Zhao Zhongyue and Wang Gang, and then followed Song Jinfeng out of Tianyang No. 1 Middle School. Looking at Mr. Song's performance, it's obvious that he is very satisfied with Su Yuan. To be loved by such a king-level Beastmaster, Su Yuan's talent must be higher than you and I imagined. After watching Su Yuan leave with Song Jinfeng, until the two of them disappeared from his sight, Zhao Zhongyue turned to look at Wang Gang and said with a smile, "Yes, he was able to upgrade from an ordinary Beastmaster to an extraordinary Beastmaster in just 4 months without anyone providing him with Beastmaster resources. After Su Yuan enters Jojo Academy, with the resources of Jojo Academy, his strength will only improve faster. Perhaps, when we meet next time, Su Yuan's strength may not be much different from yours and mine." Upon hearing this, Wang Gang nodded undeniably. Then the two looked at each other and laughed heartily. Su Yuan is from Tianyang City. If Su Yuan can make a name for himself in the future, both Zhao Zhongyue and Wang Gang will be proud of him. Outside Tianyang City, Su Yuan and Song Jinfeng stood side by side on a huge beast. Feeling the whistling wind passing by him, Su Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the flying speed of the king-level beast, which was far beyond his imagination. The beast under his feet was a silver-winged griffin, with perfect 4-star quality and king-level 6 rank. With such strength, he is the strongest Beastmaster he has ever seen. It was not until now that Su Yuan realized that Song Jinfeng's strength was not that of a Beastmaster who had just entered the king level, but a terrifying existence of at least the 6th level of the king level. For a Lord-level Beastmaster, the gap between each level is already extremely obvious. When it comes to the king level, the gap between each level will become even bigger. The strength of a king level 6 beast tamer and a king level 1 beast tamer are not at the same level at all. He also didn't expect that a tutor casually sent by Jojo Academy would possess such powerful strength. It is worthy of being the #1 Beastmaster College in Dacia. Only with such a foundation can it be called a top Beastmaster school. The flying speed of the silver-winged griffin is much faster than any plane Yuan has ever taken in his previous life. Standing on the back of the silver-winged griffin, Yuan could clearly hear the whistling wind passing by his ears. Such a strong wind is enough to blow an adult man away easily. But even so, not even a hair of Yuan and Song Jinfeng, who were standing on the back of the silver-winged griffin, was blown away. Around the two of them, an invisible energy enveloped them, blocking all the strong winds and making them not affected at all. This is the energy that emerges from the silver-winged griffin on its own, forming a protective shield around the two people. As the two of them gradually moved away from Tianyang City, Yuan soon discovered that the direction Song Jinfeng was taking him to Jojo Academy was becoming more and more familiar. It wasn't until he saw the mountains in the distance emitting steam and white smoke that he reacted. The Molten Mountain Range is ahead. At this rate, Professor Song is going to take me directly across the core of the Molten Mountain Range. There is more than one Lord-level beast in the core area of the Molten Fire Mountains. I have never heard of anyone in Tianyang City who would so brazenly cross the core of the Molten Fire Mountains. No, I have studied the location of Jojo Academy before. If we go directly from Tianyang City to Jojo Academy, we should go east. But the direction to Molten Mountains now is clearly southeast. Teacher Song left so decisively, which means he was in a hurry to get back to Jojo Academy. Then why did he take a detour instead of going in a straight line? After discovering that the current direction was not a straight line to Jojo Academy, Yuan was a little confused. After discovering that the route was wrong, Yuan became alert at the first moment, and even suspected that Song Jinfeng had some bad intentions. But after thinking for a moment, he cast aside this slight doubt. With Song Jinfeng's strength, there is no need to beat around the bush if you want to harm him. After pondering for a moment, Yuan decided to speak out his doubts. Teacher Song, why don't we fly straight to Jojo Academy, but take a detour through the Molten Fire Mountains? Chapter 93 Volcano Crow King. It seems that you have done your homework in advance and know which way to go to Jojo Academy. Hearing Yuan's question, Song Jinfeng smiled slightly and praised. Then he continued. That's right. We are not going back to Jojo Academy directly now. Before that, I need to go to Tianyang City to pick up another genius who has awakened the S-level beast taming talent. She was also specially recruited into Jojo Academy. The academy has already greeted her and her family. She is probably waiting in Tianyang City for a long time now. Tianyang City, S-level beast taming talent, the person that Teacher Song is talking about is Huangfu Yunzhao from the Huangfu family in Tianyang City? After hearing this, Yuan immediately thought of someone and asked. The only genius with S-level beast taming talent that he knew in Tianyang City was Huangfu Yunzhao. If nothing unexpected happens, the person Song Jinfeng is talking about must be Huangfu Yunzhao. Oh, you two know each other? Hearing Yuan's words, Song Jinfeng's face suddenly showed a rare look of surprise and he looked at Yuan. Well, we've met a few times before, and we've even fought side by side, so we know each other. Hearing this, Yuan nodded and did not refuse. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence! This way, I don't have to introduce you two young people to each other. After hearing Yuan's answer, Song Jinfeng's surprise faded and he chuckled. After getting the answer, Yuan's last bit of uneasiness in his heart completely disappeared, and he also responded with a smile. Roar! While Yuan and Song Jinfeng were talking, the silver-winged griffin had already led them into the inner area of the Molten Mountain Range. From time to time, the roars of ferocious beasts could be heard from the surroundings, and there were even flying ferocious beasts circling in the sky. However, whether it is the ferocious beast in the sky or the ferocious beast on the ground, after sensing the approach of the silver-winged griffin, they all fled madly in panic, without roaring or shouting, and simply stopped. This was completely different from Yuan's reaction when he first went deep into the Molten Mountain Range alone. Yuan felt the reactions of those ferocious beasts, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that this was the difference in strength. He took Xiao Yan and Dish Shu to train in the Molten Fire Mountain Range. Any ferocious beast would rush over to kill them. This forced him to be extremely alert when moving in the Molten Mountain and explore every area carefully. And now, he and Song Jinfeng were standing on the silver-winged griffin and flying openly from the outer perimeter of the Molten Mountains to the inner perimeter, crossing the entire core area of the Molten Mountains, but no ferocious beast dared to intervene. Obviously, all of this was due to the powerful aura emanating from the silver-winged griffin, which made all the ferocious beasts in the Molten Fire Mountains fearful and terrified. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong is perfectly reflected in these ferocious beasts. Su Yuan felt deeply moved by this. However, just as Su Yuan was sighing inwardly, the silver-winged griffin had already flown above the highest volcanoes in the core of the Molten Mountain Range. Ga! Just as they were about to pass over those volcanoes, dense red figures suddenly flew out from the surrounding volcanoes, rushing towards the silver-winged griffin with a series of shrill hisses. Volcano Crow. Species, bird/fire. Quality, excellent 7 stars. Level, awakening level 8. Status, angry. Skills, fire feather, lava fireball. Evolution times 0. Evolution options 2. Volcano Crow. Species, bird/fire. Quality, excellent 7 stars. Level, extraordinary level 4. Status, angry. Skills, fire feather, lava fireball. Evolution times 0. Evolution options 2. The sudden incident in front immediately attracted the attention of Su Yuan and Song Jinfeng. When Su Yuan looked towards the flying ferocious beasts, his divine eyes of revelation immediately fed back the information of these ferocious beasts to him. They are all volcano crows. It seems we have disturbed their nest. There are so many volcano crows, the number must be no less than 30,000. Moreover, the worst of the volcano crows here are at the awakening level, and most of them are extraordinary level volcano crows. There are even commander level ones. Even if there are no powerful lords among the volcano crows, this number alone is enough to dominate the core area of the Molten Mountain Range. Looking at the volcano crow flying in the distance, Su Yuan said in his heart, "Ga!" However, just when Su Yuan was thinking that this group of volcanic crows did not have a lord-level rank, a red figure with a wingspan of 30 meters suddenly flew out from one of the craters. Volcano Crow King. Species, bird/fire. Quality, rare 8 stars. Level, Lord level 8. Status, angry. Skills, fire stream, exploding fireball, falling flame star. Evolution times 1. Just when I thought there were no Lord-level volcano crows here, an 8th-level Lord Volcano Crow King suddenly appeared. Fortunately, I was just joking in my heart, otherwise I would be embarrassed if I said it out loud. Looking at the Lord-level Volcano Crow King that had just appeared in his sight, Su Yuan suddenly felt speechless, and his heart was filled with emotion. It seems that these hills are inhabited by volcano crows. Now these guys probably think we are invaders. Besides Su Yuan, Song Jinfeng looked indifferently at the over 30,000 volcano crows rushing towards him, and said with a contemptuous smile. With his strength and eyesight, he naturally recognized the volcano crow at a glance. Although there were many ferocious beasts on the opposite side, they were not worth mentioning in Song Jinfeng's eyes. Chapter 94, The Real European Emperor. Encountering treasures as soon as you go out. Human, this is the territory of my Volcano Crow clan. If you leave immediately, I will not bother with you. Otherwise, be prepared to bear my wrath. At this time, the Volcano Crow King was flying in the air, staring at Su Yuan and Song Jinfeng with a pair of eyes filled with coldness. Interesting, a tiny Lord-level 8th-level beast dares to act violently in front of me. Hearing the warning from the Volcano Crow King, Song Jinfeng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said with interest. As soon as Song Jinfeng finished speaking, Su carefully looked at the crater where the Volcano Crow King flew out, with a gleam in his eyes. He suddenly recalled what Manager Wang of the Huangfu family had said to him in Tianyuan City. The 9-petal fire lotus that Xiaoyan needs to evolve is in the core area of this Molten Fire Mountain Range. Huangfu Yunzhao told me before that as long as they enter the Molten Fire Mountain Range and obtain the 9-petal fire lotus, they will contact me as soon as possible. It has been such a long time since I left Tianyuan City, but I still haven't received any news. I guess the Huangfu family has not been able to obtain the 9-petal fire lotus in the Molten Fire Mountain Range. The Volcano Crow King should be able to sense the aura of the silver-winged griffin. Knowing they can't win, they still refuse to retreat. There is only one possibility, that is, there is something worth fighting for in the territory of these volcanic crows. It is very likely that there is a 9-petal fire lotus here. Even if there is none, it is a treasure that is no less powerful than the 9-petal fire lotus. Only this treasure can make the 8th level Lord Volcano Crow King call on the entire clan to put pressure on us. Su Yuan thought so in his heart, and used the Eye of Revelation again to look towards the volcanoes where the volcano crows rushed out. As Su Yuan used the Eye of Revelation to look into the depths of these volcanoes, through the billowing smoke and dust from the craters, a piece of information suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. 9-petal fire lotus, a 5th level peak natural treasure. This spiritual plant uses volcanic lava as water and fire elements as fertilizer, growing between volcanic rocks. It can enhance the fire attribute ability of any spiritual beast, and can even enable non-fire beasts to acquire corresponding fire attribute abilities, suitable for the evolution of a variety of fire beasts. Su Yuan followed the information and found that in the thick smoke of a volcano crater, a red fire lotus growing in the cracks of lava rocks appeared before his eyes. It was the 9-petal fire lotus described in the information seen by the Eye of Apocalypse. It is also the main material needed for Xiaoyan's evolution. There really is a 9-petal fire lotus. Seeing this red lotus growing near the crater, Su Yuan couldn't help but feel happy, with surprise flashing in his eyes. With the strength of this 8th level Lord Volcano Crow King, plus the protection of the entire Volcano Crow tribe, it would take a Lord level warrior to obtain this 9-petal fire lotus. Even if a strong man at the peak of the Lord level comes here, he may not be able to take away this 9-petal fire lotus smoothly. Except for the Volcano Crow King, there are more than 300 commander-level volcano crows in the entire Volcano Crow tribe. With so many commander-level volcanic crows, combined with the Volcano Crow King, they are enough to compete with a Beastmaster at the peak of the Lord level. What's more, there are more than 30,000 awakened and extraordinary volcano crows. This is also a force that cannot be underestimated. Although the Huangfu family is not weak, it is still difficult to obtain the 9-petal fire lotus. Even if we use all our clan's strength to obtain this 9-petal fire lotus, it is estimated that the Huangfu family's strength will be greatly reduced. No wonder Huangfu Yunzhao hasn't contacted me these days to reveal the information about the 9-petal fire lotus. Now that I have found the last main ingredient that Xiaoyan needs to advance, I absolutely cannot give up. If we want to obtain this 9-petal fire lotus now, we have to find a way to get Teacher Song to help us. Looking at the 9-petal fire lotus beside the giant crater below, Su Yuan's head turned, and after thinking for a moment, he turned to Song Jinfeng and said, "Teacher Song, along the way, all the ferocious beasts in the molten fire mountains have retreated in fear of being approached. But this group of volcano crows clearly sensed the powerful aura of the silver-winged griffin. They should have sensed the power of the silver-winged griffin. Considering the current performance of the Volcano Crow King, I'm afraid there is something in the volcanoes where the volcano crows live that makes them protected at all costs. Why don't we go over and take a look? With your strength, Mr. Song, even if these volcano crows and the Volcano Crow King are combined, they are just a piece of meat on the chopping board and will not pose any threat to you." At the end of his speech, Su Yuan also spoke tentatively to Song Jinfeng. "Ha ha ha, you are right. These volcano crows and the Volcano Crow King are nothing in front of me." Hearing Su Yuan's words, Song Jinfeng laughed and nodded with satisfaction, obviously enjoying Su Yuan's flattery. At the same time, upon hearing this, he concentrated his attention and looked towards the large volcanoes below where volcano crows lived. Soon, Song Jinfeng made a discovery and also noticed the existence of the 9-petal fire lotus. Immediately he laughed and said to Su Yuan, "You are right. Something must be wrong when things are out of the ordinary. There is indeed a good natural treasure in the territory of these volcanic crows. It is a 5th-level natural treasure, the 9-petal fire lotus. It is of great help in improving the strength of fire-type beasts. It seems like you have been training outside for quite a while in the past few months. We can infer the correct result from the abnormal behavior of these volcano crows." After Song Jinfeng also discovered the 9-petal fire lotus, he reached out and patted Su Yuan on the shoulder, looking at Su Yuan with admiration in his eyes, and said. Before Su Yuan could say that he needed this 9-petal fire lotus, Song Jinfeng continued. Su Yuan, this 9-petal fire lotus will greatly help improve the strength of your red sun bird. I didn't have any gift for you when we first met, so you should make up for it now. Just take that 9-petal fire lotus as my gift to you. After Song Jinfeng finished speaking, under Su Yuan's unprepared gaze, his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot, and he rushed directly to the crater where the 9-petal fire lotus was. That crater is also where the volcano Crow King lives. Seeing Song Jinfeng rushing towards the 9-petal fire lotus, the volcano Crow King's eyes suddenly changed. The 9-petal fire lotus in the crater is its lifeblood. Its strength can be raised to the 8th level of Lord, and the 9-petal fire lotus plays a vital role in this. Now Song Jinfeng actually had his eyes on the 9-petal fire lotus. The volcano Crow King instantly became furious, and let out an extremely angry roar at Song Jinfeng. You little thief! Stop it! You're courting death if you dare to touch my 9-petal fire lotus! With a roar, the huge body of the volcano Crow King rushed directly to the location of the 9-petal fire lotus, determined to cut Song Jinfeng into pieces at all costs. At the same time, tens of thousands of volcanic crows around also rioted and attacked Su Yuan and the silver-winged griffin. Chapter 95. I like the feeling of hugging someone's thigh. You are the one seeking death! Song Jinfeng heard the volcano Crow King roaring at the top of his lungs, and heard the name the volcano Crow King had just addressed him. His originally calm expression suddenly turned cold, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. As Song Jinfeng snorted coldly, a powerful mental force suddenly burst out from between his eyebrows, turning into a sharp spike that instantly shot towards the volcano Crow King. Boom! Facing Song Jinfeng's angry attack, the volcano Crow King only felt a roar in his head and an indescribable pain. The pain that penetrated deep into his soul made it feel like dying. However, this severe pain came quickly and went away even faster. At the moment when this excruciating stinging sensation came, the soul of the volcano Crow King only lasted for a moment before being destroyed by Song Jinfeng's powerful mental power. The huge corpse also fell helplessly from the air. Facing a king-level beastmaster, even the bloodthirsty black crow at the peak of the lord level couldn't self-destruct. This volcano Crow King, who was only at the 8th level of lord, could naturally be killed instantly by Song Jinfeng. Roar! At the same time, facing the attack of more than 30,000 volcanic crows, the silver-winged griffin showed no fear at all and let out an angry roar towards the sky. At this moment, the silver-winged griffin's king-level beastmaster aura was completely released, and its mighty power suddenly spread to an area of 100 miles in radius. The first to bear the brunt were the tens of thousands of frenzied volcano crows. The silver-winged griffin spread its wings and hovered in the air. As it roared, countless wind blades blasted out along with its aura of a king-level beast. Tens of thousands of volcanic crows had no power to resist these wind blades. They were cut in half by these seemingly weak wind blades and their bodies fell from the sky. Not only that, after killing a volcanic crow, these wind blades will even turn and kill another nearby volcanic crow. The silver-winged griffin released countless wind blades and controlled each one of them, changing their directions and killing more volcanic crows. He remained calm and showed no signs of fatigue. On the contrary, its eyes were staring at the bloody volcanic crow in the sky with a cold look. The strongest of these volcanic crows is only at the peak of the commander level. Such ants actually dare to disrespect him. This is undoubtedly a provocation to the king-level beastmaster. The silver-winged griffin was already furious after being offended by these ants. In response, the silver-winged griffin killed these volcanic crows without any mercy. None of the tens of thousands of frenzied volcano crows could escape the wind blade attack of the silver-winged griffin. In just 2 breaths, there was no longer any surviving volcano crow in the air. Gone in seconds? Such a large group of volcano crows is gone. Su Yuan stood on the back of the silver-winged griffin, staring blankly at the corpses of the volcanic crows falling like raindrops below him. The shock in his heart took a long time to calm down. Such a large group of ferocious beasts was wiped out in just 2 breaths. The strength displayed by the silver-winged griffin once again refreshed Su Yuan's understanding of king-level beastmasters. If you are not at the king level, you are basically just an ant in front of a king-level beast. Any finger can crush a whole bunch of people. This is the terrifying power of a king-level beastmaster. The silver-winged griffin is already so strong at the 6th level of the king class. I wonder how strong it will be after Xiao Yan and the others are promoted to the king class beast masters? Su Yuan watched tens of thousands of volcano crow corpses fall to the bottom of the volcano, took a deep breath, and was full of anticipation. The quality of each of his 4 beasts, Xiao Yan, Xiao Xian, etc., is better than that of the silver-winged griffin. Even the lowest quality Xiao Yan is a perfect 5-star red sun bird, 1 star higher than the silver-winged griffin. Moreover, he had already prepared other auxiliary materials needed for Xiao Yan's evolution. If he got the main material, the 9-petal fire lotus, Xiao Yan would be able to advance immediately. At that time, Xiao Yan's quality will once again become the highest among all Su Yuan's beasts. Starting from the perfect 5-star evolution, it is very likely to break through to epic quality. Few people can possess a beast tamer of epic quality, even among king-level beast tamers. Even a strong man like Song Jinfeng would salivate over a beast tamer of epic quality. Brush. Just as Su Yuan was feeling emotional and expectant, Song Jinfeng's figure returned to the silver-winged griffin and came to Su Yuan's side. At this moment, what he held in his hand was the 5th-level top treasure that Su Yuan had longed for, the 9-petal fire lotus. Su Yuan, this 9-petal fire lotus is a 5th-level peak natural treasure. Even a peak Lord Beastmaster is coveting it. Most Lord-level Beastmasters may not be able to resist the attraction of the 9-petal fire lotus, especially Beastmasters who have fire-type beasts. So, keep this 9-petal fire lotus well until your red sun bird absorbs all the essence of the 9-petal fire lotus. Don't expose it to others. Song Jinfeng said to Su Yuan while holding the 9-petal fire lotus. As he spoke, he handed the 9-petal fire lotus to Su Yuan. Yes, Su Yuan will definitely remember Mr. Song's teachings. Thank you, Mr. Song. Facing the long-awaited 9-petal fire lotus, Su Yuan nodded with joy on his face, quickly took the 9-petal fire lotus and put it away. It seems that even Professor Song didn't know that the 9-petal fire lotus combined with those specific auxiliary materials could help the red sun bird complete its evolution. He just thought that this 5th-level peak fire-type natural treasure would be of great benefit to the improvement of the level of fire-type beasts. And Teacher Song's indifferent expression shows that he doesn't take this 5th-tier top-level natural treasure that even top-level beast masters are jealous of seriously. As expected of the king-level beast tamer instructor of Jojo Academy, he is always generous. It's a pity for the crystal cores of those volcanic crows. Except for the crystal core of the 8th-level Lord Volcanic Crow King, Mr. Song did not collect any of the crystal cores of the other volcanic crows. That's more than 30,000 awakened volcano crow crystal cores. What a huge sum of money! Now that I have accidentally obtained the 9-petal fire lotus before the Huangfu family, there is no need to make the same deal as I discussed with Huangfu Yunzhao before. I don't have to take the risk of taking out a new beast control evolution route to exchange for the 9-petal fire lotus from the Huangfu family, which can reduce the potential risks. After putting away the 9-petal fire lotus, Su Yuan observed the expression on Song Jinfeng's face and thought to himself. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh that it was nice to take shelter under a big tree. I have reaped such benefits before even arriving at Jojo Academy. Su Yuan now has greater expectations for life after entering Jojo Academy. Su Yuan, let's continue to rush to Tianyuan City. At this time, Song Jinfeng watched Su Yuan put away the 9-petal fire lotus and began to speak. Su Yuan looked at Song Jinfeng's expression and knew that he had no intention of collecting the beast crystal cores from the corpses of the volcanic crows. For this reason, Su Yuan could only sigh in regret again and nodded slightly in response. Immediately afterwards, the silver-winged griffin fluttered its wings and turned into a silver-white stream of light, rushing towards Tianyuan City. Chapter 96 Unexpected News. With the silver-winged griffin galloping, Su Yuan and his companions quickly left the Molten Mountains. Tianyuan City is less than 80 miles away from the outskirts of the Molten Fire Mountains. After flying over the Molten Mountains, the silver-winged griffin brought Su Yuan and Song Jinfeng to the outside of Tianyuan City in less than half a quarter of an hour. After arriving outside Tianyuan City, in order to avoid causing panic among the people of Tianyuan City, Song Jinfeng took the silver-winged griffin back to the beast taming space. Then he reached out and grabbed Su Yuan's arm, and flew directly to the outside of the Huangfu family compound with Su Yuan. The senior members of the Huangfu family had already been waiting at the door. Huangfu Shiba led everyone in the Huangfu family to meet Teacher Song. When Su Yuan and Song Jinfeng appeared outside the Huangfu family, the leader Huangfu Shiba hurriedly spoke loudly to Song Jinfeng. At the same time, he looked at Su Yuan beside Song Jinfeng with surprise. Next to Huangfu Shiba was Huangfu Yunjiao, whom Song Jinfeng came to Tianyang City to pick up. Compared with Tianyang City Mayor Zhao Zhongyue and Tianyang No. 1 Middle School Principal Wang Gang, Huangfu Shiba obviously knew Song Jinfeng, the tutor of Jojo Academy. I have met Mr. Song. As Huangfu Shiba finished speaking, the dozen or so strong men from the Huangfu family behind him also greeted Song Jinfeng together. Seeing this, Song Jinfeng nodded to everyone, then his eyes fell on Huangfu Yunjiao beside Huangfu Shiba, and said with a faint smile, Shiba, the girl next to you must be Huangfu Yunjiao, right? Huangfu Shiba nodded upon hearing this. Huangfu Yunjiao, meet Mr. Song. Huangfu Yunjiao also greeted Song Jinfeng very politely at this moment. Then he looked at Su Yuan beside Song Jinfeng, with a gleam of surprise in his eyes. Haha, Su Yuan, you two little guys can chat first. Shiba and I have something to discuss. Song Jinfeng keenly noticed Huangfu Yunjiao's gaze, turned to look at Su Yuan beside him, and said with a faint smile. Then, he took a step forward and walked towards the Huangfu family compound at the invitation of Huangfu Shiba and others. Su Yuan, you have indeed been admitted to Jojo Academy in advance. I knew that your talent and strength would definitely attract the attention of Jojo Academy. After Song Jinfeng and Huangfu Shiba and his party hurried to the Huangfu family compound, Huangfu Yunjiao looked at Su Yuan and said with surprise, This is also thanks to my principal and the mayor of Tianyang City. If they hadn't reported my situation, I would have had to spend a few more days participating in the course student competition with other candidates before I would be noticed by the experts from the major Beastmaster colleges. After hearing what Huangfu Yunjiao said, Su Yuan pushed all the credit onto Zhao Zhongyue and Wang Gang. Although your principal and mayor have pushed you, you still have to be good enough to get attention in advance. Otherwise, why haven't others been recommended? You, don't be so modest in front of me. Huangfu Yunjiao saw Su Yuan being so humble, but shook his head and smiled. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan smiled slightly and did not comment. Then, he asked with a hint of curiosity, Yunjiao, why don't you see your father this time? Facing the arrival of a king-level beastmaster like Song Jinfeng, all the senior members of the Huangfu family should come out together to welcome him to show their respect for Song Jinfeng, the king-level beastmaster. But the person who had just led the team was not Huangfu Shiyao, the current patriarch of the Huangfu family, but the second-in-command Huangfu Shiba. Su Yuan noticed this at the beginning, but he didn't ask because there were so many people around. Now that there were only him and Huangfu Yunjiao left, he had nothing else to worry about. However, as soon as Su Yuan said this, he realized that he seemed to have said something wrong. When Huangfu Yunjiao heard his question, the smile on his face quickly faded, and turned into a sad expression. He whispered, My father is injured and can't go out to greet you, so I can only ask my second uncle to bring people to greet Teacher Song at the door. Our grandfather had a pretty good relationship with Teacher Song. This time, when he learned that Teacher Song was coming in person, he also asked Teacher Song to help check on my father's injuries. My second uncle and Teacher Song should have gone to see my father by now. After Huangfu Yunjiao finished speaking, he pointed at Huangfu Shiyao and his group who had already walked away. Huangfu Shiyao is injured, and he can't even go out to greet us. This injury must be serious. It seems that the Huangfu family may not be able to go to the Molten Fire Mountain range to obtain the 9-petal fire lotus during this period of time. So this is the reason why Huangfu Yunjiao has not contacted me to inform me of the 9-petal fire lotus. It's not because he found out that the Volcano Crow tribe is very powerful and retreated. Hearing this, Su Yuan frowned slightly and suddenly realized something. The last time Su Yuan came to the Huangfu family, he happened to meet Huangfu Shiyao and the people from the Yang family who were discussing the trip to the Yuntian secret realm. After Su Yuan came out of the voodoo jungle, Huangfu Shiyao and Huangfu Shiba had already left Tianyang City. Therefore, Su Yuan was unable to meet Huangfu Shiyao. But as the head of the Huangfu family, Huangfu Shiyao's strength is naturally unquestionable. He is at least a 7th-level lord. Even such a powerful beastmaster couldn't even go out to greet him at the moment, and needed to recuperate at home. Obviously, Huangfu Shuriao's injuries were definitely not light. With such strength, he was seriously injured. He must have encountered an extremely powerful enemy. The backbone of the Huangfu family was seriously injured. The most important task of the Huangfu family must be to do their best to treat Huangfu Shuriao's injuries, and naturally they have no time to take care of other things. Yun Zhao, take me to visit my uncle. Maybe I can help. After pondering for a moment and figuring everything out, Su Yuan looked at Huangfu Yun Zhao, who looked a little sad, and said in a low voice, "Well, Su Yuan, come with me. I think my father will be happy to see you." In response, Huangfu Yun Zhao did not refuse, but forced a smile. When Su Yuan suggested going to visit Huangfu Shuriao, she just thought that Su Yuan was being polite. As for the second half of Su Yuan's sentence, she didn't take it seriously. The Huangfu family is quite powerful and they have recently invited many strong people and famous doctors to treat her father's injuries, but there has not been much improvement. Although Su Yuan had an amazing talent for taming beasts, Huangfu Yunzhao did not think that Su Yuan could really be of any help. Moreover, Song Jinfeng, a powerful king-level beast master, has now come forward. Huangfu Yunzhao believed that with Song Jinfeng's help in diagnosing her father's injuries, the situation would definitely improve. Su Yuan nodded after hearing this. Then, under the leadership of Huangfu Yunzhao, they walked towards the depths of the Huangfu family compound. The two of them quickened their pace and quickly caught up with Huangfu's Shiba, Song Jinfeng and his group. Chapter 97 Helpless. Su Yuan and Huangfu Yunzhao followed Huangfu Shiba and others and walked through the hundreds of meters long corridor in the Huangfu family compound. After a while, everyone arrived at a quiet and independent courtyard. "Teacher Song, my brother is resting inside, please." Arriving at a private room in the center of the small courtyard, Huangfu Shiba spoke respectfully to Song Jinfeng. At the same time, bow and extend your hand to make a gesture of invitation. "Well, let's go in." Song Jinfeng glanced at Huangfu Shiba and nodded slightly. Then he entered the room first. Seeing this, the others followed. The two younger generations, Su Yuan and Huangfu Yunzhao, were the last to enter the room. The room was decorated very luxuriously. In the middle of the magnificent room, there was a half-person-high incense burner. Wisps of smoke lingered and spread, making the whole room emit a refreshing sandalwood scent. Under the guidance of Huangfu Shuriao, Song Jinfeng soon saw Huangfu Shuriao lying on the bed. "Teacher Song, please." Coming to the bed, Huangfu Shiba said to Song Jinfeng. Song Jinfeng glanced at Huangfu Shuriao, who was lying on the bed in a coma, without hesitation. He walked quickly forward and came to Huangfu Shuriao's side. A huge mental power spread out, covering Huangfu Shuriao's whole body, and began to investigate Huangfu Shuriao's situation. At this moment, while Song Jinfeng was concentrating on investigating, Huangfu Shuriao and other high-ranking members of the Huangfu family, as well as Huangfu Yunzhao and others held their breath and stared ahead intently. The grand welcome that everyone had for Song Jinfeng's arrival was now replaced by a tense atmosphere. At this moment, Su Yuan was also looking at Huangfu Shuriao, who was lying on the bed in front of him. Huangfu Shuriao was a little taller than Huangfu Shiba, and his square face looked quite majestic. His face is also somewhat similar to Huangfu Yunzhao. But at this moment, Huangfu Shuriao was lying on the bed, with a frown on his face and a pale face. And his body was still shaking slightly. It was obvious that even though Huangfu Shuriao was in a coma, he was still suffering great pain. "It must succeed. Father must get better." Besides Su Yuan, Huangfu Yunzhao looked at Huangfu Shuriao, who was lying on the bed in front of him with a pale face. He clenched his white fists and prayed continuously in his heart. Before this, the Huangfu family had consulted many famous doctors for diagnosis, but all of them were helpless. Under the current circumstances, she and the other powerful men of the Huangfu family can only place their hopes on Song Jinfeng, a king-level beast master. Snort! At this moment, Song Jinfeng, who was standing in front and checking the situation on Huangfu Shuriao, suddenly snorted coldly. Immediately, Su Yuan felt an even more powerful mental power surging out from Song Jinfeng, continuously rushing towards Huangfu Shuriao in front of him. However, this powerful mental force quickly weakened silently after coming into contact with Huangfu Shuriao. Not only that, Huangfu Shuriao's face became paler, and his body trembled more and more violently. The already weak aura on his body became even weaker. This scene made Huangfu Yunjiao nervous. Not only her, but also Huangfu Shiba and other strong men of the Huangfu family were extremely nervous. Huangfu Shiyao is the pillar of the family. If something happens to Huangfu Shiyao, the overall strength of their Huangfu family will undoubtedly be greatly reduced. By then, the Huangfu family will find it difficult to maintain its title as the #1 family in Tianyan City, and its power will plummet, which will undoubtedly be a major blow to the future development of the Huangfu family. He watched his mental power inexplicably disappear when it came into contact with Huangfu Shiyao, coupled with Huangfu Shiyao's violent reaction at this moment. Song Jinfeng's brows were also furrowed into the shape of the Chinese character. Although he could continue to increase the strength of his mental power and thoroughly examine Huangfu Shiyao's entire body to find out the culprit for his current serious injury and coma. But it will take him a long time, and he will have to spend a lot of time to check them one by one. But now Huangfu Shiyao's reaction obviously cannot withstand such ordeal. If he were to forcefully increase the coverage of his mental power again, Huangfu Shiyao would probably be dead before he could find the cause of his illness. Well, after weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Song Jinfeng finally sighed and quickly withdrew the mental power he had exerted on Huangfu Shiyao. Only then did Huangfu Shiyao's aura stabilize again. Teacher Song. Looking at the regretful look on Song Jinfeng's face, coupled with the other party's sigh just now, Huangfu Shiyao had a bad feeling. He looked at Song Jinfeng, who turned around with a frown on his face, and couldn't help but want to speak, but he stopped himself. Everyone, please forgive me for my incompetence and for disappointing you all. Song Jinfeng glanced at everyone, took a deep breath, and said regretfully, How could it be? Hearing Song Jinfeng's answer, Huangfu Yunjiao felt as if a bolt of lightning had flashed through his mind. He whispered and staggered back 2 steps. If Su Yuan had not been quick enough to hold her up, she might have fallen to the ground. Teacher Song, please don't blame yourself. Perhaps this is my brother's fate. In front, looking at Song Jinfeng with regret on his face, Huangfu Shiyao took a deep breath with difficulty, adjusted his mentality, and then said to Song Jinfeng. The other powerful men of the Huangfu family also lowered their heads at this moment, with some sadness on their faces. Even a king-level beast master like Song Jinfeng was unable to find out the reason why Huangfu Shiyao was in a coma. In their hearts, they no longer had any hope that Huangfu Shiyao would recover. Father! Besides Su Yuan, Huangfu Yunjiao didn't care that Su Yuan was holding his shoulders to support him. Instead, his face turned slightly pale and he stared at Huangfu Shiyao, who was lying quietly on the bed in front of him, his eyes red. Feeling Huangfu Yunjiao's sadness, Su Yuan didn't know how to comfort her. Eye of Revelation. Reaching out and gently patting Huangfu Yunjiao's shoulder, Su Yuan once again focused his attention on Huangfu Shiyao lying on the bed, and his talent was instantly activated. As his gaze fell on Huangfu Shiyao's talent for taming beasts also appeared before his eyes. This did not surprise Su Yuan at all. Su Yuan's talent, Eye of Revelation, can see the specific information of all the ferocious beasts. The level, skills, quality, evolution plan and other information of the ferocious beasts are all clearly visible. In addition to the ferocious beasts, the Beastmaster's talent in taming beasts is also exposed in the eyes of his God of Revelation. However, in Su Yuan's eyes at this moment, in addition to the information about Huangfu Shiyao's talent for taming beasts, a series of more detailed and rich information also emerged about Huangfu Shiyao. To be exact, it appeared above Huangfu Shiyao's head. Chapter 98 Soul-Eating Insect. Soul-Eating Insect, already contracted. Species, Insect/Psychic. Quality, Perfect 6 stars. Level, lowered level 6. Status, Soul Latent. Skills, Mental Storm, Soul Draining Strike, 1000 Illusionary Souls, Soul Devouring. Evolution times 0. Evolution options 3. In Su Yuan's sight, there was information about an additional ferocious beast in Huangfu Shiyao's beast taming talent information. Soul-Eating Poisonous Insect. This is a 6th level Lord Beast. It's a spiritual beast. Looking at the information about this ferocious beast, a faint blue light flashed in the depths of Su Yuan's eyes, and his gaze turned to Huangfu Shiyao's brain. With the gift of the Apocalypse Eye, Su Yuan's gaze at this moment actually passed through Huangfu Shuriao's head and looked towards his brain. Gradually, a bug the size of a baby's fist and shaped like an octopus appeared in Su Yuan's sight. However, this insect has no entity at this moment. Instead, it is more like a ghost, attached to Huangfu Shuriao's brain, invisible and formless. If Su Yuan did not possess the eyes of revelation, even if this soul-eating insect appeared before his eyes, he would definitely not be able to detect its existence. Could it be that this soul-eating insect is the culprit behind Huangfu Shuriao's coma? However, this soul-eating insect is actually in a contracted state. It looks like it is not a vicious beast, but a beast. Since it was a beast tamer, then who did this to Huangfu Shuriao? Will it be like the blood crows again? All of them are scum from the demon god church? Looking at the information about the soul-eating insect, Su Yuan immediately had some guesses in his mind. This thing is in the form of a soul now, ordinary people can't find it. And just now when Teacher Song used his mental power to investigate, his mental power disappeared inexplicably. I guess it was swallowed by the soul-eating insect. Not only that, any rash action would cause the soul-devouring insect to riot, and it is very likely that Huangfu Shuriao, whose life is hanging by a thread, will die completely. If Teacher Song rashly uses his mental power to explore Huangfu Shuriao's brain again, I'm afraid the result will be the same as the previous exploration of the whole body. Nothing will change. How can we get rid of this soul-eating poisonous insect and ensure Huangfu Shuriao's life is safe? After Su Yuan realized that Huangfu Shuriao was not injured by an attack from a ferocious beast, but was deliberately injured by someone, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Su Yuan, have you discovered anything? While Su Yuan was meditating, Song Jinfeng also noticed in front that Su Yuan had been staring at Huangfu Shuriao with a thoughtful look on his face. This kind of performance also made Song Jinfeng a little curious, and he couldn't help but ask. Although Su Yuan was only an extraordinary level beast master, there was a huge gap in strength between him and a king level beast master. But when Song Jinfeng saw Su Yuan like Shinqin, he felt inexplicably that Su Yuan had discovered something. This feeling was very strange, and Song Jinfeng couldn't explain what was going on. He could only regard this feeling as his own intuition. Why does Teacher Song ask this question? Even a king-level beast master like Master Song is helpless. How can a junior see what's wrong? What's going on with this kid? Is he pretending? Song Jinfeng's sudden question made Huangfu Shiba and other high-level members of the Huangfu family look surprised. After Su Yuan and Song Jinfeng arrived at the gate of the Huangfu family compound, everyone's eyes fell on Su Yuan for the second time. However, they didn't believe that Su Yuan could discover anything. Even if Su Yuan was able to be admitted to Jojo Academy in advance and possessed talents far beyond ordinary people. But it's just talent. The current Su Yuan is, at best, an extraordinary level beast master. There is no way he can be more knowledgeable than Song Jinfeng, a king-level beast master. Even Huangfu Shiba, a strong man who has always been optimistic about Su Yuan, thought so. However, just as they were thinking this, Su Yuan spoke and gave them an unexpected answer. Teacher Song, I have indeed made some discoveries. I once read a book about rare beast records in the library of Tianyang No. 1 Middle School. In that book, I saw a record of someone being ambushed and attacked by an extremely rare ferocious beast. Just now I watched Teacher Song checking on Patriarch Huangfu's condition, and I felt that Teacher Song's spiritual power seemed to have disappeared inexplicably after it fell on Patriarch Huangfu. In addition, Teacher Song's subsequent intensified mental exploration and the subsequent reaction of the Huangfu family head are also very similar to what was recorded in the book I saw at that time. So I was wondering if the current state of Patriarch Huangfu was the same as what was recorded in the book. Was he attacked by the same ferocious beast, which led to his current state? Oh, by the way, Professor Song, I saw that the rare beast recorded in that book is a spiritual insect beast called the soul-devouring gu. After hearing Su Yuan's answer, all the senior members of the Huangfu family looked at each other in bewilderment. Even Huangfu Shiba had a confused expression. Neither Huangfu Shiba nor other high-ranking members of the Huangfu family had ever heard of a vicious beast like the soul-eating gu worm. It's actually a soul-eating insect. I see. If that's the case, then it all makes sense. No wonder my mental strength was devoured silently. Su Yuan, I didn't expect that you have so much experience at such a young age. It really makes me ashamed, ha ha ha. However, unlike the reactions of Huangfu Shiba and the others, Su Yuan's answer only made Song Jinfeng concentrate and think for a moment, then he excitedly clapped his hands and laughed out loud. He did not hesitate to praise Su Yuan in his words. Song Jinfeng's reaction made the strong men of the Huangfu family, who were originally disdainful in their hearts, tremble all over. They all looked at Su Yuan with wide eyes, and then looked at Song Jinfeng, who was clapping excitedly. Eyes lingered between the two. It was not until this moment that Huangfu Shiba and the others realized that they had underestimated the junior Su Yuan. They had never heard of a ferocious beast like the soul-eating insect, but Su Yuan was able to tell them about his discovery based on his observations just now. This made their elders, who were several years older than Su Yuan and much stronger than Su Yuan, feel ashamed. Ahem, Mr. Song, thank you for your praise. How can my experience be compared with Mr. Song's? I just like reading, especially the records of rare and precious beasts. Today I discovered that Patriarch Huangfu's situation matched the record of the soul-devouring goo I had seen before. It was all due to luck. I just hope that my discovery can help Teacher Song in treating Patriarch Huangfu. Faced with everyone's surprised gazes and Song Jinfeng's generous praise, Su Yuan coughed lightly a few times and spoke modestly. He did not reveal the real reason why he knew Huangfu Shiyao's current situation, but just made up an excuse to get away with it. However, when Su Yuan lied, he spoke with deep affection and there was no sign of anything unusual on his face. What he said sounded like the truth. Therefore, no one doubted that what Su Yuan had just said was false. In fact, everyone would rather believe that Su Yuan was just lucky, and it was really a coincidence that the cat met the dead mouse. If it was really Su Yuan who used his own ability to see that Huangfu Shiyao's current situation was related to the soul-eating insect, that would be truly scary. It helps, of course it helps. With the information you provided, I now have a plan. Don't worry. Now that I know about the existence of the soul-devouring goo, I have a targeted solution. Even if this soul-eating insect reaches the king level, I can still destroy it, not to mention that it is at the lord level. After listening to Su Yuan's words, Song Jinfeng said with a smile on his face full of confidence. Hearing him say this, Su Yuan felt relieved. The soul-eating poisonous insect lurking in Huangfu Shiyao's brain was only a 6th-level lord beast, far from the king level. It would be easy for Song Jinfeng to deal with that guy. Chapter 99 Departure. After Song Jinfeng agreed with what Su Yuan said, he also decided on a plan to save Huangfu Shiyao. Before treating Huangfu Shiyao, Song Jinfeng also drove everyone out of the room. One reason was to prevent him from being disturbed when he was treating Huangfu Shiyao. The second reason is to prevent the soul-eating insect from launching an attack during its dying struggle and from hurting Su Yuan and others. Although Song Jinfeng determined that the soul-eating insect was not at the king level, but only a lord-level beast, he had no difficulty dealing with it. But this soul-eating insect is a spiritual beast. If it counterattacks before dying, the mental storm attack will fall on Su Yuan and Huangfu Yunjiao, the two talented juniors, and the consequences will be disastrous. Although Huangfu Yunjiao and Su Yuan are gifted, their current strength is still weak and not yet at the commander level. If they were attacked by a lord-level soul-eating insect, the two of them would definitely find it difficult to resist. At this moment, a group of strong men from the Huangfu family were guarding outside the room where Huangfu Shiya was. In order to prevent anyone from disturbing Song Jinfeng, they were all alert and not even a mosquito could get close to the courtyard where they were. Friend Su Yuan, thank you for this time. If brother can be safe this time, my Huangfu family will owe you a huge favor. Outside the courtyard, Huangfu Shiba looked at Su Yuan excitedly and said with gratitude in his eyes. It can be seen that the relationship between the two brothers Huangfu Shiryao and Huangfu Shiba is extremely close. It is not like what is described in some novels where brothers and large families hinder and confront each other. Su Yuan, thank you. Beside Huangfu Shiba, Huangfu Yunjiao was also looking at Su Yuan with gratitude. It's just a small favor. You two don't have to do this. If Patriarch Huangfu can wake up, the person you two should be most grateful to is Instructor Song. Without Teacher Song here, even if I knew that the culprit was the soul-devouring goo, with my strength, I would be helpless in the face of the soul-devouring goo. Looking at the grateful expressions of the two, Su Yuan spoke modestly again. what he said is true. Even though his strength is much stronger than those of his peers, he can even compete with ordinary beast masters who have just entered the commander level. But facing the lord-level soul-eating insect, even if he tried his best, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Ha ha ha, my friend Su Yuan, please stop belittling yourself. After Professor Song has dealt with the soul-eating insect, you and Yun Zhao should set off for Jojo Academy together. In the future, when you two young people continue your studies at Kyushu Academy, you can also support each other and communicate more. If there is anything you need, you can ask Yun Zhao to send us a message. As long as my Huangfu family can help, we will do our best. Huangfu Shiba looked at the humble Su Yuan, smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Squeak. At this moment, the door of the room in the courtyard slowly opened, and Song Jinfeng walked out of the room with a calm expression. It's Teacher Song! Teacher Song, how is my father, brother? Seeing Song Jinfeng walking out of the room, everyone hurried to greet him. Huangfu Shiba and Huangfu Yunzhao asked nervously almost at the same time. Don't worry, the head of the Huangfu family is fine now. Looking at the nervous expressions of the two people, Song Jinfeng said with a smile. Teacher Song's strength is indeed unfathomable. He was able to deal with the soul-devouring insect in such a short time. Upon hearing this, Huangfu Shiba felt relieved and immediately bowed to Song Jinfeng with gratitude. Yes, this time it's all thanks to Teacher Song. Huangfu Yunzhao also echoed, his eyes full of surprise. Ahem, although Patriarch Huangfu is fine now, he still needs to rest for a while. Let's leave now and let Patriarch Huangfu calm down. Song Jinfeng looked at the excited people around him and spoke again. The crowd blocked him at the door, just like family members guarding the door of the operating room in the hospital, blocking his way. Song Jinfeng, who always liked quietness, felt a little uncomfortable with the feeling of being surrounded by people. Okay, everyone listen to Teacher Song and leave so that big brother can have a good rest. After hearing Song Jinfeng's words, Huangfu Shiba immediately spoke to the people around him. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Huangfu family nodded and left with peace of mind. Teacher Song has been traveling all the way, and now he is helping my brother. He has worked really hard. I have asked someone to prepare a banquet in a private room. I hope that Mr. Song will honor me. After we have some rest, it won't be too late to set off for Jojo Academy. After everyone left, Huangfu Shiba said respectfully to Song Jinfeng. Well, it will take quite some time to get to Jojo Academy, so it's better to fill your stomach before setting off again. Song Jinfeng did not refuse, and the group left Huangfu Shiyao's main courtyard under the leadership of Huangfu Shiba. 2.5 hours later, with the hospitality of the Huangfu family, Su Yuan and others arrived outside Tianyuan City. Teacher Song, young friend Su Yuan, thank you both for what we did today. If you need any help from the Huangfu family in the future, just let me know. Outside Tianyuan City, he looked at Su Yuan and Song Jinfeng standing on the back of the silver-winged griffin and expressed his gratitude. Hearing this, both of them nodded. Seeing this, Huangfu Shiba turned his gaze to Huangfu Yunzhao and said, Yun Zhao, study hard at Jojo Academy and work hard to improve yourself. Yeah, I get it. Second uncle. Huangfu Yunzhao nodded obediently after hearing this. Okay, it's almost time, we should set off. After the two sides exchanged greetings, Song Jinfeng glanced at the time and said in a low voice. Then, he nodded slightly to Huangfu Shiba, and with a thought, the silver-winged griffin under his feet flapped its wings, raising a gust of wind and soaring up. After the silver-winged griffin flew into the air, it accelerated and rushed towards the direction of Jojo Academy. Amid the sonic booms, the figure of the silver-winged griffin almost instantly disappeared from the sight of Huangfu Shiba and other powerful men of the Huangfu family. Su Yuan, we are classmates from now on. Please give me your guidance in the future. On the silver-winged griffin, Huangfu Yunzhao looked at Su Yuan, who was standing tall beside him, smiled faintly and stretched out his right hand. Same here, same here. Seeing this, Su Yuan also stretched out his hand with a warm smile and shook hands with Huangfu Yunzhao. Su Yuan held his hands together and felt that they were soft and boneless, with a barely perceptible warmth. It's like a piece of warm jade just taken out of the water. Looking at the beauty in front of him with ink-black hair and watery eyes, feeling the touch of her slender and white right hand, Su Yuan smiled slightly, then let go of the girl's right hand and looked straight ahead. Chapter 100, Independent Space, Inhumane Luxury. At that time, after the soul-eating insect in Huangfu Shuriao's brain was killed by Song Junfeng, in a manor compound in another city hundreds of miles away from Tianyuan City. Puff! An old man in black suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood, with a look of horror on his face. How could it be? My soul-eating insect is dead. Who killed it? During the trip to the Yuntian secret realm, no one in the Huangfu family could discover that I was secretly attacking. Moreover, the soul-devouring goo worm is extremely rare. Even a king-level expert may not be able to discover the soul-devouring goo worm on Huangfu Shuriao. Who on earth is it? They ruined my plan! After wiping off a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, the old man in black had a face as gloomy as water, with a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he took a deep breath and shouted loudly to the door. Someone come! Master! As the old man in black finished speaking, a figure outside quickly came up to him and bowed to him. Go to Tianyuan City to find out the latest news about the Huangfu family. I want to confirm the situation of Huangfu Shuriao's family. Looking at the figure in front of him, the old man in black immediately gave orders. Hearing his words, the visitor immediately obeyed his orders and then respectfully left the room of the old man in black. No matter who you are, if I find out, I will never let you go. The old man in black watched the man retreat, his fists clenched, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The next morning, after more than 10 hours of travel, Su Yuan and Huangfu Yunzhao finally arrived at their destination. 3 people appeared outside Jojo Academy. A gate tens of meters high and hundreds of meters wide appeared in Su Yuan's sight. The 4 powerful characters, Jojo Academy, are engraved on the huge gate, with dragons and phoenixes dancing in the air. Magnificent, solid and imposing. This was Su Yuan's first feeling after seeing the gate of Jojo Academy. Afterwards, Su Yuan also felt a different aura from this gate, a dangerous aura. He had a feeling that if he rushed into the gate rashly, he would most likely die in front of the gate. Teacher Song, why is there only one gate like this here? Can't see any other buildings? At this time, Huangfu Yunzhao on the side looked curiously at the deserted land behind the gate, and couldn't help asking curiously. You will find out when you follow me through this gate. Come on, follow me in. At this moment, Song Junfeng put away his silver-winged griffin, brought Su Yuan and Huangfu Yunzhao to the ground, took out a white jade tablet from somewhere, and spoke to the 2 with a faint smile. Su Yuan and Huangfu Yunzhao nodded after hearing this. The 2 men followed Song Junfeng, one on the left and one on the right, and walked towards the gate. As soon as he passed through the gate of Jojo Academy, Su Yuan felt an invisible force sweeping across his whole body. This force was just a simple scan, it did not cause any harm to him, and it was fleeting. Under the leadership of Song Junfeng, both of them successfully entered Jojo Academy safely. However, Su Yuan and Huangfu Yunzhao were surprised to find that after passing through the gate of Jojo Academy, the scene at this moment was completely different from the scene they had seen outside the gate before. In front of me is a bluestone paved road that is 100 meters wide and extends forward for thousands of meters. On both sides of the road are lifelike statues of ferocious beasts. Su Yuan and Huangfu Yunzhao, who were watching directly, were amazed. Teacher Song, is the location of Jojo Academy an independent space? The gate behind us is the entrance to this independent space. Is it similar to the entrance to a secret realm? Su Yuan took a look at the surrounding environment, then looked back at the door behind him, looked at Song Junfeng beside him with a look of sudden realization and asked. Haha, you're pretty quick to react. That's right. The place we are in right now is an independent space. It was opened up by the first master of the academy with the help of a medium-sized secret realm. The gate behind us is not only a means of entering and exiting Jojo Academy, but also a powerful weapon. There is a formation engraved inside the gate. If you rush in without permission, even if you are a peak emperor-level beast tamer, you will die. Hearing Su Yuan's question, Song Junfeng smiled appreciatively. Hiss! Hearing Song Junfeng say this, Su Yuan and Huangfu Yunzhao couldn't help but take a breath. Even the top-level emperor-level beast master can be killed. If it weren't for Song Junfeng's jade token, they would have been killed without leaving even a trace of ashes if they had rashly broken into the gate. Come on, I'll take you to go through the admissions procedures. Once you get your student IDs and have your information recorded, you'll be able to enter and leave the school as you please. Song Jinfeng looked at the shocked expressions of the two and said with a faint smile. Thinking back to when he first came to Jojo Academy, he had the same reaction as Su Yuan and Huangfu Yunzhao. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan and Huangfu Yunzhao nodded and followed Song Jinfeng along the Bluestone Road. Jojo Academy is very large. Even with Su Yuan and Huangfu Yunzhao's extraordinary strength, it took them half an hour to follow Song Jinfeng to reach the place where they had to go through the admission procedures. After completing all the formalities, Su Yuan and Huangfu Yunzhao were taken by a senior student respectively to find their own dormitories. Brother Su Yuan, all the boys in your class will be assigned to District 2. All dormitories at Jojo Academy are independent villas. You were recruited in advance, so you can choose the villa you like as your dormitory first. Half an hour later, Jiang Chuan brought Su Yuan to the outside of a residential area and said to Su Yuan with a smile. As he spoke, there was a hint of envy and awe in his eyes when he looked at Su Yuan. The young fellow in front of him was specially recruited by Jojo Academy in advance, which meant that he had at least S-level talent for taming beasts. Although he is both powerful and talented, he is also a top-level A-level talented beastmaster. After 1 year of further study at Jojo Academy, his strength level has reached the commander level. But he knew very well that there was an insurmountable gap between A-level and S-level. Even though Su Yuan is a grade lower than him, he believes that it won't be long before Su Yuan's strength level catches up with his senior. Therefore, Jiang Chuan behaved very enthusiastically in front of Su Yuan and did not put on airs as a senior. Everyone is equipped with a private dormitory. This is Daxiao's top beastmaster college. It's really inhumane. Listening to Jiang Chuan's introduction and looking at the community in front of him with thousands of single-family villas, Su Yuan was also shocked by the luxury of Jojo Academy and couldn't help but feel emotional. Finally, under Jiang Chuan's leadership, Su Yuan chose Villa number 2 near the gate of the community as his dormitory. After using the smart bracelet distributed during the enrollment registration to bind the smart door card of Villa number 2, this villa became Su Yuan's home at Jojo Academy for the next 4 years. Chapter 101, Resource Treasure House. Xiaoyan evolves. After Jiang Chuan and Su Yuan completed the registration of the owner of Villa number 2, Jiang Chuan left. Now only Su Yuan still stays in this huge 3-story villa of 800 square meters. In Villa number 2, Area 2, Su Yuan lay on the soft sofa and began to learn all the publicly available information about Jojo Academy through the house's smart butler. It was not until Su Yuan's face was filled with shock that he saw the information about the treasures of Jojo Academy's treasury projected in front of him. A 3rd-tier treasure is priced at 100 credits, a 4th-tier treasure is priced at 1,000 credits, and a 5th-tier treasure is priced at 10,000 credits. There are also 6th-tier and even 7th-tier treasures. Oh my goodness! The treasure house of Jojo Academy actually contains so many natural treasures. Compared with the treasure house of Jojo Academy, the trading markets of Tianyang City and Tianyun City are simply incomparable. Su Yuan stretched out his hand and kept sliding it across the virtual screen in front of him. Looking at the tempting treasures of heaven and earth and the resources for taming beasts, he couldn't help but let his eyes light up. After a while, Su Yuan reluctantly closed the information column of the resource treasure house and said with a trace of regret in his eyes, "Unfortunately, if you want to exchange for the natural treasures in the Jojo Academy's treasury, you can only use the points of Jojo Academy. Otherwise, no matter how rich you are, you won't be able to exchange a single natural treasure from the treasury of Jojo Academy. Let's first check how to get points at school. As long as I have enough points, with my ability and the beast control resources in the Jojo Academy's treasury, I will be able to quickly evolve Xiao Xian and the others. Even if we can't complete the last stage of evolution, it shouldn't be a problem to complete the first 2 or 3 stages of evolution. By then, the quality of my beasts will reach epic quality. Epic quality beast tamers, which are above perfect quality, are something that even most king-level beast tamers don't have." After closing the Jojo Academy treasury information column, Su Yuan immediately searched on the Jojo Academy's intranet for ways to obtain academy points. As Su Yuan continued searching, a detailed guide to obtaining academic points soon appeared in front of him. Su Yuan quickly browsed through the content of the guide, and then quickly sorted out several options that were most suitable for him to obtain points. For me right now, there are 3 options for obtaining academic points that are more suitable. First, I can participate in the freshman competition in a month. As long as I rank in the top 10 in the competition, I can get points as a reward. Then we will go to the Babel Tower of Jojo Academy. The higher the levels of the Babel Tower you pass, the more points you will get as rewards. There is another way to earn points, and that is to go to the Beast Taming Research Institute and participate in the research on the evolution of beasts. Once you can research a new evolutionary route for beast taming, you will receive generous points as a reward. This last method of earning points is basically tailor-made for me. After looking at the plans that were more suitable for him to obtain Jojo Academy points in the near future, Su Yuan set his sights on the last plan with a gleam in his eyes. Su Yuan, who possesses the Eye of Revelation, can easily discover the evolution plans of all ferocious beasts. There is no need to use a large number of the same kind of ferocious beasts, and various beast-controlling resources to conduct continuous experiments. Su Yuan could know the evolutionary route that others had come up with after spending countless efforts, consuming various materials, and even sacrificing thousands of the same ferocious beasts for research, just by taking a glance. And not just one, but all the evolutionary routes of a ferocious beast are seen through. With such a talent, Su Yuan only needs to continuously submit some new beast taming evolution routes to the Beast Taming Research Institute to obtain a steady stream of points. With these points, he no longer needs to worry about exchanging the various beast taming resources in the treasury of Jojo Academy. Each evolutionary route of the beast requires countless research and cultivation before it can be obtained. I can't submit new beast evolution routes too often. The best thing would be to choose the Beast Taming Institute when choosing a department after school starts, and become a student there. Advanced Beast Taming Research Institute, submit a beast taming evolution route to earn points. Then find a way to upgrade Xiao Xian and the others to the epic level, and then challenge the Tower of Babel. By doing both, I can earn points faster. Of course, we can't miss the freshman competition 1 month after school starts. According to the description in the guide, the first place in the Jojo Academy's freshman competition each year receives a reward of up to 1 million points. This can be exchanged for 1 7th level or 10 6th level beast resources. Su Yuan looked at the 3 methods of obtaining points that were suitable for him and started to plan quickly. After completing the planning, Su Yuan turned off the intelligent light brain projection in front of him and took out the 9-petal fire lotus and a dozen other 4th-level beast taming resources from his backpack. It has been almost 2 days since I obtained the 9-petal fire lotus. All the evolutionary resources have been gathered, and it's time for Xiao Yan to complete his first evolution. Su Yuan counted the beast taming resources in front of him, and a smile appeared on his lips. Then he packed up the beast taming resources again, put on his backpack and walked out the door. Although the villa is large, it is not convenient for Xiao Yan to evolve on the spot. Su Yuan's idea was to find a suitable place in the wilderness outside the accommodation area of Jojo Academy to complete Xiao Yan's evolution. Jojo Academy covers a very large area, comparable to a city. But the space where the entire Jojo Academy is located is a medium-sized secret realm. Its area is 10 times larger than the Voodoo Jungle secret realm that Su Yuan had entered outside Tianyun City before. The independent space where Jojo Academy is located has a ground area of more than 1 million square kilometers. There is no need to worry about having no place to evolve the beast. After leaving the villa, Su Yuan walked out of the dormitory area, summoned Xiao Yan outside, and rushed towards the mountains and fields surrounding the school. After flying for about half an hour, Su Yuan arrived at a barren mountain with an altitude of more than 900 meters. After looking around, he decided to complete Xiao Yan's evolution here. This hill is nice, it's not small, and there's no one to bother you around, so let's go here. Xiao Yan, go down. Under Su Yuan's command, Xiao Yan folded his wings, fell rapidly, and finally landed steadily on the hill chosen by Su Yuan. After landing, Su Yuan quickly took out all the beast-taming resources from his backpack and began to deploy them according to the instructions of the Eye of Revelation, and let Xiao Yan absorb the materials he had prepared one by one. As all the beast evolution resources, led by the 9-petal fire lotus, were completely absorbed by Xiaoyan. A ball of white light flashed and instantly enveloped Xiaoyan. It is the light of beast taming and evolution. Xiao Xian, Xiao Yu, Dishu. Everyone come out! Looking at the light of evolution shining on Xiaoyan's body, Su Yuan waved his hand and summoned out the 3 beasts, Xiao Yu, Xiao Xian and Dishu, to protect Xiaoyan together with him. Although this place is very remote, and no one will come to disturb him, Su Yuan still tries his best to prevent accidents from happening. Chapter 102, Fiery Sunbird, Genius Girl. Buzz. Half an hour later, the light of evolution on Xiaoyan finally disappeared. At the same time, Xiaoyan's aura also increased dramatically. As a result, Su Yuan also received an extremely powerful force feedback, and his physical fitness and mental strength soared again. Cry! After completing the evolution, Xiaoyan felt the surging power in his body, flapped his wings, and let out a loud, excited cry. After evolving, Xiaoyan's wings burned like flames, and every flap of its wings created a whirlwind of fiery heat. Its eyes were like 2 deep lava pools, glowing orange and gold. Even though Su Yuan was Xiaoyan's beastmaster, when he looked into Xiaoyan's eyes, he felt a burning breath penetrating deep into his soul. Xiaoyan's feathers are streamlined, gradually turning into a dazzling golden red from head to tail, just like the afterglow of the setting sun. With faint fluctuations of fire elements surrounding his body, Xiaoyan looked as if he was the incarnation of the sun, with the power to ignite the entire sky. Roar! On the side, feeling the oppressive feeling released from Xiaoyan, Xiao Xian and Xiao Yu couldn't help but growl. Both of them looked at Xiaoyan flying into the air, with envy in their eyes. Originally, Xiao Xian and Xiao Yu were still feeling complacent about the fact that Su Yuan had helped them complete their evolution and grow into perfect qualities not long ago, and that their qualities were even better than Xiaoyan's. However, when compared with Xiaoyan now, the gap widened instantly. Even though Xiao Xian and Xiao Yu have both reached the extraordinary quality of perfect 8 stars, they are now nothing compared to Xiaoyan's epic 1-star quality. Of course, compared with other beastmasters, both Xiao Yu and Xiao Xian have obvious advantages. On the side, Su Yuan stared at the evolved Xiaoyan, and 3 pieces of information appeared in his sight, which were the prompts that Xiaoyan had evolved successfully. Your red sun bird has evolved into the blazing sun bird. Your fiery sunbird has acquired a new skill. Red Sun Thousand Suns Attack. Your fiery sunbird has acquired a new skill. Flame Devil Burning Sky Sword. Xiaoyan has successfully evolved and gained 2 new skills. Let's take a look at its current attributes. Feeling the powerful feedback of force coming from his body and looking at the prompt information in front of him, Su Yuan no longer hesitated and immediately checked Xiaoyan's attributes. Scorching Sun Bird contracted. Species, bird/fire. Quality, epic 1 star. Level, extraordinary level 7. Condition, perfect. Skills, fire feather, flame shield, destruction fire eye, blazing sun burning sky, 1000 sun strike, flame demon burning sky sword. Evolution times, 1. Materials required for the next stage of evolution, flame sea pearl *1, flame heart coral *1, blazing sun fire crystal *1. Epic 1-star quality, extraordinary 7th order level. With 1 evolution, he was promoted from the 2nd level of transcendence to the 7th level of transcendence. The span of strength is quite big. It can be considered that the peak 5th order 9-petal fire lotus was not wasted. Now, I finally have my first epic beast. Su Yuan looked at Xiaoyan's attributes and a surprised smile appeared on his face. Epic quality, plus it has reached the 7th level of extraordinary level. Su Yuan estimated that if Xiaoyan used his current strength, he would encounter the guys from the Demon God Church who had attacked Tianyang City before. Xiaoyan can deal with all the beastmasters below the commander level by himself. Xiaoyan now can defeat an ordinary commander level 3rd or 4th order ferocious beast. After Xiaoyan was promoted to the 7th level of transcendence, I am now also a 7th level beastmaster. With my current strength, if I were to break through the Tower of Babel, I wonder how many levels I could pass. Looking at the little Yen in front of him, emitting a scorching breath like the sun in the sky, Su Yuan's mouth twitched slightly and he spoke in a low voice. Just when he was about to take Xiao Yu and Xiao Xian back, and let Xiaoyan take him away from here and rush back to Jojo Academy. His mental power keenly sensed that two auras were rapidly approaching this side not far away. At the same time, Xiaoyan looked in the same direction almost at the same time as Su Yuan, and he also discovered two auras approaching in the distance. This discovery immediately made Su Yuan alert. Although this independent space belongs to Jojo Academy, it is almost impossible for people from the Demon God Church to sneak into it. But there is no guarantee that accidents will happen. Moreover, the medium-sized secret realm where Jojo Academy is located is extremely vast. In the wilderness outside the building cluster of Jojo Academy, there are still many ferocious beasts active. The strength of these ferocious beasts is around the commander level, and they are deliberately released into this medium-sized secret realm by Jojo Academy. Firstly, it allows the students of Jojo Academy to fight against these ferocious beasts and accumulate combat experience. Secondly, these ferocious beasts released into the wilderness can also serve as guinea pigs for the Beast Taming Research Institute of Jojo Academy to study the evolutionary paths of ferocious beasts. In the independent space where Jojo Academy is located, the ferocious beasts in the wild are what Su Yuan needs to be most careful about. Under Su Yuan's gaze, a round beast appeared in his sight. This beast is about 10 meters long and has a round body. The whole thing looks like a large ball with wings. The two pairs of wings on the back of the ball also look like they are made of fine iron swords. Its body is covered with golden hair and has 4 fleshy paws. At first glance, it's quite cute and a little funny. Golden winged rollermon contracted. Species, exotic/gold. Quality, perfect 4 stars. Level, Commander level 9. Status, happy. Skills, Copper Head and Iron Bones, Meat Bomb Impact, Golden Light Guardian Shield, Shining Golden Blade, Golden Scale Wing Destroying Slash. Evolution times 1. Resources required for the next stage of evolution. A perfect 4-star exotic beast tamer, with a strength level as high as the 9th level of Commander. The owner of this beast should be a senior from Jojo Academy. This senior sister may not look very old, but she possesses the terrifying strength of a 9th Order Commander, and her talent is also the highest I have ever seen. As expected of Jojo Academy. I've only been here for a short time, but I've already met a genius SS-level beast master. Su Yuan looked at the gold-winged roller beast flying closer, then glanced at the girl in a pink dress standing on the top of the gold-winged roller beast, and was shocked. The girl was only about 1.6 meters tall, had a baby face, and looked younger than him, yet she already possessed the power to command a 9th-level beast. This was not the most surprising thing for Su Yuan. Under his God of Revelation's eyes, the girl's talent information was also revealed. The girl standing on the gilded winged roller beast in front of him was actually an SS-level beast master with gold-type talent. The aura of the 7th level of Transcendence. Classmate, you are the new junior who just entered Jojo Academy, right? What kind of beast is this of yours? Why have I never seen it before? Just as Su Yuan was shocked, the girl standing on the gilded winged rolling ball beast blinked her big, Caslin eyes, looked at Su Yuan with curiosity, and asked. Chapter 103, Tong Yen's senior sister, Xia Qianqian. Hello, senior. There are tens of thousands of beasts in the world. My beast has just completed a special evolution. It's normal that you don't recognize it. Su Yuan looked at the chubby little lowly girl standing on the gilded winged rolling ball beast in front of him and spoke with a smile. He was not surprised why the other party said he was a new junior. Every student in Jojo Academy is a genius selected from thousands of people, and almost all of them have A-level talent for beast taming. The new students who are able to be recruited into Jojo Academy are basically awakening level beast masters, or those who are close to the peak of the awakening level. Studying in the teaching environment of Jojo Academy, which gathers the best educational resources in Daxia, for 1 year is enough for all first-year students to break through to the extraordinary level. His own beast, Xiaoyan, had just completed its evolution, and the aura released from his body was also of the extraordinary 7th level. After the other party sensed Xiaoyan's 7th level extraordinary aura, it was understandable that they regarded him as a new junior. Special evolution? Hearing Su Yuan's answer, the girl on the gilded winged rolling ball beast murmured something in a low voice. I guessed in my heart that Su Yuan probably didn't want to reveal the type of his beast, and was just making up an excuse to cover up. Then, she looked at Su Yuan again, with a sweet smile on her face again, and said, "So that's how it is." "Oh, right. Look, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xia Qianqian, and I'm a sophomore at the Gold Department. What's your name, little brother?" "Su Yuan." Su Yuan heard this and spoke lightly. "Well, Junior Su Yuan, it's nice to meet you. Let's exchange contact information. You just came to Jojo Academy. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can contact me. If I can help, senior sister will definitely help." Upon hearing this, Xia Qianqian made a suggestion that surprised Su Yuan a little. After she confirmed that Su Yuan was a new student at Jojo Academy, she also intended to make friends with Su Yuan. All the students who are able to be recruited into Jojo Academy in advance are beast-taming geniuses with S-level talents. Especially the beast besides Su Yuan, which has reached the extraordinary 7th level. This kind of strength is almost the same as when she was specially recruited into Jojo Academy at this time last year. According to Xia Qianqian's speculation, among the freshmen of Jojo Academy this year, Su Yuan's strength can definitely be ranked in the top 3. Being able to make friends with a genius of this level is definitely not a bad thing for her. Su Yuan had no idea what Xia Qianqian was thinking. But after hearing Xia Qianqian's proposal, he was stunned for just a moment, and then readily agreed. At this moment, Su Yuan's inner thoughts coincided with Xia Qianqian's. Being able to meet an SS-level beast-taming genius is definitely more beneficial than harmful. As a result, the two quickly exchanged each other's contact information. "Junior Su Yuan, I have something else to do, so I'll go back to school first. See you later." "Go, let's go back." After exchanging contact information, the two chatted for a while. Xia Qianqian smiled sweetly at Su Yuan, waved her hand, and let the gilded-winged rolling ball beast take her to fly towards Jojo Academy. After only 1 year at Jojo Academy, she has already stepped halfway into the realm of a Lord-level Beastmaster. This Xia Qianqian is no ordinary person. Su Yuan turned around, looked at Xia Qianqian's rapidly receding back, and sighed in a low voice. "Xiaoyan, let's go back too." After expressing his emotion, Su Yuan turned around and said to Xiaoyan, "Cry." Hearing Su Yuan's words, Xiaoyan flapped his wings, circled in the air, and landed next to Su Yuan. As for the flames coming out of Xiaoyan's body, they were all extinguished at this moment. Seeing this, Su Yuan put away the two beasts, Xiaoyu and Xiaoxian, and then jumped hard and leaped behind Xiaoyan. After Su Yuan stood firm, Xiaoyan flapped his wings again, soared into the sky, and flew quickly towards Jojo Academy with Su Yuan. Jojo Academy, Beast Taming Research Institute. A young girl pushed open the door of the dean's office, holding a cup of milk tea in her hand. She took a sip and muttered to an old man sitting on the sofa. "Grandpa, why are you calling me back so anxiously? Gun and I haven't had enough fun yet." After saying that, the girl took another sip of the milk tea in her hand and looked at the old man opposite with her big eyes. "Qianqian, drink less milk tea. Aren't you worried that you'll get fat and won't be able to get married in the future?" Looking at the girl, the old man's eyes narrowed with a smile, and he said with a doting look on his face, "Humph, I won't marry. Besides, I have a physique that doesn't put on weight no matter how much I eat. Drinking a few cups of milk tea will definitely not make me fat." Hearing the old man joking, Xia Qianqian immediately retorted, "Haha, forget it, I won't tease you anymore. Qianqian, I called you back this time because I have good news for you. Your grandpa and several other professors at the Beast Taming Research Institute have researched the second stage of the evolution of the gold-winged roller mon. Come with me now. I have prepared the resources for you to evolve into the gold-winged roller mon. And I have already prepared the materials for you to build the beast taming space. Your gilded winged roller mon is now a 9th level Beastmaster. After it completes its evolution this time, it should be able to enter the Lord level in one fell swoop. After that, you will be a Lord level Beastmaster. When you successfully build your own beast taming space, you won't need to carry so many beast taming bracelets." As he spoke, the old man's eyes fell on the 6 beast taming bracelets on Xia Qianqian's hands. "Really? Gun can evolve. That's great. Thank you, Grandpa." "Grandpa, let's not waste any more time, take me away now." After the old man finished speaking, Xia Qianqian immediately felt that the milk tea in her hand was no longer fragrant. She directly placed the milk tea in her hand on the long mahogany table in front of her, and immediately stepped forward to hold the old man's hand, shaking his right hand while acting coquettishly and cutely. "Ha ha, you get anxious sometimes too. Okay, I'll take you there right away." The old man looked at his granddaughter beside him, smiled kindly, and reached out to rub Xia Qianqian's head affectionately. An old man and a child just walked towards the door. Jojo Academy, Dormitory Area 2. Su Yuan has returned to his villa number 2. After returning to the villa, Su Yuan turned on the house's smart butler and retrieved some information about the Tower of Babel. Now that Xiao Yan has completed his evolution, Su Yuan's strength has also been greatly improved, but this did not make Su Yuan complacent. What he needs to do now is to evolve the other 3 beasts except Xiao Yan again. The 3 beasts Xiaoyu, Xiaoxian and Dashu, which have already reached perfect high quality, need 6th level main materials and a large amount of 5th level secondary materials if they want to evolve again. Before this, Su Yuan had already checked that if he wanted to evolve the remaining 3 beasts to epic level, he would need 480,000 points to exchange for 3 6th level materials and 18 5th level materials. The Tower of Babel is open once a month, at the end of every month. I can go to the Tower of Babel tomorrow and earn points. It just happened to be the day before Jojo Academy officially opened. The Tower of Babel tests the strength of the Beastmaster himself. The higher the spiritual power and soul strength of the Beastmaster, the higher the number of levels he can pass through the Tower of Babel. I have a talent beyond the SSS level, and the soul strength of a traverser is also far beyond that of an ordinary person. Breaking through the Tower of Babel will give you a greater advantage than others. Su Yuan looked at the information about the Tower of Babel in front of him, his eyes gleaming, and he spoke in a low voice with a confident smile on his face. Chapter 104 Night Talk. It turns out that Xiaoyu was intercepted by us. In the evening, at the invitation of Huangfu Yunzhao, Su Yuan had dinner with Huangfu Yunzhao in the central cafeteria of Jojo Academy. Su Yuan, after school starts, which department do you plan to study in? At the dining table, Huangfu Yunzhao took a sip of the delicious broth made from a commander-level ferocious beast, then looked at Su Yuan and asked, "If nothing unexpected happens, I should go to the Beast Taming Research Institute." Su Yuan put down his chopsticks and replied, "Beast Taming Research Institute? Today I learned that the Beast Taming Research Institute is the department with the least students, and the students in the Beast Taming Research Institute are generally engaged in various beast evolution research. Basically, not many people have the energy to focus on improving their own beast taming abilities. Will your choice of the Beast Taming Research Institute hinder your own improvement in strength?" Hearing Su Yuan's choice, Huangfu Yunzhao couldn't help but frown. "Don't worry, I've already taken this into consideration. To be honest, my talent for taming beasts is closely related to the evolution of various beasts. After a day of consideration, I found that the Beast Taming Institute is the best fit for me. After entering the Beast Taming Institute, my level increased speed may not be slower than other students." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan shrugged casually, indicating that he didn't care about the difficulty of improving his strength after entering the Beast Taming Research Institute. After listening to Su Yuan's explanation, Huangfu Yunzhao did not continue asking questions, but nodded. After entering Kyushu Academy, students are free to choose which department to study in. The instructors at Kyushu Academy couldn't handle it, let alone her. "Yunzhao, I think your beasts are poison and shadow beasts. If I'm not mistaken, you will choose one of these 2 departments, right?" After a pause, Su Yuan looked at Huangfu Yunzhao and said with a smile. Hearing this, Huangfu Yunzhao smiled and nodded. "Yes, I plan to choose a shadow school. My beast taming talent helps improve the strength of shadow and poison beast taming. And now I have a shadow dragon scorpion of the shadow type, which has reached the perfect 6-star quality. I plan to focus all my energy on cultivating the shadow dragon scorpion. The Shadow Academy will allow me to better utilize my talents and raise the level of the shadow dragon scorpion as soon as possible." She did not avoid Su Yuan, but told him about the situation of her highest quality beast, the shadow dragon scorpion. As early as 2 months ago, after Huangfu Yunzhao learned the news about shadow dragon wood from Yang Di, he asked the Huangfu family to go and purchase the shadow dragon wood. 2 months ago, she used the Shadow Dragon Wood to evolve her outstanding 8-star Dark Scorpion into a perfect 6-star Shadow Dragon Scorpion. It was precisely because of this Shadow Dragon Scorpion that Huangfu Yunzhao was able to ascend to the level of an extraordinary beast master with the training of the Huangfu family's resources. Now her Shadow Dragon Scorpion has reached the extraordinary 3rd level, and its strength should not be underestimated. Shadow Dragon Scorpion, this is a perfect 6-star quality beast. Moreover, a relatively complete evolutionary route has been discovered, which can eventually evolve into an epic 9-star Midnight Dragon Scorpion. Looks like you're lucky. When Su Yuan heard Huangfu Yunzhao's answer, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and he also congratulated Huangfu Yunzhao. The Dark Striped Scorpion was not only an excellent 8-star high-quality beast from the beginning. It is extremely rare to be able to research a beast that can evolve 3 times in a row and finally reach the epic 9-star quality. In the entire world, there are no more than 20 types of beasts that have a clear evolutionary path and can evolve from excellent quality to epic 9-star quality. An epic 9-star quality beast tamer is only one step away from becoming a legendary quality beast tamer. Being able to own an epic 9-star quality beast master, even if the beast master's talent is not that good, at worst he can become a powerful imperial level beast master. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be no problem for him to develop slowly all the way and become an emperor-level beastmaster. Su Yuan was naturally happy for Huangfu Yunzhao that she could own a beast like the Shadow Dragon Scorpion. I was able to obtain the Dark Striped Scorpion, which was indeed largely due to luck. Before this, I was originally accompanied by Uncle Ba to the Misty Forest. The one I had my eyes on was a swift shadow cat cub that had secretly left its parents. It's a pity that Uncle Ba and I haven't been able to find the baby swift shadow cat yet. Instead, we encountered the adult swift shadow cat. We were regarded as enemies who stole their cubs. In a rage, they mobilized the surrounding ferocious beasts to form a beast tide to besiege us. The next part is that I was chased by a wave of beasts and almost couldn't get out. Fortunately, I met Principal Wang of Tianyang No. 1 Middle School and was able to escape danger. As for the follow-up of the beast tide in the Misty Forest, you also know about it. Huangfu Yunzhao heard this and said with a faint smile. Forehead. It turns out that I met Xiaoyu in the Misty Forest, and it was Huangfu Yunzhao's beast that I intercepted. Ahem, if Huangfu Yunzhao knew what happened, I wonder what his expression would be. After hearing what Huangfu Yunzhao said, Su Yuan was obviously stunned. There was a look of surprise on his face, and he felt a little embarrassed. However, Huangfu Yunzhao did not notice Su Yuan's performance. After a pause, she shook her head and smiled bitterly. How difficult is it to complete the 3rd evolution of the Dark Striped Scorpion? The first evolution of the Dark Striped Scorpion requires the 5th level beast resource Shadow Dragon Wood. The evolutionary resources for the next 2 stages require beast resources of level 6, level 7, or even higher. Even if we use up all the financial resources of the Huangfu family, it would be difficult to gather the resources needed for the final evolution. Perhaps in the 4 years at Jojo Academy, I can earn more than 100,000 points and exchange them for the resources for the next stage of Shadow Dragon Scorpion's evolution in the Jojo Academy's treasury. As for the final stage of evolution, I looked and found that a complete set of evolutionary resources would require more than 1.8 million points. With so many points, even I don't have the confidence to collect them within 4 years. I can only wait until I become stronger and then slowly collect the resources for the final stage of evolution. In response to Huangfu Yunzhao's sigh, Su Yuan hummed and nodded in agreement. It is very difficult to obtain points at Kyushu Academy. Apart from breaking into the Tower of Babel and providing a new evolutionary route to the Beast Taming Research Institute, the only way to obtain it is by accepting missions from Jojo Academy to assist municipal officials from various places in eliminating hidden demon god church dens. But in addition to providing a new beast taming evolution route, the points rewards are relatively generous. Whether it is breaking into the Tower of Babel or accepting a demon-slaying mission, the points obtained are very limited. Of course, every freshman entering Kyushu Academy has a chance to earn huge points. That is the freshman competition of Jojo Academy. The first place in the freshman competition can directly receive 1,000,000 points reward. The second place prize is 500,000 points. The third place will receive a reward of 200,000 points. The top 4 to 10 players will receive a reward of 10,000 points. In comparison, only the top 3 places receive the most luxurious points rewards. However, Jojo Academy is the top beast taming college in Daxia, gathering the best beast taming talents in the country. This world is countless times larger than the Earth before Su Yuan traveled through it, and its population is also extremely large. With such a huge population base, there are more than tens of millions of students taking the college entrance examination in Daxia every year. Every new student who enters Jojo Academy is a genius selected from thousands of people. It is easy to imagine how difficult it is to get a top 3 ranking in the Kyushu University freshman competition. Even for Huangfu Yunjiao, who possesses S-level talent, it would be difficult for him to make it into the top 10. Chapter 105, Gathering at the Tower of Babel, SS-level talent, Bloody Cold. Su Yuan, come to think of it, we can go to the Tower of Babel the day after tomorrow. As things stand, this is the only way we can earn points for a short period of time right now. At this time, Huangfu Yunjiao, who had expressed his feelings about how hard it was to earn points, suddenly looked at Su Yuan and said to him, "The Tower of Babel will be open in 2 days, and all students of Jojo Academy will be able to participate in it. They will gain certain points by passing through several levels of the Tower of Babel. In addition, the new student competition will take place 1 month after school starts. However, the risk factor of accepting the demon-slaying missions of Jojo Academy is too high. For those of them who have just entered Jojo Academy, and whose strength level is only extraordinary level Beastmasters, they are not suitable to accept these demon-slaying missions at the moment. Otherwise, if they encounter slightly stronger followers of the Demon God Church, they will have difficulty protecting themselves. Yes, I have noticed this a long time ago, and I am planning to go to the Tower of Babel when it opens the day after tomorrow. Since Yunjiao, you are going too, let's meet in front of the Tower of Babel the day after tomorrow." On the opposite side, Su Yuan heard this and nodded in reply. "Well, see you at the Tower of Babel the day after tomorrow." Hearing Su Yuan's answer, Huangfu Yunjiao also responded with a smile. After eating and drinking, the two returned to their own dormitories. For the next day, except for going out to eat, Su Yuan stayed in his own villa dormitory, meditating to improve his mental strength. Proficient in 2 mental attack methods, Soul Arrow and Huangting Shield. Since the Tower of Babel is a test of the Beastmaster's own strength, then the biggest possibility is that it is a test of the Beastmaster's mental strength. Secondly, the physical fitness of the Beastmaster will be assessed. After all, no Beastmaster would put himself in danger on the battlefield and use his body to fight ferocious beasts. He would only use his powerful mental power to activate the mental attack secrets he has practiced to annihilate the souls of ferocious beasts. The Beastmaster will personally engage in hand-to-hand combat with ferocious beasts only when he has no other choice. Just like Wang Gang, the principal of Tianyang No. 1 Middle School, when the Beast Tide attacked Tianyang City. Time passed quietly as Su Yuan immersed himself in meditation. Soon, it was the day when the Tower of Babel of Jojo Academy would be opened. Su Yuan also summoned Xiao Yan and took him to the location of the Tower of Babel. What a great Tower of Babel! It really lives up to its name, it's so high it reaches the sky. I don't know how such a towering tower was built. When we arrived at the area where the Tower of Babel was located, we looked at the giant golden tower that soared into the clouds and covered an area of nearly 10 football fields. Su Yuan couldn't help but let out an exclamation. In front of the Tower of Babel, even Xiao Yan, whose wingspan exceeded 30 meters, was just a tiny creature and not worth mentioning. After being amazed, Su Yuan immediately let Xiao Yan fly towards the open space around the Tower of Babel. It fell where the crowd gathered. Although it is not the start of the new semester yet, more than 90% of the old students of Jojo Academy have returned to Jojo Academy. The Tower of Babel is open today, and a large number of students from Jojo Academy have gathered here, more than 1,000 people. However, most of these students came just to watch the fun. Except for geniuses like Su Yuan who were specially recruited in advance, most of the people gathered here are old students. They have all passed through the Tower of Babel more than once. Before they made a breakthrough in strength, even if these old students tried to pass through the tower again, they would just be stuck at the level they passed last time, just like before. The points reward for each level of the Tower of Babel are awarded to students once they pass through it for the first time. Before they have the strength to break through the levels of the Tower of Babel where they are trapped, it would be a waste of time for these old students to challenge the tower. Have you heard? There is a top genius among the freshmen this year. Not only has he awakened his SS level talent, but he has also made further progress in the past 2 days since entering Jojo Academy, and his level has broken through to the commander level. I heard that the man's name seemed to be Nia something? Nia Xiaoming. Yes. It's Nia Xiaoming. SS level beast taming talent, commander level strength level. In my opinion, Nia Xiaoming should be the best among this class of freshmen. In addition to Nia Xiaoming, there are 2 other SS level beast taming geniuses among the freshmen this year. I know that these 2 are now extraordinary beast masters. One of them is Shangguan Yunqian from the Shangguan family, one of the top wealthy families in Daxia. The other is Zhong Shiding from the Zhong family. His 3 SS level talents. This year's juniors are really going too far. It is said that Zhong Shiding and Shangguan Yunqian are both school beauties. I wonder what they look like. Today is the once-a-month open day of the Tower of Babel. These new geniuses will definitely come to challenge the tower. We will see them later. Speaking of beauties, I met a schoolmate named Huangfu Yunzhao yesterday. Her figure and appearance are also top-notch. She is simply my dream girl. As Su Yuan walked among the crowd and headed towards the entrance of the Tower of Babel, he heard the old students around him whispering about the news about the new students in their class. 3 geniuses with SS-level beast-taming talents. This school is truly worthy of being the top beast-taming college in Daxia. Nia Xiaoming, Shangguan Yunqian, Zhong Shiding, the strength levels of these 3 are much higher than mine. As expected, we should not underestimate the heroes of the world. Especially those top-notch family geniuses who have emperor-level, or even royal-level beast masters. With the blood talent passed down from their elders and the beast-taming resources at their fingertips, these people are definitely good at taming beasts. Their combat power is probably at the monster level, and fighting against opponents of higher levels is as easy as eating and drinking water. Listening to the discussions around him, Su Yuan sighed to himself. Before he knew it, Su Yuan had walked to the front of the crowd and approached the entrance of the Tower of Babel. Su Yuan! Over here! At this moment, a delicate voice sounded, attracting Su Yuan's attention. Su Yuan turned his head and saw Huangfu Yunzhao waving at him with a smile. Next to Huangfu Yunzhao, there was a girl wearing a plain hanfu skirt. She had long hair like a waterfall, a peerless appearance, and skin as white as cream. Standing together with Huangfu Yunzhao, it was as if 2 of the most gorgeous flowers in spring bloomed at the same time, each of them beautiful yet complementing each other. The 2 women together became the most dazzling scenery in the scene. However, Su Yuan's attention was not focused on the girl's appearance, but on the information revealed on her head. With the help of the Eye of Revelation, a message appeared above the girl's head. Blood Cold, SS-level Ice talent, can greatly increase the speed of Ice Beast's strength improvement, can stimulate the Ice Beast's blood power to enter a violent state during battle, greatly increasing the combat power of Ice Beast. For those who have this talent, any attack will be accompanied by a powerful freezing effect. SS-level beast-taming talent, this should be one of Shangguan Yunqian and Zhong Shiding. Looking at the talent information revealed by the other party, Su Yuan's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he said in his heart. Chapter 106, A Gathering of Geniuses. Yunzhao. After taking a look at the beast-taming talent information of the woman in the plain skirt, Su Yuan slowly walked forward, came in front of the 2 women, and nodded slightly to Huangfu Yunzhao. Yunzhao, won't you introduce this friend of yours to me? At this time, Shangguan Yunqian, who was standing in front of Huangfu Yunzhao, looked at Su Yuan with amazement, and then smiled and said to Huangfu Yunzhao beside her. Yeah, I was just about to introduce them. Su Yuan, this is the genius I just made friends with at Jojo Academy, Shangguan Yunqian from the Shangguan family. She is a top-notch genius with SS-level beast-taming talent. Yunqian, this is Su Yuan, a talented young man from Tianyang City. Upon hearing this, Huangfu Yunzhao took a step forward, stood between Su Yuan and Shangguan Yunqian and introduced them to each other. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan and Shangguan Yunqian both nodded to each other, indicating that they knew each other. Look, that's Shangguan Yunqian and Huangfu Yunzhao. TSK, they are all really beautiful women, so stunningly beautiful. No, who is that boy? Why is he chatting and laughing with two schoolgirls? That boy is so lucky in love, he won the favor of two female students right after he arrived. So damn enviable. When Su Yuan was greeting Huangfu Yunzhao and Shangguan Yunqian, the people behind him were filled with indignation after seeing this scene. Some boys wished they could bite their back teeth to pieces. Look! That's Nie Xiaoming! He's here! At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the crowd. The next moment, everyone's eyes were drawn to the same direction. Su Yuan and the other two were no exception. After all, Nie Xiaoming was the only genius in their class who had reached the level of a commander-level beastmaster. It's hard not to pay attention to such people. As Su Yuan looked up, he saw a young man with an extraordinary temperament riding a 3-foot-long sword in the distant sky, flying towards him in an extremely elegant manner. After he landed on the ground, the 3-foot-long sword under his feet stood behind him very cleverly. After circling around him for a circle, it accurately fell into the scabbard behind him. Such a handsome scene immediately attracted the eyes of the girls around, and they exclaimed in surprise. After landing, Nie Xiaoming stood straight with his arms folded across his chest, quietly waiting for the moment when the Tower of Babel would be completely opened. At the same time, he exuded a fierce aura. Although there was only one person standing there, it gave people the feeling that there was a peerless sword standing there. Qingxue sword. Species: alien/flying sword. Quality: epic 3 stars. Level: Commander level 1. Condition: perfect. Skills: big and small Rui, Qi Shao sword technique, flying sword splitting, human and sword integration. Evolution times 1. Materials required for the next stage of evolution. Another exotic beast, and a flying sword of epic quality. This is much more powerful than Wei Hao's ape's soul ancient shield. Looking at the 3-foot green sword behind Nie Xiaoming, Su Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise and he sighed. At the same time, his gaze refocused on Nie Xiaoming, and the talent of the revelation eye was activated by him to look at the other party's talent information. Sword controlling, SS level mysterious talent. Those with this talent have a strong attraction to sword-type beasts of different species. Using sword-type beasts can greatly increase the combat power of sword-type beasts, and can attach powerful killing power to each move. SS level mysterious talent, sword control is clear. This Nie Xiaoming should never be underestimated. Looking at Nie Xiaoming's talent and feeling the fierce aura emanating from him, Su Yuan's heart trembled. This time he had to admit that when he met Nie Xiaoming, who was in the same class as him, he was no match for the other. The appearance of Nie Xiaoming also made Su Yuan realize once again that there is still a certain gap between himself and the top talents of the top families. The talents cultivated by these families that have royal-level beastmasters or even more powerful beastmasters far surpass those cultivated by ordinary families. If Huangfu Yunzhao, the daughter of a noble family who only controls one city, also possessed SS-level talent, it would be impossible for her to obtain an epic-level beastmaster now. But it is not surprising that a genius disciple from a superfamily like Nie Xiaoming possesses a beast taming of epic quality. Perhaps, the quality of the beast tamed by Shangguan Yunqian beside me is not much lower than that of Nie Xiaoming. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan noticed that Shangguan Yunqian beside him looked at Nie Xiaoming with a calm expression, and thought to himself. However, although Su Yuan admitted that he was not as good as Nie Xiaoming, Shangguan Yunqian and other geniuses from the top aristocratic families in Daxia. But he did not belittle himself. In the future, everyone will study in this Jojo academy, and he will have the same starting line as the chosen ones from these aristocratic families. As long as he could earn enough points, he would be able to exchange them for any beast-taming resources he needed in the treasury of Jojo Academy. With enough beast-taming resources, he can upgrade the quality of all his beasts to epic quality, or even higher legendary quality in a short period of time. By then, Nie Xiaoming, Shangguan Yunqian and other gifted people might not be able to catch up with him. While Su Yuan was thinking this, there was another commotion in the crowd. Su Yuan raised his eyes and looked towards the source of the commotion, and saw a woman in green appear in his sight, walking towards the direction of the Tower of Babel with a calm expression. Another SS-level talent. This one should be the last of the 3 SS-level geniuses this year. Activating the Eye of Revelation, Su Yuan looked at the beast-taming talent information displayed above the other party's head and said in his heart. As the crowd's exclamations grew louder, Su Yuan confirmed his guess. The woman in green was none other than Zhong Shiding, who had awakened her SS-level beast-taming talent. Since then, the 3 top talents who have awakened SS-level beast-taming talents have all gathered outside the Tower of Babel. Same as Su Yuan and Huangfu Yunjiao. It's not just Nie Xiaoming and these 3 top talents. All of the talented beast masters who were specially recruited in advance have now arrived at the entrance of the Tower of Babel. Everyone wants to come to the Tower of Babel as soon as possible to earn points. Su Yuan took a quick glance at the crowd around him and found that there were 23 geniuses with S-level beast-taming talent. In addition to himself, there are 3 SS-level geniuses, Nie Xiaoming, Shangguan Yunqian and Zhong Shiding. There are a total of 27 geniuses who have been specially recruited in advance by Jojo Academy this year. Boom! Shortly after all the specially recruited geniuses gathered outside the Tower of Babel, bursts of thunderous roars suddenly came from the surrounding air. Su Yuan and others were attracted by the sound coming from the front, and their eyes were all fixed on the entrance to the Tower of Babel in front of them. Over there, the entrance to the Tower of Babel was slowly opening. The roar here was made by a giant stone tablet slowly rising from the ground near the entrance of the Tower of Babel. Chapter 107 Stone Tablet Ranking. The names recorded on this stone tablet should be the rankings of the students from Jojo Academy who passed the Tower of Babel. Su Yuan looked at the giant stone tablet that was 100 feet high at the entrance of the Tower of Babel, and the rows of names on it, his eyes flashing with brilliance. I saw that the stone tablet was filled with names. From beginning to end, there are a total of 1,000 lines of names. First place, Shuizhengyi, number of tower floors reached, 95. Second place, Gu Yufeng, number of tower floors reached, 80. Third place, Gao Yi, number of tower floors reached, 79 floors. 1000th place, Li Buwei, number of tower floors reached, 59. There are 1,000 people on the list on the stone tablet. Each one of them is a genius, but the gap between them is huge. The first place winner, Shuizhengyi, has reached the 95th floor of the tower, while the last place winner has only reached the 59th floor. The difference between the two is a full 36 levels. Isn't this gap too big? And the gap between the first and second place is as high as 15 levels. The first place is much stronger than the subsequent geniuses. Su Yuan glanced at the top and bottom rankings on the stone tablet, and couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice. Su Yuan, you don't know that the ranking of the Jojo Academy's Tower of Babel records the top 1,000 people with the highest tower scores over the hundreds of years since the establishment of Jojo Academy. Almost everyone whose name is recorded on the stone tablet of the Tower of Babel is an SS-level genius. There are only a few S-level geniuses on the stone tablet, and they are all S-level beast-taming talents that have a very powerful effect on increasing mental strength. As for the first place on the stone tablet list, the reason why he is able to maintain a huge lead over the others is entirely because his beast-taming talent is a unique SSS-level talent. That's why I was able to surpass everyone else and maintain the number 1 position in the Tower of Babel for hundreds of years, and no one has broken it until now. It is said that Master Shuizhengyi is now a saint-level peak beast master, and the most powerful person in Daxia. Hearing Su Yuan's low murmur, Shangguan Yunqian beside him smiled and explained. When talking about Shuizhengyi, her eyes flickered and her face was full of admiration. It is obvious that he has great respect and admiration for Shuizhengyi. I see. It's no wonder that the only SSS-level gifted beast master in hundreds of years can maintain a 15-level advantage over the second place. After hearing Shangguan Yunqian's explanation, Su Yuan nodded slightly and said in a low voice. Huangfu Yunjiao standing by also nodded in sudden realization. Only top families like the Shangguan family can know something about this information about the saint-level powerful ones. People like Su Yuan and Huangfu Yunjiao didn't even know who Shuizhengyi was before this. Not to mention knowing that the other party's talent is the only SSS-level talent in Daxia in hundreds of years. Let's go. Now that the Tower of Babel is open, let's get ready and go. I hope we can all leave our names on the stone tablet. Looking at the expressions of Su Yuan and Huangfu Yunjiao, Shangguan Yunqian said to them with a smile. Then he prepared to head towards the entrance of the Tower of Babel. Can you leave your name now? Sister Yunqian, we are only extraordinary beast masters now. Even if it's Nie Xiaoming, he may not be able to leave his name on the stone tablet at this moment, right? After all, those whose names are written on the stone tablets are all the top geniuses of Jojo Academy over the past hundreds of years. When they entered the tower and wrote their names on the stone tablets, they were much stronger than us freshmen who have just entered Jojo Academy. Shangguan Yunqian's words immediately made Huangfu Yunzhao speak with some lack of confidence. Not really. Hearing Huangfu Yunzhao's words, Shangguan Yunqian paused, but smiled and shook her head. Then she patiently explained to Huangfu Yunzhao. The Tower of Babel in Jojo Academy does not allow higher levels of beast masters who enter it to climb to higher levels. Yunzhao, if you look carefully at the detailed information of the Tower of Babel, you will find that the Tower of Babel only tests the strength of the beast master himself. In this Tower of Babel, beast masters cannot summon their own beasts. They can only use the various spiritual secret skills they have learned to break through the tower. What the Tower of Babel really tests is the soul strength of the beast master of the same level, and the offensive and defensive means of the spiritual secret skills. Whether you are a transcendent beast master, a commander-level beast master, or a lord-level beast master. At the beginning of the Tower of Babel, the enemies you face are all beings of the same realm as you. Only after defeating the opponents created by the Tower of Babel can you enter the next level. To put it simply, it tests the increase in the spiritual power of beast masters of the same level. As for a beast master, the higher the level of his beast-taming talent, the stronger his soul will be. This is also why the strong men who left their names on the stone tablet are almost all beast masters with SS-level beast-taming talents. I think you should understand what I mean. After saying that, Shangguan Yunqian looked at Huangfu Yunzhao with a smile. I see. I understand. Hearing this, Huangfu Yunzhao said with sudden enlightenment. Even Yuan, who was standing by, couldn't help but nodded. Although he had learned a lot of information about the Tower of Babel in the past 2 days, he knew that it would take great mental and soul strength to break into the Tower of Babel. He also knew that his own mythical talent and the strength of his soul as a time traveler would give him a great advantage in breaking through the Tower of Babel. But now, after hearing Shangguan Yunqian's detailed explanation, his understanding of the Tower of Babel was undoubtedly deeper. I wonder how many levels of the Tower of Babel I can get through with just the 2 ordinary spiritual secret skills of Soul Arrow and Huangting Shield? Can I leave my name on the stone tablet just once? After Shangguan Yunqian finished speaking, Yuan's gaze fell on the Tower of Babel in front of him. There was a gleam in his eyes and a fighting spirit rising. Although Yuan was very confident in his mental strength and soul power, the only 2 mental attack techniques he mastered were the most basic soul arrows. This is the most basic mental attack secret technique that is taught free of charge nationwide. The power is definitely much weaker than the spiritual attack secrets that other major families have their geniuses learn. Even though the Huangting Shield is much stronger than the Soul Arrow, it is only a spiritual defense secret technique that ordinary lord-level strongmen will pay attention to. Geniuses from top families like Shangguan Yunqian and Nie Xiaoming would definitely look down upon the mysterious skills like the Huangting Shield. Precisely because of this, Yuan was not very confident that he could leave his name behind in one go. Yuan Yunzhao, if you don't have any other questions, I'll go in first. After watching Nie Xiaoming, Zhong Shiding and other geniuses enter the Tower of Babel, Shangguan Yunqian looked at Yuan and Huangfu Yunzhao and spoke. Okay. In response, Yuan and Huangfu Yunzhao nodded almost at the same time. Shangguan Yunqian also nodded to the 2 of them, then walked forward and stepped into the Tower of Babel. Yuan, let's start breaking into the tower too. After watching Shangguan Yunqian disappear at the entrance of the Tower of Babel, Huangfu Yunzhao turned and said to Yuan. Yuan did not refuse, and the 2 of them walked forward side by side and stepped into the Tower of Babel together. Chapter 108, Terrifying Tower Breaking Speed. As soon as he stepped into the Tower of Babel, Yuan felt a sudden change in the world. After everything around him stabilized, he found himself in a room. Roar! Before Yuan could take a closer look at the surrounding situation, the roar of a ferocious beast suddenly came into his ears. Yuan looked carefully and found a lion over 3 meters tall with flames burning on its body appearing in front of him. Yuan immediately opened the Eye of Revelation, and messages appeared above the head of the flaming lion. Flame Lion Illusion. Species: Lion/Fire. Quality: Ordinary 1 star. Level: Extraordinary Level 7. Status: Phantom. Skill: Fierce Claw. Introduction: An energy phantom condensed by the Tower of Babel, possessing all the abilities of the Flame Lion. The phantom beast condensed by the Tower of Babel is only an ordinary 1 star, and is at the same level as my beast master. It's just like what Shangguan Yunqian said. Looking at the attributes of this fire lion, Su Yuan curled his lips and there was no pressure on his face. At this moment, the fire lion on the opposite side was already roaring and rushing towards Su Yuan. Soul Arrow! Facing the flaming lion charging towards him, Su Yuan did not hesitate at all. His powerful mental power instantly condensed into a mental arrow, which instantly shot towards the flaming lion. Su Yuan's strength level has reached the extraordinary 7th level. Facing a ferocious beast of the same level with only ordinary 1-star quality, he can completely rely on his super mental power to kill the opponent in seconds. In fact, Su Yuan's physical fitness is now no weaker than that of perfect quality beasts of the same level under the energy feedback from Xiao Yan, Xiao Xian, Xiao Yu and Dishu, who are perfect quality and epic quality beasts. Even without using mental attacks, Su Yuan could rely on his own physical strength to kill this ordinary 1-star quality flaming lion. Puff! After Su Yuan's soul arrow attack hit the fire lion, the flaming lion that was halfway through the rush disappeared into thin air in the blink of an eye. Congratulations, you have passed the first floor of the Tower of Babel. Earn 100 points. After 10 seconds, you will be teleported to the second floor of the Tower of Babel to continue the tower trial. After getting rid of the flaming lion, Su Yuan heard a mechanical voice in his ears. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly felt a strange energy surging into his body, instantly replenishing the mental power he had just consumed in condensing a soul arrow. With the help of this strange energy, Su Yuan's condition immediately returned to its peak. Could it be that after killing this ferocious beast that was transformed by the Tower of Babel, I can replenish all the mental energy I have consumed? If this is really the case, we can go all out in the next tower battle without worrying about the loss of mental energy. Feeling his mental strength restored to its peak, Su Yuan's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Just at this moment, a beam of light fell on Su Yuan, taking his figure away from this space. Soon, Su Yuan arrived at the second floor of the Tower of Babel. This time, Su Yuan was facing an ordinary 2-star beast of the same level. Under Su Yuan's powerful mental attack, this ordinary 1-star beast of the same level was easily killed by Su Yuan. After killing the ferocious beast in seconds, Su Yuan's figure was teleported to the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel 10 seconds later. Facing the 3rd-level ferocious beast, Su Yuan killed it instantly with just 1 soul arrow. Next is the 4th floor, the 5th floor, the 6th floor, the 7th floor. After passing 40 floors in a row, Su Yuan still maintained his speed of killing people instantly, and continued to rush to higher floors of the Tower of Babel. Not only Su Yuan, Nie Xiaoming, Shangguan Yunqian and Zhong Shiding also broke through the tower at a very fast speed. In the first 40 levels, the three encountered almost no obstacles. Almost all the ferocious beasts were killed instantly by them. Look! These newcomers are breaking through the tower so fast. Yes, especially the 4 beams of light. It takes almost 10 seconds to rise 1 level each time. 1 level every 10 seconds. Doesn't that mean that the people in these 4 beams of light are all able to kill the beasts in seconds? The 40th floor! They've reached the 40th floor! I've been in school for 3 years, and I'm still stuck at the 38th floor. These 4 newcomers are too powerful. Among the 4, there must be Nie Xiaoming, Shangguan Yunqian and Zhong Shiding. They all have SS-level talents, so it's not surprising that they can break through the tower so quickly. But who is this remaining person? I haven't heard that there are other SS-level geniuses besides Nie Xiaoming and his 3 companions in this class? Outside the Tower of Babel, the freshmen who had gathered to watch the excitement stared at the rows of light pillars in front of the Tower of Babel, representing the levels that the people who entered the Tower of Babel had passed through. Everyone was shocked by the speed of the 4 fastest rising light beams. While being shocked, everyone was also guessing who the last person in the 4 beams of light was, who could actually keep pace with Nie Xiaoming and the other 2 SS-level geniuses. Inside the Tower of Babel. Boom! In the Tower of Babel, Su Yuan looked at the phantom of the ferocious beast in front of him, whose body exploded with a loud bang, and his face was no longer as relaxed as it was at the beginning. Congratulations, you have cleared the 41st level and obtained 40,000 points. After 10 seconds, you will be teleported to the 42nd floor of the Tower of Babel to continue the tower trial. Starting from the lowest level, ordinary 1 star, the quality of the ferocious beasts transformed in each of the first 40 levels will increase by 1 star. The beasts we encounter on the 41st floor are already perfect 1-star beasts of the same level. Even for me, it is difficult to kill them instantly with just 1 soul arrow. Will the next 42nd floor contain a perfect 2-star quality beast? However, the points reward after the 40th floor is really generous. 1 floor is 40,000 points. If you can clear all 41 to 50 levels, that's 400,000 points. After defeating the opponent on the 41st floor, Su Yuan looked at the 40,000 points that had arrived in his account, and a smile appeared on his face. Tower of Babel, floors 1 to 10, each floor rewards 100 points. From level 11 to level 20, each level rewards 500 points. From the 21st to the 30th floor, each floor rewards 2,000 points. From the 31st to the 40th floor, each floor rewards 10,000 points. Now, with the reward for just passing the 41st floor, Su Yuan's points have reached 166,000 points, which is enough to exchange for a 6th-level resource and more than a dozen 5th-level resources. These points are enough for any of his other 3 beasts to gather the materials needed for the next stage of evolution, complete the evolution, and become an epic quality beast. Chapter 109, Nya Family's Secret Technique, Destined to be the First? Buzz. While Su Yuan was thinking, a beam of light fell on him again and teleported him to the 42nd floor of the Tower of Babel. Roar! Roar! Just as Su Yuan came to his senses, violent beast roars sounded on both sides of him at the same time. Su Yuan took a closer look and discovered that 2 perfect 1-star beasts of the same level had appeared in the 42-story Tower of Babel. 2 perfect 1-star lava rhinos! It seems that there won't be any more beasts that improve their star quality by 1 level on each level in the future. That's right. Shuijingi, who made it to the highest level of the Tower of Babel, reached the 95th level. If it is true that the quality of the beasts that appear in the Tower of Babel increases by 1 star with each level passed, then by the 80th level, the beasts will already be of legendary quality. Beyond this are ferocious beasts of the same level and mythical quality. A Beastmaster with SSS level talent, no matter how outstanding he is, will find it difficult to contend with a mythical beast of the same level, let alone kill a mythical beast of the same level with his own strength. Su Yuan looked at the 2 identical 7th-level extraordinary lava rhinos and whispered to himself. At the same time, his mental power surged out, forming 4 shields around him, blocking him. He also condensed a series of soul arrows and rushed towards the 2 lava rhinos that were rushing towards him. A war between the 2 sides is about to break out. With Su Yuan's full effort, the 2 lava rhinos, also of the 7th level, transformed from the Tower of Babel could not escape the fate of being killed by him. After Su Yuan killed the 2 lava rhinos, his figure was teleported to the higher level of the Tower of Babel 10 seconds later, and continued his journey to break through the tower. On the other side, a sword-shaped silver-white mark flashed between Ye Xiaoming's eyebrows. Beside him, there were 3 flying swords that were completely condensed from mental power, constantly circling around him. There was also another spiritual flying sword which was like a nimble snake, shooting towards a huge ferocious beast in front of Ye Xiaoming. With a puff sound, the flying sword of mental power quickly penetrated into the mind of the ferocious beast, and then rushed out from behind it. The beast that had been so ferocious and majestic at first now had dull eyes, and its energy and spirit disappeared instantly. Finally, with a bang, it turned into a ball of starlight and disappeared in front of Ye Xiaoming. A perfect 1-star beast of the same level is still vulnerable in front of me. It seems that I can't use my full strength against the beasts below the 50th floor. Looking at the spiritual flying sword that had returned to him, and the other 4 spiritual flying swords surrounding him, Ye Xiaoming said with a haughty expression. Then, he looked up at the dome of the Tower of Babel where he was, waiting for the beam of light from above to fall and teleport him to the next level for the challenge. In addition to Ye Xiaoming, Shangguan Yunqian and Zhong Shiding also killed the ferocious beasts on the 41st floor and continued to challenge upwards. Just as Su Yuan and the others were still challenging the higher levels of the Tower of Babel. At the entrance of the Tower of Babel, rays of light appeared one after another. These are the students who reached their limits in the Tower of Babel and were teleported out after failing the challenge. Brush. As a white light flashed again, Huangfu Yunzhao's figure appeared outside the Tower of Babel. Phew, what a terrifying feeling! The feeling of being killed by that ferocious beast just now was too real. Luckily, this is just a test of the Tower of Babel, not a real death. As soon as she appeared, she was breathing heavily and her face turned pale. Just now, she was finally defeated by the ferocious beast transformed from the Tower of Babel on the 39th floor, was killed by the beast, and then was teleported out. Although it was just a trial, the feeling of death at the moment when he was killed by the ferocious beast transformed from the Tower of Babel was extremely real. The first time I entered the tower, I only made it to the 38th floor and couldn't go any further. I only earned 106,000 points in total. This little points is not enough to buy the materials for my Shadow Dragon Scorpion's next evolution. However, it can be exchanged for a 6th level main material for the Shadow Dragon Scorpion's evolution. The remaining 70,000 points required for the 5th level auxiliary materials should be exchanged after my strength improves and I take on the school's demon-slaying missions and earn some points. After taking a few deep breaths and suppressing his panic, Huangfu Yunzhao took a look at the total points displayed on the smart terminal on his wrist, shook his head and sighed. As for taking the top 3 places in the freshman competition in a month and getting high points rewards, Huangfu Yunzhao did not have the confidence to do so. Then, she glanced at the people around her and looked around, but did not see Su Yuan. Huangfu Yunzhao looked at the still shining beams of light in front of the Babel Tower. I know that Su Yuan's talent is extraordinary. He is still in the Tower of Babel and has gone further than me. I just don't know which level Su Yuan can reach. Looking at the dozen or so beams of light shining above, a smile appeared on Huangfu Yunzhao's face. His eyes were fixed on the 4 highest beams of light rising in the front. At this moment, the 4 light beams at the front, the first one has reached the 49th floor, and the 4th one has reached the 48th floor. The speed at which the 4 beams of light passed through the floors of the Tower of Babel was almost the same. Behind the 4 tallest light pillars, the 5th light pillar had just broken through the 41st level. Although it is very good, it is still far inferior to the previous 4 beams of light. At this moment, Huangfu Yunzhao's eyes were fixed on the 4 light beams in front. Although she didn't know who these 4 beams of light represented, she was extremely confident that one of the beams of light must belong to Su Yuan. After her previous interactions with Su Yuan, especially after Su Yuan played a key role in rescuing her father, Huangfu Yunzhao now has a blind trust in Su Yuan. The 50th floor! The first beam of light has broken through the 50th floor. It's only been a short time, and this class of newcomers is so fierce. Everyone, why don't you guess who this first beam of light belongs to? My cousin has a good relationship with a senior member of the Nie family. He told me that Nie Xiaoming has mastered the top spiritual killing secret technique soul-slaying sword inherited by the Nie family. Nie Xiaoming must be the first. I've heard of the soul-slaying sword. It's said to be one of the top spiritual killing secrets in Daxia. The difficulty of practicing it is beyond imagination. Nie Xiaoming has mastered this spiritual killing secret at such a young age. What a terrifying talent he has. If he was able to cultivate the soul-slaying sword, then the first beam of light must have belonged to Nie Xiaoming. I just don't know if Nie Xiaoming can leave his name on the stone tablet. With Nie Xiaoming's SS-level beast-taming talent and the Nie family soul-slaying sword, it is inevitable that his name will be left on the stone tablet. Now it all depends on how high Nie Xiaoming can rank. It seems that among this year's freshmen, Nie Xiaoming not only has the highest level of beast control, but also has the highest number of floors he has passed through in the Tower of Babel. Outside the Tower of Babel, many senior students who came to watch the tower test looked at the first beam of light that had broken through the 50th floor. Yi Shunjian stared at the first beam of light with his eyes wide open and started talking excitedly. After someone shared the information that Nie Xiaoming had already mastered the soul-slaying sword, almost everyone believed that among the new batch of students entering the Tower of Babel, Nie Xiaoming would be the first one to enter the tower. Chapter 110. Shangguan Yunqian was shocked. Su Yuan was so powerful? Time passes by little. An hour had passed since Su Yuan and others entered the Tower of Babel. At this moment, there were only 4 beams of light still shining on the Tower of Babel. As for the others, they had all reached the limit of their first tower charge and had all been teleported out of the Tower of Babel. And at this moment, in the 4 beams of light on the Tower of Babel, the first beam of light representing Nie Xiaoming has reached the 61st floor. Following closely behind was Su Yuan's second beam of light, which also rushed to the 60th floor. As for the 2 beams of light at the back, one is on the 58th floor and the other is stuck on the 57th floor. They are Shangguan Yunqian and Zhong Shiding. At this moment, inside the Tower of Babel, Su Yuan was surrounded by 18 Huangting shields, protecting him from all directions. Outside of these 18 Huangting shields, there are 4 perfect 9-star extraordinary 7th-level ferocious beasts that constantly attack him. Faced with the siege of 4 perfect 9-star beasts of the same level, Su Yuan's face no longer had the relaxed look he had at the beginning. Instead, he frowned and continuously gathered his mental strength, forming soul arrows that blasted towards the 4 ferocious beasts around him. However, the soul arrows condensed by his current mental power could only barely hurt these perfect 9-star beasts of the same level. Each attack could only pause the movements of these beasts but could not kill them. On the contrary, every attack from these 4 ferocious beasts transformed from the Tower of Babel would cause the Huangting shield surrounding Su Yuan's body to tremble violently. Su Yuan's head was buzzing with shock. Each of these perfect 9-star beasts of the 7th level of transcendence is probably as powerful as an ordinary commander-level beast. If I hadn't just recently cultivated the Huangting shield to perfection and condensed 18 Huangting shields, which greatly increased my defense, I really wouldn't be able to stop the attacks of these 4 ferocious beasts. The quality of the soul arrows is still too low. Even if I concentrate all my soul arrows now, I can no longer kill the 4 beasts in front of me. If I can learn a more advanced attack method, even a spiritual attack secret technique on the same level as Huangting shield, I can destroy these beasts. Now it seems that my first attempt to break into the tower will have to stop here. 18 Huangting shields surrounded the center. Su Yuan frowned and stared closely at the 4 ferocious beasts that kept charging towards him. A hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Even so, Su Yuan did not give up on his own initiative and leave the Tower of Babel. He has realized that the self in the Tower of Babel is not his true self. But like these ferocious beasts, they are spiritual bodies condensed from the Tower of Babel. This was confirmed when Su Yuan first entered the Tower of Babel and discovered that the beast taming bracelet was no longer on his wrist. Since it is not his original form, even if he is killed by the ferocious beast transformed by the Tower of Babel, his life will not be really harmed. Moreover, when Su Yuan was searching for information about the Tower of Babel in the villa, he also saw a post. As mentioned above, in the Tower of Babel one can experience the death of being killed by ferocious beasts, which is beneficial to the beast master's own practice. Therefore, from the moment he entered the Tower of Babel, Su Yuan was already prepared to experience the feeling between life and death. Generally speaking, experiencing the moment of life and death makes it easier for people to improve their strength. When Su Yuan was preparing to fight the 4 ferocious beasts in front of him to the end, outside the Tower of Babel, the figures of Shangguan Yunqian and Zhong Shiding were also teleported to the entrance of the Tower of Babel. The 2 people's scores finally stopped at the 58th and 57th floors. The 57th floor is the limit of what I can reach right now. But when I have mastered the spiritual secrets of my Zhong family, I will be able to break through the 60th floor and leave my name on the stone tablet when I challenge again. At the entrance of the Tower of Babel, Zhong Shiding, who had just been teleported out, took a deep breath to ease the lingering fear of being killed by the ferocious beast, and then spoke in a low voice. On the other side, after learning Shangguan Yunqian's final tower-breaking result, Huangfu Yunzhao looked at Shangguan Yunqian with admiration on his face and said, "Sister Yunqian, you can actually make it to the 58th floor, that's amazing!" Hearing Huangfu Yunzhao's words, Shangguan Yunqian smiled modestly and said to Huangfu Yunzhao, "Compared to the seniors on the stone tablet, I am still a little behind." After saying that, Shangguan Yunqian's gaze fell on Zhong Shiding, who came out of the tower almost at the same time as her. Coincidentally, Zhong Shiding also looked at her. The two looked at each other and nodded politely. Immediately, both of them turned their gazes towards the Tower of Babel. They had just come out, and wanted to know how many people were still staying in the Tower of Babel. However, just as Shangguan Yunqian looked at the two shining beams of light on the Tower of Babel, the smile on her face froze, and she showed a look of surprise, and was deeply shocked. These two actually made it to the 60th and 61st floors. One of them should be Nie Xiaoming, but who is the other one? He can actually be compared with Nie Xiaoming. Shocked, Shangguan Yunqian quickly looked at Huangfu Yunao beside her and said, Yun Zhao, you came out first. Do you know who these two people are? At who is missing from our class, and you'll know who the remaining two are. In response to Shangguan Yunqian's question, Huangfu Yunzhao did not answer directly, but just smiled mysteriously. Hearing this, Shangguan Yunqian immediately glanced around, then looked at Shangguan Yunqian in shock, and said word by word, It's Su Yuan! She never imagined that an unknown boy without any family background would possess such terrifying talent and strength. Yun Zhao, you are quite familiar with Su Yuan. Do you know what his talent is? After being amazed, Shangguan Yunqian quickly looked at Huangfu Yunzhao and said, This? I don't know either. Su Yuan has never revealed to me the level of his talent. Huangfu Yunzhao said with some embarrassment after hearing this, but then continued with a confident look. But I estimate that to have made it this far, Su Yuan's talent must be at least SS level. To be able to reach the 60th floor, it must be above SS level. Now it depends on who is stronger between Su Yuan and Ye Xiaoming. But no matter what, this first time for the two of them to enter the tower is enough to leave their names on the stone tablet. After hearing Huangfu Yunzhao's words, Shangguan Yunqian responded immediately. Hearing this, Huangfu Yunzhao nodded in agreement. The last 100 or so people ranked on the stone tablet were all stuck at level 60. The last dozen or so were all on the 59th floor. Whether it was Su Yuan or Nie Xiaoming, both of them had reached the 60th floor, and it was a foregone conclusion that their names would be left on the stone tablet. Chapter 111. This batch of junior and senior students are pretty good. Destroy! On the 61st floor of the Tower of Babel, Nie Xiaoming's eyes were wide open, and he roared with a fierce look on his face. What followed was 4 spiritual flying swords that suddenly shot out, even creating ripples in the air. Boom! As Nie Xiaoming launched a full-strength attack, the 4 spiritual flying swords concentrated on the head of the ferocious beast opposite. A violent roar suddenly sounded, and a terrifying mental storm spread around, causing Nie Xiaoming to retreat continuously. However, even so, Nie Xiaoming showed a smile on his face and whispered, It's over! As his voice fell, the powerful commander of the first-level ferocious beast in front of him also turned into stars in the sky and disappeared. Waves of strange energy surged into Nie Xiaoming's body, whose face was slightly pale, making his face instantly rosy. All the mental energy consumed in the previous battle with the ferocious beast was replenished at this moment. The difference in strength between an epic beast and a perfect beast is so huge. When I was on the 60th floor, I didn't have much pressure to deal with 4 perfect 9-star beasts of the same level. When I reached the 61st floor, facing an epic 1-star beast of the same level consumed most of my mental energy. If the soul-slaying sword I practiced had not been able to condense 4 spiritual flying swords, I might not have been able to take down the beast just now. Based on my previous experience in the tower, I think we will encounter 2 epic 1-star beasts of the same level on the next 62nd floor. With my current strength and the progress of my cultivation of the soul-slaying sword, breaking through the 62nd floor should be my limit. Taking a deep breath, Nie Xiaoming looked up at the ceiling of this floor, ready to face the challenge of 2 epic 1-star beasts of the same level. As a beam of light fell, Nie Xiaoming's figure disappeared again. 5 minutes later, outside the entrance of the Tower of Babel. Buzz! With a flash of white light, Nie Xiaoming's figure appeared outside the entrance of the Tower of Babel. Nie Xiaoming! It's Nie Xiaoming! He's out! Look, the ranking on the stone tablet has changed. Nie Xiaoming has passed the 62nd floor and ranks 893rd. Ranked in the top 900 in his first tower challenge, Nie Xiaoming is indeed the top genius of the Nie family. Nie Xiaoming is so powerful. This time, those top geniuses who are still in the senior grades will feel pressured. Haha. Just after Nie Xiaoming was teleported out of the Tower of Babel, everyone saw him and exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, on the 100-foot-high stone tablet in front of the Tower of Babel, Nie Xiaoming's name started from the bottom and went up all the way to finally stop at the 893rd place. As for the last one, Li Buwei, he was eliminated from the stone tablet ranking. The change in ranking on the stone tablet instantly set off the excitement of all those present. Exclamations and praises rang out one after another. Yi Chen Gu Yun, there is indeed an extraordinary genius among the freshmen this year. It won't be long before this kid from the Nie family will be able to overtake us in the ranking on the stone tablet. High in the sky in the distance, 3 young men stood in the air, looking at the rankings on the stone tablet from afar. One of the charming women looked at Nie Xiaoming's ranking on the stone tablet, and smiled charmingly at the 2 people beside her. The 2 young men beside him smiled slightly when they heard this, without showing any expression of being too concerned. One of them even said with a smile, "What's wrong with that? I hope that the younger students now can push the older generation forward. The stronger their talents are, the more benefits there will be for Daxia, not harm." As soon as the young man finished speaking, another person beside him also echoed with a smile. Gu Yun is right. There are many geniuses rising in the abyss. In the competition among the younger generation, the Federation has been finding it increasingly difficult to gain as much advantage as before. I also hope that our juniors can grow up quickly and fight alongside us. Hearing the 2 people's answers, the charming woman in the middle moved her eyes slightly, her red lips slightly raised, revealing a charming smile, and nodded at the 2 of them. That's what you 2 said? Let's go. We have almost understood the situation of this year's juniors. We still have a lot of things to do in our last year of school. We can't waste too much time here. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen and Gu Yun nodded together. The next moment, the 3 of them stepped on the ground and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Although there is still a beam of light in front of the Tower of Babel, it has been stuck on the 60th floor for a long time. In the opinion of the 3, the only person left in the Tower of Babel has been stuck on the 60th floor for so long, so his final result can only be on the 60th floor. Although reaching the 60th floor on the first try was already a very good achievement. But compared to Nie Xiaoming on the 62nd floor, he is much inferior. After all, there is a huge gap between the 60th floor and the 61st floor. One evolved into a ferocious beast of perfect quality, and the other evolved into a ferocious beast of epic quality. Although there is only a difference of 1 floor, it is not much different from the difference between the 51 floors and the 60th floor. There are still people in the tower. It's a pity. Although this person has persisted longer than me, I have made it through the 62nd floor, while this person is still stuck on the 60th floor. I guess this is it. Among this class of freshmen, there won't be a genius stronger than me, Nie Xiaoming. At the entrance of the Tower of Babel, Nie Xiaoming came to his senses and saw that there was still a beam of light left on the Tower of Babel. He was a little surprised at first. But when he saw the level where the light column was located, all the surprise on his face disappeared and he smiled confidently. Then he turned his gaze towards the direction of the stone tablet. After discovering that he was now ranked 893rd, Nie Xiaoming nodded with great satisfaction, then turned around, summoned the flying sword behind him, and prepared to fly away. Wow! He's moving! He's moving! The last remaining person has finally moved! Break through the 60th floor and reach the 61st floor. Alas, so what if he broke through the 60th floor? This person has been stuck at the 60th floor for so long, he has obviously reached his limit. The 61st floor contains an epic beast. This person will definitely be defeated if he encounters it. Yes, it seems that this person can only stop at the 61st floor. Wait. What the hell? How did he break through again? Oh my god! I really broke through. This time I'm at the 62nd floor again. I was stuck on the 60th floor for so long. How come I broke through so quickly after reaching the 61st floor? Could there be something wrong with the Tower of Babel? Bullshit. If anything goes wrong with you, the Tower of Babel will never have any problem. 63rd floor. The sudden uproar from the crowd made Nie Xiaoming, who had already stepped 1 foot on the flying sword, stand still in a daze. As he slowly turned around and looked at the only beam of light on the Tower of Babel, his eyes suddenly widened. How is this possible? Chapter 112, Innate Magical Power. Divine Light of Annihilation. 1 minute ago. On the 60th floor of the Tower of Babel. Facing the siege of 4 ferocious beasts, Yuan's mental strength was on the verge of exhaustion. As the final mental power maintaining the 18 Huanting shields was about to be exhausted. The 18 Huanting shields surrounding Yuan also disappeared one after another, making it difficult to continue. Without the resistance of the Huanting shield, the 4 extraordinary 7th-level perfect 9-star beasts all rushed towards Yuan. After Yuan exhausted his mental strength, he did not sit there and wait for death. Instead, he relied on his strong physical fitness and tried his best to dodge the attacks of these ferocious beasts. However, these 4 ferocious beasts, which have reached perfect 9-star quality and are much stronger than Xiao Xian and Xiao Yu of the same level, attacked very swiftly. Yuan was not able to dodge for too long and was eventually pushed into the air by a ferocious beast. Then the 4 ferocious beasts launched a full-force attack together, blasting towards Yuan, who had nowhere to gain support in the air. It's finally coming to an end. Yuan, who had held on for a long time, sighed helplessly. Feeling the 4 attacks that were enough to kill him coming at him at the same time, a sense of death crisis emerged in his heart. This feeling of life and death is indeed real, but I don't know how painful it will be at the moment of death. Feeling the bone-chilling chill from head to toe, Yuan's mind raced as he thought. However, just as the 4 attacks were only inches away from Yuan, a feeling of life and death crisis came over him. A vast and majestic force suddenly erupted from Yuan's sea of consciousness. A powerful mental force came from nowhere and quickly filled Yuan's sea of consciousness. Let the originally dried-up mental strength be restored instantly. At the same time, Yuan's pupils turned into a strange dark black, completely black, as dark as the abyss. Above his head, a vortex similar to a black hole appeared, trying to swallow everything in the world. With the appearance of this vortex, the attacks of the 4 ferocious beasts were almost frozen at that moment, and soon after they were absorbed into this vortex that looked like a black hole. Destroy! At this moment, Yuan seemed to have a sudden enlightenment. The helpless expression on his face turned into coldness, and a cold snort came out of his mouth. Boom! As the sound was heard, the black hole above Yuan shook violently, and countless black rays burst out from it. The next moment, pitch-black light suddenly enveloped the entire space of the Tower of Babel, making it pitch dark. Wherever the black light passed, the 4 extraordinary 7th-level ferocious beasts had no power to resist at all. They screamed and died in the black light, turning into countless stars and dissipating. Congratulations, you have passed the 60th floor of the Tower of Babel. Earned 100,000 points. After 10 seconds, you will be teleported to the 61st floor of the Tower of Babel to continue the tower trial. Buzz. After Yuan killed all the ferocious beasts instantly, his eyes returned to their original color. The black vortex above his head also disappeared. What followed was a feeling of exhaustion, and Yuan almost lost his balance and fell to the ground. Fortunately, as Yuan killed all the ferocious beasts, he also successfully obtained the special energy replenishment from the Tower of Babel, which instantly replenished his mental power. The divine light of annihilation, the innate magical power! I can actually awaken my innate magical powers! After coming to his senses and standing firmly, Yuan suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed in disbelief. Before this, he had never heard of anyone being able to gain any innate magical powers after awakening the talent for taming beasts. There is no relevant record in the book. Thinking back to everything that had just happened, Yuan felt that it was like a dream and unrealistic. But all this really happened. And now Yuan clearly felt that he had gained another ability, which was also the innate magical power he had just awakened, the divine light of nirvana. He can use the divine light of annihilation to attack the enemy just like he uses the Huanting shield and soul arrow. It's just judging from the consumption at the moment when the innate magical power that was activated before exploded. Even with Yuan's current mental strength, he can only maintain it for a short moment before his mental strength is exhausted and all his mental strength is used up. It felt like my body was being hollowed out. The innate magical power of the Eye of Revelation, the light of extinction, can only be used to save one's life when outside. If I were to use this last move outside, I would collapse before the enemy could attack me next time. However, in this Tower of Babel, with the strange energy feedback after each kill of the ferocious beasts transformed by the Tower of Babel, the exhausted mental power can be restored instantly. Then I can confidently and boldly use the divine light of annihilation. It will be no problem for me to collect 2 million points after this tower clearance. After a moment of daze, Su Yuan's face showed an ecstatic expression. From the 51st to the 60th floor, he obtained 100,000 points on each floor. Including the 41st to the 50th levels he passed, he earned 40,000 points on each level. And the points gained from the 1st to the 40th floors. Now his total points have reached 1.526 million points. The points for passing the tower from the 61st to the 70th floor are 200,000 for each floor. After possessing the divine light of Nirvana and witnessing its terrifying power, Su Yuan was confident that he could defeat epic beasts of the same level. After all, it is a natural supernatural power stimulated by the god-level beast taming talent. Isn't it easy to kill an epic beast of the same level? Buzz! Just as Su Yuan was thinking this, a beam of light fell from the dome at the top, covering his figure and quickly teleporting him to the 61st floor. As Su Yuan expected, the ferocious beast on the 61st floor reached epic quality. But with the innate magical powers displayed by Su Yuan, this epic beast on the 61st floor was killed instantly by him without any suspense. After waiting for 10 seconds, Su Yuan was teleported to the 62nd floor of the Tower of Babel under the illumination of a white beam of light. Facing 2 epic 1-star quality beasts of the same level, Su Yuan burst out with his divine light of annihilation and easily took the opponents away. Afterwards, in the subsequent levels, Su Yuan encountered the same problem as when he first entered the Tower of Babel. He killed all the ferocious beasts in seconds and passed them smoothly. 62nd floor, 63rd floor, 64th floor. The speed is astonishing. After Su Yuan mastered the innate magical power of the Eye of Revelation, his incredible speed in rushing through the tower caused the people guarding outside the tower to exclaim in surprise. It's over 70 floors. What kind of monster is that guy in this tower? The 76th floor! Already in the top 10 of the stone tablet ranking. Not only that, this guy's speed in rushing through the tower hasn't slowed down yet. I don't think we can trap him even on the 80th floor. Why do I feel like this monster is rushing through the tower at the 70th floor just as fast as it was at the 10th floor? Is there really something wrong with the Tower of Babel? At this rate, this guy might be able to break the stone tablet record. Oh my god, we are going to witness a miracle today! Quick, forward this to other students so that everyone can witness the birth of a miracle together. Chapter 113, Reaching the Top. The Fifth Demon God. The Master of the Academy. Sky Star Quinio Phantom. Type, Quinius/Wind, Water, Thunder. Quality, Legendary 9 stars. Level, Extraordinary Level 7. The 99-story Tower of Babel actually transformed into a legendary 9-star quality extraordinary 7th level beast. This aura is unmatched by any of the peak beasts I encountered in the Molten Mountains. Looking in front of him was a giant beast with only one hoof, dotted with stars, and a roar like thunder, shaped like an ox. Feeling the enormous pressure coming from the giant beast, Su Yuan narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. At this moment, Su Yuan's face looked solemn, his eyes fixed on the giant beast in front of him. The legendary 9-star quality is only a step away from the legendary mythical quality ferocious beast. The strength of this Tianqing Quinius should never be underestimated. Without any hesitation, Su Yuan used his innate magical power of the Eye of Revelation when he met this guy. His eyes turned black instantly, and a dark vortex appeared above his head. After so many levels of challenges, Su Yuan has already mastered the use of the divine light of annihilation. The moment the black vortex appeared, a black light with a breath of annihilation shone towards the Tianqing Quiniu. Hold head high! Covered by the black light, the figure of Tianqing Quiniu instantly disappeared into the darkness. Only a sharp roar was heard from the spot. However, compared to the ferocious beast that Su Yuan had killed before with the divine light of annihilation, this Tianqing Quiniu obviously lasted longer. Even after Su Yuan's mental strength was exhausted again and the black vortex condensed by his innate magical power collapsed, the Tianqing Qinyu was still not completely strangled. As expected of a beast of the pinnacle of legendary quality that is only one step away from becoming a divine beast, it can actually withstand my annihilation divine light. Su Yuan took a half step back, shook his aching head, and exclaimed at the seriously injured and dying Tianqing Qinyu in front of him. But even so, Su Yuan's mental power has been completely exhausted, and it is quite difficult for him to kill the seriously injured Tianqing Qinyu. Kill! Without much hesitation, after Su Yuan adapted to the feeling of mental weakness, he immediately let out a low growl, took a step forward, and rushed directly towards the Tianqing Qinyu. Although Su Yuan's mental strength was completely exhausted, his physical fitness was not much worse than that of the ferocious beasts of the same level. With the feedback of the epic-level beast power from Xiaoyan, Su Yuan's own physical fitness is enough to compete with the perfect beasts of the same level. Even if it is not worth mentioning in the face of the legendary top-quality Tianqing Qinyu, don't forget that the current Tianqing Qinyu is already at the end of its strength. Su Yuan may be able to kill the opponent with his own physical strength. Roar! Seeing Su Yuan rushing towards him, Tianqing Qinyu also forced himself to go forward despite his severely injured body. A shocking hand-to-hand fight immediately broke out between the two sides. Boom, boom, boom. As continuous roars came from the 99th floor of the Tower of Babel, the final roar of the Tianqing Qinyu became weaker and weaker. A quarter of an hour later, the fighting finally stopped. As the Sky Star Qinyu turned into a sky full of stars and disappeared, Su Yuan also fell to the ground with a thud, gasping for breath. First, his mental strength was overdrawn, and now his whole body was exhausted. Su Yuan only felt dizzy, and a strong sense of sleepiness kept invading his brain, making him drowsy. But this feeling of drowsiness soon disappeared as the strange energy from the Tower of Babel poured into Su Yuan's body. Buzz! As the energy was infused, Su Yuan's mental strength quickly recovered, and at the same time, even his physical fatigue was swept away. Congratulations on reaching the top of the 99th floor of the Tower of Babel. Earn 1 million points. Boom! However, when this voice sounded, the entire Tower of Babel began to shake violently. Outside, a beam of golden light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire Tower of Babel. For a moment, the entire medium-sized secret realm where Jojo Academy was located began to shake. And in front of Su Yuan, a dark crack suddenly appeared. As the pitch-black crack appeared, waves of extremely evil aura emerged from the space crack and dissipated. Just the evil aura that was emanating from it was enough to make Su Yuan's hair stand on end. Before Su Yuan could understand what was going on, a sharp claw emitting strange black demonic energy emerged from the crack and grabbed towards him. The pressure from this sharp claw was far beyond Su Yuan's imagination, and was more powerful than any human or beast he had ever seen. Even Song Jinfeng, the king-level beast master who had brought him to Jojo Academy, was no match for the sharp claw in front of him. The two are not at the same level at all. Facing the attack of this terrifying sharp claw, Su Yuan felt his whole body stiff, and he had no power to resist at all. I couldn't even muster the energy to resist. Moreover, he had a vague feeling that if this attack landed on him, he would definitely die. Even in the Tower of Babel, he would inevitably perish completely. Humph! How dare you! Just when Su Yuan thought he could not escape death, a cold snort suddenly rang out. Then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Su Yuan, blocking the strange claws. The man stretched out his hand, clenched his fist, and thrust forward. Then a shadow of a tiger roared and flew out, smashing heavily on the monster's sharp claws, shocking it back and quickly shrinking back into the crack. Then, Su Yuan heard a muffled groan from the owner of the monster claws behind the crack. Obviously, he suffered a great loss in this confrontation. Immediately afterwards, the unwilling roar of the owner of the monster claws came from behind the crack. Damn it! Gu Yufeng! You'd better pray that this kid doesn't leave Jojo Academy. Buzz! As the sound was heard, the dark cracks in the Tower of Babel were on the verge of collapse. The next moment, it suddenly collapsed and disappeared. This person is so strong! Gu Yufeng, I seem to have seen this name somewhere. Oh, that's right, it's the stone tablet. The senior who ranked second and passed the 80th floor of the Tower of Babel. Yuan looked at the back of the person in front of him, feeling the terrifying pressure coming from him, and was shocked. At the same time, he also remembered the name he saw on the stone tablet before entering the Tower of Babel. I immediately realized that the person in front of me was the second one ranked on the stone tablet list. The top genius second only to Shuizhengyi, who possesses SSS-level beast taming talent. Yuan greets Senior Gu. Thank you for your help, Senior. After knowing who was coming, Yuan immediately bowed respectfully to Gu Yufeng and said. Hearing this, Gu Yufeng turned around and looked at Yuan. With a faint smile on his face, he said, You don't have to thank me. It is my fault as the head of Jojo Academy that I allowed the fifth demon god to reach out to Jojo Academy. Fortunately, you are fine. Otherwise, if anything happened to you, the human race's genius, I would be the eternal sinner of the human race. You can reach the top of the Tower of Babel, great. Better than me and Shuizhengyi. Ha ha. Speaking of the latter, Gu Yufeng laughed and patted Yuan's shoulder heavily, not hiding his joy at all. The head of the academy. Senior Gu is actually the head of Jojo Academy. And the one who just attacked was actually the devil. I almost died at the hands of the devil. Hearing Gu Yufeng's words, Yuan was stunned again and was shocked. Chapter 114, Emperor-level Beast Tamer, Dream Eye. At the same time, outside the Tower of Babel. What a strong golden light! What happened? Why did such a strange phenomenon appear? It's moving! The Tower of Babel is shaking! There has never been news of the Tower of Babel shaking. What happened today? Is the Tower of Babel going to collapse? I don't know how high the Tower of Babel is. If it collapses, our Jojo Academy will be in trouble. After that person rushed to the 99th floor, the Tower of Babel experienced such a strange change. Could it be that the change in the Tower of Babel is related to the person who rushed to the 99th floor? Looking at the Tower of Babel shaking violently and the pillar of light rising into the sky, feeling the strong tremors coming from the ground. The expressions of many students who were watching outside the Tower of Babel changed suddenly, and many of them began to flee frantically, causing the scene to become somewhat chaotic. Yuan. At the entrance of the Tower of Babel, feeling all this commotion, Huangfu Yunzhao's face turned pale, his eyes fixed on the Tower of Babel. Whoosh! 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 Everyone, please be patient. No one is allowed to leave! At this moment, figures appeared in the air and in the blink of an eye they all arrived outside the Tower of Babel. At the same time, a powerful voice instantly resounded throughout the venue. The chaotic crowd around also quieted down after this shout. It's the 12th Dean. These big shots who are usually hard to find have gathered together. Oh my god, the 12 Deans, each of whom is an extremely powerful Emperor-level Beastmaster, have all appeared. The Tower of Babel has undergone a huge change. This is a very serious matter. It is not surprising that it has attracted the attention of the 12 Deans. All 12 Deans have been dispatched. This time, the situation at Jojo Academy is going to change. That fierce man who broke into the 99th floor of the Tower of Babel has really made a splash this time. Looking at the 12 figures that suddenly appeared in the sky, the geniuses from the Kyushu Academy below widened their eyes and exclaimed in disbelief. 99 floors! It really is 99 floors! Who is trying to break into the tower? The Tongtian Tower of Jojo Academy has stood for more than 500 years, and this is the only genius who has reached the top. Even if Lord Shui has an SSS-level talent for taming beasts, he ultimately stopped at the 95th level. This person must be another peerless evildoer with SSS-level talent. God bless Daxia. God bless the human race. 12 figures stood in the air, looking at the Tower of Babel bathed in golden light, and everyone's face was filled with excitement. His eyes were shining and his mouth was full of confidence. Brush. At this moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Yuan followed Gu Yufeng and walked out of the entrance of the Tower of Babel. Seeing someone appear at the entrance, the 12 Deans looked down excitedly, preparing to see who had passed the 99 floors of the Tower of Babel and reached the top of the Tower of Babel, which no one had ever reached before. Even everyone has already made plans in their hearts to accept this peerless genius into their own academy. However, after seeing Gu Yufeng beside Su Yuan, these powerful Emperor-level Beast Master Deans trembled all over. They quickly landed on the ground, and the 12 people bowed respectfully towards Gu Yufeng. Mansion, Master of the Mansion! Oh my God, what did I see today? The 12 deans, the head of the academy, these big shots are all here. Am I dreaming? Later, after hearing the shouts of the 12 deans, all the students had expressions of horror on their faces and spoke in trembling voices. The head of Jojo Academy is also a legendary figure to the students of Jojo Academy. Even the annual opening ceremony is presided over by the 12 deans. As for the head of Jojo Academy, he has never appeared in public. But even so, it does not prevent all of them from worshipping and respecting the master of Jojo Academy. Because everyone knows that this is the top Beast Master College in Daxia and even in the entire Human Federation. The master of Jojo Academy is also extremely powerful, and is a genuine saint-level Beast Master. He is a saint-level Beast Master, the closest being to the legendary god. If it weren't for chance, even the geniuses of Jojo Academy like them might not be able to meet a saint-level beast tamer in their entire lives. After learning that the person next to Su Yuan was the head of Jojo Academy, the students around him were deeply shocked. Even the fact that Su Yuan had climbed to the 99th floor of the Tower of Babel was temporarily put aside by them. So many people. Gu Yufeng nodded to the 12 deans, then turned his gaze to the hundreds of people behind them, his face darkening. He glanced at Su Yuan beside him, and recalled what had just happened in the Tower of Babel. Finally, his eyes fell on an old man among the 12 college presidents. This person is the dean of the Fantasy Beast Taming Academy. Seeing the look in Gu Yufeng's eyes, the dean of the Illusionary Beast Taming Academy immediately understood what he meant. Then, Su Yuan saw the dean of the Illusion Academy waving his hand. A fleshy ball with 2 tentacles suddenly appeared in the air in front of him. In the middle of the ball of flesh is a huge pupil. Dream Eye contracted. Species, exotic/illusion. Quality, Epic 9 stars. Level, Imperial Level 3. Condition perfect. Skills, Dream Realm, Forgotten Eye, Nightmare Invasion. Evolution times 3. As Su Yuan used the Eye of Revelation to look at this special beast in the air that was more than 10 meters in diameter and looked like an eyeball, the information about this beast also appeared in front of him. Emperor Level 3rd Order Beast. What is this for? Su Yuan was surprised when he saw the dean of the Fantasy Beast Taming Academy summon out the 3rd level Emperor Grade Fantasy Eye. Buzz! Just as Su Yuan was surprised, a dazzling blue light suddenly burst out from the Dream Eye. At the same time, the pupils of all the students present, except Su Yuan, slowly dilated and their whole bodies became dull. This is true for both the old students who were watching and the freshmen who had completed the Tower of Babel. At the same time, Gu Yufeng also set his eyes on the stone tablet in front of the Tower of Babel. On the stone tablet, Su Yuan's name has surpassed Shuizhengyi and ranks first on the tablet. The ranking on the stone tablet is a bit troublesome. Forget it. For Su Yuan, what does it matter if I break the rules? Looking at the ranking on the stone tablet, Gu Yufeng sighed in his heart, and his eyes became sharp and resolute. He waved his hand, and an unparalleled force suddenly rose up and fell on the stone tablet, forcibly changing Su Yuan's ranking. It dropped from the original first place to the 800th place. The number of levels to be cleared also became 64. According to this result, change the memory of everyone present. Also, investigate the school's intranet, block all messages, find all the people who got the messages, and modify their memories. Today's live broadcast must not be spread outside, otherwise, you know the consequences. After lowering Su Yuan's ranking on the stone tablet, Gu Yufeng spoke again to the 12 deans. There was a sense of fatigue in his words. Obviously, even for Gu Yufeng, it took him a lot of effort to forcibly change the ranking on Su Yuan's steel. Yes, Lord! Upon hearing this, the 12 deans immediately bowed and accepted the order. Su Yuan, you don't need to challenge the Tower of Babel anymore. Just stay at the 800th place, the 64th floor. Of course, your current tower clearance points will not change. We are doing this to protect you. Just now, the fifth demon god of the abyss sensed the sudden changes in the Tower of Babel and attacked you. But there are restrictions between the abyss and the space where Jojo Academy is located. It is already the limit for him to overcome so many obstacles and attack. He may not be able to see your appearance. We do this to protect you, I hope you understand. After arranging everything, Gu Yufeng looked at Su Yuan again and said to him, Students understand. Hearing this, Su Yuan immediately nodded in response. Seeing this, Gu Yufeng also showed a satisfied smile on his face. After giving Su Yuan a few more instructions, he slipped away. Su Yuan was right next to him, and didn't notice how he disappeared. This scene once again made Su Yuan sigh at Gu Yufeng's power. Chapter 115 Undercurrent. Damn Gu Yufeng, if I hadn't fought him across so many layers of space, I wouldn't have been hurt by him. Abyss, the fifth demon temple. The fifth demon god was a tall man wearing black armor with a lot of protruding bone spurs on the front of the armor. He had a sword-like horn on his head and had a sinister look on his face. Looking at the trace of green blood oozing from his right hand, the fifth demon god snorted coldly, his demon eyes filled with murderous intent. Afterwards, a monstrous demonic energy surged out of his body and attached to his right hand. The scars on it began to repair rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they were back to normal without a trace of scar. After doing all this, the fifth demon god shouted loudly towards the outside of the demon god temple. Someone come! Several figures immediately came over upon hearing the sound, quickly knelt before the fifth demon god, and saluted respectfully. Master Demon! Quickly mobilize your forces and attack the demon guard pass with all your might. Attract the attention of the enemies inside the demon guard pass. During this period, get as many people as possible to cross the demon guard pass and sneak into the human territory and wait for instructions. Looking at the several capable assistants in front of him, the fifth demon god immediately gave them orders. Yes. Upon hearing the fifth demon god's order, the people below did not dare to delay and immediately set off. After several people left, the fifth demon god stretched out his hand again, and a mirror instantly appeared in the space in front of him. A huge statue exactly like him appeared in the mirror. In front of the statue is a group of believers with pious expressions. Seeing this, the fifth demon god closed his eyes, and a telekinesis came out from his brows, passed through the mirror in front of him, and fell on the statue in the mirror. In the underground building of an unknown barren mountain in Dacia, a group of people were worshipping the statue of the fifth demon in front of them. Buzz! At this moment, the eyes of the statue in front suddenly opened, and two beams of light were projected from the eyes of the statue. In the beam of light, the shadow of the fifth demon appeared, as vivid as a 3D projection. At the same time, there is an extremely powerful pressure that fills the entire underground building. Master Demon! Master Demon has appeared! The sudden change did not cause panic, but instead made the believers who were worshipping the statue of the devil below extremely excited. Everyone screamed and cowed out even harder to the statue of the fifth demon god in front of them. Brush! 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 At this moment, figures emanating a powerful aura and shrouded in black robes rushed in from all directions of the underground building. After seeing the projection of the fifth demon god, these people trembled all over and knelt on their knees respectfully. Greetings, Master Demon! Seeing this, the projection of the fifth demon god nodded coldly, and then spoke to the men in black robes. New mission: immediately find out who are the students from Jojo Academy who are challenging the Tower of Babel today. I want a complete list of geniuses. If you complete this mission well, I will give you the reward you want, a staggering reward that will allow you to break through to the Emperor level. Boom! The words of the fifth demon god immediately shocked the black-robed men present, and a thunder-like roar flashed through their minds. That is a chance to break through to become an Emperor-level Beast Master. How many Emperor-level Beast Masters are there in the entire human race? Once they are able to break through to the Emperor level, they will be able to roam freely in the whole world. Breaking through to the Emperor level was definitely a temptation that was hard to resist for those of them whose beast-taming talent was only B-level at best. We will do our best to investigate. After being deeply shocked, several people took a few deep breaths to calm their excitement, and then they responded loudly. Hearing this, the fifth demon god nodded slightly, and then his projection disappeared. The eyes of the fifth demon statue in front of everyone also returned to their original state. Looking closely, there was nothing abnormal. After the projection of the fifth demon god disappeared, several powerful men covered in black robes in front of the demon god statue also began to discuss excitedly. Master, could it be that the great Xia Jojo Academy has produced another extraordinary genius? It is so amazing that the fifth demon god has personally projected his order for us to track down this person. In my opinion, the person the fifth demon god is looking for must be the genius specially recruited by Jojo Academy this year. We can find out the list of the specially recruited geniuses of Jojo Academy this time and hand it over to the demon god. No, since Lord Fifth Demon has specified the list of all the genius members who will challenge the Tower of Babel today, we must spare no effort to get this list. That's right, Lord Demon has said that as long as we complete this mission, we will have the opportunity to break through to the Emperor-level Beast Tamer. That's the Emperor-level Beast Tamer. Mobilize all our manpower and activate all the hidden lines to find out the information that the Fifth Demon Lord wants. Whether or not there is an opportunity to break through to the Emperor level, we must do our best to complete the task assigned to us by the Demon Lord. Without the Demon Lord's favor, you and I, B-level talented beast masters with no background, would never be able to reach the current level. Yes, Master. After receiving the order from the leading black-robed man, the other black-robed men responded one after another, and then quickly stepped into the air and left Jojo Academy, outside the Tower of Babel. At this moment, the 12 Emperor-level Beast Master Deans of Jojo Academy have all left. All the students who were affected by the Dream Eye skill also recovered from their stagnation. However, the memories of all of them have been modified, including all the information transmitted by everyone on the smart terminals of Jojo Academy. At this moment, except for the person involved, Su Yuan, everyone thought that Su Yuan was just a genius who had reached the 64th floor of the Tower of Babel and ranked 800th on the stone tablet ranking list. But even so, Su Yuan's performance still caused a sensation among everyone. Su Yuan, congratulations, you have made it into the top 800 of the stone tablet rankings in your first attempt at the tower. Compared to you, we are all unworthy of the title of genius. Su Yuan, your talent must be SS level, right? The information that your Tianyang No. 1 middle school revealed to the public was actually a level. You really hid it from me so hard. Besides Su Yuan, Shangguan Yunqian and Huangfu Yunzhao came forward with shocked expressions. Shangguan Yunqian was not stingy with her praise. Huangfu Yunzhao recalled the news that had been spread from Tianyang No. 1 middle school, and his face was full of emotion. It was just luck, just luck. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan responded modestly with a faint smile, but he was thinking secretly in his heart. If they knew that their memories had been tampered with, what would the scene be like when they understood the truth? However, Su Yuan had already decided to keep this secret. Keeping this secret to myself is good for me and everyone else. I didn't expect that this class would produce such a talented person. Very good. This way, I won't be alone in this Kyushu Academy. Su Yuan, once my god-slaying sword becomes more advanced, I will definitely surpass you and be promoted to a higher rank. Not far away, Nie Xiaoming looked at Su Yuan's ranking on the stone tablet, his eyes fixed on Su Yuan's direction, his fists clenched, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Zhong Shiding, who was standing aside, looked at Su Yuan with a strange look in her eyes, and it was unknown what she was thinking. Su Yuan and Huangfu Yunzhao didn't talk for too long. After saying goodbye to the two, Su Yuan summoned the beast tamer Xiao Yan and took him directly towards the treasury of Jojo Academy. Su Yuan has enough points in the tower and can't wait to go to the Academy's treasury to exchange for evolutionary resources to complete his beast taming evolution. Chapter 116 Evolution. 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 The core of Yuan Shui, the magic sound stone, the flame sea pearl, the 1,000-year-old willowwood heart, the black magic tiger heart. Student Su Yuan, do you really want to exchange for so many 5th and 6th tier treasures? The total value of the beast taming resources on your list is not low. If you use school points to redeem it, you will need a total of 780,000 points. Jojo Academy, outside the Academy's treasury. A tutor who was guarding the Academy's treasury looked at the list in his hand with surprise and asked Su Yuan. After Su Yuan finished his mission of breaking into the Tower of Babel, he went directly to the Academy's treasury to exchange materials, preparing to evolve all 4 of his beasts once again. Yes, teacher, please prepare these materials for me. I am not short of points. Su Yuan looked at the surprised instructor in front of him. A smile appeared on his face, and he spoke confidently. What he said is true. As early as when you passed the 60th floor of the Tower of Babel, the reward points for passing each level of the Tower of Babel were as high as 100,000 points. When you reach the 90th level or above, you will be rewarded with 1,000,000 points. After reaching the top of the Tower of Babel, Su Yuan's accumulated points reached over 20 million. A mere 780,000 points is not worth mentioning. Even if the points were doubled, Su Yuan could easily use them to purchase materials. Okay, I'll get it for you right away. Seeing Su Yuan so confident, the mentor guarding the treasury didn't say anything more, but turned around, opened the many restrictions, and entered the treasury. This instructor was guarding the treasury of Jojo Academy, which was heavily restricted. Because the restrictions blocked the movement of the Tower of Babel from the outside world, he did not receive any news of Su Yuan breaking into the tower. Otherwise, even if the reward was calculated based on the result of reaching the 64th floor of the tower that Gu Yufeng had finally arranged for Su Yuan's points reward would be as high as 1,000,000. If the tutor knew this, he would not have asked the previous questions. Student Su Yuan, all the beast taming resources you want are here. Please count them. A few minutes later, the instructor guarding the treasury came to Su Yuan with a bag of beast-taming resources and poured all the resources onto the counter in front of him. Jojo Academy is really rich and powerful. These resources that others value so much are just dumped on the counter casually. Su Yuan's mouth twitched slightly when he saw this casualness. He knew that there were countless natural treasures in the treasury of Jojo Academy, but these were at least 6th and 5th level beast-taming resources, which were treasures worth at least tens of billions in the outside world. You can put it upside down without any worries, and you don't have to worry about it being damaged by bumps or collisions. After sighing, Su Yuan did not hesitate and counted the beast-taming resources in front of him one by one, and found nothing missing. Thank you, Master. I have all the beast-taming resources I need. It's a total of 780,000 points. Just scan the smart terminal on your wrist over this device. After watching Su Yuan confirm that the beast-taming resources were correct, the instructor guarding the treasury took out a palm-sized machine and said to Su Yuan. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan stretched out his hand and touched the smart terminal bracelet he received when completing the admission procedures, completing the transaction. His points balance was also deducted by 780,000 points. It's quite convenient. After completing the transaction, Su Yuan remembered the mobile payment method he used on Earth before traveling through time, smiled slightly, and then left the resource treasury with the pile of 5th level and 6th level beast-taming resources in front of him. Xiao Yan! Let's go outside and find another place to break through. This time, all of you will be able to complete the evolution again. After walking out of the Academy's treasury, Su Yuan summoned Xiao Yan and said with a smile, "Cry!" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan also understood what Su Yuan meant by evolution, and immediately let out a cry of surprise. It flew happily around Su Yuan's head for a circle before landing next to Su Yuan. After Su Yuan got on his back, Xiao Yan flapped his wings at an extremely fast speed and flew towards the outside of Jojo Academy. Is Su Yuan going to evolve his beast? He is so confident that he can make his own beast evolve. Could it be that his talent is related to the evolution of his own beast? After Xiao Yan took Su Yuan away, outside the Academy's treasury building, Gu Yufeng's figure walked out of the void, looked in the direction Su Yuan left, frowned and murmured in a low voice. But soon, a smile appeared on his face. That's probably the case. That's good too. Although this talent cannot increase the strength of one's own beast control in battle like his genius beast control talent. But if Su Yuan can evolve all his beasts to their full potential, his future achievements will be limitless. Besides, this is just my guess. For someone who can pass the 99th floor of the Tower of Babel with his own strength, his talent in taming beasts should be more than just this. As he spoke, Gu Yufeng's figure disappeared again and disappeared into the surrounding void. Your beast heavy water giant turtle has evolved into a mountain sea turtle. Your beast tamer mountain turtle has acquired a new skill, power of the river. Your mountain turtle has acquired a new skill, mountain suppression. Your beast wind spirit nether cat has evolved into storm nether tiger. Your beast storm nether tiger has learned a new skill, nether slash. Your beast storm nether tiger has learned a new skill, storm's fury. Your beast soul tree demon has evolved into the ancient music tree. Your beast tamer, the tree king, has acquired a new skill, flying leaf blade. Your beast master tree king has acquired a new skill, soul devouring ensemble. Your beast, the fiery sunbird, has evolved into the phoenix blood fire Yuan. Your beast phoenix blood fire Yuan has learned a new skill, phoenix flame roaring sky strike. Your beast phoenix blood fire Yuan has learned a new skill, scorching sun fire domain. Outside Jojo Academy, the light of evolution on the 4 beasts around Su Yuan dissipated one after another. With sufficient evolutionary resources, within an hour, the 4 beasts, Xiaoxian, Xiaoyu, Daoshu and Xiaoyan, completed their evolution one after another. After Xiaoxian's evolution, his body has grown rapidly. Now, Xiaoxian is as tall as a mountain, hundreds of feet tall. His huge body gives people an unimaginable sense of oppression with every move he makes. The thick tortoise shell is as hard as diamond and unbreakable. In the center of the eyebrows, there is a prismatic crystal core embedded in it, emitting a strong scent of water element. After Xiaoyu evolved, he turned into a 5-meter-long gorgeous tiger, with an astonishing ferocity flashing in his eyes. The big tree has now turned into a huge tree hundreds of feet tall, with thousands of branches hanging down from the 100-foot-tall crown, with lush leaves and twigs. The last one to complete the evolution was Xiaoyan. At this moment, after completing the evolution, Xiaoyan became a 100-meter-tall fiery red shadow flying in the sky, with his wings turning into flames, shining brightly. The fiery aura emanating from his body seemed to be able to ignite the sky, and his golden eyes revealed the spirit of a king. Su Yuan looked at the 4 beasts surrounding him, and checked the attributes of his 4 beasts with a smile. Chapter 117. All members are epic. Promoted to commander. Mountain turtle, contracted. Species, turtle/water, earth. Quality, epic 5-star. Level, extraordinary level 6. Condition, perfect. Skills, water gun, tide camouflage, water escape, giant spin, heavy water barrier, river power, mountain suppression times L. Evolution times 3. The materials needed for the next stage of evolution: 1 royal water beast crystal core, 1 royal earth beast crystal core, 1 sea pearl, 1 earth vein crystal. Storm nether tiger, contracted. Type, cat/shadow, wind. Quality, epic 5-star. Level, extraordinary level 5. Condition, perfect. Skills, wind blade, phantom, shadow stealth, blade tornado, shadow binding, nether/storm's fury. Evolution times 2. Materials required for the next stage of evolution: 1 royal wind beast crystal core, 1 royal shadow beast crystal core, heart of the storm. Phoenix blood fire Yuan, already contracted. Species, bird/fire. Quality, epic 9 stars. Level, commander level 1. Condition, perfect. Skills, fire feather, flame shield, destruction fire eye, blazing sun burning sky, thousand suns strike, flame demon burning sky sword, phoenix flame roaring sky strike, flaming sun fire domain. Evolution times 2. Materials required for the next stage of evolution: 1 crystal core of an emperor level fire beast, 1 earth fire bead, and phoenix blood essence. Ancient music tree, contracted. Type, plant/wood poison sound. Quality, epic 4-star. Level, extraordinary level 9. Condition, perfect. Skills, poison whip, root thrust, old bark, violent tree, soulwood cage, soulwood lancer, leaf blade, soul eater ensemble. Evolution times 2. Materials required for the next stage of evolution: 10 imperial beast life essences, 1 Tianshu black ironwood, 10,000 year spiritual spring. All members are of epic quality, and Xiaoyan is even an epic 9-star beast, which is only 1 step away from a legendary quality beast. With the help of the pure energy of these evolutionary resources, Xiaoyan and the others have made great progress in their strength. Now I am also a commander level beast master. With my current strength, combined with Xiao Yan and the others, and my newly awakened innate magical powers, I estimate that there are not many commanders who can be my opponents. Looking at the attributes of the four beasts, Su Yuan's smile became more and more satisfied. However, after seeing the materials needed for the further evolution of his four beasts, the smile on Su Yuan's face became a little helpless. The crystal core of an imperial beast not only contains powerful energy, but also has the fierce power of an imperial beast. Even if we follow the material matching plan provided by the Eye of Apocalypse, it may not be possible for Xiao Xian and his team to safely absorb the energy in the crystal cores of these Emperor-level beasts and resist the obsession and fierce power of the Emperor-level beasts after their death. The next goal is to break through to the Lord level first. After I break through to the Lord level beast tamer, I will train Xiao Xian and the others to the Lord level realm. By then, they should be able to barely resist the remaining ferocity in the crystal core of the Emperor-level beast. Having said that, Su Yuan waved his hand and took back the other three beasts except Xiao Yan into his beast-taming bracelet. Then Su Yuan suddenly exerted force with his legs, jumped up, and jumped down to the bottom of the cliff on the mountain where he was. Just as Su Yuan jumped off a cliff hundreds of meters deep, a red figure came riding on the wind and caught Su Yuan steadily. Xiao Yan, before the freshman competition begins, let's practice with the ferocious beasts left in this medium-sized secret realm outside of Jojo Academy. After jumping onto Xiao Yan's back, Su Yuan looked calmly at the wilderness ahead and said to Xiao Yan, "Although tomorrow is the first day of school at Jojo Academy, every student can choose the college of his or her own department. But it is not necessary to choose your own beast-taming academy on the first day of school. Many people will choose their department only after the freshman competition." Moreover, before today, Su Yuan had never thought that he would be able to awaken the terrifying innate magical power of the divine light of annihilation in the Tower of Babel. It allowed him to pass through the 99 floors of the Tower of Babel with great momentum, and obtain more than 20 million school points. This amount of points is enough for him to exchange for evolutionary resources from the Academy's treasury that will allow him to evolve all his beasts to legendary quality. With so many points, Su Yuan temporarily gave up his original idea of providing the Beast Taming Research Institute with the Beast Taming Evolution route. As the saying goes, plans cannot keep up with changes. With sufficient points, Su Yuan is no longer in a hurry to gain points. Instead, he devotes himself to improving the level of the beast. The fastest way to improve your beast-taming skills is to fight. Exhaust one's own strength in battle, and then replenish it by absorbing the energy of the ferocious beast's crystal core. Repeat this process over and over again to rapidly increase your strength level. Previously, Su Yuan encountered the experience of the fifth demon god who personally attacked him in the Tower of Babel, and heard the fifth demon god's last unwilling roar. Su Yuan also had no intention of leaving Jojo Academy and going out into the outside world to look for ferocious beasts to fight. Otherwise, if he were in the outside world and encountered the devil again who crossed the space to kill him personally, with his current strength, he would have no hope of survival at all. Fortunately, Jojo Academy is built in a medium-sized secret realm. This secret realm is vast and has many commander-level and lord-level ferocious beasts. It can fully meet Su Yuan's need to improve the strength level of the beasts under his command. There are many talented students with strong strength in Jojo Academy. All the instructors are at least king-level beast masters. There are also 12 deans who are emperor-level beast masters, and Gu Yufeng, the master of the academy, who is a saint-level beast master. There is an invisible and intangible powerful aura lingering around the entire Jojo Academy. This also meant that no ferocious beast dared to approach within hundreds of miles of the school's building cluster. Xiao Yan and Su Yuan flew over 500 miles in the air, but they didn't even encounter a ferocious beast. However, as Xiao Yan took Su Yuan further and further away from Jojo Academy, he and Xiao Yan finally began to encounter some ferocious beasts one after another. The strength of these beasts is quite good. Most of them are above the awakening level. There are far fewer beasts at the awakening level and below. The medium-sized secret realm where Jojo Academy is located is much more powerful than the primary secret realm in the Voodoo Jungle. After encountering many extraordinary beasts from the secret realm, Su Yuan stood on Xiao Yan's back and commented in a low voice. But now these extraordinary beasts no longer arouse his interest. His 4 beasts are now all of epic quality. Although Xiao Xian, Xiao Yu, and Dashu are still only at the extraordinary level, their actual combat power is no worse than that of ordinary commander-level beasts. In order to give his 4 beasts enough intense combat training, Su Yuan had to find some commander-level ferocious beasts for Xiao Xian and the others to practice with. Under Xiao Yan's leadership, Su Yuan continued to fly outward for more than 200 miles. Roar! Cry! Boom! At this moment, the roar of a ferocious beast suddenly came from the right front of Su Yuan and Xiao Yan, accompanied by the roar of fierce fighting. Xiao Yan, go over there and take a look! Hearing the noise in front of the right, Su Yuan immediately commanded Xiao Yan to rush towards the direction where the noise came from. After awakening his innate magical powers and entering the level of a commander-level beastmaster, Su Yuan's mental power was more than 10 times stronger than before he entered the tower. Perception also becomes extremely sharp. He could feel that both sides fighting in front of him were quite powerful. At least they were commander-level ferocious beasts. Chapter 118 Crazy Fight. Meet the mythical beastmaster again. L. As Xiao Yan gradually approached the battle area, a vast black water pool gradually appeared in Su Yuan's sight. At this moment, above the black water pond, a huge figure soared into the sky, surrounded by lightning. Every time it flapped its wings, purple thunder fell from the sky, and the sound was deafening. Su Yuan looked carefully and found that the figure soaring in the sky was a thunder eagle. The purple thunder surrounding its body carried an aura of destruction, and its eyes contained strong murderous intent. It continuously attacked the black water pool below. Boom! At this time, above the black water pool below, a snow-white figure floated on the water, which was out of tune with the black water below. This is a big carp with golden eyes and a snow-white body. The scales on its body sparkle under the sunlight, shining a dazzling white light. Call out! Call out! Call out! Facing the attack from the huge thunder eagle in the sky, the black water pool around the big snow-white carp continuously shot water arrows towards the sky, rushing towards the purple thunder falling from the sky. The black water arrow came into contact with the purple thunder descending from the sky, and the two sides exploded against each other. Both the powerful purple thunder and the black water arrow were annihilated in midair. Before Su Yuan arrived, the two ferocious beasts had been fighting each other for a long time. But the strength of both sides was equal, and after a long stalemate, there was still no winner. The auras of these two guys are pretty good, let me see their attributes. Su Yuan looked at the two ferocious beasts that appeared in his sight and whispered, then used his talent to look at the two ferocious beasts. Suddenly, the information of the two ferocious beasts appeared in front of him. Purple lightning eagle. Species, bird/thunder. Quality, excellent 8 stars. Level, commander level 5. Status, furious. Skills, thunderous lightning, purple lightning blade, purple lightning cage. Evolution times 0. Evolution options 3. White scale fish. Species, fish/aquatic. Quality, excellent 7 stars. Level, commander level 5. Status, furious. Skills, water barrier, water flow break, water arrow strike. Evolution times 0. Evolution options 4. The first evolution plan, after one evolution, evolves into a giant armored carp, perfect 2 stars. The second evolution plan, after 2 evolutions, evolves into ice roar carp, epic 1 star. The third evolution plan, after 2 evolutions, evolves into Gyarados, epic 3 stars. The fourth evolution plan, after 4 evolutions, evolves into Jotian Quinping, mythical level. Both beasts are of excellent quality, commanding the 5th level. Although the purple lightning thunder eagle is slightly better than the white-scaled fish by 1 star in quality, and possesses extremely powerful thunder skills. But the white-scaled fish was fighting at home and had the advantage of geographical location. The battle between the two was basically evenly matched and neither could do anything to the other. But even so, the two ferocious beasts are still fighting with all their might. Even when Xiao Yan brought Su Yuan closer, he didn't notice. Wow! Another beast that can evolve to the mythical level. I'll definitely get this white-scaled fish. When Su Yuan first saw the attributes of the purple lightning eagle, he didn't think there was anything special about it. But when his eyes fell on the attributes of the white-scaled fish, an expression of ecstasy suddenly appeared on his face. His eyes were fixed on the white-scaled fish that was trying its best to fight against the purple lightning eagle. His gaze was burning. Ever since he harvested the big tree in the voodoo jungle, he hasn't seen a ferocious beast that could excite his heart for a long time. What on earth are these two guys fighting so hard for? Xiao Yan and I are already so close, but these two guys haven't noticed us yet. In midair, Su Yuan, who was staring at the battle between the purple thunder eagle and the white-scaled fish, gradually showed a hint of curiosity on his face, and then his eyes looked around the two ferocious beasts. Finally, after careful investigation, he finally discovered why the two beasts were fighting so madly. I saw that on the lake not far away, there was a purple lightning eagle floating. Its size was much smaller than the one in the sky. In the sharp claws of this smaller purple thunder eagle, a large fish several meters long was tightly grasped. Seeing this scene, Su Yuan roughly guessed what was going on. The dead smaller purple thunder eagle should be the offspring of the purple thunder eagle in the sky. It came to this black water pond in search of food, but it never expected to be killed by the overlord of the black water pond, the white-scaled fish. The purple lightning eagle that is now fighting fiercely with the white-scaled fish is here to avenge its offspring. No wonder this purple lightning thunder eagle is so crazy. It turns out that it was because its own child died at the hands of the white-scaled fish. After guessing what was going on, Su Yuan nodded slightly and spoke in a low voice. Seeing that the two ferocious beasts were still fighting madly, Su Yuan did not rashly let Xiao Yan get close and join in, but watched the show leisurely from the side. Since the white-scaled fish can evolve into the mythical quality 9 Sky Kunping, he will definitely take it under his command. The opponent is at the 5th level of commander, and is quite powerful. It is just right for the purple lightning eagle to consume his energy, so that he can save a lot of energy when he takes action later. Boom! Here, Su Yuan stood on Xiao Yan and watched the show calmly. On the other side, the battle between the purple lightning eagle and the white-scaled fish became more and more intense. The purple lightning thunder eagle, relying on its status as a flying beast, had a lot of air advantages. It kept flying in the air, releasing lightning towards the white-scaled fish below. Powerful purple thunders continuously struck the white-scaled fish below, with great power and terrifying momentum. However, facing the white-scaled fish that had the advantage of terrain, the purple thunder eagle's attacks were ineffective. All of its attacks were offset by the salvos of water arrows fired by the white-scaled fish. Cry! Looking at the white-scaled fish that it had been unable to capture for a long time, the revengeful purple thunder eagle stopped its attack. He did not summon thunder again, but instead let out a long roar towards the sky. Soon, Su Yuan saw the purple lightning eagle, its body bathed in thunder, folding its wings and swooping down towards the black water pool below. Call out! Call out! Call out! Below, the white-scaled fish seemed to sense that there was something wrong with the purple thunder eagle's attack, and it tried its best to mobilize the black water in the pool around it, firing countless water arrows upwards, trying to resist the purple lightning eagle rushing down from the sky. However, the purple thunder eagle, whose body was surrounded by purple thunder, did not dodge or evade the attacks of these water arrows, allowing these attacks to fall on it. A pair of sharp eagle eyes stared at the white-scaled fish attacking him below, with hatred flashing in his eyes. Watching the purple lightning thunder eagle dive down desperately, his own attacks were unable to cause any harm to the purple lightning thunder eagle and did not have any blocking effect at all. This time the white-scaled fish finally panicked and was about to dive into the water. But the purple lightning thunder eagle seemed to have anticipated this. See you? A loud eagle cry was heard, and below, a white-scaled fish floating on the surface of the black water pond, which was about to dive into the water, suddenly appeared in a cage shining with purple thunder, trapping it inside. An intense numbing sensation instantly spread throughout the white-scaled fish's body, causing it to freeze in its tracks. This is exactly the skill of the purple lightning thunder eagle, the purple lightning prison. Chapter 119, The Superpower of the Epic Beast Tamer. Cry! Purple lightning blade slash. Looking at the white-scaled fish temporarily trapped in the purple lightning cage, the purple lightning eagle once again let out a deafening cry. Then cast the skill again. His body was as fast as lightning as he rushed towards the white-scaled fish that had no way to escape. Sizzle! A purple electric light flashed, and the figure of the purple lightning eagle and the white-scaled fish passed by each other. The water barrier that the white-scaled fish had just supported was instantly broken. The white-scaled fish's back was instantly cut open by the purple thunder eagle's wings, which were as hard as iron and as sharp as blades. A flash of blood appeared. Scales fluttered. Near the wound of the white-scaled fish, there was a flash of purple lightning. The high temperature of the lightning burned the flesh and blood near the wound of the white-scaled fish until it was charred black. Crash! After being hit with all the strength of the purple lightning eagle, the white-scaled fish was seriously injured, but he did not forget to fight back. The purple thunder eagle had just crossed paths with the white-scaled fish when a huge water column with a diameter of 10 meters suddenly erupted from the black pool behind the white-scaled fish and hit the purple thunder eagle heavily. The purple lightning eagle let out a shrill roar of pain and was directly washed hundreds of meters into the sky by the water column. The feathers that were originally as hard as iron fell into the pool under this blow. Cry! After the water column dissipated, all the feathers on the purple thunder eagle's abdomen disappeared, and the area on its abdomen that was hit by the water column was ruptured, with bloody red blood constantly oozing out of the wound. And with every flap of the purple thunder eagle's wings, more blood would ooze out of the wound on its abdomen. The intense pain made the purple thunder eagle miserable, and it kept uttering painful cries. However, even though it was seriously injured, the purple thunder eagle looked at the white-scaled fish in the pool below, and saw that it was still alive. Its eyes were once again filled with anger and hatred. The next moment, he swooped down again without caring about anything and used the same trick again. Xiaoyan, take action! We can't let that white-scaled fish die! Not far away in the sky, Yuan looked at this scene and immediately said in a cold voice. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan flapped his wings violently, and his speed instantly increased. He rushed towards the purple lightning eagle in front with Yuan. The 100-meter-long body flew rapidly, and wherever it passed, it set off an endless firestorm. The scorching air waves made all the water vapor in the air disappear. The flame demon's burning sky sword. As Xiaoyan rushed towards the purple lightning thunder eagle, violent and scorching fire elements quickly condensed above its head and transformed into a 40-meter-long flaming giant sword. After it got a certain distance close to the purple thunder eagle, Xiaoyan let out a loud cry. The huge red flaming sword above his head instantly turned into a red stream of light, which cut through the space at lightning speed and shot straight towards the purple lightning eagle. The purple lightning eagle, which was originally rushing towards the white-scaled fish, suddenly felt a sense of death crisis in its heart, causing its movements to slow down. When the purple lightning thunder eagle turned its head to look at Xiaoyan and Yuan, all that was left in its sharp eagle eyes was a rapidly approaching red light. Puff! Before it could react, the purple thunder eagle's body was cut by Xiaoyan's flame demon burning sky sword. The blazing flaming giant sword slashed through the center of the purple lightning thunder eagle's brows, and with one strike of the sword, it directly split the purple lightning thunder eagle's body into two. It only took a blink of an eye from the burst of attack to killing the purple lightning eagle. The purple lightning eagle didn't even have time to make the slightest sound before its body, which was split in two, fell toward the black water pool below, burning. Crash! Below, the white-scaled fish saw that the purple lightning eagle that almost forced it into a desperate situation was killed without any resistance, and it was so scared that it dived into the water. The purple lightning eagle was dead. Now that it was no longer restrained by the purple lightning cage, it dived under the water and swam quickly towards the bottom of the pool. On Xiaoyan's back, Yuan had been keeping an eye on the white-scaled fish in the black water pond. Want to escape? Seeing the white-scaled fish dive into the black water pool, Yuan snorted coldly and summoned the big tree out with a wave of his hand. A body hundreds of feet tall appeared from the tree and slammed heavily into the black water pool from the air, splashing huge water hundreds of meters high. Then, countless branches hanging from the tree's crown turned into countless long whips and stabbed towards the pool of water below. Under the black water pool, the white-scaled fish had just dived into the water when it suddenly felt a huge impact coming from above. A lot of blood began to seep out of its wound again. Feeling the pressure coming from above, the white-scaled fish looked upwards. This sight frightened it out of its wits. In the sight, countless thick branches were like soul-binding chains, rapidly rolling towards it. Seeing this scene, the white-scaled fish did not dare to hesitate at all, and swam madly towards the bottom of the pool despite its seriously injured body. At the same time, he controlled the surrounding pool of water, stirring up undercurrents, and rushing towards the branches attacking from behind. However, all this was in vain. The branches of the big tree seem endless, and despite the strong water pressure, they still extend all the way with unstoppable force. In just a moment, countless branches had tied up the white-scaled fish like a dumpling, and then it was quickly pulled back to the pond. Crash! On the black water pond, a huge splash rose up as the water in front of the big tree was stirred up. The branches of the big tree pulled out the tightly tied white-scaled fish. A big shipment! If those fishermen from my previous life saw this, I'm afraid no one would be able to walk. Yuan looked at the white-scaled fish in front of him that was more than 10 meters long, with a smile on his face, and said some small words that they couldn't understand. After sighing, Yuan stood on Xiaoyan, looked at the struggling white-scaled fish in front of him with a smile, and said, "White-scaled fish, become my beast or die. Make a choice." The intelligence of ferocious beasts that can reach the commander level is no less than that of humans. The higher-level lord-level beasts can even speak human language. Yuan believed that the big guy in front of him could understand what he said. "Call!" However, after hearing Yuan's words, the white-scaled fish struggled even more violently. Even in the black water pool below, water arrows burst out again and shot towards Yuan. Seeing this, a red flame barrier suddenly rose up around Xiaoyan, blocking all the water arrows. In an instant, white steam spread out, blocking all vision of Yuan and the white-scaled fish. However, under the burning energy released from Xiaoyan, a large amount of water vapor was instantly evaporated. "If you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you!" After regaining his sight, Yuan's expression turned cold as he looked at the white-scaled fish. Snap! Snap! At the same time, the big tree angrily tightened the branches that were tied to the white-scaled fish. Suddenly, the sound of broken bones was heard inside the white-scaled fish's body. It was not until the white-scaled fish was dying that Yuan waved his hand and stopped the tree. Chapter 120 Contract. The Fifth Beastmaster. I'll give you one more chance. Don't rush to refuse. My talent is that I can see the evolutionary path of the beast. Follow me. Within 3 days, I can evolve you into an epic quality beast man. It may even become a legendary beast in the near future. Whether you choose to die or become my beast and grow into a legendary beast, you should think about it carefully. Yuan looked at the white-scaled fish with anger in its eyes and continued. If the 5th-level commander white-scaled fish really wanted to self-destruct, he would be unable to stop it with his current strength. If you want to successfully conquer the other party, you have no choice but to try to paint a big pie for them. Although it was just a pipe dream, Yuan believed that few ferocious beasts could resist the temptation of evolving into divine beasts. Sure enough, after hearing his words, the eyes of the white-scaled fish, which were originally full of anger and humiliation, suddenly became clear. He immediately gave up the idea of self-destructing and dying together with Yuan. His eyes were fixed on Yuan, as if asking whether what he had just said was true. Don't worry, everything I said is true. You should have also felt that the levels of my 2 beasts are far inferior to yours. But you should be well aware of their combat power. All this is the result of me letting them evolve several times, and their quality has reached epic level. As long as you become my beast, I can make you complete at least 2 evolutions in a short period of time. Reaching epic quality will not be a problem at all. If you agree, don't resist. Yuan also realized that there was a chance, and immediately spoke while the iron was hot. Then, he used his mental power to condense a beast taming contract. After dripping a drop of his own blood on the beast taming contract, he then threw the beast taming contract towards the center of the white-scaled fish's eyebrows. This time, Yuan did not encounter any obstacles in his beast taming contract. The white-scaled fish cooperated very well and allowed Yuan to imprint the beast taming contract mark deep in its soul. Since then, the white-scaled fish became Yuan's 5th beast. It is also the highest level beast currently. Boom! After successfully contracting the white-scaled fish, Yuan suddenly received a huge amount of energy feedback in his body. The surging energy came like waves, causing Yuan's aura to rise continuously. His level also soared from the first level of commander to the 5th level of commander, on par with the white-scaled fish. Call! The huge improvement in strength made Su Yuan breathe a sigh of relief. Boom! After his strength surged, Su Yuan punched forward, and an explosion sounded in the air. What a powerful force! In just one day, the strength has been continuously improved from the extraordinary 7th level to the commanding 5th level. I need to adapt to my current strength. After swinging his fist and exerting his current strength, Su Yuan had a look of surprise on his face. The rapid improvement in his physical fitness and the increase in strength all require him to spend time to accumulate these skills before he can use them freely. After he finished speaking, Su Yuan waved his arms a few times, and finally stretched himself, his bones crackling. Then, he took out a small bottle from his arms, poured out a few pills from it, and threw them at the white-scaled fish. This is the healing medicine I carry with me. Although it is not very advanced, it is still of some benefit to your injury. Take these healing pills and enter the beast-taming bracelet to heal your wounds. Watching the white-scaled fish swallow the healing pills he threw to it, Su Yuan continued speaking. Seeing the white-scaled fish nodded, Su Yuan waved his hand and put the white-scaled fish and the big tree into the beast-taming bracelet. He now has only 4 beast-taming bracelets, and he put the white-scaled fish into the one that Xiaoyan originally wore. As for Xiaoyan, he needs Xiaoyan to travel now, so there is no need to store Xiaoyan in the beast-taming bracelet for the time being. There are more and more beasts to control. It seems that I have to hurry up and upgrade to the Lord level to build my own beast control space. Otherwise, if you encounter more beasts with mythical potential in the future, you will have to take them in and wear a lot of beast-taming bracelets. After putting away the white-scaled fish and the big tree, Su Yuan looked at the 4 beast-taming bracelets on his hands and smiled bitterly. Then, his gaze turned towards the black pool below. At this moment, the 2 charred halves of the purple lightning eagle that was killed by Xiaoyan's sword had sunk to the bottom of the black water pool and disappeared without a trace. What a pity for the purple lightning eagle's beast crystal core. Forget it, Xiaoyan, let's continue forward to find more commander-level beasts. Shaking his head, Su Yuan did not waste time looking for the crystal core of the purple thunder eagle in the black water pool. For Su Yuan now, the crystal core of a 5th-level ferocious beast is no longer important. With 20 million school points, Su Yuan no longer needs to accumulate the crystal cores of fierce beasts one by one, collect materials from fierce beasts, and exchange them for money to buy beast-taming resources. Cry! Hearing Su Yuan's command, Xiaoyan cried happily, flapped his wings, and rushed away with Su Yuan. Su Yuan, could it be the person I met in the Huangfu family before? If it is really him, I must find an opportunity to kill him completely. Otherwise, if this genius grows up and finds out that I was the one who sent people to the voodoo secret realm to assassinate him, not only me, but the entire Yang family will suffer a devastating disaster. In a villa in the 4th area of the 2nd grade at Jojo Academy, Yang Di stared at the smart projection in front of him with a grim expression. Looking at the name Su Yuan at the top, the image of Su Yuan appeared in my mind, and I felt terrified. Not long ago, Yang Di suddenly received a message from his family, asking him to investigate carefully which people from Jojo Academy had broken into the Tower of Babel after it was opened this morning. Yang Di is also a student of Jojo Academy. Although he does not have at least S-level talent like Su Yuan and Huangfu Yunzhao, he is a special student recruited by Jojo Academy. But he also has an A-level talent for taming beasts, and he performed very well in last year's college entrance examination. He was eventually successfully admitted to Jojo Academy, and became an ordinary student of Jojo Academy. After the Tower of Babel was opened this morning, the new batch of freshmen entering the tower caused quite a stir. Therefore, it was not difficult for Yang Di to find out who had broken into the Tower of Babel this morning. After checking the list of all students who passed the Tower of Babel this morning, Yang Di also discovered Su Yuan, who had made a stunning debut and directly entered the top 800 of the stone tablet list. Seeing Su Yuan's name, he couldn't help but feel panic in his heart. I hope this Su Yuan is not that Su Yuan, and we just happen to have the same name and surname. Yang Di looked at the list in front of him, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down. But in the end, he still couldn't feel at ease. Yun Zhao also passed through the Tower of Babel this morning. I'll go find her and ask about the situation, and then everything will become clear." After saying that, Yang Di turned off the projection in front of him and walked out the door. Chapter 121: The Demonic Church's Actions. "Yes, Su Yuan is a friend of mine. What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Outside the dormitory area of Zone 1, Huangfu Yunzhao frowned slightly and said to Yang Di in front of her. She just received a message saying someone was looking for her, and at first she thought it was Su Yuan. "But I never thought it was Yang Di." Huangfu Yunzhao knew very well what Yang Di thought of her, so she was not willing to have too much contact with him. Huangfu Yunzhao originally thought that Yang Di knew that she had been admitted to Jojo Academy, and was coming to harass her again. But unexpectedly, this time Yang Di did not send her various invitations as usual, but instead asked about her ranking in the previous Tower of Babel. In particular, he asked about Su Yuan's situation separately. Noticing that Yang Di's behavior was a little abnormal, Huangfu Yunzhao couldn't help but become alert and asked him what he wanted to do. "Yunzhao, don't think too much. I came to ask you about the situation because it was too sensational that Su Yuan ranked 800th in his first attempt at the Tower of Babel. Many students in Ru Academy want to get to know a top genius like Su Yuan. I also know about this matter. It just so happens that when I was at your Huangfu family, I heard that you had a friend named Su Yuan. I wondered if they were all the same person, so I came to ask you. Since Su Yuan is your friend, if you have the chance in the future, please introduce him to me. It has always been my dream to make friends with the chosen one who is on the stone tablet ranking list." Opposite Huangfu Yunzhao, Yang Di felt a pang in his heart after getting the answer he wanted. But his expression remained calm, and he explained to Huangfu Yunzhao with a faint smile. His explanation was reasonable, and even though Huangfu Yunzhao was confused, he didn't find anything wrong. After hearing Yang Di's explanation, Huangfu Yunzhao's frown relaxed and he said, "I will definitely tell Su Yuan about this if I have the chance. If there is nothing else, I will go back first." After Huangfu Yunzhao finished speaking, he was about to turn around and go back to his dormitory. Seeing this, Yang Di took a step forward and said to Huangfu Yunzhao with a smile, "Yunzhao, thank you. I won't let you help me for nothing. Why don't I invite you to dinner later? This is my way of celebrating your successful admission to Kyushu Academy." As he spoke, Yang Di looked at Huangfu Yunzhao with burning eyes. Obviously, he still has ambitions towards Huangfu Yunzhao. "I have an appointment tonight, so I'm busy. Thank you." Huangfu Yunzhao did not hesitate at all and directly rejected Yang Di's invitation. Then, without caring about Yang Di's reaction, she turned around and walked back, leaving Yang Di standing there awkwardly. Snap! Snap! Seeing Huangfu Yunzhao turn around and leave so resolutely, the smile on Yang Di's face gradually disappeared, his expression became increasingly gloomy, and his hands had clenched into fists at some point, with a crisp sound of joints rubbing against each other. "You stinking bitch, why are you pretending to be so noble? If I hadn't provided you with the information about Shadow Dragonwood, your dark-marked scorpion wouldn't have evolved into a perfect quality Shadow Dragon scorpion. And you wouldn't have broken through to the extraordinary level in such a short time and been specially recruited into Kyushu Academy. And Su Yuan, a poor kid from Tianyang City, is so talented. We must find a way to get rid of him before he grows up. Although I don't know what the family wants me to do with the information I gathered about today's incursion into the Tower of Babel, I'd better report all the information I learned back to the family first." Yang Di thought viciously in his heart, and after taking a deep breath, he summoned one of his flying beasts and rushed back the way he came. As for the news that Su Yuan was from Tianyang City, Yang Di had already asked his people to find out Su Yuan's background when he was trying to assassinate Su Yuan. It was precisely because he knew that Su Yuan had no one following and protecting him that he dared to let his own people hire 3 beast masters at the peak of awakening to take action in the 5 Poisons jungle. Although he failed in the end, Yang Di had already returned to his family from Tianyang City by then, so he did not continue to deal with Su Yuan. After learning about Su Yuan's situation, Yang Di reported to his family the list of people who broke into the Tower of Babel this morning, and he also specially marked out Su Yuan's detailed situation. Late at night, at the Demon God Church headquarters, a dozen people in black robes were sitting around the round table in the church meeting hall. At this moment, there was a pile of information on the round table, which recorded what happened when Jojo Academy broke into the Tower of Babel this morning. Everyone, according to the instructions of the Demon Lord, our secret agents have collected the names of all the students from Jojo Academy who entered the Tower of Babel today. Everyone, take a look at it together. Once you have compiled a complete list, I will submit it to the Demon Lord. The hoarse voice of the Demon God Church's president sounded from the first seat. The dozen or so men in black robes around nodded when they heard this, and then they saw the stack of documents on the round table all floating up out of thin air. Nanjiang Province, Tianyang City. A moment later, a man in black robe looked at a document containing detailed information about Su Yuan and murmured in a low voice. Falcon, what's the problem? Hearing the voice of the man in black robe, the head of the Demon God Church turned to look at the man in black robe and asked with some confusion. Nothing, President. I just remembered some of my subordinates who I lost in Tianyang City not long ago. Hearing this, the man in black robe responded immediately. What happened? Tell me in detail. Hearing him say this, the president of the Demon God Church frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. Seeing this, the black-robed man called Falcon also told everything he knew. The Demon God Church has many branches in Daxia, and Falcon, a high-ranking member of the church, is in charge of the Jiangnan Province branch. Tianyang City belongs to Jiangnan Province. The news that Blood Crow and his entourage were annihilated in Tianyang City naturally reached the ears of Falcon. Because Blood Crow was captured alive, many strongholds of the Demon God Church branch in Jiangnan Province, which Falcon was in charge of, suffered devastating disasters and suffered heavy losses. Falcon, the branch president, is quite upset about this matter recently. After seeing Su Yuan's intelligence file, he couldn't help but mutter something, which attracted the attention of the president of the Demon God Church. I see. It seems that your subordinate must have been captured alive, which is why we suffered these losses. Go back and discipline your subordinates. Tell them to do a good job of intelligence before taking action. If I hadn't advocated that everyone below you communicate through a single line as much as possible, your branch would have suffered even greater losses this time. After listening to Falcon's story, the Demon God Church's president's tone became much more severe. I understand. Hearing the unhappy voice of the Demon God Church's president, Falcon's body trembled and he spoke quickly. Okay, everyone has gone through all the documents. Now, based on the intelligence provided by your respective secret agents, compile a most detailed list. Upon hearing this, the president of the Demon God Church looked at Falcon again before speaking to the others. Half an hour later, the president of the Demon God Church came to the statue of the fifth demon god with a piece of information in hand. As he operated, a ray of light from a formation suddenly shone in front of the demon statue. After he placed the information in his hand into the formation, the light of the formation disappeared, and the information disappeared along with it. After waiting for a few minutes, the formation flashed again, and this time a black treasure chest half a person's height emerged from the formation. Feeling the strong energy fluctuations coming from the treasure chest, the president of the Demon God Church was overjoyed. He quickly took the black treasure chest with trembling hands and put it away. Then he bowed respectfully to the Demon God statue. Chapter 122: The Strongest Battle. Roar! Boom! In the battlefield of the realm, countless powerful beasts and beast tamers launched a shocking battle. Countless energies and elemental attacks were bombarding, and the sky and earth were filled with various explosions and deafening roars. Crazy! What the hell are these devils from the abyss doing today? Are they going to risk everything and start the final battle ahead of time? There must be something wrong when things are out of the ordinary. No matter what the reason is, we just need to do our part and guard our own defense line. That's right. No matter how crazy these devils are, we have Master Shuizhengi guarding behind us. They can't cause much trouble. On the battlefield, powerful royal beast masters stood in the air, observing the battle situation below with solemn expressions. In a tent behind the battlefield, a burly middle-aged man in armor was looking at the full battle report on the table, then looked at a secret letter in his hand with a gratified smile on his face. You've made it through the 99 floors of the Tower of Babel. Boy, you're much better than I was back then. God bless Daxia for producing such a genius. In the future, Daxia will have another invincible strong man. It seems that the full-scale offensive launched by the Demon Clan this time is aimed at this kid Su Yuan. Shuizhengi looked at the secret letter in his hand and laughed softly. As soon as he finished speaking, the secret letter in his hand instantly burned and turned into ashes. Someone come! After doing all this, Shui Jingyi shouted loudly outside the tent. Commander Shui! Soon, a general came in from outside and saluted Shui Jingyi respectfully. Pass on my order, strictly order all the troops along the line to strengthen their defenses, and tell them not to be careless when resisting those demon cubs, so that some of them will slip through the defense line and sneak into our great Xia territory. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. After receiving Shui Jingyi's order, the general immediately bowed in response, and then quickly retreated. It's been too long since I last took action. It's time to stretch my muscles. It isn't polite not to reciprocate. Since the fifth demon god has extended his hand into my great Xia territory, I will give him a small warning. Otherwise, that old guy would think that there is no one left in Daxia. After the general left, Shui Jingyi slowly stood up with a faint smile on his lips. His aura suddenly surged, and with a wave of his hand, a space crack suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately afterwards, Shui Jingyi clenched his right fist and punched hard at the space crack in front of him. Hold head high! A punch was thrown, a deafening dragon roar was heard, and a golden dragon energy rushed towards the space crack in front of him. How dare you, old man! In the abyss, in the fifth demon god's temple, a roar suddenly came from the fifth demon god. Immediately afterwards, the figure of the fifth demon god instantly appeared above the demon god temple, surrounded by demonic energy. His bloodshot eyes stared angrily at a golden dragon energy that rushed out of the space crack above the demon god temple. He didn't dare to be negligent at all. Demonic energy surged throughout his body and he clapped out with both hands at the same time. Two black snake phantoms suddenly appeared and rushed towards the golden dragon energy. Boom, boom, boom! The two sides collided with each other in an instant, and a terrifying shock wave hit instantly, spreading in all directions like a doomsday storm. Even the fifth demon god kept retreating under this shock wave. He stepped on the gray barrier outside the fifth demon temple below. Snap! At this moment, a crisp sound was heard from the indestructible barrier of the demon god temple, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared all over it. Fifth demon god, since you shamelessly attacked my great Xia juniors, today is just a small lesson for me. If I find you bullying the weak again, don't blame me for breaking up with you. After the attack, Shui Jingyi's powerful voice came from the space crack. As the voice died down, the crack in space slowly dissipated. At this moment, above the fifth demon god's temple, the fifth demon god's face was as gloomy as water, and he was still staring at the direction where the space crack was dissipating. If he hadn't tried to stop him, Shui Jingyi's attack would have been enough to raise his demon god temple to the ground. Puff! Finally, the fifth demon god spat out a mouthful of blood, and his momentum suddenly weakened. I haven't seen this old man take action in more than 10 years. His strength has become even stronger. The fifth demon god took a deep breath, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and was terrified in his heart. Buzz! At this moment, the space around the fifth demon god shook, and a figure suddenly appeared beside him. The figure was wearing a dark red robe, and his blood-red eyes, with a hint of deep light, stared quietly at the area where the space cracks disappeared. There was not a trace of breath in his body. Except that his skin is different from that of ordinary people, he looks like an ordinary person standing in the air. However, when the fifth demon god saw the person coming, he did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. He immediately knelt on one knee in front of him, clenched his right fist in front of his chest, lowered his head and said respectfully, Debo greets His Majesty. The person who came was the Demon King, the number one demon of the demon clan. However, facing the fifth demon god's visit, the Demon King ignored him, but took a step forward, and his figure disappeared in the space in front of the fifth demon god. Are you here? In the battlefield of the realm, Shui Jingyi, who had just stood with his fists folded, seemed to have sensed something, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The next moment, his figure also disappeared from the spot. Shui Jingyi's figure appeared above the human camp. At this moment, he was standing on top of a 1,000-foot-long white dragon. The white dragon's figure flashed, tearing through space, and rushed towards the endless starry sky above the boundary battlefield. Soon, from the depths of the endless starry sky, there came a series of shocking storms. Wherever the storms spread, the surrounding stars were shattered. Cracks were blasted across the space, and the void collapsed. From time to time, from the depths of the endless starry sky came the sound of earth-shaking dragon roars and roars filled with the aura of destruction. On the ground battlefield below the realm battlefield, none of the hundreds of millions of warriors fighting between humans and demons noticed this scene. No one knows what kind of battle took place between the strongest men of the human race and the demon race above the endless starry sky of the realm battlefield. Only the strongest men on both sides could sense the shock waves coming from the depths of the endless starry sky in the realm battlefield. After feeling the aftermath of the fight in the depths of the endless starry sky, everyone, whether it was the human race's top saint-level beast masters or the demon race's several powerful demon gods, had a look of horror on their faces. This is because the true strength of the two sides in the fight was beyond their imagination. The battle in the endless starry sky lasted for 10 days and 10 nights before it calmed down. When Shuizhengyi returned to the camp, all his armor had been torn to pieces, blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth, and his face was pale. On the other side, in the abyss, the figure of the Demon King staggered outside the fifth demon temple, and his aura was very disordered. Glancing at the fifth demon god who had been kneeling on one knee in the air, the demon god emperor's eyes were sharp and his tone was cold. Remember Shuizhengyi's warning. Next time, let those guys under you figure out a solution. I'll let the second and third brothers cooperate with you. After saying this, the Demon King disappeared. Yes, Your Majesty. Upon hearing the Demon King's order, the fifth demon god immediately lowered his head and responded respectfully, then stood up again. Your Majesty is actually injured. After standing up, the fifth demon god looked in horror at the direction where the demon god emperor disappeared, and his heart was even more horrified than when he faced Shuizhengyi's attack before. Chapter 123 White Jade Giant Scale Whale. Preparation for the competition. Boom! The secret place where Jojo Academy is located is in a forest thousands of miles away. A mountain hundreds of feet high suddenly moved, and the earth was shaking. Ouch! At this moment, in front of the mountain, a huge glans rose high and roared towards the sky. The sound is like a loud bell and as loud as thunder. A powerful momentum also rose into the sky at this moment. This figure was Su Yuan's beast, Xiao Xian. At the same time, along with this rising momentum, Xiao Xian's body also expanded and grew rapidly. After a few breaths, Xiao Xian's body became even larger. Originally, when Xiao Xian stood up, the tortoise shell on his back could reach a height of 100 feet. Now Xiao Xian is standing in place, and the highest point of his shell is already 200 feet high. The volume has increased several times. A powerful pressure emanated from Xiao Xian. Given his huge size, this pressure was even more frightening than that of a lord-level beast. In the distance, Su Yuan was standing on the head of a whale-like beast that was completely white, over 1,000 feet long, and shaped like a whale. Under the giant beast, waves appeared out of thin air, like waves and tides, lifting the giant beast in midair, allowing it to float in the air without falling to the ground. Mountain turtle, contracted. Species, turtle/water, earth. Quality, epic 5-star. Level, commander level 1. Condition, perfect. Skills, water gun, tide camouflage, water escape, giant spin, heavy water barrier, river power, mountain suppression. Evolution times 3. The materials needed for the next stage of evolution: 1 royal water beast crystal core, 1 royal earth beast crystal core, 1 sea pearl, 1 earth vein crystal. After a month, Xiao Xian finally broke through to the commander level. It's worth it that I spent more than 100,000 points to exchange a large number of 4th level top level watertight beast controlling resources, Shuipazu, for Xiao Xian to take. Above the giant beast, Su Yuan showed a gratified smile on his face as he looked at the huge Xiao Xian who was howling towards the sky. 28 days had passed since he helped all of his beasts evolve to epic quality. During these 28 days, Su Yuan not only went back twice to exchange resources for Xiaobai's evolution, but also exchanged a large amount of 4th level top level resources that greatly promoted the growth of his 5 great beasts. At other times, Su Yuan took his own beasts to the wilderness outside the Jojo Academy to look for powerful commander-level beasts to fight. Xiao Bai is the name of the white-scaled fish that Su Yuan tamed for him. It is the giant beast under Su Yuan's feet, which is several times larger than Xiaoxian. With enough points, Su Yuan has no worries about the evolutionary resources of the white-scaled fish. Under the influence of the Eye of Revelation, the white-scaled fish, which originally had only excellent qualities, successfully completed 2 evolutions within these 28 days. Nowadays, it has become a powerful beast of epic quality, and its level is the highest among all Su Yuan's beasts. He has reached the peak level of 9th Order Commander, and is only one step away from becoming a Lord-level Beastmaster. Xiaoxian, come back. It's almost time. We should go back and prepare for the upcoming freshman competition. After seeing Xiaoxuan's breath stabilized, Su Yuan shouted loudly in Xiaoxuan's direction. Roar! Upon hearing this, Xiaoxian roared towards the sky and nodded at Su Yuan. The body that was originally 200 feet tall quickly shrank, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a giant turtle less than 10 meters in size. Su Yuan also waved his hand and put Xiaoxian back into his beast-taming bracelet. Then, he took another look at the giant snow-white whale beast beneath his feet. White jade giant scale whale, contracted. Species, cetacean/aquatic. Quality, epic 6-star. Level, Commander level 9. Condition, perfect. Skills, water barrier, water break, water arrows, tidal force, eyes of the deep sea, water moon warrior. Evolution times 2. Materials required for the next stage of evolution: 2 water emperor level beast crystal cores, 10 deep sea blue crystals, 1 sea monster heart. Xiao Bai, go find Xiao Yu and the others. After taking a look at Xiao Bai's attributes, Su Yuan sat on Xiao Bai's soft head, reached out and patted its head and said, Woo! Xiao Bai let out a loud whale cry, flicked his tail, and the surging tidal waves beneath his body carried his huge figure towards another direction. During these days, Su Yuan separated all his beasts, and let them find suitable opponents to fight. Except for Xiao Bai, who has reached the peak of leadership after 2 evolutions, Xiao Yu, Xiaoxian, Xiaoyan and Dashu were all scattered by him in an area of 200 miles. Otherwise, if all the beasts were gathered together, when they encountered a powerful beast, there would not be enough for Su Yuan's beasts to share. Although Xiao Bai is not a flying beast yet, it possesses the power of tides, and with the help of the power of tides, its speed in swimming in the air is not slow. Relying on the connection between Su Yuan and his beasts, he retrieved all his beasts in less than an hour. After 28 days of continuous fighting, Su Yuan invested regardless of cost in training 4th Order top-level beast-taming resources. Su Yuan's beast-taming abilities have all improved significantly. On the contrary, Xiaoxian was the one who finally broke through to the first level of commander because of his larger body size and the need for more energy. Xiao Yu came from behind 2 days ago and broke through to the first level of commander before Xiaoxian. As for Xiao Yan, he broke through to the 3rd level of commander, and Dishu also broke through to the 2nd level of commander. Within a month, Su Yuan trained all of his beasts to the commander level. With his current strength, he can fight against any ordinary lord-level beast. After finding all the beasts to be tamed, Su Yuan put Xiao Bai back into the beast-taming bracelet, then summoned Xiao Yan, who he usually showed in front of people, and began to fly towards the direction of Jojo Academy. Xiao Bai is the 5th beast controlled by Su Yuan's contract, and has not yet been revealed to others. Moreover, Xiao Bai is now the most powerful beast tamer under Su Yuan, commanding a 9th Order rank and having an epic 6-star beast tamer quality. Even in the Jojo Academy where geniuses gather, Xiao Bai can easily defeat the beast masters of all the talented students whose strength levels have reached the peak of leadership. Su Yuan would naturally keep such a powerful beast in his hand as his trump card and would not easily show it to others. Moreover, among all the talented freshmen in this year, Xiao Yan, who possessed the epic 9-star quality and the ability to command the 3rd rank, was already invincible. In the freshman competition the day after tomorrow, perhaps Xiao Bai won't even need to make a move. Su Yuan will be able to easily win the championship of the freshman competition. Even though Su Yuan still has a balance of more than 19 million points. However, he will have more and more beasts to tame in the future, and as the beasts he trains evolve further, the materials he needs will become more and more advanced. The 20 million points that Su Yuan obtained by breaking through the Tower of Babel seem to be a lot now, but they are not enough to meet all of Su Yuan's needs. He needs to accumulate more points. Su Yuan is determined to win the 1 million points reward for first place in the freshman competition. Chapter 124: Space-Based Mechanical Beasts and Air-Escaping Battleships. After Su Yuan returned to Jojo Academy, he received an invitation from Huangfu Yunzhao that evening, asking him to have dinner in the school cafeteria. By the way, she told Su Yuan some of the information she had learned about the freshman competition at Jojo Academy. There won't be a ring battle in this freshman competition? At night, in a luxurious private room in the cafeteria of Jojo Academy. After hearing what Huangfu Yunzhao said, Su Yuan said with a look of surprise. Hearing this, Huangfu Yunzhao nodded. Seeing the surprised look on Su Yuan's face, she explained. This year's college entrance examination is different from previous ones. During the college entrance examination, the course students in each city have already participated in a competition. Those course students from various cities who were strong and outstanding subsequently competed in the national college entrance examination. Except for those of us who were specially recruited in advance, all the other freshmen in this class have gone through layers of selection before entering Jojo Academy. Therefore, it makes sense that our freshman competition is no longer held in the same arena as usual. That's right. The other candidates this year did go through a lot of battles before being selected by Jojo Academy and entering the academy for further study. It's not surprising that they don't fight in a ring. After hearing Huangfu Yunzhao's explanation, the surprise on Su Yuan's face diminished a lot, and he nodded slightly. Then he looked at Huangfu Yunzhao and asked, Yunzhao, apart from the fact that this freshman competition will not be held in the form of a ring battle, do you have any other news about the freshman competition? You should ask Sister Yunqian about this. The Shangguan family also has someone serving as a tutor at Jojo Academy. Sister Yunqian knows much more inside information than I do. Huangfu Yunzhao heard this with a smile on his face and looked at Shangguan Yunqian beside him. Su Yuan's gaze also fell on the beautiful figure beside Huangfu Yunzhao. 1 month after entering Jojo Academy, Huangfu Yunzhao and Shangguan Yunqian have become best friends. As a result, Shangguan Yunqian and Su Yuan became familiar with each other. Su Yuan also has a lot of affection for Shangguan Yunqian, who has a prominent family background and outstanding talents. Seeing that Su Yuan and Huangfu Yunzhao were both looking at her, Shangguan Yunqian took a sip of tea and said, According to the information I received, the previous arena duel mode has been cancelled in this newcomer competition. Everyone will be taken to a special secret realm. It is said to be a maze secret realm. For our freshman competition, we need to enter that secret realm and pass through the outer 3,000-mile maze world as quickly as possible to reach the finish line. The results of the competition will be ranked according to the order in which everyone reaches the finish line. As for the more specific circumstances and details of the competition, I don't know. After saying that, Shangguan Yunqian spread her hands with a helpless smile. This is a bit like a speed race in a level-breaking game. After listening to Shangguan Yunqian's description, Su Yuan said in his heart. Huangfu Yunzhao heard this, held up his delicate chin with his hand, and said with emotion, It seems that this year's rookie competition will be more interesting than previous competitions. Moreover, if you want to get through the maze world, you not only need strong strength, but also a little luck. I just don't know if I'll run into other troubles while exploring the maze world. Hearing this, Su Yuan smiled faintly and said to Huangfu Yunzhao, There will definitely be trouble. Otherwise, it would be too easy to just clear the maze. In my opinion, when we enter the maze, we will inevitably encounter some ferocious beasts released by the authorities or the academy to stop us. Su Yuan is right. You can't rely on luck alone to get a high ranking in the Jojo Academy's freshman competition. Shangguan Yunqian also agreed with a smile. Anyway, let's look forward to the newcomer competition the day after tomorrow. By the way, it will probably take quite a while to get through the 3,000 miles labyrinth world, so remember to bring some dry food with you too. Yeah, that's natural. In a joyful atmosphere, Su Yuan and the other two said goodbye to each other after dinner, returned to their respective dormitories, and began to prepare for the newcomer competition the day after tomorrow. Time flies, and 2 days pass in a flash. Soon it was the day for the rookie competition. Su Yuan, Huangfu Yunjiao and other freshmen of Jojo Academy gathered in the central square of Jojo Academy early on this day. Every class of students at Jojo Academy is selected from the best of the best, except for the top talents who are specially recruited in advance. Jojo Academy only admits 1,000 students from the college entrance examination every year. The huge Kyushu Academy square seemed a bit sparse with thousands of students standing there. Boom! At this moment, a deafening roar suddenly came from the sky above the central square of Jojo Academy. It immediately attracted the attention of all the students below. Thousands of freshmen all looked up at the top of their heads, and then their pupils shrank and expressions of horror appeared on their faces. Under the gaze of everyone, a huge space crack suddenly appeared in the sky above Jojo Academy. Following closely behind, a silver-white warship hundreds of feet long slowly emerged from the space crack. After the battleship completely came out, the huge space crack behind it disappeared almost at the same time. Hiss, what kind of battleship is this? It can actually tear the void apart. What a cool battleship. I want one too. No boy would be able to refuse such a top-notch battleship. I feel an unprecedented pressure from this battleship. This battleship should be a mechanical beast, and its level is definitely not low. Looking at the huge ship hundreds of feet high in the sky, all the students in the square were amazed. The boys' eyes were sparkling with deep envy and admiration. In front of the team, Su Yuan looked at the silver-white warship in the sky and activated his talent of the Revelation Eye. A string of information that no one else could see appeared in front of him. Skyward battleship, contracted. Type, mechanical/space. Quality, epic 8 stars. Level, Imperial level 6. Condition, perfect. Skills, thousands of cannons, Star Destroyer beam, virtualization, light particle transmission, space shuttle. Evolution times 0. Evolution options, none. A space-type mechanical beast man. Level 6 Emperor. Jojo Academy has a deep foundation. If this Imperial-class battleship were on the battlefield, it would be enough to defeat 1,000,000 troops. Looking at the attribute information of the silver-white warship floating in the air, Su Yuan's face showed shock. All students, do not resist! At this moment, a majestic voice came from the battleship. Amid everyone's stunned expressions, beams of light fell from the battleship, shining on every freshman in the square. Everyone just felt dizzy, and the next moment they found themselves on the deck of the silver-white battleship in the sky. When they arrived on the deck of the warship, Su Yuan discovered that the warship was hundreds of times larger than they had seen. The battleship's deck alone was 10 times larger than the central square of Kyushu Academy below. Sure enough, as an Imperial-level space-type mechanical beast, the internal space of this flying warship cannot be small. Chapter 125 Space Channel, Void Shuttle. Is this the battleship in the sky? It's so big! Look, there are so many rooms behind this deck. It's like an air fortress. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a space-type mechanical beast. It's no surprise that a space-type beast master can have such a large internal space. I heard from my elders that the Lord of Jojo Academy owns a warship that can travel through space. Could this be the Lord's warship? The head of Jojo Academy is such an important figure that ordinary people will never see him in their lifetime. After the momentary dizziness in the other students' heads disappeared, they looked at the scene around them with shocked expressions on their faces. The deck suddenly became lively. Aerial warship, this is indeed one of the beasts controlled by the master of Jojo Academy. Besides Su Yuan, Shangguan Yunqian also showed a rare excited expression on her face. The same was true for Huangfu Yunjiao standing beside him. The appearance of the air escape battleship here means that this time the freshman competition will be presided over by the head of Jojo Academy himself. Lord Jojo, this is a genuine saint-level beast tamer, who can be ranked among the top 3 among all the powerful people in Daxia. Although Su Yuan had shown up once a month ago because of his amazing performance in breaking through the Tower of Babel, Shangguan Yunqian and others saw the Lord of Jojo Prefecture personally bringing Su Yuan out of the Tower of Babel. But under the influence of the Dream Eye, the memories of all the students present at the time were modified. This is equivalent to Shangguan Yunqian having never met the master of Jojo Academy. They even had no recollection of the 12th Dean ever appearing outside the Tower of Babel. Now, they appeared on the warship of this legendary powerful man. How could they not be excited? However, Yuan is different from all other students. His face was calm at the moment. Apart from being impressed by the power of the air-escaping warship under his feet, he was not too surprised by the appearance of the Lord of Jojo Prefecture. Whoosh! At this moment, a group of 12 people suddenly flew out from the building room at the rear of the battleship, immediately attracting everyone's attention. It's Dean 12! Looking at the iconic clothes of the 12 strong men standing in the air in front of them, the students on the deck immediately recognized their identities. As everyone exclaimed, another figure walked out of the room in the building at the back. Seeing this, the 12 deans consciously formed two teams, then bowed respectfully to a figure who was walking slowly from the back and said, "Welcome, Lord Palace Master!" The person who came was none other than the head of Jojo Academy, Gu Yufeng. "It's really the Lord of the Mansion. Oh my God, how much importance is attached to our freshman competition this year that the Lord of the Mansion and the 12 deans can even be dispatched together. The 12 deans are all powerful Emperor-level Beast Masters, and the Palace Master is a legendary Saint-level Beast Master. How could I be so worthy to see so many powerful people gathered together? With so many big names gathered here, this competition is definitely not going to be easy. I'm a little panicked now." "That's for sure. I asked the seniors a few days ago. In the past, the freshman competition was usually held in a ring. Now our situation is obviously not suitable for a ring fight. Indeed, Jojo Academy has a special arena that can provide a venue for a fight. If it is really a fight, there is no need to bring us to this battleship. I wonder how this freshman competition will unfold. I'm really looking forward to it." While the students on the deck were exclaiming in surprise, Gu Yufeng in the sky glanced down indifferently. With just one glance, he had counted all the people on the deck, and his gaze lingered on Yuan for a moment. Then he spoke to the crowd. "Now that everyone is here, let's go." Buzz! As Gu Yufeng's voice fell, a space crack 100 feet long quickly appeared in front of the air-escaping warship. Then, everyone on the deck felt their eyes blurry and the light around them dimmed. Looking outside again, I saw twisted lines flying rapidly towards me from behind. "This is the space channel." Yuan looked around carefully, his eyes sparkling and full of energy. But Shangguan Yunqian and Huangfu Yunao beside him are different. When they first saw the countless distorted lights surrounding the space channel, they all felt it was very strange. But as they stared at the distorted light around them for a long time, they both felt a headache and lowered their heads, no longer looking at the distorted space channel around them. Even Ye Xiaoming only lasted a few seconds longer than Shangguan Yunqian. As for his students, they performed even worse. Many of them could not help but close their eyes and rub their temples. Yuan was able to watch the distorted space around him for such a long time as if nothing had happened. This kid has such a strong soul and mental strength. He stared at the distorted light around him for so long. Even an ordinary Lord-level Beast Master would not be able to bear it. What a rare and good seedling. Haha, don't forget what this kid did before. With his talent, it's no problem for him to block the mental pressure from a mere space channel. Makes sense. Haha. On the building of the air-escaping battleship, the 12 deans of Jojo Academy watched Yuan sizing up the surrounding space passages without showing any discomfort on his faces, and they couldn't help but praise him. But when they thought of Yuan's achievement of climbing to the top of the 99-story Tower of Babel a month ago, the 12 deans all felt that it was only natural. Gu Yufeng looked at Yuan calmly. As the one who actually reached the 80th floor of the Tower of Babel, he knew better than anyone else how powerful the ferocious beasts that would appear in the Tower of Babel were. Yuan was able to reach the top of the Tower of Babel, and his talent was undoubtedly an SSS-level beast taming talent. Yuan, who possesses SSS-level beast taming talent, has a soul strength and mental power that is definitely far beyond that of ordinary people. Boom! As the 12 deans exclaimed in admiration, a crack suddenly appeared in the dark area ahead, and bright light illuminated the deck of the air-escaping battleship. Before the students on the deck could react, the air-escaping battleship rushed out of the crack, and the surrounding light instantly became brighter. The bright light from the outside world made everyone who had been in the dim space passage for a long time squint their eyes for a moment, and then they recovered and looked around. That's the entrance to the maze world of the freshman competition. On the deck, Su Yuan looked at the vortex hanging in the air in front of the air-escaping battleship and became excited. Chapter 126: The place for the competition, the moving maze. We've arrived. He-chan, you can announce the content of the upcoming competition to these little guys. On the air-escaping battleship, looking at the vortex in the air in front of him, Gu Yufeng looked at a middle-aged man beside him and said. The middle-aged man was the dean of the Water Beast Taming Academy of Jojo Academy, He-chan. He is also the strongest person in Jojo Academy, second only to Gu Yufeng, and an emperor-level top beast master. Hearing Gu Yufeng's words, He-chan nodded, took a step forward and looked at the people on the deck below. Under the gaze of everyone, he said, the 568th Freshman Competition of Jojo Academy will be held next. The location of your competition this time is in the secret realm behind you. That is a secret maze, a moving maze with a radius of 3,000 miles. After you enter the secret realm, you will be teleported to various corners outside the maze. There will be various traps and mechanisms in the moving maze, as well as ferocious beasts arranged by the school to stop you. In the next week, you will need to pass through the outer 3,000-mile moving maze and enter the central Fantasy Moon City. The results of the competition will be based on the order in which you arrive at Fantasy Moon City. You should carry these teleportation tokens with you. They have restrictions left by the Palace Master. If you encounter fatal danger, you will be teleported to Huanyue City in the center of the secret realm. Once you are teleported into Huanyue City, it means you are eliminated, and all your scores in the competition will be reset to 0. Of course, the ferocious beasts that the Academy has placed in this moving maze are of quite good quality. If you have the ability, feel free to seal these high-quality ferocious beasts. Okay, take your teleportation tokens and enter the secret realm. We and the Lord of the Palace will be waiting for you in Huanyue City, the center of the secret realm. As he spoke, He-chan waved his hand, and 1,027 white jade tokens were accurately projected in front of each student like flowers scattered from heaven. Su Yuan looked at the white jade token in front of him. The moment he reached out to take it, his figure was enveloped by a ball of white light. The world around him changed, and Su Yuan looked around again and found that he had entered a secret realm. Looking up, I saw thick black steel walls all around that were 1,000 meters high. These thick steel walls were either closely connected or separated by hundreds of meters with a gap. In front of Su Yuan, there were 3 forks in the road, each of which was over 100 meters wide, leaving ample space for the beasts to pass through. 1,000 meters above the sky was a dome, also sealed with steel, inlaid with unknown fluorescent beads that illuminated the space below. The position where Su Yuan was located was like being locked in an iron box that was closed from top to bottom. It's just that this iron box is a little too big. After Su Yuan took a look at the surrounding environment, he stretched out his hand and summoned Xiaoyan from the beast taming bracelet. Xiaoyan, try to attack these steel walls and see if you can break them down. After summoning Xiaoyan, Su Yuan said to it, Cry! Hearing this, Xiaoyan nodded, and with a fierce roar, the flame demon burning sky sword was used again. The 40-meter-long flaming giant sword seemed to be real. With a wave of Xiaoyan's wings, it slashed towards the steel wall in front. Boom! A violent roar suddenly sounded, and the giant flaming sword left a red sword mark on the steel wall. But that's all. With Xiaoyan's current strength, the flame demon burning sky sword, which he used with all his strength, would force even ordinary beasts that had just been promoted to the Lord level to retreat, but it could only burn a part of these steel walls red. It seems that it is not feasible to break through these city walls by force. And there is a dome on top, so we can't ride a flying beast directly across these mazes and rush to the Fantasy Moon City in the center of the maze. After the attack failed, Su Yuan gave up the idea of rushing forward and prepared to pass the level honestly. However, Su Yuan was at a loss as to which of the 3 forks in the road to choose. Although his divine eyes of revelation can see through illusions. But this maze is real, and the Eye of Apocalypse cannot find a smooth way to the Fantasy Moon City at the center of the maze world. Forget it, let's just take it one step at a time. Besides, Dean He-chan also said before that this is a moving maze, and the path of the maze should change. Perhaps, any fork in the road can lead to the final destination, but the obstacles encountered along the way are different. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yuan did not continue to worry about it. With a wave of his hand, he put away Xiao Yan and summoned Xiao Yu instead. Xiao Yan has a wingspan of 100 meters, which makes it difficult for him to fly in this maze world with high walls. Among Su Yuan's beasts, Xiao Yu is the smallest. Although Xiao Xian can also change his body shape freely, he is obviously faster than Xiao Yu, who has wind attribute. After summoning Xiao Yu, Su Yuan exerted force with his legs, jumped up, and rode on Xiao Yu's back. "Xiao Yu, let's go!" Su Yuan randomly chose a fork in the road and asked Xiao Yu to run towards the middle fork in front. After letting out a loud tiger roar, Xiao Yu stretched out his limbs and instantly rushed towards the fork in the road in the middle. His movements were as fast as the wind. Boom! Half an hour after Xiao Yu and Su Yuan rushed into the middle fork, the countless kilometer-long walls of the entire maze began to move. The 3 forks in the road at Su Yuan's starting point became 2 in just a few breaths. The subsequent route also changes accordingly. At this moment, the city walls around Su Yuan, who was being led by Xiao Yu to run wildly, were also changing. The ground around them began to shake violently, as if an earthquake was hitting. "Xiao Yu, stop!" Hearing the roar that echoed throughout the space, Su Yuan immediately became alert and patted Xiao Yu's head. Then, he looked around with a vigilant look at the giant steel walls that were constantly changing positions. Xiao Yu was also tense all over, scanning everything around him with a vigilant look. Boom! At this moment, a steel wall that was 100 meters long and more than 10 meters wide suddenly rose from the ground where Xiao Yu was. Su Yuan only felt his body shake violently, and then he was quickly rushed towards the iron dome above his head. If they were really pushed onto the iron dome above their heads, both he and Xiao Yu would probably be crushed into meat paste. Roar! Without Su Yuan's reminder, Xiao Yu moved the moment she felt the movement under her feet. With a roar of shock and anger, Xiao Yu's body instantly rushed out. He jumped down from the top of the steel wall that was rapidly rushing towards his head and landed steadily. However, the moment Xiao Yu landed, the area under his feet suddenly rushed up into the sky again. It could only continue to jump to the open space below. There are also countless steel walls rising up around. Boom! 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 These steel walls that rushed upward abruptly hit the dome 1,000 meters above one after another, erupting with bursts of heart-suffocating roars. As for some of the steel walls that had already stood, they were retracted into the ground one after another during the movement. Under such changes, Xiao Yu could only take Su Yuan to dodge everywhere, constantly jumping back and forth between the rising and falling columnar steel walls, dodging flexibly. Chapter 127, Labyrinth Mechanism, the first wave of beast test. A minute later, the changes in the moving maze finally stopped. Xiao Yu also stood on a flat open space again. Looking at the surrounding environment that had stopped changing and had become completely different, Su Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily it's Xiao Yu. If it was Xiao Yan, it would be hard for it to avoid these traps with its large size. But even after the changes to the maze, the overall route forward has not changed much. It seems that my previous guess should be correct. After observing for some time, Su Yuan, relying on his powerful mental power and memory, discovered that even though the maze had changed, the direction of the road ahead did not deviate too much. This was not much different from his initial guess, which immediately boosted Su Yuan's confidence a lot. Xiao Yu, let's keep going. Ouch. Su Yuan had just finished speaking before Xiao Yu could take any action. A hole suddenly appeared in the high wall on the right side, and a group of ferocious wolf beasts rushed out, roaring. The movement on the right immediately attracted the attention of Su Yuan and Xiao Yu. Armored wolf. Species, wolf/steel. Quality, rare 5-star. Level, awakening level 7. Status, hungry. Skills, iron head claw combo. Evolution times 0. Evolution options 2. Iron armored wolf king. Species, wolf/steel. Quality, excellent 3 stars. Level, extraordinary level 1. Status, hungry. Skills, iron head claw combo, savage charge, bone drilling chain. Evolution times 1. Evolution options none. A wolf king of the first level of transcendence with 10 ferocious wolves of around the 7th level of awakening is a big challenge for ordinary freshmen. I'm afraid that this first wave of maze mechanisms and maze beasts will eliminate half of the new students. This assessment is really cruel for the freshmen. After learning about the strength of this group of ferocious beasts, Yuan sighed. The new students who entered Jojo Academy through the college entrance examination had strengths ranging from the 7th level of awakening to the peak of awakening. Even though there has been considerable improvement in the past month since entering the academy, probably less than half of them can break through to the extraordinary level. If other people were facing the same level of ferocious beasts as Yuan, freshmen below the extraordinary level would basically be eliminated. Yuan just sighed, but didn't find it strange. Jojo Academy focuses on selecting the best from the best. Even if there are geniuses who have successfully entered Jojo Academy, those who are not strong enough should be eliminated as soon as possible. Whoosh! At this moment, the iron-armored Wolf King suddenly activated his skills. 2 iron chains with sharp needles on the tips came with a sound of breaking through the air and pierced straight towards Yuan. The needles on the top are extremely sharp, emitting cold light at an extremely fast speed. However, the attack of the iron-armored Wolf King angered Xiaoyu. It had been a long time since Xiaoyu had fought with Yuan. When he saw a ferocious beast daring to attack Yuan, his eyes turned cold. It stretched out its claws and slapped lightly, and the 2 iron chains that were rushing towards it were broken into pieces and fell to the ground. This scene made the iron-armored Wolf King stand still in a daze. Without waiting for the iron-armored Wolf King to react, Xiaoyu clapped his front paws again, and black shadows instantly radiated from under its feet. The black shadow rushed towards the iron-armored Wolf King and the Iron Yuan wolves around it like a spirit snake, and merged into the shadows under their feet. Then, in front of these guys' horrified gazes, countless dark tentacle-like strips appeared on their shadows and crawled up their bodies along their limbs. In the blink of an eye, their bodies were wrapped in circles of black shadows, as if they were wrapped in a layer of black bandage. Both the iron-armored Wolf King and the Iron Yuan wolf paused in their movements, as if they were hit by a spell and stopped in place. Even some of the Iron Yuan wolves still kept stretching their feet and moving forward. Roar! Looking at these ferocious beasts that were pinned in place, Xiaoyu roared angrily. Puff puff puff. The black shadows wrapped around the Iron Wolverine wolf, and the iron-armored Wolf King tightened instantly. The powerful tightening force made the wolves' eyes pop out. They wanted to howl but found that they could not make any sound. The next moment, the black shadow wrapped around them strangled them all to death. This is Xiaoyu's skill shadow binding. The enemy's actions can be controlled through the shadow. With Xiaoyu's current level of commanding a first-level beast, facing these ferocious beasts whose highest level is only extraordinary first level, even if swift shadow binding is not a main killing control skill, he can still easily kill these beasts in seconds. After dealing with the iron-armored Wolf King and the Iron War Wolf, Xiaoyu glanced at the corpses on the ground with disdain. Yuan did not collect the crystal cores of these ferocious beasts. Directly urged Xiaoyu to rush towards the depths of the maze. The mere awakening level and first-order extraordinary beast crystal cores are no longer worth Yuan's attention. It was just like when Song Junfeng killed a large number of volcanic crows in seconds in the Molten Fire Mountains. Except for the crystal core of the Lord-level Volcanic Crow King, he did not take the time to collect the other Volcanic Crow crystal cores. Brush. In another direction, Nie Xiaoming stood in place, with a flying sword beside him circling around, killing all the ferocious beasts rushing over. The flying sword pierced through the heads of all the ferocious beasts without leaving any blood. After returning to Nie Xiaoming's side, the flying sword turned around and came to Nie Xiaoming's feet, carrying him towards the intersection ahead. Cry! A sharp roar was heard, and an ice-blue bird over 10 meters long carried Shangguan Yunqian towards the maze intersection ahead. Behind them, more than a dozen ferocious beasts were frozen into ice sculptures. Boom boom boom! As for Huangfu Yunzhao, she stood on the back of the Shadow Dragon Scorpion. The 6 thick legs of the huge Shadow Dragon Scorpion stepped on the ground, making bursts of sound like hammering iron. Behind them were several corpses of ferocious beasts that had been knocked to the ground by the poison of the Shadow Dragon Scorpion. Those who are able to be specially recruited into Jojo Academy all have good talents, and have already become extraordinary beast masters. After another month of hard training, the points gained from clearing the Tower of Babel can be exchanged for beast taming evolution resources. The levels of these specially recruited talented students have basically reached the 5th level or above, and the quality of their main beasts is also not bad, basically all of perfect quality, or above. Faced with the first wave of ferocious beasts blocking their way, Shangguan Yunqian, Nie Xiaoming and other talented students specially recruited by Jojo Academy had no difficulty in dealing with it. However, other students who took the formal college entrance examination and entered Jojo Academy encountered maze mechanisms and ferocious beasts blocking their way one after another, and more than half of the students were eliminated. In the central square of Fantasy Moon City at the center of the secret realm, a beam of teleportation light would flash from time to time, and one by one, the dusty freshmen and their beasts would be teleported back together. Every freshman who was teleported to Fantasy Moon City was grateful for his or her survival, but the smile on his or her face was bitter. Being teleported to Huanyue City meant that they did not achieve any results in this freshman competition. This is indeed a big blow to them who are hailed as top talents in their respective cities. Chapter 128, The Fire Region of the Sun, Melting Steel and Iron. Haha, besides Su Yuan, there are several other good students in this class. Nie Xiaoming's talent should not be underestimated. With his sword-based beast-taming talent and the support of the Nie family behind him, it won't be too difficult for this kid to put together a complete set of sword-based beast-taming skills. That's right. If Nie Xiaoming can perfect his Nie family's secret skills, he might be able to break into the top 10 of the stone tablet ranking. As long as nothing unexpected happens, a new swordsman will appear in our great Xia in the future. In addition to Nie Xiaoming, the two girls from the Shangguan family and the Zhong family are also good and have the qualities of a great sage. There are indeed many geniuses this year. In the past, there might not be one genius with SS-level talent in each class, but this year there are 3 at once, and there is also a monster like Su Yuan. Indeed, this year not only do we have many geniuses in Daxia, but the geniuses in several other great countries are also much more than before. Perhaps, the golden age of our human race is about to come. In Huanyue City, He Chang and 12 other Dean-level strongmen watched the images on the screen, smiling and nodding continuously. At the top of all the pictures are the geniuses who were specially recruited in advance by Jojo Academy this year. The images of Su Yuan, Nie Xiaoming, Shangguan Yunqian and Zhong Shiding were at the forefront. Obviously, it is the focus of attention. Behind He Chang and the others, Bu Yufeng's eyes were always on the screen that was monitoring Su Yuan. A dual-type beast master of wind and shadow, and has even reached the first level of commander. What exactly is this kid's talent? Seeing Xiao Yu using the shadow binding to instantly strangle the Taiyuan wolf and the iron-armored wolf king, a gleam of light flashed in Gu Yufeng's eyes. He could tell that Su Yuan's beast master Xiao Yu was a shadow-type beast master. Recalling that Xiao Yan, whom Su Yuan had shown in front of others before, was a fire-type beast, and the information uploaded by Tianyang City reported that Su Yuan also owned a water-attributed turtle-type beast. Even though Gu Yufeng was extremely powerful and knowledgeable, he had no idea about Su Yuan's talent for taming beasts. General beast taming talents focus on one type of beast taming. For example, the 12 deans of Jojo Academy each possess an exclusive S-level talent for taming beasts, and the beasts they contracted are all of the same type of beasts related to their talent. The 3 beasts revealed by Su Yuan are not from the same system. With such complex attributes, they still have terrifying growth rates and combat power. A beast master like Su Yuan has never appeared before. With doubts, Gu Yufeng continued to stare silently at the picture where Su Yuan was, wanting to find out what was going on. Time flies, and a day and a night have passed since Su Yuan and others entered the maze world. Under Xiaoyou's leadership, Su Yuan has already passed through 2/3 of the maze, and is only 1/3 of the way to the central Fantasy Moon City. The maze has stopped moving. Xiao Yu, be alert! As the changes in the maze ended again, Su Yuan and Xiao Yu immediately became alert. Xiao Yu even made a posture ready to fight at any time. After a day and a night of hard work, Su Yuan and Xiao Yu have figured out the rules of the moving maze's mechanisms. The entire maze will undergo overall changes every half an hour, and each change will last for 1 minute. After each change, a group of ferocious beasts would rush out from the steel walls in every corner. And as they got closer to Huanyue City, the ferocious beasts they encountered became more and more powerful. The strongest beast in the first wave was only at the first level of transcendence. But half an hour ago, the strongest ferocious beast that Xiao Yu and Su Yuan encountered had already reached the first level of commander. Now a new round of attacks from ferocious beasts is about to come. Su Yuan can be sure that the strength level of the ferocious beast this time will definitely not be lower than the first level of commander. Boom! Sure enough, a gap suddenly opened in the center of the kilometer-high city wall in front. Then, a tiger with a metallic luster all over its body jumped down from the gap and rushed towards Su Yuan and Xiao Yu. This metal tiger is no smaller than Xiao Yu, and it has 2 huge gun barrels with a diameter of 1 meter on its back. As soon as the metal tiger appeared, the thick gun barrel behind him spewed out flames, and huge shells bombarded Su Yuan and Xiao Yu. Boom! 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 The cannons roared and flames appeared. In an instant, the location where Xiao Yu and Su Yuan were located was covered. But Xiao Yu dodged the moment the metal tiger attacked. Even though he was carrying Su Yuan on his back, Xiao Yu was still as ghostly and quick as the wind, taking Su Yuan to constantly dodge around the metal tiger, making sure that none of the metal tiger's shells could hit them. At this time, Su Yuan also saw the attribute information of this metal tiger. Giant Cannon Tiger. Type: Mechanical/Steel, Fire. Quality: Excellent 6 stars. Level: Commander Level 3. Condition: Perfect. Skills: Iron Man, Heavy Artillery, Rifle. Evolution times 0. Evolution options: None. This is the second mechanical beast Su Yuan has seen so far. Moreover, unlike the air-escaping warships he had seen before, this giant cannon war tiger was not only made entirely of fine steel, but also exuded an extremely agile aura. Every move it made was no different from other flesh-and-blood tiger-like beasts. If Su Yuan had not been able to see the properties of this giant cannon war tiger, he would even suspect that what he was facing was a tiger wearing armor. Bang! Seeing that his attack was unable to hit Xiao Yu, the giant cannon tiger suddenly opened its mouth, and a ball of fire instantly spurted out of its mouth. It's like a flamethrower, but it's 100 or 1,000 times more powerful than a flamethrower. The flames spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the area around Su Yuan and Xiao Yu turned into a sea of fire. Heh, playing with fire with me? This scene made Su Yuan snort coldly. In the air, Xiao Yan's figure suddenly appeared. Yen-Yang Fire Region. The skill was performed instantly, and then an invisible force field enveloped an area of several thousand meters in radius. At this moment, the flames of the giant cannon war tiger suddenly surged and the temperature rose sharply. However, these flames, whose power suddenly surged, did not continue to burn towards Su Yuan. Instead, they carried with them dragons of fire and rolled back towards the giant cannon war tiger. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Under the rolling red flames, the iron body of the giant cannon war tiger could not withstand the scorching heat. In the blink of an eye, it was burned red and quickly turned into streams of molten iron that flowed down. In less than 3 seconds, the giant cannon war tiger turned into molten iron on the ground, and the surrounding flames disappeared. Even though Xiao Yan used the Yen-Yang fire domain, apart from the molten steel and the red-hot open space on the scene, the surrounding steel walls were only slightly reddish and showed no damage at all. This once again demonstrates the powerful defense of this steel maze. After getting rid of the giant cannon war tiger, Su Yuan did not stop. He put away Xiao Yan and let Xiao Yu continue to lead him forward. Chapter 129 Test. Master, are the tests we set too easy for Su Yuan? Should we increase the difficulty a little bit? Otherwise, based on Su Yuan's speed, he would probably be able to reach Huanyuan City before noon today. In Huanyuan City, a group of deans looked at the first picture at the top and couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Gu Yufeng behind them. It took Xiao Yan only 2 seconds to melt a 3rd-level giant cannon war tiger. The power of fire displayed by him is completely comparable to some fire beasts that have just entered the Lord level. Don't think I don't know what's going on in your mind. I just want to see where Su Yuan's limit is. Hearing the voices of Dean He-chang and others, Gu Yufeng stood up and said lightly. Hearing this, He-chang and the others all smiled awkwardly. However, just when they were about to give up their previous idea, they heard Gu Yufeng say again. In that case, let's test Su Yuan's ultimate combat power. Go and prepare, get a Lord-level beast over here, and when Su Yuan arrives outside Huanyuan City, let them clash. After saying that, Gu Yufeng stretched out his hand, clenched his fist, put it to his mouth, and coughed lightly. In fact, he also wanted to see what level Su Yuan's true strength had reached. However, as the head of Jojo Academy, he didn't feel comfortable changing the rules of the freshman competition at the last minute. Now that someone has brought it up, it's exactly what he wants. I'll go right away. Hearing this, He Chang's eyes lit up, a look of, I understand, appeared on his face, and he immediately spoke. Su Yuan had no idea what was happening in Huanyue City. He had never expected that the school's higher-ups would use a Lord-level beast as the final test for him to enter Fantasy Moon City in order to test his limits. Now Su Yuan is riding on Xiaoyo's back, getting closer to Huanyue City. Along the way, either the powerful commander-level beasts nor the various maze mechanisms could stop Su Yuan from moving forward. In other directions, Nie Xiaoming, Shangguan Yunqian and Zhong Shiding have made similar progress. All three are SS-level talented beastmasters. In the months since entering Jojo Academy, Shangguan Yunqian and Zhong Shiding have both successfully advanced from extraordinary peak beastmasters to command-level beastmasters. With their talents and the powerful combat capability of the commander level, when they encounter the commander-level beasts blocking their way, the three of them, like Su Yuan, can easily kill these beasts. Therefore, Nie Xiaoming and the other two had already made 2/3 of the progress in the maze towards the central Fantasy Moon City, not much slower than Su Yuan. However, when the three of them had made 2/3 of the progress in breaking through the maze, they also encountered a commander-level ferocious beast. Faced with a powerful commander-level beast, the three of them also need to use some means to kill the opponent. The further they got to the end, the higher the level of the commander-level beasts they encountered, and the slower Nie Xiaoming and his two companions were in killing them. As their speed slowed down, the gap between them and Su Yuan gradually widened. Su Yuan only needed half a day to cover the last third of the journey, but Nie Xiaoming and the other two would need at least 2 days. As for the other students of Jojo Academy, their progress is much worse. Boom! Somewhere in the maze, an armored alligator snapping turtle howled miserably, and its tank-sized body slammed heavily to the ground, causing the surrounding ground to shake. In front of the armored alligator turtle, an equally large scorpion covered in black armor with dragon patterns raised its claws high and slammed down, smashing the armored alligator turtle's head. Huh! Finally got rid of this armored alligator turtle. After a day and a night of traveling, the powerful beasts we encountered now have changed from the first level of extraordinary to the 9th level of extraordinary. If I hadn't traded enough poison soul fruits from Su Yuan earlier, and if I hadn't cultivated my shadow dragon scorpion for this period of time, my level would have been raised to the extraordinary 7th level. Now that we have encountered this armored alligator turtle, it's still unclear who will win. Behind the shadow dragon scorpion, Huangfu Yunzhao looked at the armored snapping turtle that had completely died and breathed a sigh of relief. The armored snapping turtle is a high-quality ferocious beast with 9 excellent stars and extremely high defense. The armored alligator turtle that fought against the shadow dragon scorpion was of the 9th level of the extraordinary order. Among the extraordinary beasts, its strength was quite strong. Relying on the thick tortoise-shell defense, even some commander-level ferocious beasts can't do anything to this armored alligator turtle. If the shadow dragon scorpion had not taken advantage of the situation at the beginning and stung the armored snapping turtle with its scorpion tail, injecting a deadly poison into the body of the armored snapping turtle, causing it to gradually become poisoned during the battle and lose its ability to move. It would take at least half an hour for a 7th-level extraordinary shadow dragon scorpion to kill a 9th-level extraordinary earth-armored snapping turtle. I'm afraid that even when the maze mechanism is activated next time, it won't be able to be killed. Shadow dragon scorpion, follow up! After a long sigh, Huangfu Yunzhao threw several shadow and poison beast crystal cores towards the shadow dragon scorpion. I also took out water and dry food from my backpack and rested on the spot. At the same time, I also started thinking about the next plan. The further you go in this maze world, the stronger the beasts you encounter. With my current strength, I'm afraid I can't even reach the center of Huanyue City. Next, we should be more cautious and not move forward rashly, lest we run into more powerful beasts. Once you encounter a fierce beast with a strength level that reaches the commander level, it will be dangerous. I just wonder where Su Yuan is now. Has he encountered any difficult beasts? But with his talent and strength, he should have an easier time in this maze than me. Huanfu Yunzhao murmured softly while eating the dry food in his hand. She had decided not to go any deeper into the maze world. She still remembered what He Chang said before entering this secret realm and starting the freshman competition. Once the Jade Token's teleportation mechanism is activated and one is teleported back to Huanyue City, the results of this freshman competition will be reset to 0. Instead of doing this, it would be better to just stay in this maze until the 7-day deadline is up. At least you can get some points. Half a day later, Su Yuan rode Xiaoyu out of the maze area with high walls. Looking at the vast open space ahead and a magnificent city within sight, his eyes lit up. It's finally out! That building in front must be Huanyue City. Looking at the distance, it should be less than 20 miles. Xiaoyu, let's go! Let's go! Once you reach that huge city, you will get 1 million points. I will buy you some supplements then. Ouch! Su Yuan's words made Shio's eyes light up, and he raised his head and let out a long roar in excitement. Then, he started walking towards the huge city in the distance. Boom! However, before Xiaoyu could run far, the dust in the open space in front suddenly rose up, and a figure slowly stood up in the dust. A stone giant as tall as 10 stories suddenly appeared in front of Su Yuan and Xiaoyu. The aura emitted by the stone giant immediately made Xiaoyu tense up all over, and he quickly stopped. Its eyes stared ahead vigilantly, and after feeling the power of the stone giant, all the hair on Xiaoyu's body stood up. Fuck! This guy is a lord-level beast! On Xiaoyu's back, Su Yuan looked at the stone giant blocking his way, and the smile on his face suddenly froze. Chapter 130, First Battle with a Lord-Level Beast. Desert Stone Giant. Sandstorm Stone Giant. Type, Elemental/Earth. Quality, Perfect 3 stars. Level, Lord Level 1. Status, Frustrated Angry. Skills, Sandstorm Force, Quicksand Trap, Desert Sand Burial, Polar Sandstorm. Evolution times 0. Evolution options 5. In front of Su Yuan and others, a series of attribute information about the stone giant appeared, which made Su Yuan feel a headache. If it was an ordinary first-level lord beast of excellent quality, Su Yuan would be confident that he could fight against it. But the sandstorm stone giant in front of him is of perfect 3-star quality. The gap between a beast of perfect quality and one of excellent quality is not small. Especially since the sandstorm stone giant is an elemental beast, it is extremely difficult to deal with. For elemental beasts, unless their elemental core is destroyed in one fell swoop, it will be useless even if they are cut into pieces. If you can't find the opponent's core, you can't kill him at all. As long as the elemental core of an elemental beast is still there, even if only a single elemental core is left, it can quickly recondense the surrounding elements and restore its body. Boom, boom, boom. While Su Yuan was observing the attributes of the stone giant in front of him quickly beat his chest several times with both hands, making a deafening sound and sending sand and dust flying. The sandstorm stone giant took a step forward and suddenly rushed towards Su Yuan. Unlike the lord-level beasts such as the volcano crow king and the obsidian python, the sandstorm stone giant, as an elemental beast, does not have a mouth or nose, and therefore cannot use words to express his anger at being suddenly caught in this strange area. Faced with an emperor-level powerhouse like He Chang, it could not muster the slightest desire to resist and could only bury itself in the ground in frustration. Now that he has met a soft persimmon like Su Yuan, the sandstorm stone giant naturally has to vent his emotions. As it rushed towards Su Yuan, the ground beneath Xiaoyu's feet softened and turned into a funnel that continued to collapse downwards. Xiaoyu was like standing in quicksand, and his body suddenly staggered. Not good! Xiao Yan, come out! Su Yuan instantly noticed the changes in the ground beneath Xiao Yan's feet, raised his eyebrows and exclaimed. After thinking about it, he realized that this was a quicksand trap set by the sandstorm stone giant. After a loud shout, Su Yuan quickly took Xiaoyu back into the beast taming bracelet. At the same time, he quickly summoned Xiao Yan, seamlessly jumped onto Xiao Yan's back, and rushed directly into the air with Xiao Yan's help. Although the lord-level sandstorm stone giant is powerful, it is not a flying beast after all. Even if one reaches the lord level, one may not be able to fly. Now he has walked out of the steel maze behind him. Now that there is no dome blocking the way, the sky is high and birds can fly freely. Su Yuan's current idea is to rush as high as possible to where the sandstorm stone giant cannot attack. This way, Xiao Yan would be able to take him over the area where the sandstorm stone giant was located and fly to Huanyuan City 20 miles away, avoiding a battle with it. However, Su Yuan's idea was beautiful, but the reality was contrary to his wishes. As soon as he stepped on Xiao Yan's back, a violent sandstorm came towards him. Every grain of sand in the storm carries amazing energy, like a sharp knife, with a terrifying cutting force. Su Yuan had no doubt that every grain of sand in this storm could easily penetrate the defense of the extraordinary beast. Buzz! Xiao Yan's reaction was also extremely fast. He quickly erected a flame barrier around himself to protect him and Su Yuan. Endless sandstorms came, all of which were blocked by Xiao Yan's fire barrier. When the wind and sand touched Xiao Yan's flame barrier, they all quickly turned into red lava. Although the wind and sand were blocked, Xiao Yan's speed was greatly affected as he wanted to fly against the sandstorm. The sandstorm stone giant rushing over from behind had already reached out to grab. 100-foot-long palm made entirely of sand suddenly slapped towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, with a wingspan of 100 meters, looked very small under this huge sand palm, and he could grab it in the palm of his hand with just one grip. Boom! Of course, Xiao Yan did not sit still and wait for death when faced with the sand palms coming down from the sky. The Yenyang fire domain was instantly activated, and the surrounding area of several thousand meters instantly turned into a sea of fire. In the sea of fire, endless sand and gravel melted into magma. Under the amplification of the Yenyang fire domain, a giant lava sword made entirely of molten sand and gravel suddenly condensed and stabbed towards the huge sand palm falling from above. With a swish sound, wherever the giant sword passed, a gap of dozens of feet was pierced in the sand palm, and the sand and gravel around the gap were all burned into glass-like by the high temperature. Xiao Yan also took this opportunity to flap his wings, instantly passing through the gap in the center of the sand palm and flying higher into the sky. After reaching an altitude of several thousand meters, Xiao Yan finally stopped hovering. His sharp golden eyes were filled with deep fatigue as he looked at the sandstorm below, with lingering fear in his heart. Just now, he seemed to have easily broken through the attack of the sandstorm stone giant and escaped from the opponent's huge sand palm. But in fact, it mobilized all its energy at that moment, almost exhausting its own energy, which allowed it to escape. If it were to be caught by the giant sandstorm palm again, it would have no chance of escaping. Damn, are those guys from the academy crazy? They have such a fierce lord-level beast guarding the back. How many people can survive it? This is going to torture all the students to death. In the air, Su Yuan stood on Xiao Yan's back, also looking down at the sandstorm below. While he was still in fear, a hint of anger appeared on his face. If Xiao Yan had not reacted in time and tried his best to fight his way out, he would have been teleported to the distant Huanyuan City. According to what He Chang said before, once you are teleported to Huanyuan City, all the results of the competition will be invalid. If he was really teleported back to Huanyuan City by the Jade Token, he would forget about the 1 million points reward for this freshman competition. Boom, boom, boom. Below, after Xiao Yan rushed out of the sandstorm, the surrounding sand and dust gradually faded away. In the center of the sandstorm stone giant, who failed in his attack and was escaped by Xiao Yan, raised his hands and clenched his fists, angrily beating his chest like an enraged silverback gorilla. At the same time, he looked up at the direction where Su Yuan and Xiao Yan were, and the sand and stones on his face were distorted. Even without a clear face, Su Yuan could still feel the anger of the sandstorm stone giant at the moment. At this height, no matter how strong you are, you can't reach us. Looking at the sandstorm giant below, who was extremely angry but could only stand there and beat his chest, Su Yuan curled his lips. The depression and anger in his heart dissipated a lot, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Damn it! It's coming again! However, his smile did not last long, and he exclaimed again. He didn't dare to stay any longer, but instead directed Xiao Yan to rush towards Huanyuan City. Below, the huge humanoid body of the angry sandstorm stone giant quickly disintegrated at this moment. Countless sands turned into flying sand, gathering in the air into a sandbar hundreds of feet long that swept towards Su Yuan and Xiao Yan. Chapter 131 Talent Speculation. Top management is shocked. In the air, the sandstorm stone giant turned into a ball of flying sand and chased Xiao Yan rapidly. It was extremely fast, moving with the wind and following Xiao Yan closely. In fact, the distance between Feisha and Xiao Yan was gradually shortening. Miscalculated. I never thought that the sandstorm stone giant could transform into flying sand. Feeling the flying sand approaching rapidly from behind, Su Yuan, who was standing on Xiao Yan's back, was extremely shocked. He watched as a giant palm 100 feet in size condensed from the rapidly approaching flying sand and grabbed towards him and Xiao Yan. If we have to fight, then I will fight you. Su Yuan gritted his teeth and prepared to summon out his most powerful beast, the white jade giant scale whale. Boom! However, at this moment, Su Yuan only felt the space around him shake. Behind him, the huge hand of the sandstorm stone giant that was attacking him suddenly stopped in place. It's as if time has stood still. This sudden change immediately made Su Yuan give up his plan to summon Xiao Bai. The moment the sandstorm stone giant behind him stopped, Xiao Yan and Su Yuan instantly distanced themselves from it. Only then did Su Yuan turn around. The sandstorm stone giant transformed from Sharon still stood still, unable to move at all. Eye of Revelation. Looking at the sandstorm stone giant who was controlled in midair and unable to move at all, a strange light flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. After activating the Eye of Revelation, Su Yuan saw another picture. Around the salon that the stone giant transformed into, the space was distorted by an invisible force. That power blends with heaven and earth. It is mysterious and unfathomable. Like an invisible big net, it tightly bound the sandstorm stone giant. It seems illusory, but in fact it contains endless power. The perfect quality Lord-level beast, the sandstorm stone giant, was like a baby under this inexplicable force. Boom! At this moment, there was another roar in the air. In Su Yuan's eyes, the sandstorm stone giant transformed into a sand dragon suddenly disappeared into thin air, leaving only a fist-sized heart-shaped yellow-brown crystal in the air. That's the elemental core of the sandstorm stone giant. Such a huge Lord-level sandstorm stone giant was killed in an instant like this, without any contact at all. So terrifying, what kind of power is this? Looking at the area where the dust had all fallen away, leaving only a yellow-brown crystal stone, Su Yuan felt a surge of horror in his heart. Shocked by this power. If such power was used against him instead of the sandstorm stone giant, then he would be killed like the sandstorm stone giant, without any resistance. You won't know who did it until you die. Just as Su Yuan was trembling in his heart, the elemental core of the sandstorm stone giant behind him suddenly cut through the air and fell into Su Yuan's hands in the blink of an eye. Su Yuan, such an accident occurred during the rookie competition. It was our fault. Take this Lord-level Earth element core as compensation for you. Just as Su Yuan was confused holding the Earth element core in his hand, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. Master, the Mansion Master. Hearing this voice, Su Yuan's mind immediately appeared with the figure of Gu Yufeng. Su Yuan still had a deep memory of the voice and appearance of this top-level warrior who saved him from the fifth demon god. It turns out that the Lord of the Palace took action. No wonder this Lord-level sandstorm stone giant has no power to resist. If the Saint-level expert were to deal with a tiny Lord-level beast, it would surely be an easy task. It is said that both the Saint-level beast tamers and Saint-level beast tamers and ferocious beasts control the power of heaven and earth. A Saint-level expert personally took action and used the power of heaven and earth to kill it. This sandstorm stone giant can be considered to have the honor of dying. When Gu Yufeng's voice sounded, Su Yuan immediately knew that it was Gu Yufeng who had just killed the sandstorm stone giant, and he thought to himself. At the same time, he did not dare to be negligent and bowed slightly in the direction of Huanyu's city and expressed his gratitude. After weighing the earth element core in his hand, Su Yuan carefully put it away. Although it is only the elemental core of a Lord-level sandstorm stone giant, the value of this earth element core is much higher than the average Lord-level beast crystal core, and is not lower than the value of a 6th-level beast taming resource. To redeem it in the treasury of Jojo Academy, you need 100,000 points. Of course, Su Yuan would not refuse such a good thing. After putting away the elemental core of the sandstorm stone giant, Su Yuan continued to command Xiao Yan and asked him to take him to the nearby fantasy moon city. As for the accident that Gu Yufeng just mentioned, Su Yuan did not dare to agree with it. If it wasn't for deliberate actions, a Lord-level sandstorm stone giant would not be able to survive under the noses of a Saint-level beast master and 12 Emperor-level beast masters. Moreover, when the sandstorm stone giant first attacked him with an astonishing roar, top powerhouses like Gu Yufeng would have noticed the movement here at the first moment even if they were 20 miles away. If such strong men as them really wanted to take action, the sandstorm stone giant would definitely not survive for a second, and he would not be forced to almost summon out his trump card Xiao Bai. Therefore, Su Yuan was very clear that the sudden appearance of such a Lord-level beast master in the freshman competition was most likely used by Gu Yufeng and other high-ranking officials of the institution to test his strength and try his limits. These big shots knew that he had reached the top of the 99-story Tower of Babel a month ago, so it was understandable that they gave him special care. Since big shots like Gu Yufeng said it was an accident for the sake of face, Su Yuan would not point it out, but decided to pretend to be ignorant. Inside Huanyue City, a group of Emperor-level beast masters were all amazed by Su Yuan's performance in the face of the sandstorm stone giant. An epic high-quality beast! Definitely an epic high-quality beast! He was able to break through the attack of a perfect quality first-level Lord Beast with the level of a third-level commander. In my opinion, the quality of Su Yuan's beast is close to the legendary level. From the information the Academy collected from Tianyang City, Su Yuan's beast should have evolved from the fiery sunbird. However, among the separate evolutionary routes that have been researched so far, the quality of the evolved sunbird can only barely reach the epic level, and it cannot be compared with Su Yuan's beast master at all. Indeed, not only Su Yuan's fire-type beast, but also his previous tiger-type beast is also extraordinary. It is also an epic-level beast of high quality. At such a young age, and not a disciple of a noble family, could it be that Su Yuan evolved all these epic-level beasts by himself? That should be the case. Perhaps this kid's talent for taming beasts is related to the evolution of taming beasts. Well then, this can explain why Su Yuan's beasts have different attributes. Perhaps, his talent is really related to the evolution of beast control. It seems that Su Yuan hasn't chosen a department yet. If Su Yuan's talent for beast control can really promote the evolution of beast control, then I must bring Su Yuan to our Beast Control Research Institute. Don't compete with me for it. It all depends on Su Yuan's own wishes. I think he will choose our Fire Academy. I think Su Yuan's Tiger Beast is more suitable for further study in our theater. Su Yuan's stunning performance in taming the beast made all the deans unable to help but talk about and praise him. They are worthy of being Emperor-level beast masters. After witnessing Su Yuan's beast master combat power with their own eyes, they immediately analyzed the approximate qualities of Xiao Yan and Xiao Yu. At the same time, he also made a very close guess about Su Yuan's talent in taming beasts. Among them, Xia Jiming, the dean of the Beast Taming Research Institute, had a particularly bright look in his eyes. As they spoke, this group of Emperor-level beast masters actually began to argue over which department Su Yuan should enter for further studies. I wonder if the SSS-level beast taming evolution talent is only effective for the beast tamings that he has contracted with himself. If he can make beast tamings that are not contracted with him evolve, then Su Yuan's importance is probably more important than the entire Jojo Academy combined. There must not be any accidents with this kid. On the side, Gu Yufeng, who was listening to the discussions and exclamations of the crowd, also showed an extremely cautious look on his face when he heard this. Chapter 132. The competition is over, and the various academies are competing. Stop arguing, let's just listen to what the boy has to say. That's right, that kid has arrived in Huanyue City. It's up to him to decide which department he chooses. It's already been agreed upon. Everyone must abide by the moral code of the martial arts, and cannot set special conditions to seduce and interfere with Su Yuan's choice. Old Xia, how many times have you said this? Don't worry, we will definitely not tempt Su Yuan anymore. In the high-rise building at the center of Huanyue City, the 12 deans were arguing with each other. They didn't calm down until they sensed the auras of Su Yuan and Xiao Yan entering Huanyue City and flying towards them. Then he followed Gu Yufeng out of the high-rise building and headed towards the square in the center of Huanyue City. It's the dean and his friends. And the lord of the mansion. It's only been a day and a half. Could it be that someone has already cleared the level? Could it be that the beasts and traps behind are not much different from the first wave, which is why someone rushed out so quickly? Impossible! I just encountered a 7th level beast and was eliminated. I only went more than 500 miles into the maze. The beasts behind us will only become more powerful. I estimate that after 2,000 miles, all the beasts will have become powerful commander-level beasts. Hiss, he broke through a 3,000-mile maze in one day, and even killed the commander-level beasts that blocked his way. This is a true genius. Compared with him, we are really not worth mentioning. I'm sure this person must be a genius specially recruited by the school. Su Yuan is the most likely candidate. Is a genius who reached the 800th floor of the Tower of Babel the first time he entered the academy. That's not necessarily true. Not long ago at the end of the month, after the Tower of Babel was reopened, Nie Xiaoming made his second attempt to enter the tower. He is now ranked 798th on the stone tablet, higher than Su Yuan. Nie Xiaoming might be the first place winner in this freshman competition. That's because Su Yuan didn't go to the Tower of Babel last time it was opened. If Su Yuan goes to the tower for the second time, his ranking will only be higher than Nie Xiaoming. That's right, this time I bet that Su Yuan will still be the first in the freshman competition. In the center of the square, the students who were eliminated and ended the freshman competition early looked at Gu Yufeng and others who appeared and started arguing. Since Su Yuan ranked 800th in his first attempt to pass the tower at Jojo Academy, most of the freshmen believed that Su Yuan was the first person to pass the maze. Of course, many people also believed that the first person to pass through the maze would be Nie Xiaoming. Gu Yufeng, Xia Jiming, He Chang and other school leaders did not pay any attention to the discussions of hundreds of students below. Their eyes were all looking in one direction. A red figure gradually became clear in the sight. Student Su Yuan greets the lord of the mansion and all the deans. In the air, Su Yuan stood on Xiao Yan's back and greeted Gu Yufeng and others who were standing in the air with a smile. In response to this, Gu Yufeng and others nodded slightly. Afterwards, He Chang, who was arranged by Gu Yufeng to host the freshman competition, looked at Su Yuan with a smile on his face and said with admiration, "Student Su Yuan, congratulations on being the first to pass the moving maze and winning the 568th freshman competition of Jojo Academy. This is the first place reward, you can take it first." As he spoke, a crystal card appeared in He Chang's hand. The crystal card floated towards Su Yuan under a gentle force. It contains 1 million university points. You only need to swipe the card on the smart terminal issued when you registered for admission, and the 1 million points will be credited to your account. Seeing Su Yuan looking at the crystal card in front of him with confusion, He Chang reminded him softly. "Thank you, Dean He Chang." Hearing this, Su Yuan understood, bowed slightly to He Chang and expressed his gratitude. Then, he followed He Chang's instructions and placed the crystal card on the smart bracelet on his left wrist and swiped it. Immediately, 1 million points appeared in his school account. "It's done! It's worth it for me to spend 2 days to participate in the competition." Looking at the millions of points that had arrived in his account, Su Yuan was delighted. The arrival of these 1 million points directly made up for most of the money he had spent on training his own beast master over the past month. "Su Yuan, you haven't chosen the beast taming department yet, right? I see that your fire beast tamer is very extraordinary. My fire department has a special secret realm for training fire beast tamers, which can greatly increase the speed of leveling up fire beast tamers. As long as you come to my fire academy, I will cover all the expenses you spend on training in the secret realm during your 4 years at school. I promise you, as long as you come to my fire academy, your fire beast will definitely grow to the king level before graduation." Just after He Chang finished explaining the relevant matters about Su Yuan winning first place in the freshman competition, the dean of the fire college, Lin Huixing, took a step forward, came in front of Su Yuan as if shrinking the distance into an inch, and said to Su Yuan with a smile on his face. At the same time, he also looked at Xiao Yan under his feet with admiration, with a gleam in his eyes. At his feet, before Xiao Yan could react, he found that someone had stepped on his back without permission, and he felt unhappy. However, he did not sense any malice towards Su Yuan from Lin Huixing, and since Su Yuan did not say anything, it did not get angry either. However, this action of Lin Huixing, the dean of the Fire Academy, immediately made Xia Jiming behind him anxious. Lin Huixing! You are such an unsportsmanlike old bastard! Su Yuan, don't listen to him. If you come to my Beast Taming Research Institute, I will give you a 50% discount on all your beast taming evolution materials. After a loud curse, Xia Jiming, unwilling to be left behind, flashed in front of Su Yuan. The director of the cinema also came to Su Yuan with him. He made the same promise to Su Yuan as he did to Lin Huixing, also promising that he could upgrade Su Yuan's Beast Master Xiaoyu to the king level before graduation. Su Yuan, I heard that you have a giant turtle beast that belongs to the water element. My Water Academy also has its own unique cultivation secret realm. Would you like to consider it? In addition to the three of them, He Chang also came to Su Yuan and said with a smile. The four of them surrounded Su Yuan, as if they were looking at a piece of amazing uncut jade. However, when their eyes shifted away from Su Yuan and the four deans looked at each other, it was a different scene. I'm the first one here. Su Yuan came to my fire courtyard. Su Yuan, come to the cinema. Beast Taming Research Institute. Water courtyard. After a brief confrontation, the four of them started arguing loudly, refusing to give in to each other under the gaze of hundreds of freshmen, like children fighting over a favorite item. The scene in the air stunned hundreds of students in the square below. Behind him, Gu Yufeng's mouth twitched slightly when he saw this scene. As the head of Jojo Academy, seeing his subordinates behaving like this, Gu Yufeng now wishes he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into immediately. It's so shameful. It's so shameful. Chapter 133 College Selection. What's going on? The dean and his colleagues are actually vying to have Su Yuan become a student of their department. Think about our previous opening ceremony. It was the seniors from various colleges who recruited students on behalf of the students' tutors. Compared with Su Yuan, the difference in treatment is too big. Woo woo woo, I only practiced in the Fire Yuan secret realm of the Fire Academy for 1 day and spent 50 points, but Su Yuan was able to enjoy the Fire Yuan secret realm for 4 years for free. Even the Emperor-level beast tamers are vying to take him in as their students, and they are also providing such a huge amount of resources. Is this the treatment for top-level geniuses? Comparing yourself to others will only make you angry. Hee, if you can be the first to rush through the moving maze, you can also receive such treatment. Below, all the students in the square were staring intently at the four deans who were arguing fiercely in the sky, and their hearts were shocked beyond words. Ahem, deans, please listen to my opinion first. On Xiao Yan's back, Su Yuan coughed lightly, glanced at Xia Jiming, He Chang and the other three people beside him and said. Hearing Su Yuan's words, Xia Jiming, He Chang and the other three immediately stopped arguing and looked at Su Yuan with a hint of nervousness in their eyes. After so many years as dean, they didn't know how long it had been since they had been so nervous. From what Su Yuan said just now, it was obvious that he already had his own plans. What Su Yuan is going to say next will definitely determine which college he will go to in the end. Dean Xia, you just said that if I join your Beast Taming Research Institute, all the beast taming resources I need in the future can be given to me at half price. Does that still count? Ha, that certainly counts. Su Yuan, as long as you come to my Beast Taming Research Institute, I, in the name of the Dean of the Beast Taming Research Institute, guarantee that all the beast taming resources you exchange in the Jojo Academy's treasury will be given to you at half price. After hearing Su Yuan's words, Xia Jiming's old face instantly turned into a smile, and he immediately patted his chest and made a promise. As the Dean of the Beast Taming Research Institute, he can control a large amount of beast taming resources from the school's treasury every year. The beast taming resources allocated by the Academy every year are converted into school points, which are at least in the tens of millions. At most, the beast taming resources allocated from the Academy in a year could even reach 30 million points. In Xia Jiming's opinion, Su Yuan is now just a commander-level beast master. After 4 years at Jojo Academy, Su Yuan will be at most a king-level beast master when he graduates. Even though he possessed an SSS-level beast taming talent, which allowed him to contract 3 beasts at each level, Su Yuan only had 21 beasts to tame. Even if all the 7th level beast taming resources were used to evolve these beasts into epic level beast tamings, the total value of the materials Su Yuan needed would be probably just over 20 million points. If Su Yuan himself contributes 10 million points, he only needs to advance about 10 million academic points for Su Yuan. In 4 years, it would be absolutely no problem for the Beast Taming Research Institute to spend more than 10 million points to train Su Yuan. Besides, a beast master's energy is limited, and each beast master will only try his best to train a few beasts as the main force. Even Shuizhengyi, the only beast master with SSS level talent in Decisive, only has 8 main beasts under his command, and they have been carefully trained for decades. In comparison, no matter how talented Su Yuan was, with the same SSS level beast taming talent, he could only train 8 main beast tames at best during his 4 years at Jojo Academy. In this way, the points required for the Beast Taming Research Institute can be greatly discounted. Well, that's good. Then I've decided to enter the Beast Taming Institute. After Su Yuan received Xia Jiming's affirmation, a smile immediately appeared on his face, and he responded. Although the conditions proposed by Lin Huixing and He Chang were also very tempting. However, during the month that Su Yuan spent at Jojo Academy, he was not only focused on improving his beast taming abilities, but also on familiarizing himself with the environment and conditions of Jojo Academy. Su Yuan also knew about the Fire Academy that Lin Huixing mentioned, which was a secret place exclusively for practicing fire-type beast taming. It is a place called Fire Element Secret Realm, where the special fire element power can greatly increase the speed of fire beast taming training, allowing the speed of fire beast taming training to be increased tenfold. Every student in the Fire Academy can spend school points to enter and practice. However, it costs a lot to enter the Fire Element Secret Realm to practice. A super-level Beast Master would need to consume 50 points for 1 day of training. A Commander-level Beast Master needs 200 points to practice for 1 day. The subsequent Lord level requires 1,000 points per day. As for the King-level Beast Masters, they are restricted from entering the Fire Element Secret Realm. After all, a King-level Beast Master is very powerful, and the amount of fire energy he needs to absorb during each Beast Master training is 100 times that of a Lord-level Beast Master. Once the number of King-level fire beasts increases, the fire element power generated by the Fire Element Secret Realm cannot keep up with the rate of consumption. If powerful Beast Masters like King-level Beast Tamers were really allowed to enter to practice, the Fire Element Secret Realm would probably collapse in no time, as the King-level Beast Tamers would absorb the fire element power. As for the secret realms for beast taming training in various departments of other colleges and universities, the situation is similar. Therefore, even if it was the highest level Lord level training, the points Su Yuan consumed in the Jojo Academy in the past 4 years were only more than 1 million. The maximum number of points will not exceed 2 million. Although these points are a considerable amount for ordinary students of Kyushu Academy. But for Su Yuan, it is dispensable. After all, Su Yuan was able to enter the 99th floor of the Tower of Babel as soon as he entered school and obtained 20 million academic points. For Su Yuan, these points are just the cost of evolving a beast once. Moreover, it is the second stage of evolution of the beast. If it evolves into the 3rd or 4th stage, the consumption will be even greater. By then, a 7th level beast taming evolution resource would be worth 1 million points. An 8th level beast taming evolution resource has a redemption price of tens of millions of points. If Su Yuan exchanges an 8th level beast taming evolution resource from the Jojo Academy's treasury in the future, the Beast Taming Research Institute will reimburse him for half of his points, which will be as high as 5 million. These points are enough for Su Yuan to practice in all the secret realms of the 3 colleges, namely the Fire College, the Cinema College, and the Water College, at the same time. Therefore, after hearing the promise of Xia Jiming, the dean of the Beast Taming Research Institute, Su Yuan immediately decided to choose the Beast Taming Research Institute for further studies. Apart from anything else, just based on Xia Jiming's promise to exchange half-price points for beast taming resources from the Jojo Academy's treasury, Su Yuan would not choose any other department for training. However, Su Yuan took into consideration the subsequent cost of evolving his own beast. Su Yuan was afraid that Xia Jiming would change his mind after knowing the cost of his beast evolution, so he asked this question. Su Yuan had asked this question in front of all the deans of the beast taming departments of Jojo Academy on purpose. In this way, even if Xia Jiming was unwilling, he had no choice but to help him reimburse his beast-taming evolution resources. Ha! Great, great! Su Yuan, you made a wise choice! Opposite Su Yuan, Xia Jiming received Su Yuan's affirmative answer and immediately laughed heartily. Little does he know that in the near future, when he recalls today's promise, he will wish time could go back and slap himself hard. Chapter 134, Generously Admitting, the Excited Gu Yufeng. Su Yuan, would you like to reconsider it? If you feel that the conditions in our Fire Academy are not good enough, you can make other requests. That's right, Su Yuan. As long as you come to the cinema, just let us know what you want, and we will do our best to satisfy you. We will not be worse than old man Xia. Seeing Xia Jiming's smug look and hearing his loud laughter, Emperor-level beast tamers like Lin Husheng suddenly felt uncomfortable and immediately tried to persuade Su Yuan. You old bastards, Su Yuan promised me that you could enter my beast-taming research institute, so don't. Seeing this scene, Xia Jiming immediately became anxious. He glared at Lin Husheng and the other two and was about to start an argument. But before he could finish his words, Su Yuan's voice rang out. I appreciate the good intentions of the three deans, but now that I have decided to enter the Beast-Taming Academy and become a student there, I will not change my decision. After saying that, Su Yuan looked at the three Emperor-level beast masters around him with a determined expression. Seeing the determined look in Su Yuan's eyes, He Chang, Lin Husheng, and the other two sighed. Well, in that case, I will respect your choice. Old Xia, you must ask the teachers at your Beast-Taming Institute to teach Su Yuan well and not bury Su Yuan's talent. Ha ha ha, you don't need to tell me that. Xia Jiming looked at the lost expressions on the three people's faces, and he was no longer in a hurry. He waved his hand and laughed loudly. Are you all done? At this moment, Gu Yufeng's voice sounded from behind Xia Jiming and the others. Hearing this, Xia Jiming, Lin Husheng, and the other three were all shocked, with a look of embarrassment on their faces. That's all, Lord Palace Master. If you have anything to say to Su Yuan, just tell me. Hearing Gu Yufeng's slightly displeased voice, and remembering their previous promise in front of Gu Yufeng not to fight, Xia Jiming hurriedly bowed and said to Gu Yufeng. Lin Husheng, He Chang, and the theater director also bowed slightly to Gu Yufeng, but did not dare to speak. After hearing Xia Jiming's words, Gu Yufeng did not respond, but took a step forward and came to Su Yuan. Su Yuan, come with me. Su Yuan had a very good impression of Gu Yufeng, the strong man who saved his life from the fifth demon god in time. He was not worried that Gu Yufeng would harm him. Xiao Yan, go back to the beast-taming bracelet first. Before following Gu Yufeng away, Su Yuan first said something to Xiao Yan, then waved his hand and took Xiao Yan away. As for him, he was carried by a gentle force that came out of Gu Yufeng's body and headed towards the room in the main tower of Huanyuan City. Squeak! After the two people entered the room one after the other, the door closed automatically. At the same time, Su Yuan also vaguely felt a hidden force enveloping the entire room, isolating himself from all perceptions of the outside world. Su Yuan, I have set up an isolation barrier in the room. Our subsequent conversation will not be heard by anyone except you and me. Now I need to ask you a very serious question, and I hope you can answer it truthfully. At this time, Gu Yufeng spoke to Su Yuan with a serious face. After hearing his words, Su Yuan's originally relaxed expression became somewhat solemn. After thinking for a moment, Su Yuan nodded slowly. Okay, I won't beat around the bush. After you passed through the 99 floors of the Tower of Babel, I conducted a detailed investigation of your information and files. I know about the beasts you contracted in Tianyang City, including its activities in Tianyang City. Before you entered Jojo Academy, your beast master probably didn't have such a strong fighting power. But your performance in the freshman competition today, your beast control really exceeded my expectations. Moreover, in the 1 month since you entered Jojo Academy, I heard that the various beast-controlling resources you exchanged from the Jojo Academy's treasury exceeded 3 million points. There are quite a few 6th-level resources among them, and there is even a 7th-level beast resource. After seeing that you chose the Beast-Taming Research Institute without hesitation, I think your talent should be an SSS-level beast-taming talent related to the evolution of beasts. Am I right? As Gu Yufeng spoke, his eyes were always focused on Su Yuan's face. As long as Su Yuan had any abnormal expression, Gu Yufeng could see the clues from his face. Sure enough, I still couldn't hide it from these top bosses. Su Yuan's heart sank when he heard Gu Yufeng's words. However, fortunately, Gu Yufeng only thought that my talent was only an SSS-level beast taming talent, and he didn't know that my talent was a mythical talent that surpassed the SSS level. That's good. Now that we admit it, we don't have to hide it anymore. And maybe after I tell them that I have an SSS-level talent related to the evolution of beast control, they will take extra care of me. After thinking for a while, Su Yuan took a deep breath and finally nodded. The Palace Master's guess is correct. The student's beast taming talent is indeed an SSS-level beast taming talent related to beast taming. It is called Eye of Evolution and can see the evolutionary potential of some beasts. After contracting these beasts, I can more intuitively sense the resources needed for the evolution of these beasts. That's why I can make my beasts evolve one after another in a short period of time, and their quality will continue to improve. The resources I exchanged in the school treasury are also for the evolution of my beasts. Su Yuan, in addition to your contracted beasts, can you also sense the resources needed for other people's beasts to evolve? After hearing Su Yuan's answer, Gu Yufeng's eyes flashed, an extremely excited look appeared on his face, and he looked at Su Yuan excitedly. Even his breathing couldn't help but become heavier. It is conceivable how much of an impact Su Yuan's answer had on Gu Yufeng, as it could make a saint-level beast tamer so excited. My talent is much less effective against other beasts and fierce beasts that I don't have a contract with. But if we spend some time and interact with those beasts more and study them, we should be able to figure out their evolutionary paths. It's just that the gap between the two may be several times. Su Yuan did not deny it when he heard it, but he did not directly say that he could easily see the situation of all the beasts and ferocious beasts. Instead, it requires more time and energy than the beast taming you have seen, leaving enough leeway for yourself. Ha ha ha, good! 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 As long as you take the time to study the evolution of other fierce beasts and imperial beasts, then there will be no problem. As for all your expenses during the research, my Jojo Academy will cover them all. The school will double compensate you for the cost you spent. Hearing Su Yuan's answer, Gu Yufeng almost jumped up with excitement. He grabbed Su Yuan's shoulders with both hands and spoke to him. Chapter 135, Abyssal Intelligence, Fully Cultivated. Well, Lord, although my talent can promote the research on the evolutionary route of beast control, you don't have to be so excited, right? Su Yuan looked at Gu Yufeng, who always acted like a superior and was extremely majestic in front of others and was so excited at this moment, and couldn't help but remind him. Of course, the most important thing is that Gu Yufeng is now holding his shoulders, and the powerful force makes him a little unable to bear it. But the opponent is a saint-level beast master, even if he has consciously restrained his own strength. But in such an excited situation, the power transmitted from his hands was not something that a mere commander of a top-level beast master like him could withstand. Ahem, Su Yuan, I lost my composure. Su Yuan's words also made Gu Yufeng react instantly, and he quickly let go of his hands that were holding Su Yuan's shoulders. His expression was unusually awkward. But soon, the embarrassment on his face disappeared, and he smiled and said to Su Yuan, Su Yuan, you may not realize what your talent means to us beast masters. You can steadily research the evolutionary paths of other fierce beasts. Our human leaders will first let you research the beasts that can be contracted on a large scale by frontline warriors. The beasts contracted by the beast masters on the front line are basically the dozen or so common main beasts. The strength levels of these beasts range from extraordinary to lord level. Once you can research the new evolution routes for the dozen or so main beasts of these frontline warriors, and the required evolution resources are priced appropriately, the strength of our frontline warriors will be rapidly improved. This will completely reverse the situation where our human race is confronting the abyss on the front line. The more Gu Yufeng spoke, the more excited his expression became. The front line? The abyss? Hearing Gu Yufeng's words, Su Yuan also showed a look of surprise on his face. It was the first time he heard such news. Before this, Su Yuan had never heard of any information about the abyss. Haha, now it's time to tell you about the specific situation our human race is facing now. Gu Yufeng looked at Su Yuan, who was puzzled, A smile appeared on his face, and he said to Su Yuan, Su Yuan, do you still remember the attack from the fifth demon god that we encountered in the Tower of Babel? Of course I remember. If the Lord of the Mansion hadn't intervened in time, I wouldn't be standing here today. Could it be that the fifth demon god is a powerful being in the abyss? That's right. The fifth demon god is the fifth most powerful being in the abyss. He is also a saint-level being, and even stronger than me. In Dasha today, only Old Shue can surely defeat the fifth demon god. Before the fifth demon god, there were 4 powerful demon gods, especially the first 3 demon gods, whose strength was unparalleled. Fortunately, in addition to Old Shue, our human race has 2 other beast masters with SSS-level talents. So, our human race will not lose to the abyss in terms of top-level combat power. However, the number of middle and lower-level warriors in the abyss is greater than that of our human race. If they were not afraid that our human race would fight to the death and kill all the demon god-level warriors in the abyss, these guys from the abyss would have rushed in regardless of everything. So, the most urgent thing now is not to increase the number of top-level warriors of our human race, but to improve the strength of our frontline warriors as soon as possible, so that we can fight against those guys in the abyss. Once you can research the evolution routes of the battle beasts that the frontline warriors have mainly contracted, and allow them to evolve their beasts on a large scale, their strength will be enhanced. For example, the most common beasts owned by our human race's commander-level warriors on the front line are the commander-level thousand-eyed demon spiders, which are excellent 9-star quality beasts. Basically, they have reached their limit if they can grow to the peak of commanders. Once the thousand-eyed demon spider can evolve to a rare quality, it will have the potential to become a lord-level beast. If it can evolve to excellent quality, it only needs to spend resources and time to cultivate it, and it will definitely be able to be promoted to the lord level. There are millions of commander-level warriors on my front line who use thousand-eyed demon spiders as their fighting force. Even if half of them can train thousand-eyed demon spiders to lord level, there will be millions of lord-level warriors on the front line. And now, my Great Xia and the other 4 major countries in the Federation only have about 100,000 lord-level strongmen on the front line. As for the Abyss, the number of lord-level warriors appearing on the front line is only 30,000 more than ours. Once there are 1 million lord-level beast masters on the front lines of our human race, do you know what this will mean? Having said that, Gu Yufeng looked at Su Yuan deeply and spoke almost word for word. So that's how it is. It was not until then that Su Yuan understood and nodded. It is precisely because there are millions of strong people on the front line that the Abyss has not been able to invade the human world. Regardless of whether it was for the greater good of the human race or to avenge the attack by the fifth demon god at the Tower of Babel, Su Yuan decided to find out the evolutionary routes of all the beasts that had the largest number of contracts with the frontline warriors after some time, and find out the most cost-effective evolutionary route and submit it to the human leaders. After making the decision, Su Yuan nodded heavily to Gu Yufeng and promised, "Don't worry, Lord. As long as I can figure out the evolutionary route for beast control, I will spare no effort." Good! 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 Su Yuan's answer made Gu Yufeng very satisfied and he laughed out loud. Then he reached out and patted Su Yuan on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, as long as you are in Jojo Academy, I will never let anyone hurt you. Even if the first demon god attacks through the void, I have the confidence to stop him. Of course, you don't have to worry about delaying your own improvement by studying other beast evolution routes. I will explain this to the deans of other colleges and have them open all their secret cultivation realms to you for free. If you want to improve the strength of any of your beasts, you can go directly to the secret realms of each academy to practice. If you have any requests at the academy, just tell me. I will do my best to meet your needs." "In that case, thank you very much, Lord." Hearing Gu Yufeng's words, Su Yuan's eyes lit up and he quickly bowed to express his gratitude. With the authority to freely enter and exit the secret realms of various departments, Xiao Yan and the others' leveling speed will be further increased. Chapter 136. How can he be so much stronger than me? Whoosh! Outside Huanyue City, at one of the many exits of the moving maze, a figure flew out on a sword. "Finally I made it through the moving maze! That city ahead must be the Fantasy Moon City that the Dean and the others mentioned. I wonder if I will be the first one to rush out of the moving maze and arrive in Fantasy Moon City." I don't know whether Su Yuan has escaped from the maze and reached Huan City. What kind of results will he achieve? Nie Xiaoming stood on the Qi Shao's sword, his face slightly tired, but his eyes full of fighting spirit and excitement as he spoke in a low voice. 2 more days passed after Su Yuan broke through the obstacles of the moving maze and arrived at Huan City. It is now the afternoon of the 4th day since the Jojo Academy's freshman competition began. In addition to looking a little tired, Nie Xiaoming's clothes were also torn and he looked very disheveled. This year's college freshman competition, although different from the previous format of arena duels, adopted a new form of assessment for the first time. But the difficulty of this competition is not low at all. The ferocious beasts behind the moving maze have reached the 7th level of Commander. And the quality is no less than excellent level. Even though Nie Xiaoming had made a breakthrough recently in the past month at Jojo Academy, his strength level had reached the 3rd level of Commander. He was also exhausted in dealing with the last few battles against the ferocious beasts in the maze. It was rare for Nie Xiaoming to get through the moving maze so quickly and pass all the levels. Therefore, Nie Xiaoming was confident enough that he could at least make it into the top 3 in this freshman competition. Among this year's freshmen, he doesn't take anyone seriously except Su Yuan. This is also true for Shangguan Yunqian and Zhong Shiding, who both have SS-level beast taming talents. Whoosh! After muttering to himself, Nie Xiaoming did not delay any further. Looking at the Huan City in front of him with a city wall that was 100 feet high, he thought about it, and the Qi Shao sword under his feet took him through the air. Nie Xiaoming! It's Nie Xiaoming who rushed out! After Su Yuan, Nie Xiaoming is the second genius to break out of the moving maze and come to Huan City. He's handsome, can fly with a sword, and has outstanding talent. Master Nie is simply the man of my dreams. I admit that Nie Xiaoming is indeed very strong and handsome, but he is still inferior to Su Yuan. That's right. Although Nie Xiaoming successfully rushed to Huan City, it was already the afternoon of the 4th day of the competition, 2 days later than Su Yuan. Yes, Su Yuan rushed to Huan City at noon the next day, which was faster than I was eliminated. Alas, poor Nie Xiaoming, who is so talented, can only come in second after Su Yuan in this competition. Since Nie Xiaoming was born, why did Su Yuan have to be born? In the Huan City square, more than 800 eliminated students saw Nie Xiaoming coming on his sword, and immediately looked up at the sky and talked excitedly. Above the square, Nie Xiaoming felt somewhat smug at first when he heard the people below praising him. But when he heard that Su Yuan had already rushed out of the moving maze at noon the next day, arrived at Huan City, and won the first place in this competition, the complacent look on his face suddenly turned into a look of deep shock. 1.5 days! In just 1.5 days, Su Yuan rushed out of the moving maze and arrived at Huan City? With this speed, can he kill even a 7th-level beast instantly? How on earth did he do that? Is the gap between him and me really that big? Or is it that the strength of the beast Su Yuan encountered is not the same as the one I encountered, but is weaker? On the Qi Shao sword, Nie Xiaoming felt infinite shock in his heart, and kept having all kinds of doubts. After personally experiencing the various ferocious beasts that blocked the way in the latter part of the moving maze, he had a clearer idea of how powerful the beasts in this moving maze were. Moreover, the moving maze changes every half an hour, and during the changes, you can only keep avoiding the surrounding mechanisms. Even if there were no ferocious beasts blocking the way behind the mechanism, it would take a beast master of his strength about a day and a half to rush through the moving maze and reach Fantasy Moon City. If Su Yuan really completed the level within a day and a half, that means that all the ferocious beasts Su Yuan encountered in this moving maze were killed instantly by him, without being able to delay any time. Brush, brush, brush. While Nie Xiaoming was still full of doubts, figures emitting powerful auras appeared one after another. They were a group of powerful deans headed by He Chang. As for Gu Yufeng, he did not show up. Since Su Yuan generously acknowledged his talent for taming beasts, and the ability of his talent to allow other people's beasts to evolve, Gu Yufeng took him back to Jojo Academy first. Xia Jiming, the dean of the Beast Taming Research Institute, also accompanied him back to Jojo Academy. Dean He! In the air, Nie Xiaoming saw He Chang and others appear in front of him, then he came to his senses and bowed respectfully to He. Although the Nie family is powerful, it is one of the top families in Daxia. But He Chang is an emperor-level top beast master, not to mention He Chang's identity as the dean of the Water College of Jojo Academy. His strength alone is enough to overwhelm all the beast masters in the Nie family. Nie Xiaoming dared not show the slightest disrespect in front of He Chang. Well, considering your level of commanding the third level, it is not easy for you to pass the moving maze within 5 days. You're great! The Nie family is expected to produce a saint-level beast tamer. On the opposite side, He Chang looked at Nie Xiaoming, who was bowing in front of him, and a kind smile appeared on his face. This is your reward for getting second place in the freshman competition. Please accept it. As he spoke, He Chang took out another crystal card, the same one he had given to Su Yuan before. With a light wave, the card fell into Nie Xiaoming's hands. Thank you, Dean He. Upon seeing this, Nie Xiaoming quickly accepted it and expressed his gratitude. Although it was only second place, there was still a reward of 500,000 points. These points will allow him to grow rapidly in strength in a short period of time. One US City Square looked up at this scene with envy on their faces. Although Nie Xiaoming's second-place points reward was not as high as Su Yuan's first-place point of 1 million, it was still as high as 500,000. 500,000 points, this is a huge amount of points that most of them may not be able to earn in the days ahead at Jojo Academy. Jojo Academy, in the dungeon of the Beast Taming Research Institute. At this moment, Xia Jiming was beside Su Yuan, watching him with a smile on his face as he walked with him in the Beast Taming Research Institute. Around him were large iron cages, which held various ferocious beasts of various shapes. Every ferocious beast exudes a strong smell of medicine. Obviously, these ferocious beasts are all experimental subjects of the Beast Taming Research Institute. Chapter 137: The Dying Green-Scaled Snake. Su Yuan, here are the 30 rare and fierce beasts that my Beast Taming Research Institute is currently researching. Every beast here is extremely common and widely contracted. As long as we can successfully research a beneficial evolution plan for any of these beasts, and enable these rare beasts to evolve into excellent ones, it will be a huge boost to the strength of our human race. Walking among these large and small iron cages, Xia Jiming said to Su Yuan. There was a smile on his face, but a hint of anticipation deep in his eyes. It was also Gu Yufeng's idea that he took Su Yuan back to the Beast Taming Research Institute first, and brought them to the dungeon where these rare and ferocious beasts were imprisoned. After Gu Yufeng knew about Su Yuan's talents and abilities, he also hoped that Su Yuan could research a popular and rare-quality ferocious beast evolution plan as soon as possible. Crocodile-mouthed duck. Species: poultry/aquatic. Quality: rare 3 stars. Level: extraordinary level 4. Status: dejected. Skills: water gun bite. Evolution times 0. Evolution options 2. Stone armor bear beast. Species: Ursus/rock. Quality: rare 5 star. Level: extraordinary level 6. Status: angry. Skills: petrified armor, rock spike, rock explosion. Evolution times 0. Evolution options 3. Calyx beast. Species: plant/toxic. Quality: rare 9 stars. Level: extraordinary level 3. Status: withered. Skills: wild growth, hallucinogenic pollen, camouflage. Evolution times 0. Evolution options 2. Su Yuan listened to Xia Jiming's voice beside him, but his eyes were always directed to the large and small iron cages on both sides. In the field of vision, all the information of various ferocious beasts is clearly visible. Dean Xia, I can't see anything here for the time being, but as long as I observe a few more times, I should be able to gain something. But I need to come more often, and even go and see the other beasts of different qualities that our Beast Taming Research Institute is researching. I hope that in the future, even if I am not accompanied by Dean Xia, I can freely enter and exit the dungeon where the Beast Taming Research Institute holds the ferocious beasts. Looking at the information in front of him, Su Yuan turned around and looked at Xia Jiming, who was looking expectantly beside him, and said, That's natural, that's natural. The Palace Master has already ordered that from now on, your status and position in the Beast Taming Institute will be equal to mine. There will be no place in the entire Beast Taming Institute that you cannot go to. Of course, we still can't go to places where boys are not allowed, ha 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 ha. Su Yuan's words immediately made Xia Jiming happy, and he even laughed out loud and said to Su Yuan half-jokingly, "It seems that Gu Yufeng still values me very much. Or maybe he values my talent for beast control." After hearing Gu Yufeng's answer, Su Yuan smiled and nodded. "Su Yuan, we have already looked at the beasts in this rare quality area. Since we didn't find anything, why don't we go down and take a look at the beasts of other quality levels?" Xia Jiming looked at Su Yuan's satisfied smile. When he reached the end, he glanced at the various ferocious beasts imprisoned in iron cages around him and said to Su Yuan. At this moment, Su Yuan also turned his gaze to the last ferocious beast that was imprisoned by high-strength transparent glass. When he was about to nod in response, his movements suddenly paused, and a hint of suppressed excitement flashed in his eyes. He did not respond to Xia Jiming directly, but slowly walked towards the last transparent cage. "Su!" On the side, Xia Jiming watched Su Yuan's actions with a frown. I was about to call him, but he suddenly seemed to think of something, and the words on his lips stopped abruptly. The slightly wrinkled brows relaxed instantly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Su Yuan's sudden action must have meant he discovered something. Maybe it was the green-scaled snake imprisoned in the transparent cage that Su Yuan discovered the clues. Thinking this in his mind, Xia Jiming not only stopped talking, but also stood still where he was. He did not continue to follow, but remained completely silent, fearing that he would make any noise and disturb Su Yuan. In front, at the end of the dungeon, Su Yuan came to the transparent cage that imprisoned the green-scaled snake. Through the transparent cage, he looked at a small green snake lying in the cage without any vitality. The little snake was covered in green scales. If it weren't for its slightly narrowed eyes that revealed a hint of black light, the little snake's entire body would have no other color except green. However, now the little green snake was lying on the white sand in the transparent cage, looking listless, with its breath being very weak. Green scale snake mutation. Species: snake/wood thunder. Quality: rare 3 stars. Level: extraordinary level 3. Status: near death. After enduring too many evolution experiments, a large amount of inconsumable medicinal power of various materials has accumulated in the body, and the conflicting medicinal properties have caused great damage to it. Skills: self-healing, wood fang thunder. Evolution times 0. Evolution options 5. The first option, after 1 evolution, evolve into a green-scaled python, excellent 1 star, the materials required for evolution. The second option, after 2 evolutions, evolves into thunder boa, perfect 3 stars, the materials required for the first stage of evolution. The fifth option, after 5 evolutions, evolves into Emu azure dragon, mythical level, the materials required for the first stage of evolution. The green-scaled snake was yet another mutated beast, and moreover it was a mutated beast that had the ability to evolve to mythical quality. The only thing that could make Su Yuan so excited was encountering a ferocious beast that could evolve all the way to mythical quality. This little guy has suffered a lot in this Beast Taming Research Institute. If I had come a few days later, I probably wouldn't have seen this little guy. That's a great opportunity that you've missed. Su Yuan looked at the dying green-scaled snake in front of him and sighed in his heart. This time, the Eye of Apocalypse rarely wrote down the status of the green-scaled snake, explaining why the green-scaled snake had become like this on the verge of death. The students and instructors at the Beast Taming Research Institute conducted many experiments on the green-scaled snake's evolutionary route. The medicinal properties of the conflicting materials accumulated too much, resulting in the green-scaled snake's current appearance. Dean Xia, can I take this green-scaled snake away for research? After confirming that the green-scaled snake in front of him could evolve into a mythical quality Emu green dragon, Su Yuan turned around and spoke to Xia Jiming, who was standing still behind him. Su Yuan, this green-scaled snake won't be able to hold on for too long before dying. If you need to study the green-scaled snake, I can have someone pick out a few good ones for you. Hearing Su Yuan's voice behind him, Xia Jiming immediately took a step forward and came to Su Yuan's side in an instant. He glanced at the green-scaled snake trapped in a special glass cage and spoke slowly. Chapter 138 Contract. the sixth Beastmaster. Dean, I just saw the green-scaled snake dying, and I wanted to use my own strength to save this little guy as much as possible. I plan to contract this green-scaled snake as my own beast, so that I can quickly find a way to evolve the green-scaled snake and save it from the brink of death. Hearing Xia Jiming's reminder and kind advice, Su Yuan shook his head and looked at Xia Jiming with firm eyes. No, this green-scaled snake is in too dangerous a state. It can only live for a week at most. Even if we can really find the evolutionary path of the green-scaled snake, I'm afraid it will be too late. Besides, the quality of the green-scaled snake is too low. If it is to be your first beast, a green-scaled snake of rare quality would barely be acceptable. But you are already a commander-level beastmaster now. You can definitely contract a higher quality beast and do your best to improve your overall combat power. Even if this green-scaled snake is in perfect condition, after evolving once, it will at best be of excellent quality. A beast of superior quality is no longer worthy of you. Su Yuan, you don't need to worry about your own beast control problem now. Given your importance, the resources of the entire Jojo Academy will be tilted towards you. The Lord of the Palace has even said that he will do his best to train you. In the future, if there are any high-quality beasts of the right level, we will provide you with a contract as soon as possible. From now on, the beast you contract will at least be of perfect high-star quality. There is no need to waste a beast position on a green-scaled snake of only rare quality. Su Yuan, you are still young. You don't have to rush to sign contracts with all the beasts and use up your precious beast taming slots. You can wait until your strength improves. If you feel that there is no hope of a breakthrough in a short period of time, then you can contract other beasts to fill the vacant beast position. This is the wisest choice. Before that, you only need to focus on training your best beast and make it grow quickly. As long as you are in Jojo Academy, you don't need to worry about your safety. With the master of the academy here, no one can hurt you. Some of the top masters of my human race do this. Although the beasts you have in the early stage are limited, once you become stronger in the later stage, you can defeat beasts of the same level and contract them. Your strength will increase by leaps and bounds, and you can save a lot of energy and money on training beasts. Hearing Su Yuan's words, Xia Jiming quickly shook his head in opposition, and then he tried to persuade Su Yuan. When he heard that Su Yuan wanted to contract the rare green-scaled snake as his own beast, he flatly refused without even looking at Su Yuan's reaction. Although a beast tamer with SSS-level beast taming talent has twice as many contracted beasts to be tamed as an ordinary person. But every beast of the Beastmaster plays an important role in the strength of the Beastmaster. Before Su Yuan entered Jojo Academy and became the key training target of Jojo Academy, the beast tamers Xia Jiming and others with whom he contracted were unable to provide assistance. Now Su Yuan has become the treasure of Jojo Academy. No matter it is the deans such as Xia Jiming and He Chang, or the Lord of Jojo Academy, Bu Yufeng, they will never let Su Yuan contract a low-quality beast again. Dean Xia, I must contract this green-scaled snake. Faced with Xia Jiming's earnest persuasion, Su Yuan still did not change his choice, but spoke again. Although what Xia Jiming just said was correct. But what he was facing now was a mutated green-scaled snake with mythical potential. If he missed it, there would be no more. Even if we bring in other green-scaled snakes in perfect condition, the chance of it evolving into the mythical Mu Qinglong would probably be pitifully small. Why doesn't Su Yuan listen to my advice? It was not until Su Yuan once again confirmed that he wanted to contract the green-scaled snake that Xia Jiming began to murmur in his heart. He was about to open his mouth to continue persuading him, but when he looked at Su Yuan's face, he saw the determined look and firm gaze on Su Yuan's face. Well, since you are so persistent, I will leave this green-scaled snake to you. The Lord of the Mansion has said before that in terms of beast control, everything is up to you to decide, so I won't advise you. Xia Jiming hesitated for a while, then recalled Gu Yufeng's previous instructions for Su Yuan to let go and do it. Then he took a deep breath and sighed. Thank you, Dean Xia. Hearing this, Su Yuan's face lit up with joy and he quickly bowed to Xia Jiming to express his gratitude. Then, right under Xia Jiming's nose, the green-scaled snake that was trapped in a special glass cage was taken out. Little guy, I'm sure you heard our conversation just now. I won't waste my time on you. I promise you, follow me and you will live. If you are willing to make a contract with me, then nod your head and do not resist, or you will be seriously injured again. After taking out the green-scaled snake, Su Yuan whispered to it. Hearing this, the green-scaled snake tried its best to open its eyes. The originally dull eyes burst into light again. With a strong desire to survive in its eyes, it nodded to Su Yuan with all its might. Extraordinary beasts already have considerable intelligence. The green-scaled snake naturally understood Su Yuan's words. After seeing the green-scaled snake nod, Su Yuan also grinned. With his current strength, he can forcibly contract any extraordinary beast. But the current condition of the green-scaled snake is too bad. If the green-scaled snake is unwilling, Su Yuan will force the contract, which will only make the green-scaled snake worse. The already dying green-scaled snake, if its soul is damaged due to the forced contract and its injuries are further aggravated, it may very well die. At that time, Su Yuan would not only lose a beast with unlimited potential, but would also suffer severe backlash due to the death of the green-scaled snake he had just contracted. Buzz! As the green-scaled snake nodded in agreement, Su Yuan soon mobilized his own huge mental power and condensed a beast-taming contract. Then another drop of blood was forced out and dripped onto the beast-taming contract. The slightly grayish beast-taming contract suddenly burst into a bloody light, and under Su Yuan's control, it sank into the center of the green-scaled snake's eyebrows. In response, the green-scaled snake did not avoid or resist at all. After the beast-taming contract sank into its eyebrows, it closed its eyes and lay quietly there. It's done! As a feeling of blessing came to his heart, an invisible bond appeared between Su Yuan and the green-scaled snake. The beast-taming contract was completed, and the green-scaled snake became Su Yuan's sixth beast taming with unlimited potential. From now on, you will be called Xiaoqing. After the contract was completed, Su Yuan looked at the green-scaled snake covered with green scales and laughed softly. Chapter 139 Cooked? Hulu. After becoming Su Yuan's beast, after hearing what Su Yuan had just said, the green-scaled snake forced itself to stay tired and nodded at Su Yuan, and did not refuse Su Yuan's naming for it. Din Xia, I need some materials to treat Xiaoqing right now. Can you get them for me? Looking at Xiaoqing's weak appearance, Su Yuan turned and said to Xia Jiming beside him. No problem, just tell me what materials you need. Although Jojo Academy doesn't have all the beast-taming resources in the world, it definitely has enough materials to treat small extraordinary beast tamers. On the side, after hearing Su Yuan's request, Xia Jiming immediately nodded and patted his chest to assure him. That's good. The materials I need are living marrow grass and Qishan seeds. Seeing this, Su Yuan didn't hesitate and spoke directly to Xia Jiming. Most of the beast-taming resources he mentioned were 4th-level beast-taming resources, and there were also quite a few 5th-level beast-taming resources. A large portion of these beast-taming resources are used to repair the various injuries on Xiaoqing's body and neutralize the toxicity of various materials in the body. But some of them are the evolutionary resources needed for Xiaoqing's first stage of evolution. So much! And how is it that Su Yuan, at such a young age, is so familiar with these beast-taming resources and knows them by heart? The various beast-taming resources he mentioned so casually are enough to show how deep Su Yuan's understanding of beast-taming resources is. Even other instructors in the Beast-Taming Research Institute are far inferior to Su Yuan. After listening to Su Yuan's 2.5-minute report, even Xia Jiming couldn't help but be amazed and shocked. Although the beast-taming resources that Su Yuan needed were of low quality, their total value was insignificant to him. However, the types of beast-taming resources reported by Su Yuan exceeded 100, and some of the names of the beast-taming resources were even extremely obscure. If he was not the dean of the Beast-Taming Research Institute, immersed in the research of beast-taming evolution for many years and familiar with various beast-taming resources, he might not be able to recognize the beast-taming resources just mentioned in the saying. Dean Xia, these are the beast-taming resources I need. How long will it take you to get them for me? After talking about the hundreds of beast-taming resources he needed, Su Yuan looked at Xia Jiming and asked. I will give you everything within 2.5 hours. Thank you very much, Dean. By the way, I also need an independent laboratory. Okay, come with me. I'll give you my laboratory to use. You can build all the instruments inside. Well, thank you, Dean Xia. During the conversation, Su Yuan put the green-scaled snake into a brand new beast-taming bracelet, and then followed Xia Jiming towards his exclusive laboratory. Who is that guy? Why did he follow Dean Xia into his private laboratory? Yes, it's Dean Xia's private laboratory. None of us students from the Beast Taming Institute have ever been able to enter it. Not to mention us students, even our instructor has never been in there. That boy, could he be Dean Xia's biological son? I think he looks more like Dean Xia's grandson. The age difference is too big. I only know that our Dean Xia has a precious granddaughter, but no grandson. Perhaps, the probability that the boy is Dean Xia's grandson-in-law is greater. What grandson, grandson-in-law? That's Su Yuan, the latest celebrity in our school. Don't you know him? Who is Su Yuan? I told you not to stay in the lab every day, go out more often. This time you don't even recognize the new rookie king of our Jojo Academy. Xia Jiming's Beast Taming Research Laboratory is located in the deepest part of the entire Beast Taming Research Institute, passing by the research laboratories of many other mentors in the Beast Taming Research Institute. Along the way, we also met many students who were studying at the Beast Taming Research Institute. After seeing Su Yuan follow Xia Jiming into the largest laboratory in the deepest part, almost all of these students looked as if they had seen a ghost. After seeing Su Yuan and Xia Jiming enter the laboratory, these students and even some instructors in the college couldn't help but whisper about it. I didn't expect there was something hidden inside the lab. After passing through that door, there was actually such a large space inside. The instruments made from these materials are very high-end at first glance, and the price is definitely not low. There are still so many beast-taming resources in the school's treasury. Jojo Academy is really rich. Inside the laboratory, Su Yuan looked at the laboratory, which was filled with a large number of precision instruments. The entire space was larger than the warehouse he had rented in Tianyang City before, and he couldn't help but sigh. Su Yuan, are you satisfied with my laboratory? Very nice lab. Hearing Xia Jiming's voice, Su Yuan nodded immediately and praised him generously. That's right. My beast-taming laboratory is the highest standard in the entire Daxia. Let's wait here for a while. It won't be long before the materials you need are delivered. Xia Jiming raised his chin unconsciously when he heard this. To this, Su Yuan just smiled and nodded. The two waited for less than 2.5 hours when a bright light suddenly shone in the center of the laboratory. After the dazzling light disappeared, a large wooden box that could accommodate 2 people appeared in the sight of Su Yuan and Xia Jiming. Teleport. It should be some kind of space beast used to teleport this large wooden box. Looking at the large wooden box on the open space in the laboratory, Su Yuan's heart moved. This method of material delivery was somewhat different from what he had expected, which was to be delivered by a special person, and it really surprised him. After all, he had just looked around the entire laboratory and did not find any traces of the teleportation array. Su Yuan, these are all the materials you need. See if there's anything wrong. At this time, Xia Jiming's voice sounded, and he took a step forward, came to the large wooden box and opened it. Behind him, Su Yuan also rushed over, took a quick glance, and after confirming that everything was correct, he nodded to Xia Jiming and said, No problem, Dean Xia, I will treat Xiaoqing's injuries right away. Do you need me to step aside? Hearing Su Yuan's words, Xia Jiming smiled slightly. No, if Dean Xia wants to watch, he can watch the whole thing. Su Yuan heard this and responded with a faint smile. He then began to take out dozens of materials from the large box and started working on them in the laboratory. Grinding, powdering, boiling, distilling. Su Yuan used all the instruments in the laboratory to process these beast-taming resources. An hour later, in a 5-meter-long pot in the laboratory, a thick dark green soup continued to emit steam. In the middle, boiling bubbles rose and exploded. Xiaoqing, come out! Su Yuan stood beside the pot, waved his hand, and called Xiaoqing out. Su Yuan, you're not going to throw the green-scaled snake directly into cook it, are you? When Xia Jiming saw Su Yuan come to the big pot and call out Xiaoqing, his face suddenly became strange. Chapter 140 Treatment. Evolution. Xia Jiming is shocked. Don't worry, Dean Xia. This is a necessary process for Xiaoqing's treatment. Besides, this pot of medicine is only over 100 degrees. Xiaoqing is already an extraordinary beastmaster. Even if she is seriously injured, she can withstand such a temperature. Hearing Xia Jiming's question, Su Yuan turned around, smiled and explained. Then, he looked at Xiaoqing, who had just been summoned beside him, and said with a faint smile, Xiaoqing, go down. As long as you absorb all the medicinal power in here, your injuries will be healed. Huhu. Hearing Su Yuan's words, Xiaoqing exhaled twice and rubbed Su Yuan's arm with her head. Then, without any hesitation, he jumped into the big pot in front of him. Crash! Gurgle gurgle. As Xiaoqing was put into the pot, the medicine soup in the pot immediately filled up. The bubbles boiling inside are increasing. The dark green medicinal juice around Xiaoqing began to slowly flow into Xiaoqing's body. Along the open green snake scales, it continued to penetrate into Xiaoqing's body. Hiss! As soon as Xiaoqing was put into the pot, he started screaming and a look of pain appeared in his eyes due to the impact of the medicine. Xiaoqing, endure! Su Yuan opened his mouth and was about to persuade Xiaoqing to endure the pain of the medicine being poured into her body. But before Su Yuan could finish his words, a hint of tenacity flashed in Xiaoqing's eyes. It closed its mouth, trying its best to endure the pain of the medicinal power rushing into its body, and did not make any sound. Gradually, the initial discomfort in his eyes disappeared, as if he had adapted to the pain brought by the invasion of the surrounding drugs. I still underestimated this little guy. It seems that Xiaoqing suffered more in this beast-taming research institute than I thought. Looking at Xiaoqing, who was gradually calming down, Su Yuan paused and then a faint smile appeared on his face. He didn't continue talking, but just watched Xiaoqing silently absorbing the medicinal power in the big pot in front of him. As Xiaoqing gradually absorbed the medicinal power in the cauldron, her originally sluggish aura gradually regained its vitality. The aura on his body became stronger and stronger, and the various complex and repelling medicinal powers in the body were gradually neutralized by the absorbed medicinal power. Even under the power of the medicine prepared by Su Yuan, the complex and conflicting medicinal powers accumulated in Xiaoqing's body from various experiments over the years began to blend with each other. Gradually it merged into Xiaoqing's limbs and bones. The medicinal power washed Xiaoqing's scarred body over and over again, constantly repairing the damaged areas. While absorbing the medicinal power, Xiaoqing's aura became stronger and stronger. The momentum gradually increased, and Xiaoqing's level of the third level of transcendence also began to rise slowly. Without any surprise, a quarter of an hour after entering the cauldron, Xiaoqing's momentum suddenly increased a lot, and his level of transcendent third level instantly broke through to transcendent fourth level. Moreover, after being promoted to the fourth level of the extraordinary realm, Xiaoqing's aura did not stop rising, but continued to climb upwards. The medicine prepared by Su Yuan actually has such an effect. Not only can it heal all the injuries of the green-scaled snake, but it can also make it go even further. With more than 80 kinds of beast-controlling resources and tens of millions of different proportions, Su Yuan was able to mix a decoction that could neutralize the complex medicinal power that had accumulated in the body of this green-scaled snake for many years. This kind of means, this kind of sophisticated calculation, even I may not have it. Incredible, absolutely incredible. The layman looks at the taste, while the expert looks at the details. Xia Jiming looked at Xiaoqing, whose momentum in the cauldron continued to rise, and whose level skyrocketed from the third level of transcendence to the sixth level of transcendence, and showed no sign of stopping. There was a look of deep shock in his eyes. Only as someone who has been immersed in pre-sale research for many years does he know how difficult it is to achieve this. At Su Yuan's age, even if he had been familiar with various beast-taming research documents since he was a child and understood the properties and effects of various beast-taming resources, he would definitely not be able to achieve such a level. Talent! It must be Su Yuan's talent for taming beasts. SSS-level beast-taming talent. Before this, only one person in the entire Daxia possessed it. Su Yuan also has an SSS-level talent for beast control, so it's only natural that he has abilities that are far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. While Xia Jiming was extremely shocked, he was also trying hard to find an explanation and comfort himself. However, what happened next made him completely unable to sit still. It's time to add the remaining ingredients. Beside the big pot, Su Yuan looked at the medicinal soup that was almost transparent, and then glanced at Xiaoqing, whose aura had reached its peak and whose level had entered the 8th level of the extraordinary realm. He curled the corners of his mouth, and a smile appeared on his face. Then he turned around and took out the first stage evolutionary resources that had already been prepared and waited beside the cauldron. The moment the medicine in the big pot completely turned into a pot of clear water, Su Yuan immediately added the bucket of prepared medicine in his hand into the big pot. Buzz! With the addition of this bucket of medicine juice, the originally clear pot of medicine suddenly became thick. But soon, under the promotion of high temperature, these thick medicinal juices began to frantically drill into Xiaoqing's body. In the pot, the surging medicinal juice even swirled into a vortex, swirling around Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing also opened her tightly closed eyes at this moment, revealing a hint of enjoyment in her eyes. The thick medicine comes quickly and goes away even faster. After Su Yuan poured it into the pot, it was all absorbed by Xiaoqing in less than 30 seconds. The medicine soup in the big pot became clear again and turned into a pool of clear water. Boom! Just when the medicine in the big pot turned into a pool of clear water again, a dazzling white light suddenly lit up, completely enveloping Xiaoqing's figure in this dazzling white light. Go, the light of evolution! The green scale snake has evolved just like that. He was apparently dying not long ago. At the moment when the light of evolution flashed on Xiaoqing's body, behind Su Yuan, Xia Jiming's neck suddenly stretched forward, and his eyes almost popped out. His eyes were fixed on Xiaoqing, who was wrapped in the light of evolution, and his face was filled with shock. He never thought that while Su Yuan was curing the green-scaled snake, he could also make it evolve. I don't know whether the evolution of the green-scale snake is good or bad. If it is good, the quality can be improved to the excellent level, which is absolutely of great significance to our human race. Thinking of the various beast-taming resources that Su Yuan had asked him to collect before, the 4th-level beast-taming resources accounted for the largest proportion. There are only a small number of 5th-level beast-taming resources, and they were the first batch of beast-taming resources that Su Yuan used to treat Xiaoqing's injuries. The bucket of medicine that Su Yuan poured in later was basically made with 4th-level beast-taming resources, and it was very common. If it were possible to use a dozen 4th-level resources to evolve the green-scaled snake into a superior quality beast, this could be promoted on a large scale and greatly enhance the human race's combat effectiveness. Chapter 141 Din Xia, don't get excited. Your beast, the green-scaled snake, has evolved into the purple lightning python, excellence 7 stars. Your beast has acquired a new skill, Thunder Flash. Your beast has acquired a new skill, Purple Lightning Breath. 10 minutes later, as the light of evolution dissipated, a string of information appeared in front of Su Yuan that only he could see. After receiving these messages, Xiaoqing had completed his evolution and grew to be tens of meters long. At this moment, Xiaoqing was coiled up, filling the big pot completely. There was not much medicine left in the pot, and it had all been squeezed out. As Xiaoqing's body grew larger, the green scales became the size of a palm. Each green scale has purple lightning patterns on it. Visible purple arcs of electricity lingered between the bodies. There was also a hint of purple light in the pair of dark eyes. In addition to her increased size, Xiaoqing's aura is also stronger than ever before. Before the evolution, Xiaoqing had already broken through several levels, and now after the evolution, he has stepped into the commander level in one step. And it's not just the commander level that has just been promoted, but he has reached the 2nd level of commander. Purple Lightning Python contracted. Species, Snake/Wood Thunder. Quality, Excellence 7 stars. Level, Commander Level 2. Condition Perfect. Skills, Self-Healing, Wood Fang Thunder Thunder Flash, Purple Lightning Breath. Evolution Times 1. Materials required for the next stage of evolution. Excellent 7 stars, Commander Level 2. From the moment I discovered Xiaoqing's Transcendent Level 3 was upgraded to Commander Level 2, this was not only due to the beast-taming evolutionary resources, but also closely related to the medicinal properties of the materials left over from the various beast-taming research institutes that Xiaoqing had gone through before. With Xiaoqing's physique, she should be able to proceed to the next stage of evolution immediately. It is estimated that once she evolves to perfect quality, Xiaoqing's strength level will be further improved. If Xiaoqing can be evolved to the epic level, it can probably be upgraded to a lord-level beast. Su Yuan smiled as he looked at Xiaoqing, who had completed her evolution and become extremely powerful, and thought to himself. Su Yuan, is this your green-scaled snake? It evolved so easily. If I'm not mistaken, Xiaoqing's aura has already reached the second level of the commander, right? To evolve from a dying third-level beastmaster to a commander of a second-level beastmaster all at once is almost a leap over an entire level. It's simply incredible. At this time, Xia Jiming, who was behind him, watched Xiaoqing complete her evolution and felt the aura from Xiaoqing. His face was full of shock. Xia Jiming stared with almost dull eyes at Xiaoqing, who was in front of him with purple arcs of electricity flashing on her body and looked extremely powerful, and exclaimed in a low voice to himself. He didn't even look at Su Yuan, who was beside him. At this moment, Xia Jiming was completely attracted by Xiaoqing. As the dean of the Beast Taming Research Institute, the scene that just happened in front of him was like a dream to him. Dean Xia, you are not mistaken. Xiaoqing has indeed successfully evolved and reached the second level of leadership. But this is not entirely due to the beast taming resources I just used. The root cause is that there are too many medicinal effects left in Xiaoqing's body from experiments. I just used the medicine I just prepared to stimulate and fuse the remaining medicinal power in Xiaoqing's body, allowing him to absorb the medicinal power. With the help of the beast evolution resources, he broke through to the second level of the commander. If it weren't for the residual medicinal power in Xiaoqing's body, even if I used these evolutionary resources and healing medicine to treat Xiaoqing, and Xiaoqing finally completed her evolution and reached excellent quality, she would probably not be able to break through to the commander level. After hearing Xia Jiming's voice, Su Yuan responded immediately. Evolution is successful, excellent quality? Quick! Su Yuan, let me test the quality of your beast. I want to confirm the quality of your beast. If he can reach the level of 6 stars or above, then there won't be much of a hindrance for this little fellow to grow all the way to the lord level. This is absolutely great news for all of us beastmasters who have contracted the green-scaled snake. It will also be of great benefit to the overall strength improvement of the human race. After hearing what Su Yuan said, Xia Jiming's head suddenly buzzed when he heard the word excellence. He didn't think about the other words Su Yuan said before, but looked at Su Yuan with an urgent look. He now just wants to determine the current level of Xiaoqing's quality. With the configuration of his laboratory, he can easily measure Xiaoqing's true quality. Dean Xia, Xiaoqing's situation is somewhat special. He has undergone a large number of experiments, and his body functions and other conditions are not comparable to other green-scaled snakes. Even if I were to personally supervise the operation on other green-scaled snakes, it would be difficult for them to evolve. Su Yuan looked at the extremely excited Xia Jiming and couldn't bear to pour a basin of cold water on him. Of course, he understood why Xia Jiming was so excited. All of this is exactly the same as what Gu Yufeng had told him before about the frontline warriors. This green-scaled snake is also a beast that has many contracts with warriors at the extraordinary and commander levels on the front line. If the Jinqian can evolve in large numbers into superior high-star quality beasts, it will undoubtedly be a huge boost to the combat power of the human front. But what he just said was indeed the truth. Su Yuan had encountered green-scaled snakes before, but Xiaoqing was the only green-scaled snake he had seen that could evolve into the mythical beast Yi Mu Qinglong. Other normal green-scaled snakes have at most 3 evolutionary plans, and the most common one is the first one. It can allow the green-scaled snake to evolve into a green-scaled python of excellent quality through one evolution. However, even the green-scaled python is a beast of outstanding quality. Although there is no guarantee that one can reach the lord level, there is still a great chance of reaching the lord level beast taming level. As long as half of the beastmasters who have contracted the green-scaled snake can upgrade the green-scaled python evolved from the green-scaled snake to the lord level combat power of the human front will increase a lot. Moreover, the evolution of the green-scale snake into the 1-star green-scale python only requires 4th-level beast resources as the main material. The evolution cost is extremely low, and it is more suitable for large-scale batch evolution. Therefore, Su Yuan did not intend to tell Xia Jiming about Xiaoqing's evolution. Instead, he was going to provide an evolution plan for evolving ordinary green-scaled snakes into green-scaled pythons. Of course, he would not tell Xia Jiming immediately, but planned to delay it for a few more days so that he could give an explanation. Chapter 142. You can evolve again. Su Yuan, do you mean that the evolution plan of your green-scaled snake is not applicable to other green-scaled snakes? Then, after hearing what Su Yuan said, the excitement on Xia Jiming's face suddenly disappeared. His face was full of regret. He looked at Su Yuan and spoke with a strong sense of unwillingness in his tone. But before he could finish, Su Yuan spoke first. Dean Xia, please don't worry. Although my green-scaled snake has evolved to this point due to its own special circumstances. But this does not mean that other green-scaled snakes have no chance of evolving. I have Shaoqing as a prerequisite. If I can spend some time, I am confident that other green-scaled snakes can also evolve into ferocious beasts of excellent quality. This probability is much higher than my success rate in directly researching new evolutionary routes for other rare quality beasts. Dean Xia, I can assure you that within half a month, I will be able to give you a satisfactory answer. After Su Yuan finished speaking, he gave Xia Jiming a confident smile. Really? Then I'll have someone find you some healthy green-scaled snakes right away. Just tell me if you need any materials during this period. No, Jojo Academy will fully pay for them. We will give them priority. You can come to this lab anytime you want. After hearing Su Yuan's words, Xia Jiming, who originally had a look of regret and reluctance on his face, suddenly became brilliant, and he immediately made an assurance to Su Yuan. If other instructors and students at the Beast Taming Research Institute knew that Xia Jiming had given Su Yuan free access to his exclusive laboratory, it would definitely cause an uproar. Of course, if they knew that Su Yuan promised Xia Jiming that he could research a new evolutionary route for the green-scaled snake within a period of time, the shock would be even greater. Of course it's true. I never brag. Su Yuan looked at the excited Xia Jiming, smiled faintly and nodded. Ha 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 ha, good. 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 I'll arrange it right away. After getting Su Yuan's reply, Xia Jiming was very happy and said 3 good words in a row. Afterwards, he turned around and left without stopping, actually wanting to personally arrange all the subsequent research matters for Su Yuan. The purple lightning python, if it evolves once more, its quality will surely reach the perfect level. Next, we can also apply for more resources for Xiaoqing's second stage evolution when applying for materials for researching the blue-scaled snake. These are just 5th level beast control resources. Considering the background of Jojo Academy, they are just a drop in the bucket. I'd better save my own school points to practice in the secret realms of the major departments. After Xia Jiming left, Su Yuan's eyes flickered and he was calculating in his mind. In less than half an hour, Xia Jiming appeared beside Su Yuan again. Along with him came 10 extraordinary ferocious beasts, the green-scaled snakes. Although these green-scaled snakes have some scars on their bodies, their aura is extremely strong. The 10 green-scaled snakes are all extraordinary beasts in good health, and are in much better condition than Shaoqing at the beginning. Su Yuan, do you think these green-scaled snakes are enough? If not, I'll have someone catch more. After Xia Jiming returned to the laboratory, he said to Su Yuan. That's enough, Dean Xia. Here is a list of some beast taming resources I will need next. I hope you can prepare them as soon as possible. Su Yuan took a look at the 10 green-scaled snakes trapped in the special glass cage, nodded slightly, and then handed the list of materials that he had prepared long ago to Xia Jiming. The materials above not only contain the resources needed for the evolution of the green-scaled snake, but also all the resources needed for Xiaoqing's second stage evolution. In addition, Su Yuan also wrote down some auxiliary materials needed by Xiao Yan, Xiao Xian, and other beast tamers. There are only a few, not too many listed. The quality of the beast tamers such as Xiao Xian and Xiao Yan has reached the epic level. If they want to complete the next evolution, the materials needed are some 5th level, 6th level, and 7th level beast tamer resources. After all, the green-scaled snake is only a rare quality beast. Even if it is researched and evolved into a green-scaled python of excellent quality, it is impossible to use too many 5th level materials or even 6th level materials for research. If Su Yuan writes down too many 6th level evolutionary resources, I'm afraid Xia Jiming will also have doubts. Even so, after Xia Jiming took the list of materials from Su Yuan, he couldn't help but exclaimed, Su Yuan, are all your beast taming resources used to study the evolution of the green-scaled snake? Not only are there 8 5th-level beast taming resources, but there are also 2 6th-level beast taming resources. The value of these 5th and 6th-level beast taming resources alone is nearly 300,000 school points. If other 4th-level beast taming resources are taken into account, 300,000 school points are essential. If the evolution of a green-scaled snake requires so many resources, then even if an evolutionary route is developed that allows green-scaled snakes to evolve into beasts of excellent quality, it will be difficult to achieve the mass evolution of green-scaled snakes. Dean, these materials are what I need to consume in my research on evolutionary routes. After all, it's impossible for me to research the evolutionary path of the green-scaled snake in one go. Most of the materials here are to provide a backup for my future experiments. I assure you that the final evolutionary route of the green-scaled snake that we research will definitely not require so many beast-taming resources. Looking at the slightly surprised expression on Xia Jiming's face, Su Yuan immediately smiled. Ahem, Su Yuan, I'm just a little curious about the research on the evolution of a rare quality beast like the green-scaled snake, which uses 6th-level beast control resources. Don't think too much, just go ahead and do it. I can definitely handle this consumption of beast-taming resources. Even if the value of these beast resources increases tenfold, I will still say the same thing. I'll go collect these materials for you right now. Xia Jiming watched Su Yuan as he made another promise to him. He was afraid that Su Yuan might misunderstand his words, so he quickly waved his hands. Same time, he collected Su Yuan's list of materials, turned around and left, and personally collected all the materials on the list for Su Yuan. With Xia Jiming personally taking action, in less than 10 minutes, a flash of light appeared on the teleportation array, and a large resource box reappeared. Not long after, Xia Jiming returned to the laboratory. Seeing this, Su Yuan explained to Xia Jiming that he needed to immerse himself in research for the next 2 weeks and not to be disturbed. Xia Jiming also attached great importance to Su Yuan's research this time. He told Su Yuan to feel free to come to him if he had any questions, and then hurriedly left his own exclusive laboratory, leaving Su Yuan with an independent and quiet environment. Xiaoqing, get ready for the next evolution. After Xia Jiming left, Su Yuan took a look at the large treasure chest next to Xiaoqing and curled his lips. Chapter 143 High-Level Meeting. Next to the large resource box, Xiaoqing heard the words, stuck out its tongue, and nodded excitedly. It moved its body and came to Su Yuan, rubbing its huge head towards Su Yuan. Now that her injuries have completely recovered and her own strength has been greatly improved, Xiaoqing now completely trusts and admires Su Yuan. When he heard that Su Yuan wanted to make it evolve again, he was naturally overjoyed and excited. Okay, let's hurry up and get started. Seeing this, Su Yuan smiled slightly, reached out and stroked Xiaoqing's head, and then came to the large resource box. Open the treasure chest, select the materials needed for Xiaoqing's second stage evolution, and start operating skillfully. Dean, Su Yuan is just a freshman. Even if he has an amazing talent for taming beasts, it is impossible for him to come up with an evolution plan that is beneficial to the green-scale snake within half a month. Mr. Dean, not only did you give your exclusive laboratory to a junior like Su Yuan, you also used most of the college's research funds to favor Su Yuan. This has caused great trouble to our research project. That's right, Dean. My research on the evolution of the fire rhino has reached a critical point. Yesterday I asked my students to get the beast-taming resources, but they were told that part of the reserve funds had been transferred away, resulting in insufficient points to redeem all the materials. This has brought my current research progress to a standstill. Dean! Just as Su Yuan was alone in Xia Jiming's exclusive laboratory, allocating resources to help Xiaoqing complete her second evolution, in the conference room of the Beast Taming Research Institute. A group of old scholars and professors from the Beast Taming Research Institute couldn't help but complain to Xia Jiming, who was sitting in the main seat. They are all core members of the Beast Taming Research Institute, and are senior professors who have been working in the Beast Taming Research Institute of Jojo Academy for decades or even hundreds of years. Among the beast taming evolution routes researched in Daxia in the past 100 years, nearly 1/5 of them came from the hands of these gray-haired old professors present. Su Yuan has become very famous recently, especially in Jojo Academy. Even these old professors who were immersed in the study of beast taming had heard of it. However, these old professors of the Beast Taming Research Institute have devoted all their efforts to studying the evolution of various beasts and ferocious beasts. Although Su Yuan performed extremely well among the freshmen of this session, he broke into the top 800 of the Tower of Babel in one go. But in the eyes of these old professors, all of this is not as important as their own research topics. Sitting in the main seat, Xia Jiming looked at the gray-haired old professors in front of him. As the dean of the Beast Taming Research Institute, he was also very troubled at the moment. Although the dozen or so old men and women in front of him were far less powerful than him, their status in the Beast Taming Research Institute was not much worse than his. In fact, in the field of beast taming research, many people here are Xia Jiming's teachers. Faced with these resentful old guys, Xia Jiming did not dare to be too harsh in his words and could only persuade them with kind words. As for why such a scene happened, it was all because Xia Jiming mobilized all the resources of the Beast Taming Research Institute to favor Su Yuan, causing the research topics of other subjects of the Beast Taming Research Institute to be affected to varying degrees. For example, the points allocated for a certain old professor's research project were greatly reduced. Or maybe the rare materials needed for a certain research project were obtained by Su Yuan first, causing the progress of the research project to be hindered, etc. Unexpectedly, after Xia Jiming patiently explained to these old professors the reasons for these problems, these old professors still could not calm down and continued to complain and blamed Xia Jiming. Everyone, all of these are the rules set by the Lord of the Palace. If you still have questions, then go directly to the Lord of the Palace to reason. Besides, Su Yuan is currently researching a plan to evolve the green scale snake into an excellent quality beast. If his research is successful, you all should understand what this means to the Federation without me saying anything. Taking a deep breath, Xia Jiming said helplessly to the group of old professors in front of him. Ji Ming, you are also the director of the Beast Taming Research Institute. How could you believe such childish nonsense that it took only 2 weeks to develop a blue-scaled snake into an excellent quality beast? You know how difficult it is to research a beast evolution route from rare quality to excellent quality from scratch. Back then, when you were my student, you and several other students spent decades researching before you successfully figured out the evolutionary path of a black flame dog. Hearing Xia Jiming's words, an old professor wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped forward, shook his head and sighed at Xia Jiming. Professor Fu, the Lord of the Mansion, has already said that Su Yuan's talent is closely related to the evolution of the beast. Since the Lord of the Mansion believes in Su Yuan, I have no reason not to believe it. And I saw with my own eyes that Su Yuan contracted the green-scaled snake in the dungeon on the 3rd floor of our Beast Taming Research Institute, allowing it to complete its evolution and become a brand new beast of excellent quality. Since Su Yuan promised to provide an evolution plan for the green-scale snake within 2 weeks, I believe he will keep his word. Let's just wait and see. Looking at the respected old professor in front of him, Xia Jiming did not dare to neglect him and hurriedly stepped forward and spoke. This old professor is not only the most experienced person in the Beast Taming Institute, but also Xia Jiming's mentor when he was studying at Jojo Academy, and the former dean of the Beast Taming Institute. Facing him, Xia Jiming showed great respect and did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. Well, in that case, I will listen to you. But in 2 weeks, we must see the research results of that little fellow Su Yuan. We don't want him to really evolve the green scale snake to excellent quality. As long as he can evolve the green scale snake to rare 9-star quality, we won't say a word in the future. But if it doesn't work, the Academy's resource allocation will have to be restored in the future. Do you agree? Fu Qifeng glanced at the favorite student in front of him, finally let out a long sigh and said to him. Behind him, the other old professors also fell silent after hearing this. Fu Qifeng is highly respected in the Beast Taming Research Institute, and holds a very high status. If he had not been obsessed with the research on various beast taming evolutions, which hindered the improvement of his own beast taming strength, he would not have resigned as the director of the Beast Taming Research Institute. Now that Fu Qifeng has spoken, everyone else can only obey him. Yes, I agree. After hearing Fu Qianqian's words, Xia Jiming took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and finally nodded heavily and agreed. Chapter 144, Second Stage Evolution, Purple Thunder Cloud Anaconda. Your beast Purple Lightning Python has evolved into Purple Thunder Cloud Anaconda. Your beast Purple Thunder Cloud Anaconda has learned a new skill Soaring Cloud. Your beast Purple Thunder Cloud Anaconda has learned a new skill Thunder Prison. Deep inside the Beast Taming Research Institute, in Xia Jiming's private laboratory. At this moment, in the open area of the laboratory reserved for the beast taming evolution area, a milky white light continued to cover Xiaoqing. If Xia Jiming were here, he would be so shocked that his eyes would pop out of his head. Less than an hour had passed since Xiaoqing's last evolution, and a ray of evolutionary light suddenly appeared on her body again. Evolving twice in 1 hour would not be surprising if it happened to other beasts that had already developed a fixed evolutionary route. The key point is that before Xiaoqing was contracted by Su Yuan, it was still a dying green-scaled snake for which no evolution plan had been developed. Now it has evolved twice in just one Western Australian period of time, which is undoubtedly shocking news. Not to mention Xia Jiming, the dean of the Beast Taming Research Institute, even Gu Yufeng, the master of Jojo Academy, would be greatly shocked. The area where Su Yuan and Xiaoqing are now is Xia Jiming's exclusive laboratory, and even Gu Yufeng cannot monitor this place. There is no surveillance in the laboratory. Now that Xia Jiming, the owner of the laboratory, is away, no one else knows about the current situation except Su Yuan. Buzz. As the milky white light of evolution slowly dissipated, Xiaoqing's figure was revealed. After completing the second stage of evolution, Xiaoqing's appearance is not much different from the previous purple lightning python. It was just a little bigger, more than 40 meters long, and its body was sturdy enough to accommodate several people standing horizontally. Apart from that, there was only a bulge in the middle of Xiaoqing's head, as if a bone was about to burst out of it. Looking at Xiaoqing, who was showing some signs of success, Su Yuan showed a satisfied smile on his face. Although Xiaoqing's appearance has not changed much, its aura is much stronger than half an hour ago. Even though Xiaoqing was now curled up and restrained all the aura on her body, Su Yuan could feel the hidden power of thunder in Xiaoqing's body even when he was standing next to her. Not only that, but there is also a sense of ethereality mixed in with this hidden force of thunder. Although Xiaoqing's body has become larger than before, she feels lighter to Su Yuan than before the second evolution. Feeling the aura emanating from Xiaoqing and looking at the information prompt in front of him that Xiaoqing had completed his evolution, Su Yuan nodded and looked at Xiaoqing. Under the influence of the talent of the Eye of Revelation, Xiaoqing's attribute panel was immediately revealed in front of Su Yuan. Purple Thunder Cloud Anaconda. Species: Anaconda/Thunder, Wind. Quality: Perfect 7 stars. Level: Commander Level 5. Condition: Perfect. Skills: Self-Healing, Wood Fong Thunder, Thunder Flash, Purple Lightning Breath, Soaring Cloud, Thunder Prison. Evolution times 2. Materials needed for the next stage of evolution: Black Dragon Blood, Burning Blood Fruit. A perfect 7-star Purple Thunder Cloud Anaconda, commanding the 5th level. The next evolution will require the 6th level resource, Black Dragon Blood. But now Xiaoqing has shown signs of coming to prominence. In addition, the main beast resource for its 3rd stage evolution is the 6th level resource Black Dragon Blood. Its quality can reach epic level after the next evolution. When the time comes, the snake will turn into an anaconda, and the anaconda will turn into a dragon. Xiaoqing, who is of epic quality, will grow into a powerful beast with the blood of a dragon. It is very likely that the strength level can be raised to the Lord level after the 3rd stage of evolution is completed. I still have Xiaobai, who is at the peak of the leader level, and his strength has been at the peak of the leader level for some time. Perhaps I can improve my own strength level first, become a Lord level beast master, and open up a beast control space in my body. Not only will we not have to carry 6 beast taming bracelets with us, but when Xiaoyan and the others evolve, they can also complete their evolution directly in the beast taming space. And with the beast taming space, I don't have to worry about someone using the beast taming bracelet to guess how many beasts I have. After taking a look at the information about Xiaoqing's evolution, as well as the various materials needed for Xiaoqing's 3rd stage evolution, Su Yuan muttered a few words in a low voice. His eyes fell on the 5 beast-taming bracelets on his wrists, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Now he has 6 beasts in total, Xiaoxian, Xiaoyu, Xiaoyan, Dashu, Xiaobai, and Xiaoqing. Every beast master has the potential to evolve into a mythical beast master. Among the new students enrolled in Jojo Academy, he is not only the strongest, but also has the most beasts. Just as Gu Yufeng and Xia Jiming had warned him before, a beast master could focus on training the 2 or 3 most important beasts first. As long as they can quickly improve the strength of these beast masters can then cooperate with their own beasts to defeat other beasts of the same level in the later stages. You can quickly improve your strength and save a lot of time in training beasts. Therefore, in this Jojo Academy, even a disciple from an aristocratic family as strong as Nie Xiaoming, who possesses SS-level beast-taming talent and has the support of his family heritage, is not in a hurry to contract the maximum number of beasts to be tamed. The same is true for Nie Xiaoming, Shangguan Yunqian, and Zhong Shiding now, and they only have 3 beasts to control. If they use all their strength to make the contract, they can double their contracted beasts. A beastmaster of SS-level talent could easily have twice as many contracts as an ordinary beastmaster. Nie Xiaoming and his 2 companions have reached the commander level, and they have no pressure in contracting 8 beasts. But none of the 3 did so. And Su Yuan possesses a god-level talent for taming beasts, surpassing the SSS-level talent for taming beasts. Su Yuan can even contract 3 beasts at one great realm. Now that he has reached the pinnacle of leadership, the fact that he has contracted 6 beasts is relatively small. If Su Yuan's requirements were not too high, every beast master would have the potential to evolve to mythical quality. The beast-taming bracelet on his wrist now has to be at least doubled in size. If you successfully condense the beast-taming space in your body, not only can you put all the beasts into the beast-taming space, you can also use the beast-taming space as a mobile warehouse. A Lord-level Beastmaster can freely collect and place any non-living objects except his own beasts into the Beastmaster space. In addition, a Beastmaster with a beast-taming space can hide the number of beasts he tames very well. Others have no way of knowing how many beasts a Beastmaster above the Lord level has. This is definitely Lao Lu's first choice, especially for a genius like Su Yuan, who has an extremely high talent for taming beasts and can contract to tame far more beasts than ordinary beast tamers. Chapter 145, The Evolution of the Green-Scaled Snake. Next, we need to prepare to list all the evolutionary materials needed for the green-scaled python after the green-scaled snake evolves. It would be best if we could make a green-scaled python to show to Dean Xia and the others. Xiaoqing completed its evolution and became a purple thundercloud anaconda. After Su Yuan understood Xiaoqing's changes, he turned his attention to the 10 green-scaled snakes that Xia Jiming had pushed in. Although these green-scaled snakes were collected temporarily, they are in very good condition, allowing Su Yuan to experiment and evolve them with confidence. Of course, Su Yuan possessed the god-level talent of the Eye of Revelation, so there was no need for any extra experiments. He could just follow the instructions of the Eye of Revelation and provide the green-scaled snake with all the evolutionary resources needed for its evolution step by step. "It's you, little one!" After looking around, Su Yuan chose a green-scaled snake that was only at the 8th level of awakening, and curled the corners of his mouth. It has awakened to the 8th level, and its strength is average among these 10 green-scaled snakes. With Su Yuan's strength, even if this green-scaled snake was in its prime, it would not be able to cause any waves in his hands. Choose the green-scaled snake which has only the strength of the 8th awakening level. According to Su Yuan's estimation, the green-scaled python should be able to break through to the extraordinary first level after evolution. The first-level extraordinary green-scaled python did not dare to move due to the suppression of Xiaoqing in him, thus preventing the other party from causing damage to the laboratory. After selecting the target, Su Yuan came to the special glass cage containing the green-scaled snake, ready to take out the 8th-level awakened green-scaled snake he needed. Before Su Yuan got close, the green-scaled snake in the cage began to emit a series of threatening hisses. His cold eyes revealed a fierce light, as if he was about to attack Su Yuan. At this moment, Xiaoqing, who was following Su Yuan closely, suddenly became fierce in the eyes and spat out her snake tongue at the 8th-level awakened green-scaled snake. A powerful pressure suddenly erupted and enveloped the green-scaled snake. Whoosh! As Xiaoqing went crazy, his commander-level rank and the fact that he evolved from a green-scaled snake made him have the blood of a green-scaled snake in his body. Xiaoqing's aura instantly frightened the 5th-level awakened green-scaled snake, causing it to shrink back, and its eyes instantly became extremely clear. Haha, little guy, I'm giving you a chance to evolve, don't be so nervous. Su Yuan looked at the green-scaled snake, which had suddenly become timid and had clear eyes, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said lightly. Then, without caring about the reaction of the green-scaled snake, Su Yuan walked forward, opened the cage, and grabbed it out. Hiss! As Su Yuan grabbed the green-scaled snake's neck, the green-scaled snake also let out a series of roars. But it did not struggle too much, and did not dare to resist Su Yuan, who captured it. I don't know whether it understood what Su Yuan just said or whether Xiaoqing besides Su Yuan had intimidated it. The next step is to follow the instructions of the Eye of Revelation and make the green-scaled snake take all the materials needed for its evolution. This way, we can have an explanation. Su Yuan grabbed the green-scaled snake's neck, walked to the test bench, curled the corners of his mouth, and spoke softly. Then comes the intensive material preparation process. Time passed quickly and an hour and a half went by. Su Yuan also prepared all the resources needed to evolve the green-scaled snake into a green-scaled python, and used all these evolutionary resources on the green-scaled snake. Buzz! As the green-scaled snake took all the beast evolution resources under Su Yuan's command, suddenly, a dazzling milky white light shone on the green-scaled snake's body. The light of evolution! Su Yuan looked at the light of evolution shining on the green-scaled snake and nodded slightly. With the light of evolution, the evolution of the green-scaled snake can be declared a success. A few minutes later, the light of evolution disappeared. The green-scaled snake that had originally awakened to the 5th level also evolved into an extraordinary 1st-level green-scaled python. It is more than 10 times larger than the green-scaled snake. Green-scaled python. Species: python/wood, wind. Quality: 1 star. Level: extraordinary level 1. Condition: perfect. Skills: self-healing, wood fang, tornado blade, python strangling. Evolution times: 1. Evolution options: none. Yes, just as the Eye of Revelation suggested, the green-scaled snake evolved with these evolutionary resources is a green-scaled python of excellence 1 star. The materials used are also some 4th-level beast resources. The output of these beast resources is not small. It is completely possible to achieve the mass evolution of the green-scaled snake. Su Yuan glanced at the green-scaled python in front of him that was still a little confused, and nodded with great satisfaction. Hiss! At this moment, the green-scaled python, which realized that it had completed its evolution and had greatly increased its strength, suddenly regained its confidence. Faced with Su Yuan, who had successfully allowed it to complete its evolution and greatly enhanced its strength, it not only did not show any gratitude, but instead bared its teeth at Su Yuan and let out bursts of roars. The next moment, he pounced directly towards Su Yuan. Heh, I just evolved and I feel like I'm capable again. Looking at the green-scaled python rushing towards him, Su Yuan said in a low voice with disdain. Without him making any movement, a powerful pressure was suddenly released from him. The aura of a beastmaster at the pinnacle level burst out from him. Feeling the sudden pressure released from Su Yuan, the green-scaled python rushed towards Su Yuan's body and suddenly stopped, with horror in its eyes. Boom! But before it could retreat, a thick black whip suddenly lashed at its head, accompanied by a dull roar. The green-scaled python's head was immediately exploded by the black whip. Blood plasma, brain matter and other substances exploded directly, splashing on the open space dozens of meters away, creating a bloody mess. Hiss! It was not until the green-scaled python's body fell weakly to the ground that Xiaoqing's figure appeared beside Su Yuan, and he roared at the dead green-scaled python. The black whip shadow just now was Xiaoqing's tail attacking the green-scaled python's head. You are such an ignorant beast! In response to this, Su Yuan simply glanced indifferently at the green-scaled python that had just completed its evolution and spoke in a low voice. There was no trace of regret on his face. He will not show any mercy to these ferocious beasts that want to kill him. Moreover, he has completely confirmed the feasibility of the green-scale snake evolving into the green-scale python, so if this green-scale python dies, then that's it. In fact, even if Xiaoqing had not taken action just now, he would have directly taken action to kill the green-scaled python. Let's ask Dean Xia to come over for inspection in 2 days. Let's delay for a few more days. Otherwise, if Shaoqing evolves within 1 day and successfully finds an evolutionary route for other green-scaled snakes to evolve to the excellent level, it will be too shocking. In the end, Su Yuan decided to report his research results when the 2-week deadline arrived. Time flies and 2 weeks have passed in a flash. After Su Yuan practiced in the laboratory for 2 weeks, he left the laboratory with another ferocious beast that had successfully evolved into a green-scaled python and went to the office of the Dean of the Beast Taming Research Institute. Chapter 146. Everyone was shocked. It was actually true. Su Yuan, I was just coming to see you. Just when Su Yuan brought the ferocious beast that had successfully evolved into a green-scaled python to the door of the laboratory, the door suddenly opened, and Xia Jiming appeared in front of Su Yuan. When Xia Jiming opened the door and saw Su Yuan behind the door, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and he said to Su Yuan, "This is..." But soon, a voice full of surprise suddenly sounded behind Xia Jiming, and a white-haired old man rushed up, staring straight at the huge transparent glass cage beside Su Yuan that held the green-scale python. His body was shaking with excitement, and his face was filled with shock. The old man was none other than Fu Qingfeng, who had made a bet with Xia Jiming at the Beast Taming Research Institute meeting. Professor Fu Yu. At this time, seeing Fu Qingfeng's actions, Xia Jiming frowned slightly and said to him. But as his gaze followed Fu Qingfeng to the green-scaled python imprisoned in the cage beside Su Yuan, he was shocked and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. The words that were about to come out of my mouth were stuck and I didn't continue speaking. Brush, brush, brush. At this time, except for Xia Jiming and Fu Qingfeng, a series of figures quickly rushed to the green-scaled python that Su Yuan was going to take to see Xia Jiming. This beast has most of the aura of the green-scale snake, but it is completely different from the green-scale snake. After dealing with beasts of various qualities for so many years, I can say with certainty that this beast that is closely related to the green-scaled python is definitely a beast of outstanding quality. Could it be that this giant green python is the product of the evolution of the green-scaled snake? I can't squeeze in. Quick! Let me see! I have a sophisticated instrument for testing the quality of ferocious beasts. Everyone, get out of the way and let me test the quality level of this guy. 1 star of excellence. 7th level of transcendence. This is a ferocious beast with 1 outstanding star. Under Su Yuan's surprised gaze, a group of old scholars excitedly surrounded the green-scaled python, looking at it with gleaming eyes and muttering to themselves. Everyone's face was filled with expressions of extreme shock and surprise, and their bodies were shaking with excitement. These people even took the green-scaled python out of the cage and began to conduct various tests. The specific data of the green-scaled python was quickly tested. The quality, level, and even some skills of the green-scaled python were studied. Dean Xia, these are... Looking at this scene, Su Yuan couldn't help but twitching his lips. He looked at Xia Jiming, who was also left aside, and asked softly, Su Yuan, this can't really be a ferocious beast that evolved from a green-scaled snake, right? Unexpectedly, Xia Jiming did not directly answer Su Yuan's question at this moment. Instead, he looked at Su Yuan and asked him. His attention, like that of other old professors at the Beast Taming Research Institute, was now focused on the green-scaled python. The only thing he cared about was whether the ferocious beast in front of him evolved from the green-scaled snake. Fu Qingfeng and others have already determined that the quality of the green-scaled python is as high as the 1st level of excellence. If it really evolved from the green-scale snake, this would be great news for all the beast masters in the Federation. It is of great significance to enhance the strength of the federal frontline fighters. Yes, this is the result of my 2 weeks of research. It is a brand new beast of excellent quality that evolved from the green-scaled snake. Based on the appearance and characteristics of this ferocious beast, I named it the green-scale python. Su Yuan looked at Xia Jiming, who had a shocked look on his face, and nodded at him. Gurgle. Green-scaled python, a very appropriate name. Is it really the evolution of the green-scaled snake? Don't lie to us, kid. That's right, Su Yuan. Do you know what it means for this green-scale snake to evolve into a new beast of 1 star? At this time, a dozen old men and women from the Beast Taming Research Institute who were surrounding the green-scaled python and studying it all looked towards Yuan when they heard what he said. Many people quickly spoke up and confirmed with Yuan again. But there were also people who looked solemn and doubtful at the same time. This is the evolution plan for the green-scaled snake that I have been researching for the past 2 weeks. It records in detail all the materials and steps needed for the green-scale snake to evolve into a green-scale python. If you still don't believe it, you can do it yourself and find a green-scaled snake to evolve. Then we will know the true situation. Yuan looked at the old men and women in front of him who were filled with suspicion. He frowned slightly, reached out to take out the green-scale snake evolution plan that he had prepared long ago, and threw it over. He still doesn't know where these old men and women come from. But looking at the suspicion on these people's faces and their attitude towards him, Yuan felt unhappy from the bottom of his heart. Naturally, he would not show as much respect as he did to Xia Jiming and Gu Yufeng, the high-ranking officials of Jojo Academy. However, in the face of Yuan's actions, the old professors of the Beast Taming Research Institute did not blame him at all. Instead, they stared closely at the green-scale snake evolution plan that Yuan casually threw over. The wind bell tree actually has such an effect. The neonwood root can also be calcined together with the blood flower to help stimulate the full medicinal power of the bone-foraging grass. Although they are all 4th-level beast resources, the deployment and utilization of each other is so exquisite. Incredible! Incredible! This combination of evolution plan and beast control resources is truly fantastic. Genius! He really is a genius! When Fu Qingfeng and others saw the detailed description of the green-scaled snake's evolution plan given by Yuan, each of them danced with excitement. Many people even started praising loudly. They have all been people who have been engaged in the research of beast taming and evolution for a lifetime. Even without experiments, they can see from Yuan's green-scaled snake evolution plan that the plan is extremely feasible. However, even so, they still did not hesitate at all and acted quickly. Gather materials, select blue-scaled snakes, allocate beast resources, and supply beast resources step by step. After more than a dozen people worked furiously for an hour, a dazzling milky white light suddenly shone and illuminated the entire laboratory. The light of evolution! It's the light of evolution! There really is nothing wrong with this plan. It will allow the green-scaled snake to complete its evolution. Ha ha ha, incredible! Yuan is truly incredible! When they saw the light of evolution shining from a brand new green-scaled snake, Fu Qingfeng and the others cheered loudly again without caring about their image, and their emotions reached an unprecedented climax. Chapter 147, Start a Breakthrough. Hiss! Amid the excitement and exclamations of the old professors from the Beast Taming Research Institute, the light of evolution on the green-scaled snake gradually dissipated. A powerful roar suddenly sounded. The next moment the light of evolution completely dissipated. The figure that appeared was no longer a green-scaled snake as thick as an arm, but a green-scaled python as thick as a millstone. Evolved! This looks the same as this green-scaled snake. No, this time it should be called a green-scaled python. It's exactly the same. It's also an excellent beast, and its strength has been improved by 3 levels. To upgrade from rare level to excellent level, the materials needed for evolution are also some common resources. That's right. The beast resources needed for this green-scale snake to evolve into a green-scale python are all 4th-level beast resources, which can be obtained in large quantities. Now, the soldiers on the front lines of the Federation who have contracted the green-scaled snake are blessed. It won't be long before we have another batch of Lord-level beast tamers on the front line. After watching the green-scale snake evolve into a green-scale python, Fu Qingfeng and other senior professors from the Beast Taming Research Institute immediately gathered around the newly evolved green-scale python with expressions of great surprise on their faces. Besides Yuan, Xia Jiming looked at the people swarming around the green-scaled python in front of him, with a faint smile on his face. Yuan really gave him a huge surprise this time. When he was urged by these old guys to come and see Yuan's research results in the past 2 weeks, he was still worried about Yuan. Now, his heart finally settled down. Then, Xia Jiming took a step forward, coughed lightly, and then said, Professor Fu, do you still remember the agreement between us? As soon as Xia Jiming's words came out, Fu Qingfeng, who was originally leading the analysis of various indicators of the evolved green-scaled python with instruments beside it, paused. However, he reacted quickly, turned slowly and looked at Su Yuan beside Xia Jiming. Everyone else's eyes also fell on Fu Qingfeng. Fu Qingfeng looked at Su Yuan, took a deep breath, and then nodded heavily to Xia Jiming. Of course. Now that fellow Su Yuan's research results are so amazing, all resources of the Beast Taming Research Institute should be tilted towards Su Yuan first in the future. After saying that, Fu Qingfeng looked at Su Yuan again, with deep admiration in his eyes. Young friend Su Yuan, you are very good. Very outstanding. I'm Fu Qingfeng, the chief professor of the Beast Taming Research Institute. If you have any questions about the research on beast evolution in the future, feel free to ask me. No, maybe I should be the one consulting you about the research on the evolutionary routes of beastmanship. Ha 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 ha. Fu Qingfeng was just halfway through his words when he suddenly changed the subject. The other old professors did not show any surprise on their faces when they heard this. Instead, he had an expression that showed it was as it should be, and in his heart he had even placed Su Yuan on the same level as himself and others. In the minds of these old scholars, they do not distinguish between the high and low status of individuals based on their strength. Instead, those who are more successful are given priority. As soon as Su Yuan arrived, he made the green-scaled snake evolve into a green-scaled python. Research a stable evolutionary route that allows rare-level beasts like the green-scaled snake to evolve into excellent-level beasts. Such results may not be achieved even by some of the veteran professors present at the Beast Taming Academy in their lifetime. That's right! That's right! From now on, young friend Su Yuan should treat us as equals. As it should be, ha 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 ha. After Fu Qingfeng, the other old professors at the Beast Taming Research Institute all spoke to Su Yuan with a smile. The professors are highly respected and the students are terrified. It was sheer luck that I was able to research the evolutionary path of the green-scale snake into the green-scale python in such a short time. Luck! Hearing this, Su Yuan responded very humbly. Such a humble attitude immediately made Fu Qingfeng and others appreciate him even more. Su Yuan, you must have worked hard these past 2 weeks. Go and rest now. As for the green-scaled python that evolved from the green-scaled snake, let us observe it for a while. On the side, seeing Fu Qingfeng and others looking like they were about to come forward to discuss research with Su Yuan, Xia Jiming's eyes rolled, and he immediately turned to Su Yuan and said. After hearing Xia Jiming's words, Fu Qingfeng and the others paused. Indeed, after 2 weeks of non-stop research, young Master Su Yuan must be very tired. He needs to have a good rest. After a brief pause, Fu Qingfeng also spoke in agreement, and so did the others. Seeing this, Su Yuan cast a grateful look at Xia Jiming, then said hello to Fu Qingfeng and others before saying goodbye and leaving. Xiaoyan, go home! Outside the Beast Taming Research Institute, Su Yuan summoned Xiaoyan, stepped on Xiaoyan's back, and flew all the way to his dormitory. Finally, I got out of the lab. I wasted 2 weeks. I'm going back to wash up. After that, I will go to the Academy's treasury to exchange for a batch of Ming crystals to build the beast controlling space in my body. I have been stuck at the top level of Beast Master for so long. It is time for me to break through to the Lord level Beast Master. Standing on Xiaoyan's back, Su Yuan looked into the distance and slowly exhaled. He has reached the peak commander level Beast Master level. As long as any of his beasts breaks through to the Lord level, he will be able to break through to the Lord level Beast Master realm as well. Then, you can rely on the powerful energy feedback brought by the beast taming breakthrough to the Lord level, combined with external energy, to build a beast taming space in your body. In the Beast Taming Research Institute, Su Yuan stayed in Xia Jiming's laboratory for 2 full weeks, which made him impatient. Of course, from the time Su Yuan contracted Xiaobai and trained Xiaobai to the peak level of leadership, only more than a month has passed until now. If the other students of Jojo Academy knew that Su Yuan had just been promoted to the peak commander level and was going to break through to the Lord level in less than 2 months, and even complained that the speed was too slow, I wonder what their expressions would be. Student Su Yuan, you have exchanged so many void bright crystals. Are you planning to build a beast control space? An hour later, the instructor in charge of exchanging treasury resources looked at Su Yuan with a strange expression, with surprise flashing in his eyes. Although only Dean Xia Jiming and Palace Master Gu Yufeng knew about Su Yuan's passage through the 99 floors of the Tower of Babel. But all the instructors in the school knew the news that Su Yuan broke into the top 800 when he first entered the tower, and won the first place in the recent freshman competition. Su Yuan is now well known in Jojo Academy. Knowing that Su Yuan was a freshman of this class, the instructor was so surprised when he found out that Su Yuan exchanged for the Ming crystal stone, which was specially used to construct the beast taming space. Although Su Yuan is the rookie king, he has only been in school for no more than 2 months. In less than 2 months, he was ready to break through to the Lord level. Since the establishment of Jojo Academy, only one person has been able to achieve such an amazing speed of improving strength. That is Shuijingyi, who possesses SSS level beast taming talent. Chapter 148. The terrified Yang Di. How could he break through to the Lord so quickly? Yes, instructor, I just received 1,000,000 points reward from the freshman competition, and I have made a breakthrough in the past 2 days. It's just right to use all the rewards from the competition to exchange for Ming crystals to prepare for building the beast control space. Strive to reach the Lord level as soon as possible. Hearing the question from the instructor who was guarding the treasure house of resources, Su Yuan responded with a smile. Now he no longer needs to hide his rank in front of the instructors at Jojo Academy. With Saint-level beast tamer Gu Yufeng and Emperor-level beast tamers like Xia Jiming backing him up, no one in the entire Jojo Academy can do anything to him. Moreover, Gu Yufeng had said that as long as he was in the secret world where Jojo Academy was located, even if the Abyss Demon God himself took action, he would never be able to hurt him. This little guy really wants to build a beast control space. Opposite Su Yuan, the mentor guarding the treasury couldn't help but exclaim in his heart when he heard Su Yuan's answer. But when he thought about what Su Yuan had just said about exchanging all of his 1,000,000 points for Ming crystal stones, the expression of surprise on his face deepened a little. He looked at Su Yuan and asked with a hint of doubt. Su Yuan, are you sure you want to exchange all the 1,000,000 points for Ming crystals? Although the Ming crystal is precious, it is only a 5th-level resource that helps the beast tamer quickly build a beast taming space. For an ordinary beast master, 5 void crystals are enough to build a perfect beast master space. Even an SS-level genius would need no more than 20 void crystals. Your 1,000,000 points are enough to exchange for 100 Ming crystal stones. Isn't this a bit too much? The Ming crystal stone may be a treasure that cannot be ignored for beast masters below the Lord level. But for those who successfully build a beast control space and become a Lord-level beast control master, the value of the Ming crystal will be much lower. If you... Just when he was about to persuade Su Yuan not to buy too many Ming crystal stones to avoid waste. Before he could finish his next words, Su Yuan interrupted with a smile. Teacher, I know you mean well, but I can't use all these Ming crystals. Of course, I have other uses for them. So please don't worry about it. In that case, it's up to you. Su Yuan's words stunned the instructor guarding the treasury, and in the end he could only nod slightly. He is just a mentor who guards the resource treasury and is responsible for exchanging resources. As long as Su Yuan can provide enough points and the resource treasury has the materials Su Yuan needs, he will just have to meet Su Yuan's exchange needs. He just wanted to remind Su Yuan out of kindness, and wanted to persuade Su Yuan not to waste too much. Since Su Yuan has already said that he has plans for these Ming crystals, he can't care too much. Nodding to Su Yuan, the mentor turned and walked towards the door of the resource treasure house. In less than half a quarter of an hour, a pile of Ming crystal stones half a meter high appeared in front of Su Yuan. Each piece of Ming crystal is the size of a water bottle, crystal clear, just like pure crystal. But it contains a strange energy that is mysterious and unpredictable. Ming crystal, a 5th-level resource that contains a faint spatial force. It can help construct a spatial formation and complete the construction of the Beastmaster's beast-controlling space. Thank you, mentor! Su Yuan looked at the piles of empty crystals in front of him, scanned them one by one with the eye of revelation, and after confirming that they were correct, he readily handed over his 1,000,000 points. After sincerely thanking the mentor in front of him, Su Yuan took the Ming crystal stone in front of him and left the resource treasure house directly. This little guy is definitely not as simple as he seems. Except for the one time he entered the Tower of Babel when he was a student, he has not participated in the 2 times that the Tower of Babel was opened in the past 2 months. I don't know why. If he really participated in the later student's tower exploration, his ranking on the stone tablet would definitely be more than 800th. In front of the resource treasure house counter, the instructor looked at Su Yuan's receding figure and thought so in his heart. Su Yuan is about to break through to the Lord level. What should we do? At this time, among the students queuing outside the resource treasury, waiting to exchange their accumulated points for the beast-taming resources they needed, Yang Di also looked up at Su Yuan riding on Xiao Yan and saw him riding away. A huge wave of shock rolled up in his heart, and he was so frightened that he could not calm down for a long time. Although he entered school a year earlier than Su Yuan and Huangfu Yunzhao, he is also a top-level A-level Beastmaster genius. But his current level is only the 3rd level. There is still a long way to go before becoming a Lord-level Beastmaster. Compared to Su Yuan, the talent he was so proud of was not worth mentioning at all. Especially since he has a secret in his heart that cannot be told. The more talented and stronger Su Yuan appeared, the more uneasy and afraid he became. In 3 months, the school will allow everyone to go back to visit their families. Yun Zhao has a good relationship with this kid. If Yun Zhao goes back to visit his relatives and asks Su Yuan to go with him, Su Yuan will most likely go with him. That will be my only chance. Perhaps it's time for me to tell the elders of my family about my previous actions against Su Yuan, and let my father and grandfather secretly take action on the road and secretly eliminate Su Yuan. Father and grandfather are both experienced Lord-level Beastmasters with great strength. In 3 months, even if Su Yuan can break through to become a Lord-level Beastmaster, he will definitely not be a match for father and grandfather. It was not until Su Yuan and Xiao Yan disappeared from his sight that Yang Di withdrew his gaze, clenched his fists, and his mind raced. In front of you, are you still going to exchange resources? If not, get out of here and don't waste our time. Just as Yang Di was secretly plotting against Su Yuan in his mind, someone among the students queuing behind him suddenly shouted at him. Not only that, many other students standing behind Yang Di also had unhappy expressions on their faces. It was not until this moment that Yang Di realized that there was no one in front of him. He was so distracted that he forgot that it was his turn to exchange the school's resources. Sorry, I was distracted just now. I'll go right away. Damn Su Yuan! Faced with geniuses who also relied on their talent and strength to be admitted to Jojo Academy, and whose family backgrounds were extraordinary, Yang Di did not dare to act arrogantly at all, but nodded and apologized repeatedly. He then quickly stepped forward, found the instructor who was exchanging resources, and told him the beast-taming resources he wanted to exchange. But in his heart, he put the blame on Su Yuan. In the Yuan Shui secret realm of the Water Beast Taming Academy of Jojo Academy, Su Yuan stood on an island reef with the endless ocean in front of him. This is the Yuan Shui secret realm of the Water Academy. It has such a rich water element. It won't take long for Xiaobai to break through to the Lord level here. Xiaobai, come out! Feeling the rich water element around him, Su Yuan's mouth twitched slightly, and he summoned Xiaobai with a smile. Chapter 149. Constructing a beast-controlling space. The 5 elements are interdependent. Hulu! Xiaobai's huge body appeared in the Yuan Shui's secret realm. Looking at the endless ocean in front of it, and feeling the extremely rich water elements around it, it cheered twice with great excitement. The next moment, a huge splash of water rose up, and a water column thousands of feet high shot up into the sky. It was the waves created by Xiaobai diving directly into the water. Xiaobai, let's practice in this Yuan Shui secret realm from now on. Once you break through to the Lord level, I can start building the beast-taming space. Once the beast-taming space is completed, you and Xiao Yan won't have to stay in the dark beast-taming bracelet all the time. Su Yuan looked at Xiaobai swimming in the deep water in front of the island. A smile appeared on his face, and he said to it, Hulu! Hearing this, Xiaobai popped out its huge head, looked at Su Yuan with excitement in its dark eyes, and nodded sharply. Then he plunged into deep water. In this Yuan Shui secret realm, apart from the various islands, it is surrounded by bottomless ocean. Even if Xiaobai is thousands of feet long, he can still swim freely in this deep water. Moreover, the water element in this deep water is more abundant and has a strong power of primordial water. For a water-type beast master like Xiao Bai, it is an excellent place for training. After releasing Xiao Bai, Su Yuan looked around again and found that there was no one else, so he summoned Xiao Xian out. Xiao Xian is also a water-type beast master. Although his level is not as good as Xiao Bai, he can quickly improve his strength level by practicing in the Yuan Shui's secret realm. As the two water-type beasts were summoned, Su Yuan also found a clean open space on the island, closed his eyes and meditated to cultivate his mental power. Time seems to pass by in cultivation, and in the blink of an eye, another month has passed. Boom! Deep in the Yuan Shui secret realm, a water column thousands of feet high suddenly rose up. The next moment, a powerful momentum suddenly erupted. Roar! A deafening roar was suddenly heard, and a huge white figure suddenly jumped out of the water. Its huge body was 2,000 feet long. It is much larger than the islands and reefs below. Boom! At the same time, somewhere on the island reef below the white figure, Su Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly became more and more powerful. The aura that was originally at the peak of command suddenly broke through to the Lord level. It took a month, and I finally made a breakthrough. Take advantage of the powerful feedback force brought by Xiao Bai's breakthrough to the Lord level and hurry up to build the beast taming space. Feeling the immensely powerful force in his body, Su Yuan showed a hint of excitement on his face. He quickly opened the backpack behind him, took out 100 Ming crystals from it, placed them next to himself, made special hand seals, and suddenly a strange wave came from his body. A hidden suction force suddenly emerged, slowly drawing out the energy from the Ming crystals placed around him and sucking it into his body. These energies are exactly the pure spatial power contained in the Ming crystal. From this moment on, Su Yuan has built a beast-controlling space in his body. In the sky, Xiao Bai just looked at Su Yuan and knew that Su Yuan had reached the critical moment of constructing the beast-controlling space. At this moment, it did not continue to practice, but silently hovered above the island to protect Su Yuan. Having just broken through to the first level of Lord, Xiao Bai not only had his size greatly increased, but his strength was also incomparable. Compared to his peak period as a commander, Xiao Bai's current strength has increased more than tenfold. With Xiao Bai's epic 6-star high quality, in the Jojo Academy, even among the third-year students, there may not be many people whose beast tamers can surpass Xiao Bai in combat power. It takes a long time to construct a beast taming space, and the number of void crystals consumed depends on the talent of the beast tamer. Generally, for a beast master with A-grade beast taming talent, after achieving the Lord level, the beast taming space he constructs only needs to consume 2 or 3 Ming crystals. Even the SS level will not exceed 20 Yuan. Su Yuan's talent is a god-level beast-taming talent that surpasses the SSS level. These 100 pieces of Ming crystal stones are just barely enough. The more Ming crystals consumed, the more powerful the beast-taming space constructed will be. Even the beast-taming space constructed by some SS-level beast-tamers can have some special effects. It is not just about providing a reliable habitat for your own beasts. Of course, the more Ming crystals are consumed, the longer it will take to build the beast-controlling space. Su Yuan consumed hundreds of Ming crystals, and it took quite a while to build the beast-controlling space. After Su Yuan calmed down and built the beast-taming space, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Until the third night. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of Ming crystals around Su Yuan exploded instantly. Oh no, I miscalculated. Hundreds of sky-bright crystals have been used up, and my beast-taming space has not even taken shape yet. I didn't expect that the cost of constructing a beast-taming space with a mythical beast-taming talent would be so huge. I should have prepared more Ming crystals earlier. Now I can only rely on myself to slowly absorb the thin power from the outside world to complete the construction of the beast control space. Su Yuan sighed helplessly when he noticed that all the Ming crystals around him had shattered. The spatial power of the hundreds of Ming crystals was completely consumed, and now he could only construct the prototype of his beast-taming space. In order to complete the beast-taming space, at least 3 times the number of Ming crystals are needed. Now that the Ming crystal has been used up, Su Yuan can only rely on himself to absorb the free power of heaven and earth and the surrounding heaven and earth, and gradually improve the beast controlling space. This will undoubtedly take a lot longer. Buzz. However, just as Su Yuan let go and absorbed the power of heaven and earth around him to build a space for taming beasts, the rich Yuan Shui power in the Yuan Shui secret realm suddenly rioted, and then swarmed in, pouring madly into Su Yuan's body, all of it pouring into the beast-taming space that Su Yuan had just completed building without a trace left. A large amount of Yuan Shui power gathered around Su Yuan and rushed into Su Yuan's body. This force formed a water-blue funnel visible to the naked eye around Su Yuan. It continued to circulate and pour into Su Yuan's body. Boom, boom, boom. Under the influx of the terrifying power of Yuan Shui, the prototype of the beast-controlling space that Su Yuan had just constructed began to tremble wildly, and was instantly filled with the power of Yuan Shui. Just when Su Yuan was horrified and thought that his plan to build the beast-taming space was about to fail, a force of wood suddenly emerged, followed by the emergence of the three elemental forces of fire, gold, and earth. As the power of the five elements came out, the trembling prototype of the beast-taming space instantly stabilized and expanded at a faster speed than when Su Yuan absorbed the power of the space in the Ming crystal stone before. Water gives birth to wood, wood gives birth to fire, fire gives birth to earth, earth gives birth to metal, and metal gives birth to water. This is the interaction of the five elements. This is the first time that the power of the five elements has been used to construct a beast control space. But it's good to be able to expand steadily. Anyway, I don't have any Ming crystals right now, so I will continue to absorb the power of the Yuan Shui in this Yuan Shui secret realm and completely build my beast controlling space. I don't know what the beast control I constructed is like. Feeling that the prototype of the beast taming space had stabilized and was expanding rapidly, Su Yuan finally felt relieved. He began to let go and absorb the rich energy of water around him. Chapter 150 is extraordinary, comparable to the imperial level. The master absorbs the power of Yuan Shui so quickly. Above the island, Xiaobai looked at Su Yuan below, who was wrapped in the condensed Yuan Shui power. He felt the Yuan Shui power rushing towards him without any pause, and there was surprise in his huge eyes. Even at the moment when it just broke through the Lord level, the energy of Yuan Shui absorbed by the terrifying suction force that erupted was not even 1/10 of what Su Yuan was absorbing now. In terms of speed, he cannot be compared with Su Yuan. In Xiaobai's opinion, Su Yuan's current speed of absorbing the power of Yuan Shui is so fast that even a peak king-level water beast tamer at full power would pale in comparison and cannot be compared with Su Yuan. At the same time, on other islands in the Yuan Shui secret realm. What's going on? Why has the elemental power here become so thin? Damn it! Why do I feel like all this energy of heaven and earth is rushing in one direction? Something's wrong! Something's very wrong! Even a Lord-level water beast man wouldn't be able to make this kind of noise, right? Could it be that one of our seniors from the Water Academy is about to break through to the king level? Is this the noise caused by a peak Lord-level water beast master breaking through to the king level? There must be a senior who is at the peak of Lord level who has broken through to king level. I have to go over and pay him a visit. Deep Water War Frog. Let's go! The other water school students who were practicing on these islands felt the changes in the surrounding water elements, and were all confused. Some powerful Lord-level beast master students even summoned their own beasts, following the direction of the surrounding energy surge, and quickly approached the island where Su Yuan was from all directions. Another king-level beast master is about to be born, and he is a senior in their water college, so naturally their classmates in the same college have to pay him a visit. Those who can break through to the king level within 4 years at Jojo Academy are all geniuses among geniuses. If they can establish a good relationship with such a genius, it will only benefit them in the future. The various secret realms for cultivation in Jojo Academy do not allow king-level beast masters to enter. To cause such a big commotion, in the opinion of the students of the Water Academy, the only possibility is that a peak lord has broken through to the king level. But they didn't know that the person who caused such a shocking commotion was not a senior from the Water Academy who was at the peak of the Lord realm, but Su Yuan, who entered the school later than them. And the reason for such a commotion was not that someone broke through to the king level, but that Su Yuan broke through to the Lord level beast master and constructed a beast controlling space. On the island where Su Yuan is, time passes by little by little. With the mutual generation of the 5 elements, there is the promotion of the extremely rich power of water. The beast-taming world within Su Yuan's body expanded extremely rapidly. Originally, Su Yuan estimated that it would take more than half a month to complete the construction of the beast-taming space, but it was completely completed in just half an hour. As the beast-taming space was completed, the Yuan Shui power around Su Yuan gradually dissipated. Compared with the speed at which these energies gather, the speed at which the power of Yuan Shui dissipates is much slower. In the surroundings, the concentration of Yuan Shui power is still many times higher than that of other islands in the Yuan Shui secret realm. Congratulations to the Master for successfully breaking through the Lord level and building a beast control space. Just when Su Yuan completed the construction of the beast-taming space and opened his eyes, Xiaobai's figure shook, and his huge body, which was originally 2,000 feet long, quickly shrank. When it came in front of Su Yuan, it was only more than 10 meters in size. This size is almost the same as the one Su Yuan first saw fighting against the purple lightning thunder eagle. I was able to break through to the Lord level so quickly, thanks to your hard work, Xiaobai. Su Yuan was not too shocked when he heard Xiaobai speak human language. When a beast tamer reaches the Lord level, he can speak human language. This is known to ordinary people who have a little knowledge of beast taming. Not to mention Su Yuan, who is a beast master. What surprised Su Yuan was that Xiaobai's voice was actually a very sweet lowly voice. Xiaobai is where he is today thanks to the master. If it weren't for the master, I would have been killed by the purple lightning eagle and wouldn't have achieved what I have today. After hearing Su Yuan's words, Xiaobai shook his head and said, I was also extremely grateful for the choice I made at the black water pond. Hearing this, Su Yuan smiled and nodded without saying much. Instead, he focused his attention on the beast-taming space that had just been constructed. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Su Yuan's consciousness sank into his own beast-taming space. As soon as his mind sank into his own beast-taming space, Su Yuan's body couldn't help but tremble. It was seen that his beast-taming space was completely different from other Lord-level beast-taming spaces. Not only is the space extraordinarily large, it also has the sky, mountains, rivers, oceans, and so on. It's a complete world except there are no living creatures. My beast control space seems to be a little different. After carefully feeling the beast-taming space surrounding him that was over 100,000 miles long, Su Yuan's mouth twitched slightly, with surprise and joy in his eyes. For an ordinary beastmaster, even one with SS-level talent, when he first builds his own beastmaster space, the size of the beastmaster space will not exceed 100 miles. Moreover, the beast-taming space of these beast-tamers is not much different from the space inside an ordinary beast-taming bracelet. It is dark and empty, with only chaos. Only with the improvement of strength, the beast-taming space will gradually become perfect. But to be able to have everything like Su Yuan, including the 5 elements, the sky, mountains, rivers, etc., one must at least be a saint-level beastmaster. In other words, Su Yuan had just broken through to the Lord level, and the quality of the beast-taming space he constructed was no worse than that of a saint-level beast-tamer. The only difference might be that the saint-level beast-tamer's beast-taming space is slightly larger in size. After all, the beast-taming space will also improve as the beast-tamer's strength increases. A beast-taming space of 1 million miles is the standard for a saint-level beast-tamer. However, Su Yuan's beast-taming space starts at a size of 100,000 miles. As long as Su Yuan is promoted to a saint-level beast-tamer in the future, his beast-taming space will definitely be much larger than that of other saint-level beast-tamers. Just as Su Yuan was immersed in the extraordinary surprise of his own beast-taming space, he keenly sensed an approaching breath from a distance. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and look to the right. Almost at the same time, Xiaobai in front of him also turned around quickly, staring at the front, and said slowly, Master, someone is approaching. Chapter 151. Practicing in depth and improving comprehensively. Yes, I know. Standing behind Xiaobai, Su Yuan nodded slightly when he heard this. Then, he put his hands behind his back and stared in the direction of the person coming. At this moment, in front of the island, Xiao Xian's huge figure also jumped out of the water and looked up in the direction of the person coming from the front. After more than a month of training, Xiao Xian's current strength level has been raised to the 4th level of commander, and he was promoted to the 3rd level in a month, all thanks to Xiao Xian's potential of epic quality. If it was someone else's beast, it would only improve by about 1 level in a month. As Xiao Xian popped his head out, a huge figure slowly appeared in his sight and quickly approached. At the same time, Su Yuan also saw the target figure approaching rapidly. It was a gigantic seahorse-like beast, cutting through the water. The part of its body that is exposed above water is more than 30 meters high, not counting the part that is underwater. In terms of overall size, it should be over 50 meters. This seahorse-shaped beast has a golden horn on its head, and next to the horn stands a young man in a hurry. Golden horn seahorse beast, contracted. Species, seahorse/aquatic. Quality, perfect 3 stars. Level, Lord level 4. Condition, perfect. Skills, ultra high pressure water gun, raging tornado, blue waves, roaring water dragon bomb. Evolution times 0. Evolution options 3. A 4th level Lord Beast Man. This person should be a pretty strong student in the Water Academy. He's probably either a 3rd-year genius or a senior from the 4th year. Su Yuan took a look at the attributes of the golden horned seahorse and made a rough judgment in his mind. Likewise, he also saw the talent of the person who came. This person was a beast master with A-level beast taming talent. The higher the level of the beast tamer, the more difficult it is to improve. Only if you can continue to evolve can your level be improved quickly. If it is trained normally, even with sufficient beast resources, the beast's strength will only increase more slowly as the level increases. Although the students of Jojo Academy are all top-notch talents in Daxia, when they graduate, they are basically only at the Lord level. Only the most top-level talents can break through to the Lord level and become a King-level beast master within 4 years of college. The young man in front of him who possesses the Golden Horned Seahorseman is able to cultivate a Golden Horned Seahorseman into a 3rd-level lord. He is already considered to be a man of considerable strength. With A-level talent for beast taming and the strength level of a 3rd-order lord, this person is most likely a senior student in the 4th grade. When the Golden Horned Seahorse arrived at the sea area 100 meters outside the island where Su Yuan was, the young man on top of the Golden Horned Seahorse could finally see Su Yuan's face clearly. At first, he felt that the person in front of him was somewhat familiar, and wondered if it might be one of the top geniuses he had met in the Water Academy. But he quickly realized that Su Yuan looked exactly like the portrait of Su Yuan he had seen not long ago in the ranking of this year's freshman competition. He immediately asked in surprise, "You are Su Yuan?" "That's right. I wonder what advice this senior has for you." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan nodded slightly and spoke in neither humble nor arrogant manner. Although the opponent's Golden Horned Seahorseman is a 3rd-level lord, when the fight really breaks out, the 3rd-level Golden Horned Seahorseman is really no match for Xiaobai. Xiaobai is now a 1st-level Lord Epic Beast Master, with a quality of Epic 6 stars. He has the potential to evolve into a mythical quality Beast Master, and has great combat power. If the Golden Horned Seahorse Beast could reach the 5th level of Lord, it might be able to suppress Xiaobai a little. But the Golden Horned Seahorse Beast, which was only a 3rd-level Lord, had to be suppressed by Xiaobai. "I don't deserve your advice. I was practicing nearby before, and I felt that the energy of the entire secret realm was gathering here. I thought that one of the top talents in our Water Academy had broken through to the King level, so I hurried over to offer my congratulations. But now it seems that my expectation was wrong." Hearing Su Yuan's words, the young man on top of the Golden Horned Seahorse quickly waved his hands and spoke to Su Yuan. He doesn't have the airs of a senior at all. Although he is a senior in the 4th grade, his strength has reached the 3rd level of Lord. But Su Yuan is the rookie king among this class of freshmen, and his talent and potential are not on the same level as him. Even though Su Yuan's strength was not as good as his, he did not dare to be arrogant in front of Su Yuan. In particular, he felt a heart-pounding aura from Xiaobai in front of Su Yuan. Even the Golden Horned Seahorse under his feet was extremely afraid of Xiaobai. This made him even more cautious about being rude. "I have been here the whole time, and I have indeed not seen any seniors here, so your judgment must be wrong. I have finished my training now. If you have nothing else to tell me, I will take my leave." Hearing the young man's answer, Su Yuan raised his eyebrows, and immediately realized that he had just broken through to the Lord level, and the noise caused by constructing the beast controlling space was a bit too much. Now it has attracted the attention of a Lord-level senior from the Water Academy, and perhaps more people will come in the future. Thinking of this, Yuan decided to leave this place and avoid trouble. He did not exchange pleasantries with the visitor but instead suggested leaving. Sure. Brother Yuan, please do as you please. In response to this, the young man on top of the golden-horned seahorse did not dare to stop it, and quickly nodded with a smile. Goodbye. Xiao Bai, Xiaoxian, let's go! Seeing this, Yuan nodded slightly and called out softly. He took Xiaoxian into his beast-controlling space, and then flew away under the leadership of Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai has advanced to the Lord level, and the tidal force he possesses is even more powerful. Especially in this Yuan Shui secret realm, he is like a fish in water. It used the power of the tide to stir up the waves and lift its body up in the air carrying Yuan, and its speed was no slower than when it swam in the water. What a powerful beastmaster! Could it be that Yuan has really reached the Lord level? A person who has just entered Jojo Academy for less than a semester has already become a Lord-level beastmaster. He will definitely be able to break through to the king level before graduation. Above the golden-horned seahorse's head, the young man looked at the figures of Yuan and Xiao Bai who were leaving quickly. Only then did a look of deep shock appear on his face. After a while, he left the place feeling a little lost. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Shortly after Yuan and the young man left, as Yuan had expected, more than a dozen Lord-level beastmasters appeared one after another near the island where he was originally. Obviously, they were all students from the Water College who were attracted by the previous commotion. However, after these people arrived, they found nothing and didn't even see Yuan. Yuan himself, under the leadership of Xiao Bai, had already gone to the exit of the Yuan Shui secret realm, and left him and Xiao Bai in the Yuan Shui secret realm to practice. He himself went to the secret realms for training of several departments, including the Fire College, the Theater College, and the Wood College, and placed all the remaining beasts, including Xiao Yan, in secret realms suitable for their training, allowing them to improve their strength. Not only that, Yuan will also, based on the instructions from the Eye of Revelation, concoct secret medicine that can accelerate the training speed of these beast tamers, and speed up the leveling of Xiao Yan and the others. Just like that, 2 months passed in a flash. With the help of Yuan's secret medicine and various secret realms, Xiaoxian, Xiaoyan, Xiaoqing, Xiaoyu and Dashu all broke through to the Lord level one after another. Xiao Bai also advanced from the original first level Lord to the third level Lord, and his strength increased greatly. Chapter 152 Reimbursement of 15.8 million? Xia Jiming is confused. After more than 5 months of entering Jojo Academy, Xiaoxian and the others have already advanced to become Lord-level beast masters. After such a long time, it's time for Xiaoxian and the others to take another step forward. Especially Xiaoqing, she is still of perfect quality now, which can't keep up with the speed of improvement of the strength of the main force. We still need to make them all evolve before the end of the semester. As the holiday was approaching, Yuan recalled all 6 of his beasts from the secret realms where they were practicing. After checking the attributes of his beasts, he decided to evolve all of his beasts once again. Xiaoqing needs to evolve twice before he can become a legendary beast. After making the decision, Yuan began to calculate the expenses needed for his Beastmaster evolution this time. Xiaoxian and the others are now epic-level beasts. The beast resources needed for the next stage of evolution are already as high as the 7th level, and one piece requires 1,000,000 points. Especially Xiao Yan, he even needs an 8th level evolution resource, which costs tens of millions of points. This is not a small consumption. If we let Xiaoxian and the others evolve once and upgrade them to legendary beasts, the evolutionary resources required will be at least 30 million points. I have spent millions of credits preparing various secret medicines for Xiaoxian and the others to speed up their cultivation. I only have 15 million points left. Fortunately, Dean Xia promised that I can get half of all the beast taming resources I exchanged at his Beast Taming Research Institute reimbursed by him. The few points I have should be enough. After looking at all the resources needed for the evolution of the beasts, Yuan took a deep breath and sighed. Time is running out. I will go to the Academy's treasury to exchange all the resources. Xiao Yan! Let's go to the treasure house. After saying this, Su Yuan summoned Xiao Yan and asked it to take him to the direction of the school's treasury. Xiao Yan, who successfully advanced to the Lord level, had an even more powerful aura, and the burning breath on his body could be clearly felt even from hundreds of meters away. Yes, Master! As soon as Xiao Yan appeared, a royal sister's voice came out of its mouth, and its wings fluttered. A gentle force brought Su Yuan to its body. The wings flapped again, and the red figure turned into a rainbow light and soared up, instantly disappearing in the villa area where Su Yuan was, and rushed towards the direction of the school's treasury. Half an hour later, in the office of the Dean of the Beast Taming Research Institute. What? More than 15.8 million points! So many! Xia Jiming, who was originally leisurely lying on a lounge chair on the balcony drinking afternoon tea, jumped 3 feet high when he heard the voice coming from the communicator. With a crack, the white jade teacup in his hand fell to the ground, breaking into several pieces, and the tea spilled all over the floor. However, Xia Jiming seemed unaware of these, and instead raised his voice again and asked, "What did that kid Su Yuan do? Why does he want me to pay off so many points?" Haha, Dean Xia, don't get excited yet. I was also scared at first by the materials Su Yuan needed. After Xia Jiming finished speaking, the voice of the instructor in charge of the school's points scheduling came from the other end of the communicator. Immediately afterwards, the other party informed Xia Jiming in detail about how Su Yuan had exchanged various precious beast taming resources in the Academy's treasury. With so many 6th and 7th level beast control resources, and even 8th level beast control resources, it's our Jojo Academy. Otherwise, other forces really can't satisfy Su Yuan's appetite. But even so, some of the precious high-level resources in our school's resource treasury have been greatly reduced this time. If that kid comes again, the Academy's treasury really won't be able to satisfy Su Yuan's needs. I'm really curious about where that guy got so many points. Even if he asked you to reimburse half of it, the points he needed for that amount of resources would be as high as more than 15 million. That many points are not something a single student can get. Speaking of this, the person in charge on the other end of the communicator couldn't help but sigh. Hearing this, Xia Jiming's face darkened, and then he said, "Lao Luo, don't worry about this. I'll pay for that kid's debt. I still have 18 million points in my hand. You can transfer them first. The rest will be deducted from our college's funding for next year." After explaining this matter, Xia Jiming immediately hung up the communicator and looked into the distance. Su Yuan, this kid, has taken so many high-level beast resources this time. If I'm not mistaken, he is going to evolve his own beast. But if such high-level resources are really used to evolve the beast, what quality will his beast reach after evolution? No, I have to report this to the Lord. After saying that, Xia Jiming took a deep breath, his figure flashed, and he disappeared from the spot. He went to Gu Yufeng in person to explain the situation without any hesitation. Just when Xia Jiming received the reimbursement call, Su Yuan had already brought his group of beast masters to the wilderness outside Jojo Academy, found a suitable place, and began to evolve his beast masters. The first to evolve is Shaoqing, who has only perfect qualities. As various evolutionary resources were invested in Shaoqing, the milky white light of evolution began to shine on its body again. In addition to Shaoqing, Xiaoyan, Xiaobai, Xiaoyu, Xiaoxian, and Dashu also absorbed the beast-taming evolution resources prepared by Su Yuan. They began to emit extremely strong milky white evolution light and all stepped into the ranks of evolution. Receive! Seeing this, Su Yuan waved his hand and put all his beasts into the beast-controlling space in his body. The beast-taming space and the space in the beast-taming bracelet are completely different. There is not much difference between taming beasts in the beast-taming space and in the outside world. Similarly, the beast-taming evolution takes place within the beast-taming space and is not affected in any way. Su Yuan did this just to prevent Xiao Yan and the others from making too much noise during their evolution. After all, after Xiao Yan's batch of beasts evolve, their quality will reach legendary level. When they evolved into epic beast masters, the light of evolution emanating from Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian shot thousands of feet into the sky. Now that it has evolved to legendary quality, the light of evolution will only rise higher and become more dazzling. If it is not put into the beast-controlling space, even though this place is thousands of miles away from Jojo Academy, it will not be able to stop the light of evolution from breaking through the sky and attracting the attention of the powerful people in Jojo Academy. Each beast tamer of legendary quality is extremely rare. The beast tamers owned by Emperor-level beast tamers are basically of epic quality. Emperor-level beast tamers who can own beasts of legendary quality are even rarer. A beast tamer of legendary quality can usually only be possessed by a saint-level beast tamer. For an Emperor-level beast master who possesses a legendary quality beast, it is basically just a matter of time before he becomes a saint-level beast master. Once people knew that all the beasts controlled by him, a mere lord-level beast master, were of legendary level, who knows what a sensation it would cause. Chapter 153 Golden Legend. Strength Surges. After collecting all his beasts, Yuan sat cross-legged on the spot, silently observing the evolution of the beasts in the beast taming space. Your beast Purple Cloud Anaconda has evolved into Golden Horned Thunder Anaconda. Your beast Golden Horned Thunder Anaconda has learned a new skill, Thunderous Thunder. Your beast Golden Horned Thunder Anaconda has learned a new skill, Wind and Thunder Twin Dragons. It was just as Yuan expected that he would be the first to complete the evolution. It was Shaoqing, the lowest quality among all the beasts. In less than half an hour, Shaoqing completed his third evolution. After completing the third evolution, Shaoqing's level was also raised to the fourth level of Lord, instantly raising the level by 3 levels. And the quality has also reached the epic 8-star level. Except for Xiaoyan, the quality is higher than any other beast that Yuan has now. However, Yuan just glanced at Shaoqing indifferently without any hesitation. Instead, he summoned Shaoqing from the beast taming space and continued to take out the materials needed for Shaoqing's fourth evolution. Then, following the instructions of the Apocalypse Eye, he used these materials on Shaoqing. Soon Shaoqing, who had absorbed all the evolutionary materials, began to shine with the milky white light of evolution again. Seeing this, Yuan took Shaoqing back to his own beast taming space and continued to concentrate on the evolution of the beasts in his own beast taming space. What surprised Yuan was that the time it took Xiao Yan and the others to evolve from epic quality to legendary quality exceeded his expectations. A full day had passed since Shaoqing completed her third evolution before the second piece of information about the completed beast tamer appeared in front of Yuan. Your beast Mountain Turtle has evolved into Ancient Abyss Giant Turtle. Your beast Ancient Abyss Giant Turtle has learned a new skill, Overturning the Rivers and Seas. Your beast Ancient Abyss Giant Turtle has learned a new skill, Unbreakable Barrier. Ancient Abyss Giant Turtle, contracted. Species, Turtle/Water, Earth. Quality, Legendary 4-star. Level, Lord Level 5. Condition, Perfect. Skills, Water Gun, Tide Camouflage, Water Escape, Giant Spin, Heavy Water Barrier, River Power, Mountain Suppression, Overturning Rivers and Seas, Unbreakable Barrier. Evolution Times 4. Final Stage Evolution Materials required for evolution, Black Tortoise Blood. Finally, a beast has completed its evolution to legendary quality. Yuan couldn't help but feel happy when he saw Xiao Xian's evolutionary light disappearing completely in the beast taming space, revealing his true form. At this moment, another message came. Your beast Storm Nether Tiger has evolved into Wind Nether Demon Tiger. Your beast Wind Dark Demon Tiger has learned a new skill, Sky Wind Stepping Shadow. Your beast Wind Demon Tiger has learned a new skill, Breath of Wind Demon. Xiaoyu has also completed his evolution. The sudden news made Yuan happy again, and he quickly looked at Xiaoyu's attributes. Wind and Dark Demon Tiger, contracted. Type, Cat/Shadow, Wind. Quality, Legendary 4-star. Level, Lord Level 5. Condition, Perfect. Skills, Wind Blade, Phantom, Shadow Stealth, Blade Tornado, Shadow Binding, Nether Slash, Storm's Fury, Sky Wind Stepping Shadow, Breath of Wind Demon. Evolution Times 3. Materials required for the final stage of evolution, 9 Nether Demon Soul. Xiaoyu and Xiaoxian are almost the same in strength and quality, and their breakthroughs are almost indistinguishable. After the two evolved, Yuan also gained 2 terrifying power feedbacks, which greatly improved his strength and directly reached the level of a Lord 5th Order Beast Master. Your beast Ancient Music Tree has evolved into Ancient Life Tree. Your beast ancient tree of life has learned a new skill, greenery. Your beast ancient tree of life has learned a new skill, spirit of all trees. Boom! Su Yuan had just digested the energy feedback in his body when another terrifying energy feedback hit him. His aura rose again and instantly reached the 6th level of Lord. Ancient Tree of Life, contracted. Type, plant/wood poison life. Quality, legendary 4-star. Level, Lord level 6. Condition, perfect. Skills, poison whip, root thrust, old bark, violent tree, soulwood cage, soulwood lancer, leaf blade, soul eating ensemble, greenery, spirit of the trees. Evolution times 3. Materials required for final stage evolution, divine soil. Your beast phoenix blood fire phoenix has evolved into spiritual yang fire phoenix. Your beast Ling Yang fire phoenix has learned a new skill, soul devouring fire wheel. Your beast Ling Yang fire phoenix has learned a new skill, fire phoenix nirvana. Your beast white jade giant scale whale has evolved into the Biming giant Kuin. Your beast northern dark giant Kuin has learned a new skill, sound of the sea. Your beast northern giant Kuin has learned a new skill, water demon waterfall. Your beast golden horn thunder anaconda has evolved into purple sky wind thunder dragon. Your beast purple sky wind and thunder dragon has learned a new skill, thunder in the 9th heaven. Your beast purple sky wind and thunder dragon has learned a new skill, wind and thunder breaking the sky. Ling Yang fire phoenix, contracted. Species, bird/fire. Quality, legendary 8-star. Level, Lord level 6. Condition, perfect. Skills, fire feather, flame shield, destruction fire eye, blazing sun burning sky, thousand suns strike, flame demon burning sky sword, phoenix flame roaring sky strike, flaming sun fire domain, soul devouring fire wheel, fire phoenix nirvana. Evolution times 3. Materials required for the final stage of evolution, Yuan Feng essence. Northern dark giant Kuin, already contracted. Species, Kuin/water. Quality, legendary 5-star. Level, Lord level 7. Condition, perfect. Skills, water barrier, water flow break, water arrows, tidal force, eyes of the deep sea, water moon, sound of the sea, water demon waterfall. Evolution times 3. Materials required for the final stage of evolution, Kunping spirit. Purple sky wind and thunder dragon, already contracted. Species, dragon/thunder wind. Quality, legendary 7 stars. Level, Lord level 8. Condition, perfect. Skills, self-healing, wood fong, thunder flash, purple lightning breath, soaring clouds, thunder prison, thunder, wind and thunder twin dragons, thunder in the sky, sky thunder. Evolution times 4. Materials required for the final stage of evolution, true dragon soul. After that, Xiao Xian's breakthrough seemed to have opened Pandora's box. Su Yuan's beasts completed their evolution one after another, even Xiao Qing, who was undergoing her 4th evolution. Su Yuan's aura continued to rise, and finally stopped at the level of the 8th Lord. Moreover, his aura is extremely powerful and his foundation is extremely solid, far surpassing other Lord-level beast masters of the same level. The energy feedback brought to Su Yuan by the 6 legendary Lord-level beasts made his own strength far surpass that of ordinary beasts of the same level. Su Yuan can now rely on his own strength to defeat most ferocious beasts of the same level. Great! 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 This speed of improving strength is really awesome! After there was no more powerful and violent energy feedback rising from his body, Su Yuan took a look at the various attribute information of all his beasts that were shining with golden light, and couldn't help but clenched his fist and shouted. In just one day, he skyrocketed from the 3rd Lord level to the 8th Lord level. This terrifying level increase speed has never been seen before. Once it gets out, even a saint-level beast master like Gu Yufeng would be ashamed of it. Especially since all the beasts are of legendary quality, countless beast masters must be envious of this. Chapter 154 Treasure. Xiao Xian and the others have all evolved, it's time to go back. Su Yuan withdrew his thoughts from the beast taming space, calmed his mind, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he waved his hand and summoned Xiao Yan out. The evolved Xiao Yan was almost the same as the phoenix Su Yuan had imagined. The aura on his body is even more powerful. The legendary 8-star quality makes it the closest to mythical quality among all the beasts Su Yuan currently possesses. Xiao Yan's level of being a 6th-order lord also makes him exude a terrifying aura of oppression. Su Yuan even felt a powerful aura from Xiao Yan that was not much weaker than that of Song Jinfeng's silver-winged griffin. Song Jinfeng's silver-winged griffin is a king-level beast, and a 4th-level king-level beast at that. If this is not an illusion, Xiao Yan's current strength may really be able to compete with the king-level beast master. Feeling the powerful aura of Xiao Yan that was very similar to that of the silver-winged griffin, Su Yuan smiled and said, "Xiao Yan, let's go back to Jojo Academy." "Yes, Master." A pleasant royal sister's voice was heard, and Su Yuan was carried by a soft, invisible force to Xiao Yan's back, and quickly rushed to the dormitory of the 2nd district of Jojo Academy. In less than half a minute, Xiao Yan and Su Yuan crossed a distance of thousands of miles and returned to the sky above the villa in the 2nd district of the academy. Su Yuan is back. The aura of his fire beast seems to have reached the 6th level of Lord. Palace Master, am I sensing it correctly? The figures of Xia Jiming and Gu Yufeng appeared above the dormitory in Area 2. At this moment, Xia Jiming watched Su Yuan put away Xiao Yan and enter the villa. He looked at Gu Yufeng beside him with an incredible expression and spoke. The fact that Su Yuan broke through to the Lord level in just over a month was enough to move him. And now, Su Yuan is at least a 6th-level Lord Beast Tamer. Such a terrifying speed of level improvement is so fast that even he, an Emperor-level Beast Tamer, and the Dean of the Beast Taming Research Institute, is almost shocked to faint. You are not mistaken. That beast has indeed reached the 6th level of Lord. Moreover, its aura is extremely strong, without any signs of hasty growth. It was able to be upgraded to the 6th Lord level so quickly. In my opinion, Su Yuan has most likely helped his beast to evolve successfully. At the side, Gu Yufeng's eyes also flashed with surprise. After hearing Xia Jiming's exclamation of disbelief, Gu Yufeng took a deep breath, and after his chest heaved violently for a while, he slowly spoke. It's actually true. I have really reached the 6th level of Lord Evolution. Su Yuan actually managed to make one of his beasts evolve in such a short time. Adding to the fact that I made the green scale snake evolve into 2 different forms before, Palace Master, I can conclude that the innate abilities that Su Yuan described to us are still reserved. Hearing Gu Yufeng's affirmative response, Xia Jiming spoke almost word by word, with a gleam in his eyes. The talent of SSS-level beast control is naturally far beyond the ordinary talent of beast control. No matter if Su Yuan has any reservations about the talents he told me about, Su Yuan is now the strongest trump card of Daxia and even the entire human race. We must not let him encounter any danger before he fully grows up. We must do our utmost to protect Su Yuan. Once he fully grows up, our human race will surely produce another peak warrior who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Shui Jingyi. In order to protect Su Yuan, if necessary, you, me, and even all the teachers in the entire Jojo Academy can be sacrificed. Do you understand? Gu Yufeng glanced at the excited Xia Jiming calmly and spoke to him solemnly. I see. Facing Gu Yufeng's serious expression, Xia Jiming nodded heavily. The talents and abilities that Su Yuan has shown so far are enough for them to do their best to ensure Su Yuan's safety. Not to mention that Su Yuan has even greater talents and abilities that have not yet been revealed. Apart from anything else, the evolution plan for the green scale snake to the green scale python that Su Yuan provided a month ago has greatly improved the overall strength of the Human Federation's frontline warriors. Over the past month, with the promotion of the green scale snake's evolution into the green scale python, more than 5,000 beast masters who can command peak green scale snakes have broken through to the Lord level in the realm battlefield. The Lord level combat power of the human race on the front line has greatly increased. Moreover, as time goes by, all warriors who have contracted the green-scaled snake will have a greater chance of being promoted to Lord-level beast masters. The human race will stand more firmly on the front line and have a stronger defense line. Based on this point alone, Su Yuan's importance exceeds that of all the geniuses in Jojo Academy. For a genius of this level, no matter how much they value him, it cannot be too much. Looking at Xia Jiming, whose expression also became serious, Gu Yufeng nodded slightly, very satisfied with Xia Jiming's awareness, and then said, "Let's go. Since Su Yuan is back, we don't have to look for him anymore. Let's go down and see him directly. It's time for us to give him some life-saving cards. He can't stay in the academy forever." Hearing this, Xia Jiming nodded. The two figures suddenly disappeared into the air. When he appeared again, he had already arrived at the hall of Su Yuan's villa. In the hall of the villa, Su Yuan had just sat on the sofa and was about to take a rest when he saw two big men suddenly appear. He was so scared that he almost summoned his own beast to fight. However, after discovering that the visitors were the two big guys Gu Yufeng and Xia Jiming, Su Yuan heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Palace Master Dean Xia, it turned out to be you. You scared me. I wonder if the Palace Master and Dean Xia have come in person. Is there anything that needs the students to do?" Seeing Su Yuan standing up to greet them, Gu Yufeng and Xia Jiming both smiled. Gu Yufeng took the lead and stepped forward, coming in front of Su Yuan. There was a white jade stone in his hand, which exuded a strong spatial force, far exceeding the Kongming crystal stone. "This is the boundary-breaking stone that bears the mark of my soul. If you encounter any danger outside the academy in the future, just crush this stone and I will immediately appear to protect you." As Gu Yufeng spoke, he handed the white jade stone in his hand to Su Yuan. This was not over yet. He waved his hand again, and a set of soft armor made entirely of gold wire appeared in his hand. "This set of soft armor is the defensive treasure I used before I became a saint-level beast tamer. It is made from the silk of the saint-level fierce beast dragon soul golden silkworm. This soft armor has extremely strong defense. When you encounter an attack that is difficult to resist, it can automatically activate a shield that can withstand the attack of a saint-level strongman. With this defensive treasure, even if you encounter a saint-level enemy, you will have time to crush the boundary-breaking stone I gave you." As Gu Yufeng spoke, he gave the golden silk soft armor in his hand to Su Yuan. "The Palace Master even gave me this set of soft armor." Seeing this scene, Xia Jiming, who was standing behind Gu Yufeng, widened his eyes. Needless to say, the boundary-breaking stone mentioned above can instantly summon a saint-level beast tamer to your side, and its value is self-evident. But the soft armor that Gu Yufeng later gave to Su Yuan was a treasure that even these emperor-level beast masters coveted. A defensive treasure that can withstand a full-strength attack from a saint-level powerhouse is something that even an emperor-level beast master like He-chan desires. These two priceless treasures were given to Su Yuan by Gu Yufeng. This shows how important Su Yuan is in Gu Yufeng's heart. It can be said that if every saint-level beast master did not have important tasks to attend to, Gu Yufeng would definitely stay by Su Yuan's side all the time. Chapter 155 Primitive Secret Realm. A saint-level fierce beast, with soft armor made of dragon soul golden silkworm silk, can withstand the full-force attack of a saint-level strongman. Hearing Gu Yufeng's words, Su Yuan's breathing couldn't help but become heavier. This is absolutely a priceless treasure for him. With such a defensive treasure, he would not be afraid even when facing an emperor-level beast master or an emperor-level ferocious beast. Especially when combined with Gu Yufeng's boundary-breaking stone, the combination of the two is equivalent to having a saint-level beast master like Gu Yufeng by your side. Su Yuan had no reason to refuse such a treasure given by Gu Yufeng, nor did he want to refuse. "Thank you, Lord!" After a while, Su Yuan took a deep breath and spoke to Gu Yufeng. Then he quickly reached out and took the golden soft armor from Gu Yufeng's hand, and put it into his own beast-taming space without hesitation. It looked like he was worried that Gu Yufeng would change his mind and take back this defensive treasure. "No need to be polite. You are now the treasure of our Jojo Academy. Your safety is the top priority. Su Yuan, you are extremely talented. You should work hard to improve your strength as soon as possible. It would be best if you could raise your level to the peak of the king level before graduation. The higher you can raise it, the better. Then, the school will arrange for you to enter a special space to seek endless opportunities." Seeing Su Yuan impatiently putting the golden soft armor into the beast-controlling space, Gu Yufeng smiled faintly and reached out to pat Su Yuan on the shoulder. "Infinite chance? What is that? And you have to raise your realm to the king level before graduation." Gu Yufeng's sudden remarks also made Su Yuan a little curious. "You will know this by then. You just need to work hard to improve the level of the beast in the next period of time." In response to this, Gu Yufeng did not say it clearly, but instead kept it in suspense. After saying this, Gu Yufeng and Xia Jiming said goodbye to Su Yuan together, and their figures disappeared in Su Yuan's villa in a flash. The power of space is really useful. I wonder when I can become a strong man like the palace master. Watching Gu Yufeng and Xia Jiming disappear in front of him, Su Yuan, who was already an 8th level lord, relied on his extraordinarily powerful mental strength to keenly perceive the fleeting spatial force in the space ahead. A hint of envy appeared in his eyes. Obviously, the appearance and disappearance of Gu Yufeng and Xia Jiming were both caused by the use of spatial power. This ability is almost indistinguishable from teleportation. If Su Yuan mastered this ability, it would be of great use to him in the future whether he was traveling, killing enemies, or escaping. After sighing, Su Yuan took out the soft armor that he had just put into his beast taming space. Without hesitation, he put on the golden soft armor inside his short sleeves. The soft armor fits the body, giving off a cool feeling. It has a smooth texture and is very comfortable. Su Yuan did not feel any discomfort after putting on this piece of gold silk soft armor. Instead, there was a constant flow of coolness emanating from the golden soft armor. It made him not feel the heat at all in this hot summer, as if he was carrying an air conditioner with him. Not bad, not bad. This thing is more comfortable to wear than I thought. With such a defensive treasure, I no longer have to worry about being in danger when encountering a strong enemy. After experiencing the wearing experience of the golden soft armor, Su Yuan was even more satisfied with the treasure that Gu Yufeng gave him. Palace Master, you just said that you want Su Yuan to enter the original secret realm to compete with those guys in the abyss for that opportunity? 10,000 meters above the dormitory in Area 2, Xia Jiming looked down at the villa where Su Yuan was, then turned to look at Gu Yufeng beside him and said, "Yes, you have seen it. Su Yuan has now cultivated a 6th level Lord Beastman. He is already a 6th level Lord Warrior. With his terrifying speed of improving strength, I estimate that he will be able to break through and become a king-level beast master in his sophomore year. The original secret realm has an age limit of 22. With Su Yuan's talent and strength, he has a high probability of breaking through to the peak of the king level when he is 21, that is, before his senior year. The strength of a peak king-level beast master is definitely overwhelming even in the primitive secret realm. If Su Yuan can lead the geniuses of the Federation to obtain a few more divine beast spirits in the original secret realm, his contribution to our human race will be no less than his providing a brand new beast taming evolution route for the frontline warriors." Gu Yufeng looked indifferently at the dormitory where Su Yuan was below, and replied in a deep voice. Hearing this, Xia Jiming spoke again. "Having said that, in addition to dealing with the geniuses from the abyss, the original secret realm also has many dangers from the secret realm itself. Even if Su Yuan has the strength of a peak king, he may not be 100% safe. Over the years, haven't many geniuses of our human race perished in the primitive secret realm? If something happens to Su Yuan in there, it will be a huge loss for our human race. I think it's better not to let Su Yuan take risks. Let him stay safely in the rear and use his talents to provide more beast evolution solutions for our frontline warriors. This is the best option." Hearing Xia Jiming's worried words, Gu Yufeng shook his head. "Although what you said is true, in my opinion, Su Yuan himself might want to enter the original secret realm to try his luck. After all, the original secret realm contains the necessary materials for the evolution of legendary quality beasts into mythical quality beasts. Any beastmaster who has the opportunity to enter it will not let it go. Moreover, Su Yuan himself possesses an SSS-level talent for taming beasts, which means he is destined to become a top-level warrior like Shuizhengyi in the future. Shuizhengyi's rise to prominence was due to his own efforts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved what he has today. If Su Yuan stays in the rear all the time, even if he can provide great benefits to our frontline warriors, his own strength improvement may be limited. The overall strength of the frontline warriors is certainly important, but what really determines the outcome of the battle between the enemy and us is still the strength of the top warriors on both sides. Among the many top saint-level beast masters in our human race, not a single one was trained in a greenhouse." Gu Yufeng's words came from the bottom of his heart, and after listening to them, Xia Jiming had to admit that Gu Yufeng was right. After pondering for a long time, Xia Jiming finally fell silent and said no more. I have something else to deal with, so I'll leave first. Seeing this, Gu Yufeng whispered and his figure disappeared beside Xia Jiming. Xia Jiming took one last look down and sighed before turning around and walking towards the Beast Taming Research Institute. His figure disappeared into the clouds in a few flashes. Chapter 156 Family Letter. Ever since Gu Yufeng and Xia Jiming visited Su Yuan's villa last time, Su Yuan has not encountered any other major events. Although Su Yuan has very few academic points left, he can still enjoy the treatment of free training in the secret realms of various departments. Therefore, not long after Gu Yufeng and the others left, Su Yuan once again let his beasts enter the secret realm of the academy suitable for their own training to improve their levels. There is no time in cultivation. Time flies quickly. 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. Su Yuan and other freshmen have also welcomed the first holiday of Jojo Academy. During the 2 months, although Su Yuan did not have any points to redeem the beast taming resources in the resource treasury to increase his beast taming training speed, but his beasts are all of legendary quality. Even without the beast resources provided by Su Yuan, his progress in cultivation in the various secret realms is considerable. All of them broke through 2 levels. Xiao Xian and Xiaoyou's levels have reached the 7th Lord level. Xiaoyan and Dashu have reached the 8th level of Lord. As for Xiaobai and Xiaoqing, they both reached the 9th level of Lord. Xiaobai, in particular, is only 1 step away from becoming a king-level beastmaster. During these 2 months, in addition to practicing, Su Yuan also submitted a beast taming evolution plan to the Beast Taming Research Institute to evolve 2 rare quality beasts to excellent quality. These are the 2 types of beasts that have the most contracts with frontline warriors. Naturally, these 2 beast taming evolution plans made the old professors at the Beast Taming Research Institute very excited, and they further deepened their attention to Su Yuan. Let's raise our glasses together and wish everyone a happy holiday. Congratulations to Su Yuan for successfully breaking through to the Lord-level beast tamer. Exactly, Su Yuan, you are really stupid. You didn't tell us such important news of your breakthrough to the Lord level earlier. If we knew, we would have held a celebration party for you a long time ago. You have to drink this glass of wine. On the first day of the holiday, in a private room on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria in Area 3 of Jojo Academy, Huangfu Yunjiao and Shangguan Yunqian raised their glasses and congratulated Su Yuan together. Thank you. Happy holidays! Seeing this, Su Yuan also raised the wine glass in front of him, clinked glasses with the 2 women, responded with a smile, and then drank the wine in the glass. Upon seeing this, Huangfu Yunjiao and Shangguan Yunqian also smiled and drank the wine in their glasses. The white neck moved slightly, and he drank the drink in 1 gulp as well. After 1 cup, a blush suddenly appeared on Shangguan Yunqian and Huangfu Yunjiao's fair faces, which was very attractive under the light. These 2 girls obviously don't drink much. After learning that I broke through to the Lord-level beast tamer, they still wanted to celebrate for me. It's really... Su Yuan looked at the 2 people who drank the drinks in their glasses in order not to spoil the fun, and his smile grew wider. Let's eat the food first. We can drink the wine later. Seeing that Huangfu Yunjiao was about to pour wine again, Su Yuan spoke. That's right. Eat some food first to fill your stomach. This way you won't get drunk easily. At this time, Shangguan Yunqian also spoke. Hearing this, Huangfu Yunjiao nodded, and the 3 of them started eating together. Time passed little by little, and after 3 rounds of drinks, Su Yuan and the other 2 were a little tipsy. Although the 3 of them were strong enough to get rid of all the alcohol smell, no one did so before leaving the box. Just as the celebratory dinner was about to end, a message suddenly came from Huangfu Yunjiao's communicator. When she picked up the communicator and checked the information on it, her brows immediately frowned. The aura in his body shook off all the alcohol in his body, and he became sober instantly. What's going on? After noticing something strange about Huangfu Yunjiao, both Su Yuan and Shangguan Yunqian were shocked and all their drunkenness disappeared. Su Yuan even started asking. I just received a letter from home saying something happened at home and asked me to go back. Hearing this, Huangfu Yunjiao spoke in a low voice, his voice a little low and suppressed. Seeing this scene, Su Yuan frowned and continued. Yunjiao, did the letter say what happened in your family? Upon hearing this, Huangfu Yunjiao glanced at Su Yuan and shook his head. The news above didn't say it explicitly, but I always have a bad feeling. Seeing the slightly worried look on Huangfu Yunzhao's face, Su Yuan pondered for a moment and then said, "In that case, let's go to the Huangfu family together. It just so happens that I also plan to go back to Tianyang City, so we can go there together." He had the golden soft armor given by Gu Yufeng, as well as the boundary-breaking stone bearing the imprint of Gu Yufeng's spirit, so he didn't need to worry about his own safety at all. Moreover, his current strength is vastly different from what it was before he entered the school. Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, who have reached the 9th level of Lord, have the strength to face ordinary 3rd and 4th level king-level beasts. Even Xiao Xian and Xiao Yu, who are at the 7th level Lord level, have the strength to fight against king-level beasts. It can be said that Su Yuan is now a beast master who can tame 6 king-level beasts. With his strength, no one in places like Tianyang City and Tianyang City could pose a threat to him. It just so happens that I have nothing to do during the holidays, so why not join you guys? After Su Yuan finished speaking, Shangguan Yunqian, who was beside Huangfu Yunzhao, rolled her eyes and said with a smile. After more than 5 months of hard training in school, Shangguan Yunqian is now an 8th level beast master. Her beast was also of epic quality, and its combat power was no weaker than that of a first-class lord beast of excellent quality. Moreover, as the daughter of the Shangguan family, she also has many trump cards. Even if she encounters a king-level beast master, she has the ability to protect herself. Okay, let's go together then. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan turned to look at Shangguan Yunqian, who was staring at him and Huangfu Yunzhao, and nodded. After hearing what Su Yuan and Shangguan Yunqian said, Huangfu Yunzhao knew that they were worried about him, so he prepared to accompany them all the way. Her heart warmed up, and she looked at the two of them with gratitude, and thanked them sincerely. Qian Su Yuan, thank you. We are all friends, so let's not say these things, it seems strange. Now that we have decided, let's set off now without further delay. Su Yuan heard this and waved his hand. Shangguan Yunqian also nodded, agreeing with Su Yuan's words. Seeing this, Huangfu Yunzhao stopped being pretentious and hesitant, and the three of them stood up and left together. After completing the relevant procedures at the academy, Su Yuan summoned Xiao Yan and flew to the gate of Jojo Academy with Huangfu Yunzhao and Shangguan Yunqian. With the identity token in hand, he easily passed through the restrictions at the school gate and left the secret space where Jojo Academy was located. It seems that the family has already succeeded. Su Yuan and the others left the school in such a hurry. They must be anxious to get back to Tianyang City. However, this time, the daughter of the Shangguan family is accompanying us. This makes things a bit difficult. In a jungle not far from the school gate, Yang Di watched Su Yuan and the other two leave the school. He felt happy but also frowned. He had not expected that Shangguan Yunqian, the daughter of a real aristocratic family, would follow him. With this young lady around, the execution of the plans made by him and his family would have many more variables. As for a genius from a family with such a great background, Yang Di was not sure if there were any strong people secretly following and protecting him. No, we should inform the family of this news first and let them make full preparations. If it doesn't work, we should give up this operation. Otherwise, if Shangguan Yunqian knew everything and escaped, my Yang family would be completely doomed. After struggling for a long time, Yang Di finally chose to play it safe. He turned around and left, heading towards his own villa area. Buzz. After Yang Di left, the figures of Xia Jiming and He Chang suddenly appeared above the area where he was originally. The two looked at the direction Yang Di left, then looked at the gate of the school, their faces slightly gloomy. Dean He, Su Yuan's safety is of paramount importance. Even though the royal beast master from the Shangguan family is with me, I'm still a little worried. You are the strongest among all of us deans. I would like to ask you to help me look after Su Yuan and ensure his safety. After Xia Jiming glanced at the school gate, he turned to look at He Chang beside him. Don't worry, leave Su Yuan to me, I'll follow him right away. As for that sneaky little fellow just now, I'd like you to investigate and find out what's going on. Upon hearing this, He Chang nodded slightly, his figure flashed, and he instantly passed through the gate of the school, hiding his body, and silently followed Su Yuan and his group. Xia Jiming breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, then looked in the direction where Yang Di left. His face darkened slightly, and his figure disappeared into the air. Chapter 157. It's great that they are here. My Yuan family is going to make a great contribution. Su Yuan, how many Lord levels has your Beast Master reached? It's so fast. High in the sky, Shangguan Yunqian stood on Xiaoyan's back, feeling the clouds whizzing past and being quickly left behind. She couldn't help but ask Su Yuan with surprise on her face. Yes, Su Yuan, why do I feel that your beast's flying speed is faster than that of the king-level beasts? After hearing Shangguan Yunqian's words, Huangfu Yunyao also looked at Su Yuan. She had the same questions in her mind as Shangguan Yunqian. She came to Jojo Academy from Tianyan City with Su Yuan on Song Zhenfeng's king-level beast, the silver-winged griffin. But she now felt that the flying speed of the beast under her feet was faster than the silver-winged griffin she rode at the beginning. You know, the silver-winged griffin is a king-level beast that can easily break the sound barrier with a flap of its wings. Among the king-level beasts, the silver-winged griffin is a flying beast, and its speed is definitely among the top among the beasts of the same level. Xiaoyan's flying speed is much faster than that of the silver-winged griffin. At this speed, they will be able to return to Tianyan City in 10 hours. Xiaoyan is now at the 8th level of Lord, but he happens to be good at flying. His flying speed is much higher than other beasts of the same level, so you think it's fast. In terms of strength, Xiaoyan is still far behind a true king-level beast master. Facing the two girls' questions, Su Yuan did not hide anything this time, but told them the actual situation of Xiaoyan. Just like when Su Yuan rode the silver-winged griffin, Xiaoyan also automatically released a burst of energy during the rapid flight, enveloping Su Yuan, Huangfu Yunzhao and the others. Although the three of them were standing on the back of the rapidly flying Xiaoyan, they did not feel any obstruction. The whistling wind around them could not even shake a single hair of theirs. Leader, 8th level! Su Yuan's words rang like a thunder in the minds of Huangfu Yunzhao and Shangguan Yunqian, causing them to tremble uncontrollably, and even their speech movements became stiff. With deep shock and surprise, the two turned their heads and looked at each other, exclaiming almost word by word. They just found out that Su Yuan had broken through to the Lord-level Beast Master 2 months ago. Just now, when they were celebrating for Su Yuan at Jojo Academy, both Shangguan Yunqian and Huangfu Yunzhao thought that after 2 months, Su Yuan would only be at most a 3rd or 4th level lord. However, they never expected that Su Yuan's just one sentence would overturn their perceptions. Monster! Huangfu Yunzhao and Shangguan Yunqian stared at each other in a daze for a long time before they uttered 2 words in unison in a low voice. Su Yuan is a monster. They thought it was outrageous enough that Su Yuan broke through to the Lord level less than 3 months after entering Jojo Academy. Unexpectedly, Su Yuan's strength level in the next 2 months directly increased to the 8th level of Lord, which is even more outrageous. Haha, these 2 girls, just the 8th level Lord Xiaoyan shocked them so much that they were stunned. If they knew that I have already stepped half a foot into the king level and that the beasts I control are already legendary quality, wouldn't they be so excited that they would faint? Feeling the performance of Shangguan Yunqian and Huangfu Yunzhao, Su Yuan in front of him twitched the corner of his mouth slightly and revealed a faint smile. Shaking his head, Su Yuan finally decided not to show off his strength further, so as not to scare the 2 beauties behind him. Shangguan Yunqian and Huangfu Yunzhao, who were standing behind Su Yuan, said "monster" in surprise and stopped talking. Both of them had been deeply shocked by Su Yuan. Compared to Su Yuan, the 2 of them don't deserve to be called geniuses. Even Shangguan Yunqian, who possesses SS-level beast taming talent, thinks so. When they entered school, they were all extraordinary beast masters. In fact, her level was several levels higher than Su Yuan's when she entered school. After 1 semester, she was still at the 8th level of leadership, but Su Yuan was a whole realm ahead of her and reached the 8th level of Lord. The speed at which their strength improves is simply not on the same level. At this moment, whether it was Shangguan Yunqian or Huangfu Yunzhao, they both had vague guesses about Su Yuan's talent. Such a speed of cultivation is definitely not something that a genius with SS-level beast taming talent can possess. Su Yuan's talent for taming beasts is very likely to be SSS level. Thinking of this, both of them remained silent. Throughout history, there have been many beast masters with SS-level beast taming talents in Daxia. However, there is only one beast tamer with SSS-level beast taming talent, and that is Shuizhengyi, who still occupies the first place on the Tongtian Tower stele of Jojo Academy. Although Shui Jingyi was born in a later age, he came from behind and rose rapidly. In just a few decades, he became the strongest man of the human race. Su Yuan possesses the same SSS level talent as him, so there is no need to explain his status and importance to Daxia. Shangguan Yunqian felt that one day, if they had to choose between the entire Shangguan family and Su Yuan, the top leaders of Daxia would choose to sacrifice the entire Shangguan family to save Su Yuan without hesitation. I must keep today's speculation to myself and absolutely cannot reveal any information to anyone else. After learning about Su Yuan's importance to Daxia, Shangguan Yunqian had already made a decision in her heart. The expression on Huangfu Yunzhao's face was exactly the same as Shangguan Yunqian's. Obviously, she also thought of what Shangguan Yunqian was thinking and made the same decision as Shangguan Yunqian. Just as Su Yuan and the other two were standing silently on Xiaoyan's back and hurrying on their way. In a secret room deep in the Yang family mansion in the Black Market City, hundreds of miles north of Tianyuan City, Yang Patian, the head of the Yang family, looked at the secret letter coming from outside, and a gleam of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain this time. I originally only planned to kill the geniuses Huangfu Yunzhao and Su Yuan, but I didn't expect that Shangguan Yunqian would be involved this time. This time there are at least 2 geniuses with SS-level beast-taming talents. If we can kill these 2 men this time, my Yang family will have made a great contribution. My dear grandson, your news is really timely. After today, I will definitely receive the reward from the demon god and enter the king level. Even the emperor level is just around the corner. Ha 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 ha. However, since Shangguan Yunqian is here, maybe there will be strong men from the Shangguan family following her. Well, I will report this news to the headquarters and ask them to send more strong men to kill her with one strike. After laughing, Yang Patian took the secret letter in his hand, left the secret room directly, summoned the beast and flew away. The secret letter in Yang Potion's hand was sent by Yang Di from Jojo Academy. The above explained that Shangguan Yunqian followed Su Yuan and others to Tianyuan City, and asked the Yang family to give up the plan against Su Yuan at their discretion. What Yang Di did not expect was that this secret letter not only did not make his grandfather give up the plan to kill Su Yuan, but instead made his grandfather determined to succeed in this attack. Yang Di never knew that his grandfather had already joined the demon god church. The soul-eating insect in Huangfu Shuriao's body was created by Yang Patian. Chapter 158 The Demonic Church. Under the night sky, a ball of red light streaked across the darkness, particularly eye-catching in the darkness. The red light and shadow was exactly Su Yuan's beast Xiaoyan. At this moment, Su Yuan stood on Xiaoyan's back and clicked on the smart terminal on his wrist, and a virtual map projection appeared in front of him. There was a fast-moving red dot flashing on it, which was his own positioning mark. Xiaoyan has been flying for nearly 10 hours. According to what we see on the map, we will reach Tianyuan City in another half an hour. Su Yuan glanced at the virtual map in front of him, then immediately turned back to look at Shangguan Yunqian and Huangfu Yunzhao and said with a faint smile, "Yeah! We're finally home!" Hearing this, Huangfu Yunzhao showed a sweet smile on her face. She couldn't help but raise her hands and stretch lazily, and the pair of big white rabbits in front of her chest were about to show. They had been standing on Xiaoyan's back for nearly 10 hours, traveling from day to night. Even a 5th-rank beast master like Huangfu Yunzhao felt a little tired. Su Yuan looked at Huangfu Yunzhao's graceful figure that was fully exposed and glanced at her a few more times. But at this moment, a strong sense of crisis suddenly came over him, causing Su Yuan's face to change suddenly. Above their heads, a black bear 100 feet tall appeared out of nowhere, and then chopped down with its palm. The black bear exuded a terrifying aura that far exceeded that of a king-level beast. The moment Xiaoyan was locked in the palm of the black bear, even his speed slowed down, making it almost impossible for him to move. Unable to offer any resistance, he could only watch the huge bear paw falling from the sky. All this happened so suddenly, and in such a short period of time that it created the illusion that time almost stood still. Court death! Almost at the same time when Su Yuan felt a sense of crisis, a loud shout came from the air behind them. Immediately afterwards, Su Yuan saw a huge monkey figure suddenly appear in the sky above his head, and punch the giant palm falling from the sky. At the same time, an invisible gentle force instantly enveloped him, Shangguan Yunqian, Huangfu Yunzhao, and even Xiaoyan beside him. Boom! In the sky, the monkey's huge fist and the black bear's huge paw collided violently. A thunderous explosion flashed across the night sky, and a terrifying shock wave visible to the naked eye erupted instantly, stirring in all directions. Boom! Several thousand-foot-high peaks not far away exploded under the impact of this shock wave. The top of the mountain turned into countless huge rocks rolling down. As for the vegetation on the mountain, it was all turned into debris in an instant. Boom! 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 After this attack, the monkeys and black bears in the sky both took several steps back in the air. He stepped on the air at an extremely fast speed, and every time he took a step back, a sound like muffled thunder was heard. Below, Su Yuan and the other two felt as if the soles of both sides' feet were stepping on their chests, and they suddenly felt the blood boiling in their chests. Especially Huangfu Yunzhao, who was the weakest, turned pale and looked uncomfortable. Shangguan Yunqian didn't feel much better than Huangfu Yunzhao, and her face also turned a little paler. Only Su Yuan was in better condition. At this moment, he finally had the chance to look up. Giant ape contracted. Species, ape/steel. Quality, perfect 9 stars. Level, Imperial level 2. Status, enraged. Skills, diamond fist, iron body rage. Evolution times 0. Evolution options 5. Black rock demon bear contracted. Species, bear/earth. Quality, perfect 8 stars. Level, Imperial level 2. Status, enraged. Skills, magic rock thrust, earth magic armor, geomagnetic trap. Evolution times 0. Evolution options 1. 2 Imperial second level beasts. Each move of the Emperor level beast tamer actually possesses such terrifying lethality. If it weren't for the invisible protective barrier around us, the aftermath of the battle between these two beasts would have been enough to kill Xiaoyan. Who on earth suddenly attacked us, and who was helping us in secret? An Imperial beast tamer, a top-notch expert in the entire daxia. Who is he? Su Yuan raised his head, and with a glance of the divine eye of Apocalypse, he clearly detected the attributes of the two huge beasts in the sky that were hundreds of feet tall. After discovering that both of them were royal-level beasts, his heart sank. He stretched out his hand, and the boundary-breaking stone that Gu Yufeng had given him appeared in his hand. As long as the situation is not right, he will crush the boundary-breaking stone immediately, and call upon the saint-level powerful Gu Yufeng for protection. Although the person who suddenly attacked them was an Imperial Beast Master, he had golden soft armor on his body, and the other party could not hurt him at all. But Shangguan Yunqian and Huangfu Yunao beside him were different. Without the ultimate defensive treasure, the two of them were only at the commander-level strength, and a fart from the Emperor-level beast could kill them both. Both of them are good friends of Su Yuan, and Su Yuan doesn't want anything to happen to anyone. Haha, as expected, the Shangguan family arranged for strong men to follow Shangguan Yunqian secretly. But there is no one else except you. Just as Su Yuan was hesitating, a sneer of contempt suddenly came from the Black Rock Demon Bear, and a figure covered in a black robe suddenly appeared beside the Black Rock Demon Bear. Humph, it's you demon god church rats again. I didn't expect that even the royal beast tamer would be dispatched to deal with my young lady. Look at you, Black Rock Demon Bear. Are you the 9th elder of the demon god church? You clearly have the strength of an emperor, but you are willing to become a running dog of the abyss. How shameful! At this time, a figure also appeared beside the King Kong giant ape, standing in the air, looking at the black-robed strong man opposite with a heavy face. Uncle Kwong! It's Uncle Kwong! When seeing the figure appearing beside the giant gorilla, Shangguan Yunqian beside Su Yuan showed a hint of surprise on her face and shouted hurriedly. Miss, you guys go first, I'll hold this guy back. Hearing this, the royal beast master beside the King Kong ape uttered a few words, and with a flash of his figure, he rushed towards the black-robed man opposite. He is the protector that the Shangguan family arranged for Shangguan Yunqian. At the same time, the giant King Kong ape also attacked and killed the man in black robe. However, the man in black robe was also a second-level Imperial Beast Master, and his reaction was not slow. The black rock demon bear blocked the giant King Kong ape, and at the same time waved his hand to summon several king-level beasts, which rushed towards Su Yuan and the others. However, these king-level beasts were also blocked one by other king-level beasts summoned by Kuang Qing. And in terms of the number of king-level beasts, the protector beside Shangguan Yunqian is obviously superior. There will also be a free king-level beast to come to Su Yuan and his group and escort them away from here. The master will stop that guy, and I will escort you away. Come up quickly! The one escorting Su Yuan and the other two was a king-level 6th order iron-winged peregrine falcon, which was extremely fast. After appearing in front of Su Yuan and the others, it spoke quickly. Su Yuan and the other two also knew that they could not hesitate at this moment, so without any hesitation, they jumped directly onto the back of the iron-winged peregrine falcon. After Su Yuan put Xiaoyan away, the iron-winged peregrine falcon flapped its wings and rushed away into the distant night sky like lightning. Run? What can you run to? Since we are taking action, we must be fully prepared. None of you three will be able to escape today. However, just when the iron-winged peregrine falcon had flown out for dozens of miles, the 9th elder of the demon god church snorted with disdain. Immediately afterwards, a dark barrier prison suddenly appeared in the night sky 50 miles around the iron-winged peregrine falcon, covering it and Su Yuan and the other two.